Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 301, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 301. P.S. Web novel is now very strict about lewd covers. It's a pain in the ass to change them every time, so I will settle for a normal cover from now on. XD. The Chunin exam venue. As the Konoha ninjas gathered, they began chatting among themselves. Hey, Sasuke, is Kimimaro really that strong? Kiba asked with a confused expression. Although they were all Konoha ninjas, they weren't from the same generation, so naturally, they didn't know much about each other. When Sasuke heard this, his expression stiffened. Not strong. How was he supposed to respond to that? Nearby, Naruto also twitched his mouth awkwardly and shook his head at Kiba, saying, "It's not about whether Kimimaro is strong or not. It depends on who you're comparing him to." At this point, Naruto couldn't help but glance at Kimimaro's cold and silent figure. His mind flashed back to something his father once said. Kagaya Kimimaro is probably the strongest of your generation. At least, at this age, I might not have been a match for him. Minato had said this seriously, looking intently at his son. And Minato wasn't exaggerating. Back then, before mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, he was merely a genius. Kimimaro, on the other hand, could already be considered a monster at this age thanks to his Shikatsumiyaku. Is he really that strong? The other Konoha genin were amazed, staring at the cold and indifferent white-haired Kimimaro. Was he really that strong? Facing the stares of the group, Kimimaro's indifferent green eyes shifted to Naruto and Sasuke. His cold voice broke the silence. As Lord Shirou's disciple, the two of you are too weak. Don't disgrace Lord Shirou's name during the Chunin exams. Hearing Kimimaro's words, the two most prominent geniuses of their generation, Sasuke and Naruto, were left awkward and speechless. Even Kiba couldn't help but widen his eyes. Oh boy, just one sentence and it exposed a harsh truth. Kimimaro's strength and talent were so overwhelming that even Sasuke and Naruto couldn't refute him. Under everyone's scrutinizing gazes, Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. But his competitive nature soon surfaced, and he laughed confidently. Kimimaro, don't worry. I've been training hard all this time. Sasuke, on the other hand, let out a rare frustrated scoff. Though he didn't admit defeat, his competitive spirit forced him to lower his voice and mutter. I've already awakened my Sharingan. Oh. You've merely awakened it. Kimimaro's disdainful tone and look of indifference made Sasuke feel even more stifled and speechless. I remember your brother, Uchiha Itachi, was already at Jonin-level strength at your age. Kimimaro's gaze bore into Sasuke, a hint of disappointment in his green eyes. Sasuke clenched his fists in frustration. He couldn't argue with the truth. His brother, Uchiha Itachi, had not only become an Umbu captain at the age of 13 but had also secretly awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke, on the other hand, had only graduated from the Ninja Academy last year and awakened his Sharingan this year. By most standards, his talent was exceptional. But when compared to Itachi, or Kimimaro, he fell short. Kimimaro felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He only wished for Lord Shirou's disciples to be overwhelmingly strong so they could help achieve his ambitions. As Kimimaro's gaze swept across the group, even the usually boastful Kiba couldn't help but laugh nervously. If even Sasuke and Naruto were being scolded like this, what could he possibly say? Hey, Kimimaro, not everyone is a monster like you. The only one bold enough to speak up was Temari, the outspoken princess of the Sand Village. Holding her iron fan, she gave a straightforward smile rather than Kimimaro's cold demeanor. Kimimaro, you may be strong, but don't forget what Lord Shirou said, some ninjas have great potential that just needs to be developed. Among the group, Shikamaru Nara, the most perceptive, quietly observed. He noticed that Temari, despite Kimimaro's imposing presence, didn't back down when meeting his gaze. This suggested her strength wasn't ordinary. Additionally, nearby, Tayuya, Kidomaru, Sakan and Yukon, and Jirobo were all looking at Kimimaro with respect. They were familiar with him. In just a few seconds, Shikamaru's mind processed countless possibilities. We won't let Lord Shirou down, said Haku, his gentle demeanor and warm smile drawing everyone's attention. Kimimaro nodded in acknowledgement, which only made Shikamaru's scalp tingle. This group is full of monsters. Even if Kimimaro was the strongest, the others couldn't be far behind. You're very strong. Kimimaro's gaze now shifted to another young genin, causing everyone to freeze. Even Shikamaru was stunned as he followed Kimimaro's line of sight. Hinata Hyuga. Her pure white eyes glanced at everyone briefly before she snorted in disdain. Despite her gentle appearance, there was a wild and untamed aura about her. Hinata. Many were shocked, their eyes widening. Those who knew more whispered among themselves. Ino said quietly. I heard that Lady Tsunade took Hinata as her disciple. Even among allies, everyone was trying to gauge one another. Hinata, however, seemed irritated by the commotion. Hey, Sasuke. I don't mind you calling me Hinata in public, but in private, especially you, remember to call me either stepmom or Lady Hokage's wife. Her words caused an awkward silence to fall over the group. Sasuke's face turned bright red as he glared at Hinata, flustered by her suggestion. Was she implying that he was? The others looked at Sasuke with strange expressions as well. Meanwhile, Hinata was deep in thought. During her training with Tsunade, she learned to channel great strength. Her body had also undergone significant development, and this Chunin exam was the perfect opportunity to prove herself in front of Lord Shirou. Kimimaro silently nodded. For Lord Shirou's ambitions to succeed, he needed a strong entourage. Tayuya, on the other hand, was determined. She had to secure at least a top 3 position this time. Temari's gaze wandered to the sand village ninja in the distance. She clenched her fists. If given the chance, she would make them regret abandoning her. Niji watched his cousin with a mix of surprise and unease. His father had hinted that Niji should support her in making a name for herself. Suigetsu grinned as he ran his hand along the blade of his executioner's sword. This was his chance to make a name for himself in the ninja world. Meanwhile, Kidomaru, Sakan and Yukon, and Jirobo remained calm, focused only on their mission to pass and become Chunin. Shikamaru sighed as he looked at the group. Everyone seemed to have their motives. While the Konoha shinobi were gathered and chatting, the other ninjas in the exam venue were already secretly forming alliances. Such arrogant little brats. They're so noisy, I just want to kill them. Hey, Konoha ninjas are so cocky. They've only sent about 20 people, do they think so little of the rest of us? A bunch of kids. I refuse to believe they're really that strong. As time passed, the foreign ninjas began to conspire, and with some secretly inciting provocation, many had already started forming alliances in the shadows. It was clear that they were preparing to cooperate against Konoha during the upcoming exam, should the opportunity arise. Gaara. Temari is here too. On the sand village side, Kankuro, spotting his elder sister Temari in the distance, leaned in and whispered to Gaara. Shut up. Never underestimate the ninjas of Konoha. Gaara's sudden rebuke stunned Kankuro, leaving him visibly shocked. He noticed the seriousness in Gaara's eyes, which were fixed on Kimimaro. Moments earlier, Kankuro had seen Temari confronting Kimimaro, proving her strength. Yet, seeing the usually cold and indifferent Gaara appear so solemn was something completely unprecedented. Gaara's gaze remained locked onto the white-haired Kimimaro and Yugo. These two individuals were the only ones in the entire exam hall who radiated an unmistakable aura of danger. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed throughout the venue, followed by a puff of white smoke. As the smoke cleared, a group of Konoha ninjas appeared. Sorry to keep you all waiting. I am Pakura, the proctor of the first round of the Chunin selection exams. Assisting me today are Senju Yamato and Kabuto Yakushi. With the appearance of the proctors, the crowd of ninjas was taken aback, especially when they recognized Pakura. Pakura's reputation in the ninja world was far from insignificant. Over the years, her involvement in the war between Sand and Konoha had made her widely known. Naturally, her defection to Konoha had become common knowledge as well. Behind the 3 proctors stood a dense group of ninjas, some of whom flashed mischievous smiles while holding thick stacks of paper. When the examinees noticed the test papers, their eyes widened in disbelief. A written exam. Listen up. Pakura's cold, commanding voice silenced the room. Anyone who dares to cause trouble before the exam begins will be disqualified immediately. Her words, coupled with a terrifying aura that seemed to emanate from her very being, caused even the boldest of genin to shudder. It was only a fraction of her power, yet it was enough to terrify them. Standing beside her, Kabuto maintained a warm, gentle smile as he gestured toward the test papers behind them. Don't worry. As you can see, the first round is a written exam. Do your best. In stark contrast to Pakura's cold demeanor, Kabuto's friendly smile made him seem like an approachable older brother. But no one here was naive. Becoming a jonin at such a young age was no small feat to think he was harmless. Only a fool would believe that. Kabuto began patiently explaining the rules of the exam. Now that the time has come, let me make one thing clear: anyone who arrives late is automatically disqualified. During the exam, you are not allowed to act without permission from the proctors. Violators will also be disqualified. As he spoke, someone raised their hand, an expression of confusion on their face. Proctor, are we taking the exam here? There aren't even desks or chairs. What are we supposed to do, take the test lying on the ground? The crowd murmured in agreement, sharing the same doubts. From the center of the trio, Pakura glanced at the group indifferently before saying softly, "Yamato, I'll leave it to you." Under the confused gazes of the examinees, Yamato, one of the three proctors, stepped forward. His wooden expression and stiff movements made him seem almost like a puppet. With a forced smile, he addressed the group. "Don't worry. I'll prepare the exam hall for you now." Forming a series of hand seals, Yamato suddenly declared. Wood release, serial pillar houses technique. Boom. 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 The ground trembled as wooden structures erupted from beneath it. In an instant, neat rows of desks and chairs appeared, transforming the barren exam hall into a perfectly arranged testing venue. Wood release. That's wood release. A proctor with the surname Senju. Could it be? The astonished whispers swept through the crowd. In the blink of an eye, Yamato had created a functional exam hall, leaving the ninjas from other villages utterly stunned. Yamato, however, remained expressionless, though inwardly he sighed. Using wood release for something like this, how did it come to this? Unbeknownst to him, his casual display of power had left the other ninjas in shock. Unlike in the original timeline, where wood release had faded into obscurity, the current ninja world was very different. Ever since Uchiha Shirou became the fourth Hokage 13 years ago and revealed the existence of a wood release user in Konoha, the major villages have been frantic to uncover more information. This brought wood release back into the spotlight as one of the most coveted abilities in the ninja world. Now, seeing Konoha openly reveal a wood release user as a proctor left the other villages reeling. "All examinees, take your seats. The exam begins now." Pakura's commanding voice echoed through the hall, snapping everyone to attention. As the ninjas scrambled to find their seats, someone raised their hand again. "Proctor. How are we supposed to take the exam without pens?" Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his warm smile suddenly tinged with menace. "As ninjas, gathering intelligence is a basic skill. Do you expect your enemies to provide you with kunai or tools on the battlefield?" His words struck fear into the hearts of the examinees. "The exam has already begun. I don't care how you do it, but you must find a way to write your answers. Leaving your seat for any reason will be considered forfeiting the exam. You have 2 hours. Start now." "Wait, does that mean we can't even go to the bathroom?" Disqualified, Kabuto replied coldly, his smile never faltering. Before the protesting ninja could argue, a massive snake suddenly coiled around him, silencing him instantly. The room fell into an eerie silence. Every ninja understood, on the battlefield, you couldn't even afford to blink, let alone complain about trivial matters. At extra chapter goal, 1000 PS, 3 chapters. Chapter 302, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 302. Konoha. Outside the exam venue, within a massive spectator arena, countless spectators let out gasps of astonishment. At the center of the enormous arena, a giant water sphere bubbled continuously, reflecting the scenes taking place inside the Chunin exam venue. The events within the exam venue were almost entirely visible to the spectators. However, as Senju Yamato's wood release was unleashed, the crowd watching the spectacle fell into a state of shock. Wood release. A wood release ninja from Konoha. Who is Senju Yamato? Initially, many people were hesitant about the high ticket prices, but upon seeing the wood release ninja inside the water sphere, none of them had any regrets anymore. Under the giant water sphere, ripples spread out, and the scenes from the exam venue were projected clearly for everyone to see. Almost every available ninja in the village had gathered here, each one rubbing their eyes in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Lord Shirou is truly a genius, they thought, marveling at the spectacle he had orchestrated. A wood release ninja. For the Hokage to reveal this, then. It wasn't just the ninjas from other villages who were stunned, even Konoha's ninjas were shocked. However, their minds quickly began to process the implications. There was no need for other villages to gather intelligence. Konoha had boldly and openly presented their wood release ninja on the grand stage. On the spectator platform, Itachi couldn't suppress his look of surprise. Lord Shirou allowed Yamato to step directly into the spotlight. Wood release ninjas had always been a mysterious and deterrent force hidden within Konoha. By making it public, the element of mystery was now gone. Beside him, Kakashi scratched his head and spoke in a tone of lazy admiration. Lord Shirou truly knows how to strategize. With this move, during the final Chunin exam battles, this place will probably be packed to capacity. As he said this, Kakashi's gaze swept over the supermassive, impressively wide arena. Even before the final battles, the moment the wood release ninja appeared, the ninjas of other villages had already started exchanging covert messages. Their expressions had changed, reflecting growing unease. Meanwhile, Konoha's ninjas, upon hearing the news, began flooding into the arena. Initially, the written exam had attracted only a sparse audience, leaving the massive venue looking empty. But within just 10 minutes, a large number of people had already joined the growing ticket queues. Shirou, responsible for security at the venue, looked on with admiration. At first, he had thought building such a massive arena was wasteful. But now, just the ticket revenue from the first event alone would recover the costs, let alone the profits from the upcoming events. Many Jonin cast secret glances toward the high platform where the Hokage's seat was located, their expressions filled with admiration. With just one written exam, Konoha had boldly displayed its strength. If Konoha dared to reveal a would-release ninja so openly, it was clearly an assertion of absolute confidence and power. This was dominance through presence. So this is would-release. How terrifying. Senju Yamato. At the very top of the arena, Shirou wore a satisfied smile. Many Konoha ninjas shifted their attention to Tsunade sitting beside him. Facing their gazes, Tsunade maintained a calm demeanor and softly explained. Yamato does indeed use would-release. However, he has spent most of his time in the Root and Umbu divisions, so you may not be familiar with him. As of 2 days ago, he was officially promoted to Jonin in Konoha. With this statement, Tsunade effectively confirmed Yamato's would-release abilities, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Shirou, smiling, turned to Tsunade and remarked. Yamato's control is quite good, though his chakra reserves are a bit lacking. He'll need to work on that in the future. This exam is fully open to the public to ensure no accusations of home field cheating. Everyone can now see their own village's ninja performance. Shirou's strategy left many other villages' ninjas looking visibly uncomfortable. Most of the teams sent by other villages were just ordinary genin. Rarely were elite squads dispatched, and even then, they were instructed to hold back, focus on gaining experience, and, if necessary, surrender to preserve their strength. But with Konoha's transparent and public display, every village's ninja performance was now on full display. If they performed poorly or embarrassingly, it wouldn't just tarnish the individuals' reputations, it would reflect on their entire village and even their nation. Hurry, send word to Lord Tsuchikage. Konoha's would-release ninja has been revealed. Many ninjas had begun secretly relaying this information. Konoha made no effort to stop them, and Shirou looked on with a calm smile toward the 4 empty stone chairs on either side of the platform. 5 stone chairs were placed on the high platform, carved with the characters for water, fire, lightning, earth, and wind, representing the positions of the 5 Kage of the ninja world. In this newly constructed arena, we'll show the entire ninja world what it means to be the first ninja village. High ticket prices, gambling opportunities, and invitations to dignitaries, nobles, and merchants from every nation. Yes. Shirou planned to make the entire event transparent and fair, leaving no room for criticism. Gambling. Tsunade, who had been looking bored, perked up at the mention of gambling, a wide grin spreading across her face. Finally, I can place some big bets. Her excitement caused the surrounding Konoha ninjas to exchange awkward glances, many of them twitching at the corners of their mouths. Although the Hokage had been keeping her in check over the years, Tsunade's infamous weekly gambling sessions were well known throughout Konoha. Standing nearby, Tsunade's assistants, Shizune and Kurenai Yui, reacted differently. Kurenai licked her lips in excitement and whispered, I can't wait to try my luck. Shizune, however, looked embarrassed and hesitantly reminded Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, I think you've already lost all your money this month. Hearing this, Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? I lost everything already. When Shizune nodded reluctantly, Tsunade slumped in frustration, turning toward Shirou with a pitiful expression. The great Princess Tsunade was being financially restrained, how humiliating. The other Konoha ninjas quickly looked away, pretending not to see anything, while Shirou sighed helplessly, reaching out to console her. Tsunade, half of the Senju clan's liquid funds have already gone into your research projects. The rest is needed for family and village development. The Uchiha clan's funds are also allocated to Root and Konoha's needs. But as Shirou patiently explained, Tsunade only grew more stubborn, feigning a heartbroken expression that could tug at anyone's sympathies. Faced with her performance, Shirou had no choice but to relent, whispering. There are so many people watching. Fine, I still have some money. No one could resist Tsunade's combination of strong-willed confidence and her occasional vulnerable, girlish charm. The Konoha ninjas were already used to this dynamic, but from a distance, Senju Nawaki, the head of the Umbu, watched with a twitching eye. Is this my violent older sister? So gentle. And even pretending to look pitiful like a little woman. Although it wasn't the first time seeing this, every time, Nawaki couldn't help but look at Shirou with admiration. Meanwhile, the first round of the Chunin exams, an academic written test, was still ongoing, with Konoha ninjas maintaining order inside the venue. They loudly explained the proceedings to the ordinary spectators and nobles watching from the stands. This written test evaluates a ninja's ability to gather intelligence. For those who are too clumsy, Ninjas must adapt to combat and information gathering in all kinds of environments. A giant water sphere projected an image of the exam hall, causing the audience to gasp in amazement. Various methods of information gathering, cheating, were on full display. Most ninjas carried pens for recording intel, but some were less fortunate. They had no choice but to cut their fingers and use the blood-soaked tips of senbon to write. The first exam unfolded almost identically to the original events. Among the examinees were covert proctors who already knew the answers. How the participants copied those answers depended entirely on their individual abilities. Aside from a slightly larger number of participants, everything else was mostly the same, with everyone showing off their unique skills. However, this time, Yamato, who appeared calm and dull, was casting significant pressure on the candidates. Despite his composed demeanor, the legend of wood release had been spreading for years, leaving the candidates nervous. Yet, there were also some academic genius types among them. Damn it, they even know this question. Many were racking their brains, while others were furiously scribbling, not even bothering to look up. The most notable was Haruno Sakura, who appeared to be the weakest. This scene, of course, didn't escape the eyes of her Konoha teammates. Even Kimimaro showed a surprised expression, nodding secretly. No wonder she's participating in the Chunin exams. She does have some remarkable qualities. The second standout was Hyuga Hinata. Despite her volatile personality and seemingly underwhelming academic reputation, her peers knew she was a top student who often dominated theory classes alongside Haruno Sakura. The sound of pens scratching against paper made many examinees groan inwardly. Even academically capable participants like Kimimaro and Shikamaru were struggling. Out of the 10 questions, they could only answer 4 or 5. Intelligence was one thing, but knowing the material was another. They didn't always overlap. Ugh, I envy Sasuke's Sharingan. He's even using it like this. Naruto scratched his head in frustration, casting an envious glance at Sasuke sitting far away. Sasuke had activated his Sharingan and was shamelessly copying Hinata's writing movements to replicate her answers. Even Naruto doesn't know the answers. Everyone was secretly observing one another. Naruto's academic performance wasn't usually terrible, but his current behavior made it clear he didn't know the answers. However, some sharp-eyed individuals noticed that while Naruto appeared frustrated, he was actually using the reflection on his forehead protector and the light fixtures on the ceiling to copy answers. Everyone was showing off their unique skills. Sasuke, on the other hand, smirked. His dual Tomo Sharingan locked onto Hinata's furious writing movements. The corner of his mouth curled into a proud smile. This is it. But as Sasuke lowered his head to copy the answers, his smile froze. On the test paper he had copied, there was a shockingly embarrassing love letter. The final line was especially exasperating. Little second pillar, the answers are hidden in this love letter. From, stepmom. What the hell? Sasuke was fuming. The seating arrangement was random, and Sakura was sitting behind him, completely out of his line of sight. Damn it. She's messing with me again. Although he knew Hinata's personality, Sasuke couldn't stop himself from studying the embarrassing love letter, analyzing it for the correct answers. For some reason, the image of the Hokage rock lingered in his mind. He did resemble the teacher, Shirou-sensei. Even Itachi had said so. Compared to the original events, this exam didn't include the most difficult 10th question. The difficulty of the first round was deliberately lowered to prepare for what lay ahead. Alright, I now announce that all the genin who remain have passed the first round of the exam. What? Faced with the candidate's shock, Kabuto calmly adjusted his glasses and smiled as he explained. The first written exam was, at its core, a test of your intelligence gathering and teamwork abilities. In a team, there are always combat specialists and support members. But during complex missions, the ability to gather intelligence is crucial. The question is, after obtaining intelligence, can you determine whether it's real or fake? And how do you help teammates who lack such abilities? Kabuto's warm smile remained as he continued explaining to the group, his eyes narrowing slightly. Among the participants, there were hidden proctors, but there was also deliberately planted false information. Those disqualified earlier. I can only say their skills were too poor. The evaluation criteria of this exam are simple. An eligible Chunin must possess the ability to gather and analyze intelligence. A single piece of false intel can kill not only you but also your teammates. Kabuto's calm explanation echoed in the room, leaving many ninjas with solemn expressions. Throughout the exam, candidates had been disqualified one after another. Both the participants and the spectators outside had witnessed it. At this moment, the purpose of the exam finally dawned on them. The ability to gather intelligence must be accompanied by the ability to analyze it. Suddenly, a flash of cold light appeared outside the window. A shadow darted into the room, and many genin tensed up. Bang, bang. Now is not the time to celebrate. I'm the proctor for the second exam, Uzumaki Kushina. A giant black cloth unfurled, revealing the words, second exam, in bold. This dramatic and fiery entrance left countless genin dumbfounded. The Konoha ninjas couldn't help but feel second-hand embarrassment. But Kushina, laughing loudly and raising her hand high, paid no attention to the stares. Hey, hey. I'm here too, Anko Mitarashi. Anko, another female ninja standing behind Kushina, shouted excitedly, completely unbothered by the awkward atmosphere. Apparently, since Anko and Kushina had met, they had become fast friends. The two were so in sync that they had planned this grand entrance together. Terumi Mei. The third figure, Terumi Mei, hesitated for a moment before lowering her voice to introduce herself. Her embarrassment was evident. All right, genin. Let's head to the Forest of Death for the second exam. The proctor for the first round, Yamato, forced an awkward smile and muttered under his breath, Lord Hokage must have a hard time managing all this. As the genin began heading toward the Forest of Death, Yamato and Pakura let out quiet sighs of relief. The earlier scene had been too awkward. Only Kabuto, with his snake-like indifference to public opinion, seemed unaffected. Instead, he remarked, Anko is something. No wonder she gets along so well with Lady Kushina. Kabuto Yakushi, an elite jonin of Konoha and Orochimaru's right-hand man in the Root organization, also managed Konoha's orphanage in public. Let's quickly gather the test papers. Once reviewed, we'll hand them over to the jonin team leaders. The first written exam was merely a way to filter out those who were just here to make up the numbers. Some of the answers on the test were intentionally wrong, and others were copied incorrectly. The participants' team leaders were expected to rely on the information their teams had gathered to identify these issues. Meanwhile, the water screen projection outside had shifted to show the Forest of Death. Inside the venue, Senju Yamato was collecting the exam papers. However, when he picked up one particular paper, his expression immediately froze. Captain Yamato. What's wrong? Is there a problem with this paper? Some Konoha shinobi noticed Yamato's stiff expression from afar, and their curiosity was piqued. One of them asked suspiciously, wasn't this seat occupied by the Hyuga clan's eldest daughter? I heard she was last year's top student. More than that, another chimed in. From the moment the test started, before anyone else had finished writing, this young lady had already completed hers. While the others were marveling at this, Yamato's eye twitched as he looked at the paper in his hand. It was a love letter addressed to the Hokage. But that wasn't the main issue. The real problem was that the letter was laced with obvious coded messages, codes so intricate they could only be used for highly confidential information transmission. In other words, Hinata Hyuga had embedded all the answers within this love letter. Yamato. Kabuto, noticing Yamato's reaction, walked over. When he saw the paper, his expression turned to one of astonishment. The Hyuga clan's young lady. She's a genius. This combines over 10 types of ciphers taught at the Ninja Academy. What's more impressive is the sequence. If even one part is out of order, it would be impossible to decipher the correct answers. Hearing Kabuto's admiration, Yamato's lips twitched. As expected, anyone affiliated with Orochimaru was far removed from normal standards. This exam paper is quite special. It's better if we hand it directly to the Hokage. Kabuto, clearly influenced by Orochimaru's eccentricities, didn't seem to notice the real issue. Instead, he kept marveling, she truly lives up to being the top student who outshone both Sasuke and Naruto. What an extraordinary young lady. At that moment, Yamato finally understood the meaning of the phrase talking past each other. Kabuto simply didn't get it. With a long, helpless sigh, Yamato carefully set the test paper aside, intending to deliver it to the Hokage's office later. P.S. Read advanced chapter at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 303, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 303. The Forest of Death. Within the damp and dimly lit forest, the sounds of explosive tags and ninjutsu roars echoed intermittently, accompanied by blood-curdling screams. The second stage of the Chunin exams had begun. Each team was randomly assigned an entry point, disrupting any pre-planned alliances. Moreover, the fierce competition for the Heaven and Earth Scrolls caused newly formed alliances to crumble almost immediately. The massive water sphere in the forest reflected scenes of countless battles taking place within the Forest of Death. This is what ninja battles look like. So brutal. They're just kids, and yet. In the spectator stands, countless civilians and nobles gasped in astonishment. Some were awed by the power of the ninjas and the dazzling variety of their techniques. Others, however, were struck by the cruelty of it all, their faces filled with shock. Meanwhile, among the nobles, some had eyes gleaming with excitement, marveling at the strength of the most powerful ninja village in the world. Konoha's ninjas are truly incredible. The Hokage of Konoha wants to show us that their ninjas don't need any home field advantage. As the screen displayed the brilliant performances of Konoha's ninjas, countless people were left in shock and excitement. The villages of enemy nations showed expressions of shock and apprehension. It was clear that Konoha's ninjas of the same age group had a much higher level of combat ability. Meanwhile, those who smiled with excitement were either part of Konoha or belonged to small nations under its protection. Inside the Forest of Death. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 128 palms. With a thunderous roar, the surrounding towering trees collapsed one after another, accompanied by agonized screams. Hyuga. That's the Gentle Fist of the Hyuga clan. Impossible. How can the Hyuga clan's Gentle Fist be this terrifying? The ninjas lurking in the shadows around the area stared in horror at the slender figure at the center of the scene. It was Hyuga Hinata. This graceful girl, after unleashing her Gentle Fist techniques, had completely altered the surrounding terrain. The scene was so terrifying that many of the onlookers fled in panic. So terrifying. Yamanaka Ino, one of Hinata's teammates, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her eye after witnessing this display of destructive power. Hinata had grown even stronger. What are you standing around for? At 8 o'clock, under that tree, there's the heaven scroll we need. After withdrawing her fists, Hinata glanced disdainfully at the fleeing enemies around her. Just a bunch of weaklings. Wow, Hinata-senpai is amazing. As Hinata's #1 admirer, Uzumaki Karen excitedly found the blood-stained heaven scroll among the rubble of trees, her face lighting up with joy. The 3 teammates then headed toward the central tower of the Forest of Death, leaving behind a vast, cleared area littered with destruction. Among the shattered tree stumps, the bodies of over a dozen genin lay buried. This was the cruelty of the ninja world. On the spectator side, Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, rarely displayed a satisfied smile upon seeing this scene reflected in the water sphere. Hinata is a prodigy. In just over half a year, she's already learned my monstrous strength technique. Shizun couldn't help but voice her envy. Talent like this was undeniable. Just because someone had potential in ninjutsu didn't mean they could master monstrous strength. Beside her, Kurenai Yuhi sighed with rare emotion. Hinata's talent is extraordinary. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist combined with monstrous strength makes her strikes even more devastating. As Tsunade's apprentice, Shizun had inherited her medical ninjutsu, while Kurenai specialized in genjutsu from the Senju clan. However, neither of them had the talent for monstrous strength. Yet, Hyuga Hinata had mastered it in just 6 months and seamlessly integrated it into her gentle fist style. Uchiha Sasuke's fire release and Uzumaki Naruto's wind release, they're working well together. In terms of wind release, though, Temari is still more skilled. Kimimaro from Shirsue's squad hasn't even revealed a fraction of his strength. The current generation of genin is terrifying. As more scenes were reflected on the water sphere, countless jonin from Konoha were both stunned and busy analyzing the power levels of the new generation of genin. Many jonin came to the same shocking conclusion: this group of genin contained several individuals who already had jonin-level strength. At the very least, some of them were beyond the ability to be assessed. Kagaya Kimimaro, for instance, demonstrated raw taijutsu that rivaled ordinary jonin. Hinata, Temari, and Tayuya also displayed abilities that could rival those of special jonin. Meanwhile, the standout team from Sunagakure was Gaara's squad. His mastery of magnet release and sand control was equally impressive. The central tower of the Forest of Death. The stage was set for the tournament. The 10-person tournament consisted of 10 battle platforms, where fierce matches would continue until a single victor emerged from each platform. This meant that even Konoha ninja would have to fight one another. Through the combined use of the telescope jutsu and the Yamanaka clan's mental techniques, the audience could watch every match from the stands. With each draw and battle, one thrilling genin fight after another began. Each platform had professional jonin evaluators scoring the combatants and providing detailed assessments of their abilities. After each match, professional commentary would evaluate the fighters, their combat levels, and their overall performance. This means that even some of the defeated ninjas have already reached Chunin level strength, they just had bad luck. Konoha is truly formidable. Compared to the first stage's written exam, which was more symbolic than challenging, the second stage was a true test of survival of the fittest. In the spectator stands, countless ninjas wore solemn expressions. This was also the best opportunity to gather intelligence on potential rivals. At the same time, betting pools had been established for the matches. Every battle brought massive profits to Konoha, attracting countless merchants and missions. Beyond Konoha, external betting pools were also in full swing, with participation flooding in. The 10 final winners were the focus of many bets, further fueling the excitement and profits. This frenzied, gold-generating endeavor made the envoys and daimyos from other nations green with envy. Just this single betting operation had filled Konoha's coffers to the brim. Many couldn't help but recall the time when Uchiha Shirou ascended to the position of Hokage. His strategic moves had brought an influx of economic opportunities to Konoha, and this time was no different. 10 finalists, huh? This format maximizes the retention of strength while also. In the spectator stands, Kakashi narrowed his eyes as he glanced at the Hokage on the high platform, his thoughts deep. What's so special about the 10 finalists? Beside him, Uchiha Sasuke, wearing an ANBU mask, asked in a low voice. Always in pursuit of power, Sasuke seemed to sense a hidden purpose but couldn't quite grasp it. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke, then lowered his voice to explain. You could call it rationality or bonds. But the Hokage's philosophy, it's about balance and sacrifice. As a Konoha ninja, it's crucial to understand the spirit of prioritizing and sacrificing when performing missions. For example, in 10 matches, if everyone has this awareness, each team should carefully analyze the situation and then ensure the conditions to protect the strongest fighters for advancement. As Kakashi spoke, Sasuke gradually fell silent. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninja in the scene gathered together, analyzed the situation, and then dispersed. During the arena matches, Sasuke once again felt the warmth of his comrades. When Karen, Ino, and other Konoha ninjas drew the same arena as Hinata Hyuga, they fought with all their might to defeat their opponents, all to preserve Hinata's strength. This preservation wasn't just about conserving chakra and stamina but also about preventing Hinata's abilities and information from being exposed. Similarly, when Kimimaro found himself on the third arena stage, Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba also happened to be there. Even though Kiba, usually the loudest and most arrogant, was still shouting, his actions displayed restraint. Perhaps Kimimaro's strength was so overwhelming that they didn't need to protect him. But there seemed to be a subtle change in Kimimaro's usually cold expression. However, he remained silent, merely vowing in his heart. For Lord Shirou's dream. I will protect Konoha at all costs. Outside the arena, as Kakashi observed how Sasuke's expression changed, he couldn't help but smile and sigh. This is something the lonely you of the past could never have understood. But things are different now, Sasuke, you're a part of Konoha. If we were ever trapped in a desperate situation, I'd choose to let you break through, because your potential and value outweigh mine. The same principle applies. Lord Shirou once said that you have the potential to become Hokage. I hope you'll come to understand this soon. When faced with tough decisions, you must choose decisively, or the cost of hesitation will be even greater. Hearing Kakashi's words moved Sasuke, hidden behind his mask, though he quickly fell silent. Hokage. At that moment, Sasuke raised his head and gazed at the Hokage rock with a somewhat confused look in his eyes, as countless memories flooded his mind. In another world where he grew up in Konoha, his memories were solely tied to his family. The village only left him with indifferent stares, and then, hatred. He had lived his entire life consumed by vengeance. But in this world, as he walked through the village, he was greeted with countless smiles, especially respect for the Uchiha clan symbol he bore. Over the years, it seemed that he had once again felt the warmth of a home. But this time, it wasn't just the Uchiha clan, it was the warmth of all of Konoha. Konoha. The village. Hokage. As the countless images pieced themselves together, and as he saw the reflections of youthful, familiar faces in the water orb, especially a younger version of himself, he suddenly showed a relieved smile. Hokage, huh? Perhaps I have a mission more important than becoming Hokage. At this moment, Sasuke raised his head, looking at the statue of Uchiha Shirou carved on the Hokage rock. His eyes were filled with determination. Under Kakashi's astonished gaze, Sasuke, still wearing his mask, revealed a smile. To walk between two worlds and protect the true world, I will become Konoha's guardian. At this moment, Sasuke found the purpose he would dedicate his life to. He resolved to return to the other world, not just to uncover the truth, but to completely transform the distorted reality of that world. He would bring about a revolution in that flawed world. Lord Shirou's great will of fire shouldn't exist solely in this world, limited to expanding borders. The true will of fire should spread across. The more Sasuke spoke, the more resolute his gaze became. At last, he understood it all. His original world was wrong. If he merely returned to uncover the truth, what would he do afterward? His once confused heart had now found its direction. Beside him, Kakashi also showed a look of surprise before laughing helplessly, scratching his head as he said. Sasuke, you're really like Lord Shirou. I have to admit, though, changing another world would be far more interesting. The two exchanged glances and smiled. Kakashi sighed inwardly. His keen mind had long noticed Sasuke's inner confusion over the years. He had likely already deduced the truth about the original world. That truth had left him lost. Sasuke didn't know what to do once he found Itachi and uncovered the truth. These years of monotonous training seemed to be his way of avoiding these thoughts. Kakashi had intended to guide Sasuke and encourage him to aim for the Hokage title. Unexpectedly, Sasuke had found his ninja way. And Sasuke, being sharp as ever, naturally understood Kakashi's meaning in this world. The top 10 have been decided. As night fell on the second round of the Chunin exams, the final top 10 contestants were revealed, and the matchups were announced. Tayuya vs Temari. Gaara vs Hinata Hyuga. Sasuke Uchiha vs Naruto Uzumaki. Niji Hyuga vs Rock Lee. Kimimaro vs Yugo. So these are the top 10. Nearly all of them are Konoha ninja. This is incredible. The Konoha ninja are so strong, and there hasn't been a single instance of cheating. The ninjas from smaller nations are indeed weaker. If there's a chance, I'd rather come to Konoha to post missions. Well, that's not entirely fair. Most other villages didn't send their elites. After all, no one wants their prodigies to meet an untimely end in Konoha, right? Better to keep them in their villages. After a few more years, they'll become jonin. As the matchups for the third round were announced, the crowd erupted in excitement. The final battles of the third round were scheduled to take place in half a month in the main arena, with all 5 Kage gathering in Konoha for the event. Countless people eagerly placed bets, and just the first match had already captured everyone's attention. The Sand Village Kazekage's daughter, now Konoha's genius Kunoichi Temari, would face the mysterious ninja Taiyuya, rumored to have inherited the genjutsu skills of Jonin Kurina Yuhi. Konoha knew how to grab attention. The second match, Gaara vs Hinata Hyuga. The son of the Sand Village's Kazekage would face the eldest daughter of Konoha's prestigious Hyuga clan, who was considered the strongest genius of her generation. The third match, Sasuke Uchiha vs Naruto Uzumaki. Both were disciples of the Hokage, but the spectators were more interested in their lineage. Naruto was the son of Minato Namikaze. At this moment, many saw echoes of the rivalry between Uchiha Shirou and Minato Namikaze, who had once competed for the 4th Hokage title. This was a new generation's reflection of that legendary competition. Just these 3 matches were enough to generate incredible buzz, and countless people rushed to place their bets. The third round of the Chunin exams felt less like a test and more like a battle of star ninjas, a show of Konoha's might to the world. The hype reached its peak when news broke that the Kage of the Water, Earth, Wind, and Lightning villages would personally visit Konoha in half a month, alongside a 5 Kage summit. Anticipation and speculation skyrocketed. The last 5 Kage summit had been during the first Hokage's era, which had established the structure of the 5 great ninja villages. Now, all eyes were on whether this new summit would once again reshape the ninja world. P.S. Such nostalgia. I missed watching the OG Naruto. Chapter 304, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 304. Konoha. As the third round of the Chunin exams and the 5 Kage summit drew closer, Konoha was bustling with unprecedented liveliness and excitement. Uchiha clan training grounds. Shirou-sensei, please. I'm begging you to train me. Sasuke, who had never experienced the tragic Uchiha clan massacre, had a much brighter personality compared to his counterpart in the original timeline. His demeanor exuded an almost sunny disposition. Well then, little second pillar, why do you want this special training? Looking at Sasuke's youthful yet determined expression, Shirou couldn't help but smile, a rare gesture for him. He was also curious. Without revenge as his goal, what could Sasuke's dream possibly be? Faced with Shirou's question, Sasuke grinned and gave a response that left Shirou both stunned and unsurprised. Shirou-sensei, my goal is to become as strong as you, to make the Uchiha name known throughout the ninja world. And also to defeat Naruto and make him my second in command. Though Sasuke's words seemed somewhat naive and childish, Shirou could see a hint of determination in his eyes. Becoming stronger was genuine, as was his desire to surpass Naruto. At that moment, Shirou silently wondered to himself. He had already consumed the wills of Indra and Asura entirely, yet Sasuke still harbored such thoughts. Was it the lingering influence from the very beginning? Or were the two simply destined to be at odds? However, when he saw Sasuke's bright smile, Shirou couldn't help but grin himself. He nodded and said, if you want special training, I'll arrange someone for you. After all, you've already learned both the Chidori and Rasengan, and Naruto has been training with Minato recently. Who is it? Could they possibly be a better teacher than you, Shirou-sensei? Sasuke's face was full of doubt. In all of Konoha, who could be stronger than Uchiha Shirou? Snake, I'll leave this little second pillar to you. I don't think there's anyone better suited in the entire ninja world. With a meaningful smile, Shirou spoke toward the trees behind him. A masked figure emerged, leaving Sasuke in shock. But when Sasuke saw the Sharingan with 3 tomo reflected in the mask, suspicion filled his eyes. Shirou-sensei, I don't mean to question you, but wouldn't Brother Itachi or Brother Shisui be better suited? No, he's even more suitable than Itachi or Shisui to train you. Thinking of this, Shirou smiled and gestured for the older Sasuke to proceed. Behind the mask, the older Sasuke looked at his younger self. Especially at the look in the boy's eyes, it was clear he underestimated him. The masked figure's Sharingan briefly flashed with a crimson glow, causing the younger Sasuke to grow excited and shout. I get it now, Shirou-sensei. That brief flash of crimson, Sasuke had seen it. It was the moment when the 3 tomo evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan. This meant the masked figure was none other than the mysterious Uchiha rumored to have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan 5 years ago. In young Sasuke's eyes, neither his brother Itachi nor Shirou had awakened the Mangekyo yet. Watching Sasuke's excited expression, Shirou smiled and walked away. Sasuke, right? Don't worry, I'll make sure you grow stronger in the shortest amount of time. Although it was a bit awkward training his younger self, the masked Sasuke couldn't help but feel thrilled. This version of him had far greater potential, especially with the Nine-Tails' immense power inside him. He believed he could give this world a tremendous surprise. At over 20 years old, Sasuke was undoubtedly the perfect candidate to train his younger self, at least until the younger Sasuke discovered his path. And it wasn't just Sasuke. Everyone was making a final push to grow stronger. Elsewhere. Temari, wind release jutsu isn't something you can master in just a day or two. Also, you don't lack techniques right now. If you want to improve your strength in the fastest time possible, there's only one way. As Temari's mentor and someone who shared a sisterly bond with her, Pakura furrowed her brow in thought. After a long pause, she finally came up with a solution. Pakura-sensei, you mean? Temari, who was 2 years older than Naruto and Sasuke, was now 15, the golden age for a ninja's development. Although she was still a genin, the missions she had been undertaking were already of a much higher level. With her calm and intelligent demeanor, she had naturally learned a great deal. Seeing Temari's composed expression, Pakura smiled in satisfaction and nodded. That's right. You already have everything you need, except time. And the only way to rapidly improve your strength is through Lord Shirou's Sage Seal. The Sage Seal. Ever since Konoha's top-secret project revealed the descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, Uchiha Shirou had awakened a powerful sage body. The seal he created came to be known as the Sage Seal. Sage Seal. Am I even qualified for it? Temari asked hesitantly. After all, even among Konoha's Jonin, only a few had received this seal. Seeing Temari's concern, Pakura smiled and nodded. We'll test it first. If your body can adapt, then there's no need to worry. If not, we can use a one-time temporary enhancement to strengthen you. The Sage Seal was extremely dangerous. Most Konoha ninjas who eventually acquired it started by using costly one-time seal vials to gradually acclimate their bodies before permanently receiving the seal. Of course, there were exceptions, some people were naturally compatible. But all this hinged on one condition, absolute loyalty. Thinking about this, Temari glanced hesitantly at Pakura. Although she had come to see Konoha as her home, her identity as the daughter of the fourth Kazekage made her situation even more complicated. Could the Hokage truly grant her the Sage Seal? With this concern lingering in her heart, Temari followed Pakura toward the Hokage's office. Meanwhile. Haha, Minato, it's been so long. I can't believe Naruto's already this big. Jiraiya's hearty laughter echoed through the house as he climbed in through the window, just in time to interrupt Namake's family dinner. When Naruto saw the men, his eyes widened, and he blurted out, "Aren't you the guy who was peeping at the bathhouse earlier, MMPH?" Before he could finish, Jiraiya quickly covered Naruto's mouth, his face turning bright red. This kid. Hey, kid, that was research. Do you even know what research is? Naruto had met Jiraiya by chance at the bathhouse, where the latter had been conducting research. Minato, watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but smile. Naruto, this is my teacher, Lord Jiraiya. The legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Naruto exclaimed, pointing at the old man with wide eyes. When his father nodded in confirmation, Naruto's expression turned colorful. Meanwhile, Jiraiya laughed heartily and pulled up a seat at the table. Well, it's been so long since I've been back in Konoha. I didn't expect the village to be this lively, and Naruto's grown so much. And this ramen and beef, Minato, your cooking skills haven't changed at all. Jiraiya's boisterous laughter filled the room, creating a warm and cheerful atmosphere. For once, Minato brought out his treasured sake, something he rarely drank. Jiraiya-sensei, what brings you back this time? Minato asked after a few rounds of drinks. As Uzumaki Naiko gracefully smiled and went to clean up the dishes, she called Naruto to help her in the kitchen. Left alone at the table, Minato fixed his gaze on Jiraiya with curiosity. Jiraiya, savoring the sake in his cup, finally spoke after a long pause. The 5 Kage Summit. With such a big event, how could I not come back? But Minato, you've been keeping secrets, haven't you? I didn't hear a thing about this. Holding the Chunin exams alongside the 5 Kage Summit, it was clear Uchiha Shirou was planning to reshape the power structure of the ninja world. With Konoha's current military strength, combined with the revelation of Mangekyo Sharingan and would release users, the village was now strong enough to redefine the balance of the ninja world. And that, Jiraiya thought with a heavy heart, was precisely why he returned. He could see the shadow of war looming on the horizon. Jiraiya-sensei, it's not that we deliberately kept this from you all these years. The truth is, you simply didn't want to get involved in these matters, Minato said with a bitter smile and shook his head. Perhaps it was to avoid suspicion back then, but both he and Jiraiya had chosen not to meddle in these affairs directly. However, in the past few years, ever since the annihilation of the Sarutobi clan 5 years ago, Minato had stepped into the center of power. Or rather, perhaps it was because he had genuinely felt Shirou's sincerity. Jiraiya-sensei, you must have seen Konoha's development over these years. Look at all the chaotic small nations. Under the presence of Konoha's ninja forces, they've gradually regained peace, and their economies have begun to recover. Minato spoke with deep emotion about Konoha's revolutionary impact on the ninja world over the years. It wasn't just about the development of military power internally, externally, Konoha had already begun reshaping the ninja world. Back then, these small nations were plagued by endless wars. Now, they've become inseparable from Konoha. Jiraiya-sensei, perhaps the will of the fourth Hokage was right after all. If there's only one voice in this ninja world, will it finally bring an end to the chaos and wars? Facing his teacher, Jiraiya, Minato couldn't help but express all the thoughts in his heart. These weren't just fantasies, they were grounded in actual evidence. Hearing Minato's words, Jiraiya let out a melancholic sigh, wearing a bitter smile as he shook his head. Yes, perhaps you're right. At first, I thought Uchiha Shirou was just another ambitious figure like Danzo, constantly expanding his influence and military power externally. No. It's completely different. Minato firmly shook his head, rejecting this notion. Danzo's ambition was arrogant and self-centered. He believed only he could represent Konoha and was willing to sacrifice the village's well-being for his own goals. But the fourth Hokage, while seemingly ambitious, has a clear and logical purpose behind every action. At this point, Minato, rarely, showed a look of admiration. He opened a red book on the table and turned to a specific passage at the front, speaking with emotion. During the Second Great Ninja War, there were records of chaos in the Land of Rain. Several villages came together under the deterrence of great military force and formed alliances to govern themselves. Military deterrence, while it may create resentment, also suppresses the evil in people's hearts. In contrast, alliances based solely on individual morality are eventually overcome by greed, leading to collapse. Look at the smaller nations in recent years, like the Land of Snow. Without Konoha's station forces, they would have long fallen into turmoil. Minato shook his head with a sigh and said, Jiraiya-sensei, reforming the ninja world will be a vast undertaking. To the leaders of countless ninja villages, we may seem like demons. But what happens after the bloodshed? Minato laid bare his thoughts. Uchiha Shirou's ambition gave them a clear vision of peace, not just empty promises. Jiraiya understood this, but he couldn't help thinking of the prophecy from the Toad Sage. He sighed in melancholy. This world will face an unprecedented catastrophe. The child of prophecy and the demon will appear simultaneously. If the demon wins, the ninja world will fall into chaos. Hearing Jiraiya bring up the prophecy again, Minato frowned slightly and lowered his voice. Jiraiya-sensei, I no longer believe in fate. I only believe that power can change everything. Seeing the shock in Jiraiya's expression, Minato looked toward the kitchen where his wife and Naruto were, his blue eyes filled with determination and a smile on his face. Hokage-sama possesses absolute power. That's why he never fears the emergence of powerful ninjas in Konoha. Many rare and advanced ninjutsu, even forbidden techniques, are accessible to anyone who pledges their loyalty. And the ninja world is already beginning to change. The will of fire has given ninjas dignity. Now, I no longer have to worry about myself, and I don't have to worry about Naruto and the others. Hearing Minato's words, Jiraiya fell silent. Minato was essentially telling him that Uchiha Shirou wasn't afraid of anyone's power, and neither were the countless ninjas in Konoha. Under the rule of the third Hokage, the government appeared kind but was overly cautious and fearful of any power beyond its control. In contrast, Uchiha Shirou, with the combined strength of the Senju and Uchiha clans, was undoubtedly the strongest. I've grown old. Truly, I've grown old. Over the years, I've drifted further and further away from Orochimaru, Tsunade, and even you, Jiraiya murmured to himself. Watching one person after another begin to accept Uchiha Shirou's will, not just understanding it but genuinely embracing and believing in it, even his closest companions and disciples had done so. For the first time, Jiraiya's gaze became clouded with doubt. What had he been pursuing all these years? If one or two people had left him, he might have thought they had changed. But now, nearly everyone around him had left. Even Minato. At this thought, Jiraiya slowly picked up his cup, while across from him, Minato, full of apology, raised his cup. Jiraiya-sensei, I'm sorry. Perhaps my words earlier were too harsh, but I just don't want you to drift further away from us. Seeing his disciple, Minato, trying to console him, Jiraiya suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Oh, Minato, are you saying your teacher has been running away all this time? Ahem, Jiraiya-sensei. Alright, I'm not stupid. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and now even you. It seems I've been the one drifting further away from you all these years. Although I still can't fully understand, I, Jiraiya, won't allow myself to fall behind and lose touch with all of you. With Jiraiya's laughter and the crisp clink of their cups, Minato breathed a sigh of relief, a smile spreading across his face. When countless people around you say someone is wrong, you might believe they truly are wrong. But when nearly everyone around you leaves and says the other person is right, you begin to question yourself, have you unknowingly drifted away from them? This is human nature. Chapter 305, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 305. Konoha. Under the waterfall, watching Naruto train, Jiraiya couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Minato, I never expected Naruto to already start learning wind nature chakra transformation. Standing beside him, Minato smiled and nodded. Over the years, I haven't had much time to personally look after Naruto. Most of his training has been alongside the Hokage and Sasuke. Perhaps it's because Naruto inherited his mother's bloodline. Since he was young, Naruto's chakra reserves have far exceeded those of his peers, so naturally, he started learning chakra nature transformation earlier than others. Leaning against the tree trunk, Jiraiya listened to Minato's explanation and couldn't help but sigh. I see. It seems I'm running out of things to teach Naruto. I suppose I'll pass on the toad summoning technique to him. Amid Jiraiya's hearty laughter, Minato nodded with a smile. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Though Minato was Jiraiya's student, the toad summoning technique had been passed down to him by Jiraiya. It was only natural, as a matter of respect, to obtain Jiraiya's approval before passing it on to his son. However, I think with Naruto's current talent, it won't take him long to master it. In the meantime, let me focus on teaching him practical combat experience and ninjutsu coordination. When it came to ninjutsu coordination, Jiraiya's experience far surpassed Minato's. After all, Minato specialized in spacetime ninjutsu later in his career, and one's talents and energy are always finite. In that case, I'll leave Naruto in your hands, Jiraiya-sensei. Also, take this. Minato smiled as he pulled a vial marked with the symbol of 3 tomo from his ninja pouch. Upon seeing the familiar liquid inside, Jiraiya's expression shifted to one of shock as he seemed to realize something. Minato. The Hokage, he even gave you this. The Sage Seal Serum was an incredibly rare and invaluable resource. Jiraiya had first encountered it during the Second Shinobi World War on the battlefield of the Land of Rain. At the time, they were fighting Hanzo of the Salamander, and Tsunade had used this very serum. Later, Jiraiya learned that Tsunade and Orochimaru had collaborated on research involving Uchiha Shirou's other bloodline limit. Orochimaru had developed a cruder, a more dangerous form of cursed seal, while Tsunade created a safer serum that gradually helped the body adapt to the transformation. However, the downside was that even elite Jonin struggled to handle the immense consumption of chakra and stamina required. Naruto began the adaptation process 3 years ago. His body has already fully adjusted. Minato smiled as he spoke, leaving Jiraiya momentarily speechless. Minato, you should know that's not what I'm asking about. Currently, any qualified ANBU or Jonin in the village can attempt it. But, Jiraiya-sensei, as you're aware, this serum is essentially a weaker version of Sage Mode. It still has strict requirements. Apart from a select few individuals born with natural compatibility, others need vast amounts of chakra to meet the criteria. The standard for Sage Mode was having massive chakra reserves. While the Sage Seal Serum, often referred to as a low-tier version of Sage Mode, lowered the bar slightly, it was still extremely difficult for an ordinary Jonin to achieve compatibility. Only those with specific natural constitutions could begin the adaptation process as early as their genin years. This world, it's changing so much. Jiraiya sighed as he observed a 13-year-old already possessing a Sage marking. It reminded him of the hardships he endured when learning Sage Mode himself. It was truly brutal. In a secret chamber, Shirou's muscled body tensed as Pakura straddled him, her slick folds enveloping his throbbing length. She planted her delicate hands on his chiseled abs, using them for leverage as she began bouncing on his cock with increasing intensity. Her large breasts swayed hypnotically with each movement, peaked nipples hard with arousal. Oh! Pakura cried out, throwing her head back as waves of pleasure coursed through her. Her tight pussy clenched around him rhythmically as she rode him faster, her juices coating his shaft and dripping down onto his balls. Mate crawled over beside them, her voluptuous body still glistening with sweat from their earlier coupling. Shirou's cum leaked from her well-used pussy as she leaned down to capture his lips in a passionate kiss. Their tongues danced and swirled together as he reached up to squeeze her full breasts, rolling her sensitive nipples between his fingers. MMMMPH. Mate moaned into his mouth as he played with her tits. She ground her hips needily, smearing her wetness against his side. Pakura's movements grew more frantic as she approached her peak. I'm gonna come. Oh God, I'm coming, she screamed, her inner wall spasming around his cock. The sight and sensation of her climaxing pushed Shirou over the edge. With a guttural groan, he thrust up hard into her convulsing pussy, flooding her with thick ropes of hot cum. Pakura gasped, grinding down to milk every last drop from his pulsing member. She collapsed forward onto his chest, both of them panting heavily as they came down from their intense orgasms. After catching their breath, they reluctantly separated. Shirou's seed trickled down Pakura's thighs as she stood on shaky legs. They shared knowing smiles as they slowly got dressed. The air was thick with the musky scent of sex as they cleaned up, their bodies still tingling with the afterglow of pleasure. Both women pressed close to kiss Shirou deeply. Outside. Thank you. Pakura's expression was slightly embarrassed. Although she had been part of Konoha for many years, this was the first time she had mustered the courage to make request. She had expected Shirou to refuse outright, but to her surprise, he smiled and agreed immediately. Looking at the slightly awkward Pakura, Shirou chuckled warmly. There's no need to be so formal between us. After all, you were the one who asked for this. In contrast to Pakura's discomfort, Mei Terumi wore a radiant, flirtatious smile, teasing as she said, Shirou-sama, you can't just focus on Sister Pakura, you know. My disciple, Hinata, needs a sage seal too. Pakura and Mei Terumi had brought their disciples, Hinata Hyuga and Temari, respectively, seeking to acquire the sage seal for them. Shirou treated them equally, nodding in agreement. Temari and Hinata's chakra levels are sufficient. Even if you hadn't come, the top-performing ninjas in this year's Chunin exams would have been selected for rejection testing. Those who don't meet the criteria will still be rewarded with advanced ninjutsu techniques. The Sage Seal was fundamentally a means to enhance a ninja's capabilities. Naturally, Shirou didn't intend to hoard it. However, due to the high risks involved, ensuring safety required significant resources and funding. Moreover, people often fail to appreciate things earned too easily. Lord Shirou, the data is in. Hinata Hyuga has a 98% compatibility rate, and Temari has an 86% compatibility rate. As Mabui emerged with a report in hand, even she couldn't hide her astonishment. Such high compatibility rates. According to the lab's data, anyone with a compatibility rate over 60% is considered a prime candidate for the village's cultivation program. Hearing the results, Shirou was equally surprised. He could understand Hinata's high compatibility, her bloodline connection to the Sage of Six Paths made it natural for her to excel. After all, the sage had mastered sage mode in half a day. What surprised him more was Temari's high compatibility. Mabui, holding the report, marveled at the data before turning to Hinata and Temari, giving them strict instructions. The Sage Seek project is an S-rank classified plan for the village. You must maintain absolute secrecy. In the original story, it was evident that the cursed seal could significantly boost a ninja's power. The Sound 4, using the cursed seal, defeated Jonin level and even held their ground against the Konoha 11. This demonstrated that with the cursed seal, an elite Chunin could reach the level of a special Jonin, or even a full-fledged Jonin. Although the duration was short, the power boost was undeniable. It's important to note that outside of Kage-level shinobi, the backbone of a village's military power lay in its Jonin. The 5 great nations each only had around 500 to 600 Jonin and special Jonin combined, and many of those were elderly or injured. This underscored how valuable Jonin-level combat strength was, even special Jonin was a strategic asset. The Sage Seal, however, had the potential to create a significant number of special Jonins while simultaneously strengthening existing Jonins. For Konoha's future strategy, the Sage Seal was of critical importance. With it, Konoha's high-end combat strength could double, not in quantity, but in quality. After all, only a select few could adapt to the Sage Seal. Temari and Hinata will undergo the marking process weekly. For those with compatibility rates below 70%, the process requires expensive adaptive serums and significantly more time. Hinata listened with excitement as the details of the S-rank secret project unfolded. She felt as though she was taking a step closer to the Hokage. Temari, meanwhile, felt a twinge of emotion well up, her nose tingled, and her heart filled with gratitude. She could tell that the Hokage truly considered them part of the village. Everyone continued their intense training, preparing for the final clash of the Chunin exams. Why? Why didn't you come when Grandpa died? Why weren't you here when our clan was slaughtered? And now you show up. At night, in a small apartment, Konohamaru glared furiously at the white-haired ninja in front of him, his voice trembling with anger as he shouted. Jiraiya, on the other hand, looked at Konohamaru, whose eyes were clouded by hatred. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Konohamaru, things aren't always as simple as you think. Isn't it enough to just live your life well now? Why are you so obsessed with revenge? Hatred will only. Jiraiya felt a pang of guilt toward Konohamaru. After all, this boy was the last legacy of his teacher, the third Hokage. Yet, at the same time, he felt powerless about the extermination of the Sarutobi clan. There was no way to change what had happened. The evidence was irrefutable. Power. I need the power to take revenge. And the Sarutobi name, I will never give it up. I will revive the Sarutobi clan. Konohamaru's voice was cold and stubborn, his expression dark and resolute. He was like another Sasuke Uchiha, consumed by hatred. But the difference was clear. After the Uchiha clan massacre, the village showed Uchiha Sasuke more sympathy than disdain. After all, there was a fundamental difference between the circumstances of the Uchiha coup and the Sarutobi clan's downfall. As one of the founding clans of Konoha, the third Hokage had never dared to publicly label the Uchiha clan as traitors. This allowed Sasuke to avoid open hostility and ostracism in the village, even after the tragedy of his clan. But Konohamaru's case was different. The Sarutobi clan had been openly branded as traitors attempting a coup. To everyone in Konoha, Konohamaru was nothing more than the son of a traitor. Konohamaru. Your thoughts are far too dangerous right now. I can't let you continue down this path. Seeing the hatred in Konohamaru's eyes, Jiraiya felt a surge of anger, but also a sense of relief as he recalled the restraint shown by Uchiha Shirou. If it weren't for Sairu's wisdom and patience, hatred like this would have led to the Sarutobi clan being completely wiped out during the third Hokage's era, likely through Danzo's intervention. The fact that Konohamaru was even alive in Konoha was almost miraculous. Why? Faced with Jiraiya's rejection, a furious Konohamaru shouted back. My grandfather taught you. Without my grandfather, would you even be who you are today? Now, all I'm asking is for you to repay the kindness he showed you, and you. Inside the cramped apartment, Konohamaru's voice grew hoarse as he yelled, his chest heaving with anger. He glared at Jiraiya with unyielding intensity. Jiraiya, however, just shook his head slowly. Konohamaru, setting everything else aside, do you think that with my guidance, you'd gain the power you're seeking? Looking at the 10-year-old boy before him, Jiraiya sneered coldly to crush Konohamaru's unrealistic fantasies. Your talent is far too mediocre. I finally understand why the village has allowed you to live. It's because you're no threat to anyone. Jiraiya's harsh words landed like a physical blow, leaving Konohamaru pale and trembling. In truth, Konohamaru's talent wasn't bad. Even without the Uzumaki bloodline, he was still considered above average among civilian ninjas. But Jiraiya knew he had to completely shatter Konohamaru's delusions. If Konohamaru's talent had truly been exceptional, Jiraiya wouldn't have hesitated to guide him properly down the right path. But as things stood, Jiraiya could only shake his head in disappointment. Even with his training, Konohamaru's future would be limited. No, it's not possible. I'm the grandson of the third Hokage. Jiraiya's cold and heartless words had shaken Konohamaru to the core. Pale-faced, he desperately denied the reality, but the panic in his eyes betrayed him. He began to recall how, over the years, his chakra levels had barely grown. His progress in learning ninjutsu had slowed, and it felt as though he was becoming more and more average. Classmates he had once surpassed were now catching up to and even surpassing him. The thought made him even more frantic. Was he not a genius after all? Jiraiya sighed quietly. Before coming here, he had already examined Konohamaru's body and found no signs of foul play, no tampering or poison. Konohamaru's stagnation was simply due to the limits of his natural talent. You may not understand now, Jiraiya said softly, but time will show you the truth. One day, when you finally let go, listen to me, abandon the Sarutobi name. Live as an ordinary person in Konoha. You'll be much happier that way. Sometimes, mediocrity is a blessing. With those words, Jiraiya turned and left. He'd come here only to check on Konohamaru's living conditions. Seeing that the boy's accommodations were decent and that he was receiving sufficient subsidies from the village, Jiraiya felt at ease. For Konohamaru, a life of mediocrity was the best outcome, for himself, for the village, and even for Jiraiya. In a secret room. Lady Kushina. During the tense final sprint of the Chunin exams, after an entire day of training, Hinata Hyuga and Temari respectfully arrived at this secret research base. By chance, they encountered Uzumaki Kushina, who squinted and smiled warmly. I didn't expect the two of you to be so compatible with the Sage Seal body, especially you, Hinata. Let me take a look at your records. Over the years, Tsunade had her research to focus on while also handling the duties of the Hokage. Meanwhile, Mikoto was responsible for the Uchiha clan and the police force, leaving her equally burdened with work. Only Kushina Uzumaki, in charge of the barrier division, had a relatively leisurely role. The newly rebuilt Uzumaki clan barely numbered a few dozen people, so her workload had been light. As a result, she became the person in charge of the top-secret Sage Seal project. All the data on Konoha's ninja candidates for the Sage Seal had to pass through her hands. When they saw Kushina, even though Temari was older than Hinata, she was more nervous, behaving with utmost respect and care not to show the slightest impropriety. Kushina, flipping through the records, crossed her elegant legs and glanced up at the two young women standing before her. Such a high compatibility rate. Squinting her eyes, Kushina immediately recognized the young Hinata Hyuga. After all, she frequently flipped through that photo album featuring her in various styles, which was still sitting at their bedside. A bloodline regression, huh? That means she can give birth to even stronger children. Kushina murmured to herself, her gaze falling on Hinata as a playful smile appeared in her eyes. This young girl was quite interesting, as was the mature, blonde-haired Temari standing beside her. Hinata-chan, I remember your Chunin exam papers were quite interesting. They're still at our bedside, you know. Kushina's teasing comment made Hinata force a strained smile. Although Hinata was typically straightforward in her demeanor, standing before the wife of Lord Shirou made her feel an uncontrollable sense of unease. Little cutie, I heard you want to become part of the family, huh? I imagine you wouldn't want Hinata-sama to find out about this, would you? With her mischievous and playful personality, Kushina pulled Hinata into her arms, ruffling her black hair. Her voice lowered as she continued, causing Hinata's pale eyes to tremble. Although she was usually bold, this confidence vanished when faced with Kushina in person. If she were truly standing before Lord Shirou, would she even dare? Watching the stiff expression on Hinata's face as she held her, Kushina's lips curved into an intrigued smile. Temari-chan, you wouldn't want Hinata-sama to discover those insecurities you have about being an outsider, would you? Temari, too, froze, her expression stiff as she avoided Kushina's gaze. This lady's personality was just as playful and mischievous as Sister Pakura had described. Lady Kushina, I. Kushina's alluring gaze swept over the two young women as she held them close, one in each arm. She resembled a sly and seductive villain as she leaned in, whispering to them and opening the door to a new world for them. It's very simple. If you don't want to be treated as an outsiders, become part of the family. That's what I did back then. Look at me now, who dares to call me an outsider anymore? And Hinata-chan, I didn't expect you to be so gifted. Let me tell you a little secret, Hinata-sama loves to play around with that. As she spoke, Kushina looked at the two young women in front of her. Satisfied with their reactions, she turned her gaze toward the Hokage rock outside the window. Her eyes gleamed with ambition. Shirou was already on the path to becoming a god. What was the Hokage position compared to that? Once the ninja world was united, Shirou would surpass the Sage of Six Paths and become an even greater deity. And she would become his goddess. Thinking this made Kushina's heart fill with excitement. Back when Shirou aimed to become Hokage, she aspired to be the Hokage's wife. Now that Shirou aimed to become a god, she dared to dream just as big. Tsunade and Mikoto's ambitions were too small. Kushina was determined to help Shirou achieve his dream as quickly as possible. Sister Mikoto once said that with all the resources we've poured into training them, the best way to ensure their loyalty is to make them one of us, both in body and spirit. Only then can they provide Hinata-sama with the greatest support. Kushina couldn't help but think of the women Mikoto had personally trained, Samui, Mabui, and Yujito. The girls already give everything to their men. Smiling slyly, Kushina murmured to herself, Sister Mikoto, I can help Hinata-sama too. If you can do it, so can I. Even a daimyo could have countless favored consorts. So why not a god? A strange light flickered in Kushina's eyes. Tsunade and Mikoto likely had no idea how ambitious Kushina truly was. Or rather, from the very beginning, Kushina's bold personality had been matched only by her daring thoughts. She dared to dream, and she dared to act. Chapter 306, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 306. Konoha. As time passed, the arrival of the 5 Kage in Konoha caused the entire village to erupt in excitement. Wow, the 5 Kage are here. As expected of Lord Hokage. The tickets for the Chunin exams are so expensive. Inside the massive arena, the crowd was buzzing with excitement, and the entire village of Konoha was brimming with liveliness. Bright sunlight bathed the land as the final showdown of the Chunin exams approached. Both inside and outside of Konoha, numerous ninja reinforced security. The busier the time, the stricter the vigilance. Around the arena, countless Konoha ninjas were also carefully observing and guarding the area. The noisy arena was filled with dignitaries from various nations, along with some daimyos from smaller countries who had come in person. For those smaller nations protected by Konoha, their daimyos wore smiles of relief. Although they were essentially puppets, at least their lives were no longer in danger. Things had been far too chaotic before, and the stronger Konoha became, the more stable their lives would be. The bodyguards of these nobles, due to possessing chakra, were seated in a separate area for safety reasons. Meanwhile, the daimyos and noble guests were seated in areas protected by specialized barriers to ensure their safety. The appearance of these barriers gave people a sense of security, but they also served as precautions against any potential troublemakers. Even before the Chunin exams began, the massive arena was already filled with a deafening buzz of voices. Countless eyes turned towards the highest platform in the arena, where 5 stone chairs symbolizing the strongest ninja villages in the world were still unoccupied. However, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office, where the Hokage should have been heading to the arena, was heavy and oppressive. The faces of Konoha's elite Jonin were solemn, while Uchiha Shirou, seated at the desk, leaned back with his eyes half closed, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. Hokage-sama, as I was leading my team to the Chunin exam arena, we encountered the squads of the other 4 Kage. Hinata saw something. Terumi Mei, her expression grave, slowly reported her findings. Behind her, Hyuga Hinata stood straight. Despite the crowd in the room, she showed no hesitation and stared directly at the Hokage. So, Hinata, your Byakugan saw something about the Kazekage and Mizukage. As the Chunin exams prepared to begin, Hinata's revelation brought shocking news that not only surprised Shirou but could also have major implications for Konoha. A faint smile of intrigue appeared on his face. Responding to Shirou's question, Hinata calmed her excitement and solemnly nodded. Lord Shirou, my Byakugan seems to be stronger than that of the rest of the Hyuga clan. I can see things that other Byakugan users cannot. The ninjas gathered in the Hokage's office were all trusted confidants of Shirou. Even so, everyone was stunned by the revelation of the Hyuga clan's eldest daughter. This surpassed the known capabilities of the Byakugan. Could there be something beyond the Byakugan? Something akin to the Mangekyo Sharingan? As this thought crossed their minds, many instinctively looked towards their Hokage. I saw the 4th Kazekage and the 4th Mizukage. It was them, yet, not them. I could see too. Hinata's explanation was heavy with seriousness, her words carefully chosen. While she was also seeing this phenomenon for the first time, the gathered ninjas were no fools and quickly grasped the hidden meanings in her words. Flickering shadows, could it be souls? Shirou's calm voice echoed through the room, and Hinata's words were etched into everyone's minds. The flickering shadows of the Kazekage and Mizukage resembled souls. Their eyes were vacant, yet their appearances were unmistakable. Strangely, their souls seemed to inhabit unfamiliar bodies. Unfamiliar bodies, yet the souls resemble the Kazekage and Mizukage. The most knowledgeable person present, Tsunade, furrowed her brow and coldly remarked. To my knowledge, manipulating the souls of the dead is only possible through the forbidden jutsu outlined in the Scroll of Seals, Reanimation Jutsu. Currently, the only person in Konoha capable of using this technique is Orochimaru. Aside from him, the only other suspects would be the fugitive criminal Danzo Shimura or the S-ranked rogue ninja Asuma Sarutobi. After all, no one can guarantee that the 3rd Hokage's son hasn't read the Scroll of Seals. Tsunade's cold and cutting words dredged up the shadowy past of the 3rd Hokage's era. The Scroll of Seals was no longer a closely guarded treasure of the Hokage and the upper echelons but had become a pawn in power struggles among clans. Shirou, however, responded with an indifferent smile. No wonder Jiraiya mentioned seeing several elite mist ninjas infiltrating the Land of Fire. Even sand ninjas have been sighted. It seems someone's been orchestrating a little show. At this moment, Shirou's smile turned sardonic. What was this supposed to be? Another version of the Chunin exam destruction plan. The shadow of a schemer hidden in the darkness loomed in everyone's minds. Danzo. Such a conspiracy could only lead them to one suspect. The name surfaced in the minds of everyone present. Husband, if Danzo is behind this, we must be prepared. Shirou slowly rose from his seat, a confident smile spreading across his face. I was worried about the external implications of our planned strike on the Land of Water. But now. It's perfect timing. And this time, 2 at once. Relay my orders. Advance the Blitz plan. Begin preparations for operations targeting the Sand Village in the Land of Wind as well. Assign Uchiha Itachi to oversee the Chunin exam arena. Kakashi Hatake will handle the Sand Village. Uchiha Shirou will deal with the mist. Umbu, Root, and the Konoha police force are to go on maximum alert. Once the Chunin exams begin, issue evacuation orders within the village. All Konoha ninjas are to enter battle readiness. Should a conflict arise, Konoha will enter a temporary lockdown, no one in or out without clearance. As Shirou issued decisive commands, the Hokage's office became a flurry of activity. Shadows from the Umbu units departed rapidly to disseminate orders, while the Jonin present steeled themselves for battle. All preparations must be completed within 30 minutes. Yes, sir. With the strategy finalized, Shirou stood and turned his gaze toward Hinata, who had done a tremendous service. He offered her a satisfied smile. Now, it's time to see what tricks these clowns have up their sleeves. As he placed a hand on Hinata's head, Shirou's gaze shifted toward the bustling Chunin exam arena outside the window. His eyes gleamed with a chilling light. Let's go. At his command, the assembled ninjas shouted in unison and prepared to head to the Chunin exam arena. Among them, Hinata's white eyes sparkled with admiration and excitement, her heart pounding. No woman could resist a man wielding immense power and commanding respect, especially when that man was someone she admired deeply. Chunin exam arena. With the arrival of the 4th Kazekage Raza, 4th Mizukage Yagura, 4th Reikage, and 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki, the atmosphere in the arena reached its peak. Amid the roaring cheers of the crowd, excitement swept over the audience. Welcome. Wood-style user Yamato and Kakashi Hatake, both smiling warmly, personally escorted the Kage from the 4 great nations to their seats. The group of companions discreetly sized up the legendary wood-style ninja, whose reserved demeanor made him seem as stiff as a wooden log. Lord Hokage, I never imagined that in just over 10 years, you would develop Konoha to such an extent. I am truly impressed, said to Uchiha Shirou, who arrived flanked by his 4 Hokage guards, Konan, Mabui, Yujito, and Samui. When the 5 Kage gathered, a scene akin to an epic tale, it sent the entire Chunin exam stadium into an uproar. Look, it's our village's 3rd Tsuchikage. The most handsome one must be the Hokage, right? Hail Lord Hokage. Amid the countless cheers, the 5 Kage each took their respective stone chairs. For the 5 great shinobi nations to gather their leaders in public was nothing short of a grand event. The 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, was accompanied by his Hokage guards, Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi. The 4th Reikage, had Darui and an unknown Kyumo ninja as his guards. As for the Kazekage Raza and the Mizukage Yagura, their 2 guards were masked, making them difficult to identify. As the 5 Kage settled into their seats, the 4th Reikage's rugged expression turned heavy when he saw Shirou again, though no trace of hatred appeared on his face. It was clear that this seemingly brash and impulsive Reikage was no mere fool. I must say, Hokage, you're enviable, so young, and yet you have Princess Tsunade, Princess Kushina, and even the Uchiha clan's leader supporting you. Even your guards are so young and beautiful, Inoki remarked with a sly smile as soon as they met. His eyes briefly glanced at Shirou's 4 Hokage guards, his tone full of teasing. Though delivered as a jest, everyone understood the underlying meaning. He was mocking Uchiha Shirou, suggesting that he had seized power through a coup and indulged in beauty. However, Shirou remained calm and smiled as he replied openly to the cunning Inoki. Not all of us are like the 3rd Tsuchikage, who, despite his age, still hasn't chosen a successor. Your standards are rather high. As the saying goes, insults shouldn't hit a person's sore spot, but Shirou's words did exactly that. Inoki's face stiffened at once. The remark hit the nail on the head, and though he was filled with frustration, he had to force a carefree smile and laugh. This old body of mine can easily last another 10 years. Shirou, as if suddenly recalling something, nodded and said. The 3rd Tsuchikage reminds me of one of Konoha's former Hokage, who also refused to step down despite his age. In the end, his declining judgment led to a grave mistake. Fortunately, Konoha is strong and prosperous, or things could have turned out much worse. Shirou's reflective tone nearly made Inoki burst into anger. On the side, the young Kuratsuchi struggled to suppress her laughter, knowing full well that her grandfather wasn't refusing to step down out of stubbornness, he simply had no one suitable to take his place. Inoki, red-faced and fuming, thought to himself. That sly remark about my age and Iwagakure's lack of resources was a direct hit. Meanwhile, the 4th Reikage, watching Inoki's embarrassment, wore an unpleasant expression as he rumbled. Unlike the Hokage, who has recruited ninjas from outside villages to join Konoha over the years. I hear even the Kagaya clan and the Yuki clan have become part of Konoha. Who said the Reikage was impulsive? That one statement not only backed Inoki but also dragged the Mist Village into the fray, a calculated move. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura, let out a cold snort, his face shadowed by the brim of his hat. He remained silent, clearly displeased. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, wore a similarly grim expression. Recruited. Shirou's smile turned peculiar. He glanced back at his Hokage guards and teasingly asked. Did I recruit any of you by force? His 4 Hokage guards, each a striking presence, smiled in unison. I was born in the land of rain. Without Lord Shirou, I would have starved to death on the streets, said Konan, her face softening into a smile that carried immense chakra pressure, causing the other Kage to narrow their eyes in shock. Is she really from another village? That chakra level exceeds an average jonin. Mabui, Samui, and Yujito standing behind Shirou, exchanged disdainful glances with the Reikage's guard before sneering. 4th Reikage, we should thank you. Back when we eagerly wanted to enroll in the Hidden Clouds Ninja Academy, we were met with unfair discrimination, bullying. Then we were sold by the granddaughter of a ninja, into slavery. Their self-deprecating tone made Inoki's eyes widen as he turned to look at the 4th Reikage. Good grief. Is this how the Hidden Cloud operates? No wonder things turned out this way. With such talent, I would have treated them like treasures in Iwagakure. But not only did the Hidden Cloud fail to value them, they even sold them into slavery. The 4th Reikage's veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes blazing with suppressed fury. Shirou sighed, glancing at Inoki and I must say, we owe a lot to the discrimination in the land of lightning. Without it, Konoha wouldn't have so many geniuses. His sarcastic tone was maddening. Yeah, we get it, you have lots of geniuses. No need to rub it in. The fourth Raikage kept a stiff smile despite his growing frustration, while Konan signaled her companions to restrain themselves. Mabui stepped forward, knelt respectfully, and softly said, Lord Hokage, the exam venue is ready. With her short silver hair and composed demeanor, Mabui exuded the aura of a capable secretary, making Shirou nod in approval. In that case, I'll leave the first exam to Samui. Samui's eyes flickered with gratitude, knowing this was Shirou's way of letting her vent her frustrations. Yes, Lord Shirou. Samui, now clad in her professional attire, channeled her chakra. Lightning flashed around her, and before anyone could react, she appeared in the center of the stadium. Lightning release, lightning armor. Anoki exclaimed in surprise, immediately recognizing the technique. That's the lightning armor. A's face darkened like a thundercloud. Damn you, Anoki, you're doing this on purpose. Shirou chuckled, adding fuel to the fire. You're mistaken, third Tsuchikage. This is my improved version, the Thunder God armor. Though Samui was once sold by slavers, her talent is undeniable. Especially her mastery of lightning release taijutsu. His words were laced with mockery, clearly intended to provoke. Everyone present had their hidden agendas, but the fourth Raikage was genuinely furious. This wasn't just salt in the wound, it was a full-on insult. These three talented individuals, who were almost hidden cloud ninjas, were now Konoha's pride. It was infuriating. If A was seething with rage, Anoki was filled with regret. If only I had acted sooner to recruit them from the land of lightning. Now Konoha has reaped all the benefits. Chapter 307, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 307. Chunin exam venue. Look, it's Jonin Samui. So cool. She's so beautiful. As the striking figure of Samui appeared, the entire venue instantly erupted in excitement. Countless spectators enthusiastically focused on the ninja standing at the center, about to preside over the duel. At the same time, information about Samui began to spread among the crowd. Jonin Samui is said to be the second strongest lightning release user in Konoha, second only to the Hokage. I heard that Samui and her companions originally hailed from the Hidden Cloud village. They were about to attend the ninja academy there but were betrayed by their fellow villagers and sold to human traffickers. Luckily, they were rescued by Lord Shirou, which is how they ended up here. Standing at the center of the arena, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Samui surveyed the surroundings with her cold, sharp gaze. Her short blonde hair gleamed in the sunlight, and her confident demeanor caused her lips to curve slightly upward at the corners upon hearing the murmurs around her. Meanwhile, the Hidden Cloud ninjas wore ugly expressions. After all, this was a shameful part of their history being aired in public. I now announce the start of the Chunin exam finals. First match, contestants, enter the arena. With Samui's icy, commanding voice reverberating through the venue, many spectators shook their heads in admiration. Tayuya vs Temari. As the first match began, the crowd grew even more excited, eagerly watching the clash between Konoha's kunoichi. Both contestants are female ninjas from Konoha. That blonde girl with the fan, she's said to be the daughter of the Kazekage, who abandoned her. Wow, this is going to be interesting. The Kazekage's daughter, now a Konoha ninja. And that red-haired girl is so cute. I heard she's descended from the Uzumaki clan. In the arena, the red-haired Tayuya, with her petite frame and mischievous demeanor, flashed a wild grin as she stared down her opponent, Temari. Temari. This time, I won't go easy on you. On the other side, Temari, exuding elegance and confidence as she held her iron fan, glanced at the Kazekage seated on the high platform. Taking a deep breath, her expression grew equally resolute. Those should be my words. Both girls, in the prime of their youth, ignited the crowd's excitement even further. Up on the Kage viewing platform, the aged Tsuchikage, Anoki, smirked slyly as he commented. So, this is the first match. How remarkable. The Kazekage's daughter is participating, I'm curious to see how it plays out. Anoki's provocative remarks prompted the Hokage, Uchiha Shirou, to respond with a calm shake of his head. Anoki, it seems your age is showing. Temari is now a ninja of Konoha. With just one sentence, Shirou not only mocked the Kazekage but also turned Anoki's provocation back on him. Anoki, however, simply chuckled and said no more. His gaze shifted toward the Kazekage, Raza, who sat silently with his face hidden beneath his hat. Beneath the shadow of his hat, Raza's eyes glinted coldly with black anger. Tayuya. Temari. As Samui's commanding voice echoed across the arena, the two contestants immediately prepared for battle. In the blink of an eye, Samui disappeared from the center of the arena. The faint traces of lightning left in the air caused the audience to gasp in awe. The referee, where did she go? Amidst the exclamations, someone finally spotted Samui, now standing nonchalantly on the viewing platform with one hand on her hip, calmly watching the match unfold. To the untrained eye, her beauty was mesmerizing. But to the experienced ninja in the audience, her speed left them in shock. Especially among the jonin, there was a growing sense of tension. What incredible speed. Even I could only catch the afterimage. Is that the lightning release body flicker technique? Even Kakashi Hatake, renowned for his skill, was inwardly astonished. Just from observing her speed, he could feel the pressure emanating from her skill. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking. There are no weaklings among them. The Hidden Cloud ninjas also took note of this. The fourth Raikage, clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in frustration. Raikage-sama, that woman's lightning body flicker speed likely surpasses most of the jonin in our village. Shut up. I already know that. Through their mental connection, the Raikage was seething internally. As a specialist in taijutsu, he could easily recognize her extraordinary speed. Apart from himself and Killer Bee, no one in the Hidden Cloud could match Samui's mastery of lightning release taijutsu. It was a bitter realization, they had lost a true talent in Samui. Look. The match has started. The audience erupted with excitement as Tayuya and Temari began their battle. After testing each other with kunai from a distance, the two quickly transitioned into combat. Having known each other for some time, they were well aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses. Temari excelled in wind release ninjutsu, while Tayuya specialized in genjutsu. Both were long-range fighters, not suited for close-quarters combat. Tayuya. Temari. The two shouted as their fight intensified, captivating the audience with their dynamic, sweat-drenched duel between skilled kunoichi. From kunai and shuriken exchanges to elegant close combat taijutsu, their clash was nothing short of exhilarating. Among the spectators, however, some ninjas frowned. Kakashi, aren't these two girls supposed to be long-range fighters? Asked Might Guy, puzzled by the display of close-quarters combat. Kakashi, appearing relaxed, casually observed the match before replying. Guy, you have to remember, this fight is for the audience. Kakashi, are you saying this is an exhibition match? Even Might Guy finally understood. Behind him stood many of the genin from the same graduating class, who, upon witnessing the battle, collectively exclaimed in surprise. An exhibition match? Isn't that a little disrespectful? Damn it. Even if it's just an exhibition match without using their specialty jutsu, their taijutsu duel has already far surpassed the genin level. Haruno Sakura, Rock Lee, Tenten, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino, these genin all frowned as they watched the battle. Among them, Kiba felt the most frustrated, thinking this was disrespectful to the opponents. However, there were also intelligent individuals, such as Shikamaru, who observed the battle calmly. As for the two currently fighting on the field, Temari and Tayuya, they continue to engage in close combat with resolute expressions while quietly exchanging words. The Hokage ordered us to make it look good, preserve our strength, but also display great power. If that's the case, then let's activate it. I remember you've already applied the Sage Seal. No choice then. Temari and Tayuya appeared to be bitter enemies on the surface, but behind the scenes, they were as familiar with each other as could be. To the spectators, however, it seemed as though the two were truly furious. After a roar, they both started to get serious. Amidst the astonished exclamations from the audience, even the jonin watching couldn't help but show serious expressions, many of them shocked. What is this power? The Sage Seal. That's the legendary forbidden technique secretly passed down by the Hokage of Konoha. Imprinting the Sage Seal on trusted subordinates can greatly enhance a ninja's combat ability. So this is the legendary mysterious Sage Seal power of Konoha. The ninjas from other villages, upon seeing this power, immediately became tense. One of their main objectives in coming here was to gather intelligence. This was a perfect opportunity to collect information, especially on the Sage Seal. So powerful. For many of the ninjas witnessing the Sage Seal for the first time, especially the genin of Konoha, their faces were filled with shock. As Tayuya activated her curse mark, she immediately transitioned from State 1 to State 2. The mysterious black markings of the curse mark spread across her petite face. Her final transformed appearance included horns growing from her head, a sight that left countless onlookers stunned. Shirou, upon seeing Tayuya's curse mark transformation, couldn't help but smile. In the original storyline, Orochimaru had been far too obsessed with the Sharingan. In truth, all of the Sound Four were geniuses. Reaching such a level at the age of 14 was an incredible achievement. In terms of potential and talent, they were not inferior to the Konoha 11. The only thing they lacked was a bit of luck. Sister Mikoto, look. Such cute horns. From the spectator seats, Uzumaki Kushina, upon seeing Tayuya's curse mark transformation, couldn't help but get excited. She grabbed Mikoto's arm and spoke enthusiastically. You. Mikoto next to her shook her head indulgently, her expression doting. After all these years, Kushina still acted like a little girl who never grew up. Still so playful. Temari's transformation isn't bad either. On the battlefield, the battle instantly escalated to a frenzied stage. With terrifying wind release techniques sweeping through, violent gusts of wind rampaged across the area. If not for the barriers protecting the surroundings, the spectator stands would have long been affected. This level of ninjutsu is already at the Jonin level, isn't it? Is this how Konoha's genin fight? Many of the ninjas from other countries showed expressions of disbelief. In their eyes, this level of combat was simply absurd. On the high platform where the 5 Kage were seated, although they could tell it was an exhibition match, the expressions of the bodyguards behind them were all extremely serious. Shirou narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but clap in satisfaction. The battle below finally reached its climax and came to an end after a stunning display of visual brilliance. I concede. Tayuya, unwillingly, glared viciously at Temari. Seeing Temari's smug expression, she snorted coldly. Don't get cocky, Temari. You're only stronger because you're a year older than me. The only reason I conceded is because you haven't even activated your State 2 yet. Temari's talent and potential were undeniable. Even in her Sage Seal State 1, she could fight Tayuya evenly. If she activated State 2, she would indeed surpass Tayuya. This was why Tayuya chose to concede. A loss was a loss. But she wasn't convinced in her heart. If she trained for another year, she would surpass Temari. What a spectacular battle. However, the audience in the arena erupted in cheers of excitement. They didn't care whether it was an exhibition match or not. All they saw was a breathtakingly amazing spectacle. Temari, are you okay? Tayuya-san. When Tayuya and Temari returned to the platform, the genin of Konoha surrounded them with concern. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly put away his usual lazy demeanor. Beside him, Might Guy seemed to have heard some shocking news. Kakashi. Guy, get ready. Kakashi turned his head, glanced at the genin who had come to watch, and lowered his voice, speaking gravely. A state of emergency is now in effect. All of you, prepare for maximum combat readiness and await further orders. This command immediately startled everyone, especially Inuzuka Kiba, Akimichi Choji, and others who had graduated less than a year ago. On the other hand, those who had graduated earlier, such as Niji and Kimimaro, instantly adopted serious expressions. Without hesitation, their hands moved toward their weapon pouches or prepared themselves for battle at any moment. Shikamaru. What's going on? Choji Akimichi was utterly confused, while Shikamaru Nara, reacting the fastest, looked at the lively, uproarious arena and couldn't help but mutter with a headache, what a drag. I have a bad feeling about this. Sasuke. Naruto. Both Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha quickly caught on, exchanging glances. At this moment, just as the first match ended and the referee for the second match appeared in the arena, the crowd erupted into gasps of astonishment. A violent surge of chakra swept through the area, stirring up terrifying waves of air pressure. Ordinary folks only thought it was awe-inspiring, but the ninja present were drenched in cold sweat. A monster. Is that a monster? What terrifying chakra? How is this possible? Yujito. The proud Queen Yujito Ni, one of the Hokage's elite guards, possesses chakra on the level of a tailed beast. She's known as a humanoid tailed beast. In the center of the arena, Yujito's cold and proud figure appeared, fully unleashing her overwhelming chakra aura without restraint. Her beautiful, sandy brown braided hair swayed dramatically, leaving the ninjas from other nations in the spectator stand stunned. The hidden strength of Konoha was simply too formidable. Even the Konoha ninja couldn't help but feel a tinge of helplessness. Sometimes, having too many geniuses was a headache in itself. Go, kitty cat. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out from the stands, making Yujito's proud and heroic demeanor freeze for a moment. But upon seeing the red-haired Kushina waving excitedly, she could only sigh helplessly. At this moment, Kushina was cheering wildly, waving her arms. Kitty cat, you're amazing. Your braid looks so cool when it swings. Kushina's enthusiasm left Yujito feeling awkward, and she gave up on further showing off in front of the Cloud Ninja. Instead, she quickly straightened up and called out coldly, announcing the start of the second match. Contestants for the second round of the Chunin exams, step into the arena. Gaara vs Hinata Hyuga. Hinata. In the spectator stands, Sakura, Ino, and the others look at Hinata, the top-ranked ninja of their group. Hinata snorted confidently, intending to dramatically flick her sleeve but froze when she spotted a particular figure in the stands. Reluctantly, she abandoned the gesture. Meanwhile, her mentor, Mei Terumi, furrowed her brow and lowered her voice, speaking with a serious tone. Hinata, be careful. According to intel, your opponent is the One-Tails Jinchuriki from the Sand Village. Go all out. If things go south, surrender. Before Mei could finish, Hinata interrupted her with a bold laugh. Sensei, don't worry about me. I'm going to beat this raccoon-eyed brat to a pulp, and then tonight, I'll have a drink with you to celebrate. Goodness. Such outrageous words left many of the jonin in the stands glancing at Mei Terumi. Especially Kurenai Yui, whose gaze seemed to accuse Mei of corrupting her student. Drinking with a child? Well said. She's just like I was back in the day, a true genius. The only one who could say this was Anko Mitarashi, who was cheering loudly with her usual carefree demeanor. Kurenai, standing nearby, felt thoroughly embarrassed. Her friend Anko had no filter. Mei, on the other hand, felt even more awkward. She opened her mouth to explain but eventually just sighed helplessly. How could she explain that it was Hinata who had dragged her out for drinks? No one would believe that. Gaara of the Sandstorm, the genius of the Sand Village. I heard he's already completed B-rank missions. And Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the prestigious Hyuga clan in Konoha. Rumor has it she's also a prodigy. This is going to be an incredible match, genius versus genius. The Kazekage son against Konoha's noble Byakugan heiress. The crowd erupted in excitement as they shouted eagerly, their anticipation for the battle reaching a fever pitch. Chapter 308, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 308. Gaara vs Hinata Hyuga. The Chunin exam arena was boiling with excitement. Countless spectators were filled with anticipation. This was the son of the Kazekage facing off against a member of the prestigious Hyuga clan from Konoha. Rumors had it that this eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan had even surpassed the Uchiha prodigies of her generation, earning the title of the strongest genius. The referee for the second-round clash was Yujito. With her tall, 1.7-meter figure exuding an air of cold authority, she signaled to both contestants to prepare. After a gust of sand swept through the arena, amidst the gasps of the audience, Gaara, with an expression full of hatred, appeared menacingly. Acting so arrogant. Just wait, I'll make those panda eyes of yours even bigger. Appearing in a flash with the body flicker technique, Hinata coldly scoffed in response to the murderous aura radiating from the sand ninja in front of her. However, her Byakugan revealed a trace of gravity in her expression. She had already noticed the terrifying chakra swirling within her opponent, a type of chakra completely unlike her own. So this is the power of a tailed beast. A Jinchuriki's strength is truly enviable. Hinata's Byakugan, sharper than ever, reminded her of another power she had seen inside Sasuke. Begin. At Yujito's cold shout, she leaped up to the high platform, leaving the two contestants standing in the center of the arena as the audience erupted in cheers. Gaara stood still, exuding icy calmness. In contrast, Hinata assumed an aggressive stance. Blood. I will see your blood. In a raspy, almost sickly tone, Gaara spoke. But before he could finish, his pupils suddenly shrank. A shadow appeared directly in front of him. Enough with the chatter. With a ferocious shout, Hinata struck out with her gentle fist. The sand in front of Gaara instantly formed a protective barrier. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed across the arena. Under the stunned gazes of countless spectators, the center of the exam venue was reduced to a massive crater. Gaara, his face filled with disbelief, was sent hurtling into the wall. His body slammed into it with a heavy thud. How is this possible? Cough, cough. Coughing up blood violently, Gaara looked at his sand in shock. His defense had held, but it had been completely shattered. Both his sand shield and the sand armor covering his body had been demolished. Gaara, watch out. From the spectator stands, Kankuro shouted in alarm. He, too, could hardly believe it. The most fearsome Gaara of the Sand Village had had his strongest defense broken in a single strike. Haha. Blood. I want your blood. At this moment, Gaara appeared to snap. With a frenzied roar, his eyes filled with bloodlust. Sand burial. As Gaara cackled maniacally, the entire arena was engulfed in a terrifying sea of sand. The scene was a visual shock to countless spectators. Even the jonin present couldn't hide their astonishment. This is bad. This jutsu far exceeds the normal range of battle. This level of chakra, how is this still a genin? The waves of golden sand swept toward the arena, filling many onlookers with dread. But among the chaos, Hinata merely smirked coldly and assumed another gentle fist stance. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. In an instant, a massive, blue, spherical chakra barrier appeared in the arena. This terrifying clash of jutsu had already surpassed the level of a typical Chunin battle. Even most jonin didn't possess this much chakra. On the 5 Kage's observation platform, after witnessing the intense fight, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, couldn't help but speak with a tinge of envy. Konoha sure has plenty of geniuses. Aren't you worried about losing one of them, Hokage? Uchiha Shirou, watching the battle play out, found the scene amusing. Though the fight was like child's play to him, he responded to Anoki's taunt with a smile. A true genius is forged through storms and hardships. That's the path every ninja must walk. Don't you agree? His remark was a thinly veiled jab, almost accusing Anoki of coddling the geniuses of his village. In the spectator stands. So this is Hinata's true strength. She's completely on a different level. Even Shikamaru Nara, rarely shocked, stammered in disbelief. Though known for his intelligence, he understood that in the face of absolute power, cleverness was little more than a trick. Sasuke, Hinata is incredible. Naruto wore a serious expression as he turned to Sasuke, who nodded solemnly. It feels like Hinata's progress is on another level. Hearing the stunned reactions of the genin, Kakashi calmly explained. Superhuman strength. Hinata has incorporated Lady Tsunade's monstrous strength into her gentle fist. This has drastically amplified its destructive power, making her strikes feel like they can destroy anything. Not only that, but Hinata has also managed to integrate the Sage Seal into her fighting style in just half a month. She's already far ahead of all of you. As Kakashi's explanation sunk in, some were filled with envy, while others felt their fighting spirit ignite. Sasuke, it's our turn next. Naruto, his determination rekindled, adjusted his forehead protector and smiled confidently. Sasuke, standing beside him, smirked as well, his expression filled with resolve. We're not weak either. Yet, just as these two rivals prepared for their destined clash, Kakashi noticed something unusual. His lazy demeanor shifted into one of alertness, and he furrowed his brows. It seems, your match will have to wait for another time. What? Before the confused crowd could react, several disguised shinobi hidden among the spectators suddenly began weaving hand signs and unleashed a jutsu. Temple of Nirvana technique. Feathers began falling from the sky, and countless people in the arena started succumbing to the genjutsu. Just as the situation seemed dire, a cold, sharp voice rang out. Genjutsu. Release. The commanding shout of Uchiha Mikoto, known as the strongest genjutsu kunoichi, reverberated throughout the entire venue, instantly dispelling the illusion. Lord Shirou. At the same time, a shocked cry echoed from the audience as, unnoticed by anyone, the fourth Kazekage and the fourth Mizukage appeared behind Uchiha Shirou. A kunai was pressing against his neck from both sides. The crowd gasped in shock, but after the initial alarm, the other Kage quickly regained their composure. Anoki, the third Tsuchikage, feigned an exaggerated expression of surprise and exclaimed, "What are you doing, fourth Kazekage? And you, fourth Mizukage, are you trying to break the peace?" The fourth Reikage, roared in anger. But the glint of schadenfreude in his eyes betrayed his true feelings, he wasn't truly worried. Exchanging wary glances, both Anoki and silently prepared themselves. Do these two dare? Tsuchikage-sama, watch out. Reikage-sama. The bodyguards of the Kage rushed forward, shielding their leaders. Among them was Kuratsuchi of Iwagakure, still too young to hide her nervousness. Grandpa, why are you just watching? This is serious. Despite being shielded by his granddaughter, who often teased him, Anoki's expression suddenly turned stern. Kuratsuchi. Remember, a true ninja must always remain calm, no matter the situation. Kuratsuchi froze for a moment under this reprimand but quickly took a deep breath and replied firmly, I understand, Grandpa. Anoki then turned to the fourth Kazekage and fourth Mizukage, his tone sharp. You two are bold, aren't you? Suddenly, a signal blared, and outside the village of Konoha, a large number of sand ninjas began to surge toward the village in a frenzied attack. The sudden chaos sent the audience in the stands into a panic. Meanwhile, the Umbu, Root, and numerous hidden jonin of Konoha, who had been prepared in advance, immediately appeared. Barrier team. Protect the audience. All Konoha shinobi, enter maximum combat readiness. Above Konoha, the sharp cry of a hawk echoed, a signal for the highest level of alert. It was evident that Konoha had been prepared for this. This is. Both Anoki and A frowned deeply. Although the Kazekage had secretly tried to recruit them the day before, neither had expected him to escalate things this far. To openly ally with the Mizukage and provoke Konoha was nothing short of suicidal. Uchiha Shirou. Do you remember me? A raspy, rage-filled voice suddenly rang out as one of the Kazekage's guards stepped forward, shedding his disguise to reveal a face twisted with hatred. Oh, it's just a rat hiding in the sewers, Shirou replied, his tone calm, his expression mocking. To everyone's shock, Shirou's body slowly turned transparent, it was a mere illusion. Something's wrong. His voice is still here. All eyes turned to the 5 Kage's seats, where Shirou had been sitting all along. He had never moved. Calm and unshaken, he remained seated, even smiling in amusement at the scene unfolding before him. Not even his bodyguards had shifted. How is this possible? Genjutsu. When was it cast? The audience gasped in disbelief. Anoki, and their bodyguards broke into cold sweats. Amidst the sudden chaos, none of them had noticed when Shirou had cast his genjutsu. What terrifying genjutsu! Grandpa, is this the power of the Sharingan? Kuratsuchi, who had initially seen Shirou as just another strong Kage, now felt powerless. Cold sweat dripped from her face as she whispered to Inoki. But Inoki's face had turned pale, and he had no answer. The chaos lasted only an instant. No. Impossible. Danzo, who had exposed himself in the commotion, narrowed his eyes in shock. Even with his Sharingan, he hadn't detected any trace of the genjutsu. Standing at the peak of the arena, Shirou exuded a frightening calm. From his elevated position, he could see all of Konoha's movements. Outside the village, the sounds of violent battles rang out as countless mist and sand ninjas swarmed into Konoha. Shirou, still seated in his stone chair, smirked and began to clap mockingly. Not bad. At least this adds some excitement to the otherwise dull Chunin exams. It's good for the younger generation to taste the flames of war, as they've grown too complacent in these peaceful times. He then stood up and declared. I now announce Konoha's state of war against Sunagakure and Kirigakure. Below him, Kakashi, who had been standing by, shouted. By order of the Hokage. All Konoha shinobi. Prepare for true war. At that moment, 4 figures appeared around the high platform of the 5 Kage, activating a long-prepared technique. Barrier technique, 4 purple flame formation. A massive, glowing purple barrier enveloped the platform, visible to everyone. Inside the barrier, Shirou remained unperturbed. Meanwhile, Inoki and A leaped away to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Third Tsuchikage-sama, I'd advise you not to move. Otherwise, I'll kill you. A voice filled with fervor echoed as Might Due, burning with fighting spirit, locked eyes with Inoki. Damn it. The 8 gates formation was no longer a secret among the major villages. With all 8 gates open, it granted power surpassing that of the Kage. The true battle had only just begun. Once again, at such close range, Inoki couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Cloud ninjas, don't even think about trying anything clever. A similarly cold and indifferent voice echoed as Uchiha Mikoto appeared, holding her gun by. Her Mangekyo Sharingan had already surfaced, striking fear into the hearts of the cloud ninjas present. Protected behind his guards, the 4th Raikage, A, spoke in a deep voice. Konoha ninjas, we are here only because we were invited. We have absolutely nothing to do with this turmoil. Although the 4th Raikage A was known for his recklessness, he was far from brainless. Starting a conflict with Konoha at this moment, when they were caught off guard and unprepared, was unthinkable. Hokage-sama. Behind Shirou, Konan, Samui, Yujito Ni, and Mabui all displayed solemn expressions. Though their leader was powerful, as his guards, they understood their responsibilities. Insects crawling out of the shadows dare to show themselves in the light. I hope you don't disappoint me. Inside the barrier, Danzo Shimura let out a sinister laugh. Uchiha Shirou, I know how powerful you are. With your mastery of spacetime ninjutsu, this barrier isn't meant to trap you. It's designed to execute what I've been preparing for. Splat. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Danzo's pupils shrank as shock spread over the faces of the surrounding ninjas who had witnessed the unexpected turn of events. Flying Thunder God technique. Danzo's body was still gushing blood as his pupils contracted in disbelief. He stared at Shirou in the distance, who was smirking as he observed him. Shirou hadn't moved. And it wasn't Minato Namikaze who had appeared before him. One of the 4 guards protecting the Raikage was missing. Konoha has yet another person who's mastered the Flying Thunder God spacetime technique. The 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, gasped in shock as he blurted out his realization. Before their very eyes, Danzo Shimura had been struck down in the blink of an eye. So this is the Flying Thunder God technique. For countless ninjas seeing spacetime ninjutsu for the first time, their scalps tingled as shock and awe overtook them. At that moment, everyone finally began to take notice of the shadow guard with short, crisp silver hair, Mabui. Typically dressed in her efficient secretary attire, Mabui now exuded a cold indifference. In her hand was a specialized 3-pronged kunai, revealing to all that it was she who had used the Flying Thunder God technique. Endowed with an innate talent for spacetime ninjutsu, Mabui had been taught the Flying Thunder God technique by Shirou early on, who refused to let her gift go to waste. And now, for the first time, she revealed her skill, and left everyone utterly astonished. Chapter 309, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 309. Chunin Exam Arena. Amidst the chaos, after Mabui swiftly executed Danzo Shimura with the Flying Thunder God technique, Danzo's figure disappeared and reappeared moments later, his eyes revealing utter shock. The reappeared Danzo stared in terror at Shirou's mocking smile. He had been so close to losing his life entirely. As the 3 Tomo and Danzo's Sharingan faded to gray, Shirou's expression turned bored, and he shook his head, saying, Too weak. Looks like without the Sharingan, you're nothing at all. Curse you. Stop him. Currently, Konoha no longer had Sharingan in stock for Obito or Danzo to use. This solitary 3 Tomo Sharingan had been painstakingly procured by Obito. And yet, in their very first encounter, Danzo lost his only 3 Tomo Sharingan. As Danzo shouted in rage and panic, ordering the 4th Kazekage Raza and the 4th Mizukage Yagura to intercept, a lightning flash struck before anyone could react. Danzo. Die. Everything happened in an instant. Mabui had already executed Danzo once with the Flying Thunder God technique. As the 4th Mizukage and Kazekage moved to block, another lightning bolt appeared behind Danzo. It was none other than Samui, who had activated her lightning release armor. Now, she had also entered her Sage mode, her raging lightning speed leaving even the spectators, like the 4th Raikage, utterly stunned. Impossible. She's so fast. She's as fast as Lord Raikage, thought the 2 bodyguards of the Raikage, their minds reeling. Danzo, you useless fool. At this moment, Uchiha Obito, hidden in the shadows, appeared in anger upon seeing Danzo in danger. Danzo was utterly hopeless, or rather, who would have thought that Shirou's bodyguards were this absurdly strong? Samui, stand down. With a spatial ripple, Mabui coldly shouted and used the Flying Thunder God to teleport herself and Samui away in a flash of silver light. In the blink of an eye, countless white paper tags began to fly everywhere. Moving too fast to be seen clearly, Obito's Sharingan contracted in shock as he realized they were explosive tags, an innumerable amount of them. At the same time, a terrifying, raging chakra erupted. Yujito Ni roared, her body cloaked in the form of her tailed beast, and she engaged the 4th Mizukage and 4th Kazekage in fierce combat. Lord Shirou. Many Konoha shinobi stared in awe at the fight above. Though they had known the strength of the Hokage guards, they hadn't expected it to be this overwhelming. Each one of them was of Kage-level strength. This scene left even the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, wide-eyed in disbelief. For a shinobi village as prominent as Iwagakure, Kage-level fighters were rare but not absent. His son, Kitsuchi, was at least Kage-level. But for Konoha to have so many Kage-level shinobi at once, it was absurd. This was beyond unfair. The 4 Hokage guards, Konan, Mabui, Samui, and Yujito, displayed terrifying combat prowess. Mabui, in particular, stood before Shirou like an impenetrable shield, using the Flying Thunder God to protect him. Suddenly, a dull explosion echoed in the distance. Oh, this is getting interesting. As the smoke cleared, Danzo Shimura emerged battered, with only one arm remaining, but his face twisted into a sinister smile. Haha. Uchiha Shirou, don't get arrogant. You should have taken the chance to kill me. Now, you've lost all opportunities. How is this possible? Under the barrage of Konan's explosive tags, the 4th Mizukage and 4th Kazekage had shielded Danzo. Raza, the 4th Kazekage, had even used his gold sand to defend against the explosions. Yet, despite the overwhelming destruction, both Kage were critically injured, a scene utterly incomprehensible. As the flames subsided, the sight before everyone was shocking, the shattered bodies of the 2 Kage were regenerating. The Mizukage and Kazekage, there. Many onlookers were aghast as they noticed the black pupils, cracked skin, and visibly regenerating bodies of the 2 Kage. This realization struck everyone like lightning, the 4th Mizukage and Kazekage were being controlled. Edo Tensei. Danzo is using the forbidden jutsu to manipulate the dead. Kakashi Hatake, observing from the sidelines, immediately recognized what was happening. His expression turned grim as he explained the basics of this forbidden jutsu to those around him. Haha. Uchiha Shirou, you're finished. I knew how powerful your Mangekyo Sharingan abilities were, so I dealt with the Kazekage and Mizukage beforehand. Now, you can't break my control with your Sharingan anymore. Lord Hokage, watch out. Kakashi's warning echoed as Danzo's sinister smile widened within the barrier. Today marks the end of the wicked Uchiha clan. Summoning Jutsu, Edo Tensei. With a loud rumble, 5 coffins slowly rose from the ground. The first coffin bore the kanji first, the second Madara, the third second, the fourth third, and the final one Raikage. Boom. As the coffins labeled first, second, third, and Raikage slowly opened, the coffin labeled Madara suddenly exploded. Clearly, the person inside had no patience, kicking the coffin lid off from within. The shattered coffin lid revealed 5 figures slowly stepping out. Danzo Shimura laughed maniacally, blood dripping from his mouth. Though Shirou's power had exceeded his imagination, this time, victory was his. As the coffin lids fell to the ground and the figures stepped out, the sight left everyone present utterly stunned. Danzo, you despicable bastard. Outside the barrier, the 4th Raikage, roared in fury. Among the resurrected figures was none other than his father, the 3rd Raikage. But more of the Konoha ninja were in shock. It's the first Hokage and the second Hokage. With the creaking sound of coffin lids being pushed open, figures slowly emerged. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Even the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, and the 4th Raikage, were frozen in shock. This is the past Hokage. It's the first Hokage, the second Hokage, the third Hokage. And suddenly, someone cried out, identifying the figure emerging from one of the coffins. The black-haired ninja with waist-length hair, exuding arrogance and dominance in his red armor, was unfamiliar to many. At this time, standing behind the 5 resurrected figures, Danzo Shimura was panting heavily, his face breaking into a smile. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, seeing this scene, secretly let out a sigh of relief. But behind his mask, the Sharingan briefly met Madara's gaze. "This is your ancestor, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Shirou, aren't you supposed to be strong? The so-called strongest in the Shinobi world? Today your opponents are none other than the god of Shinobi, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara. Madara, the legendary Uchiha ancestor, known as the demon of the Shinobi world, standing equal with the first Hokage." Danzo Shimura laughed maniacally. With the protection of the past Hokage, he believed he would reign over Konoha, eradicate the evil Uchiha, and claim the village as his own. Danzo. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, recovering from his daze, couldn't help but show a look of shock. Seeing his old friend, Danzo's face lit up with excitement. "Hiruzen. We can fight side by side again. What is this?" The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who had just regained his senses, was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. Then, seeing the figures beside him, he burst into exaggerated laughter. "Haha, Madara, you're here too." The dramatic entrance, which should have been awe-inspiring, was instantly undercut by Senju Hashirama's opening line, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Those unfamiliar with the situation were shocked, but those who knew them were even more affected. Standing on the high platform, Senju Tsunade, who was making her way toward the barrier with a commanding presence, suddenly teared up at the sight. "Big brother. Look at the situation, we're in trouble." Danzo used that jutsu, which means the village is in big danger. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama, standing nearby, surveyed the surroundings with a grim expression. Dealing with his embarrassing older brother left him feeling helpless. As for the imposing Uchiha Madara, who had initially been displeased about being prematurely resurrected, his mood worsened when he saw Hashirama's idiotic laughter. He couldn't hold back. "Hashirama, you idiot." The previously imposing Uchiha Madara instantly broke character, glaring at Senju Hashirama while surveying the scene. When his gaze landed on Uchiha Shirou's Hokage hat, Madara's pupils contracted as he instinctively looked toward the Hokage rock. Seeing Uchiha Shirou's face carved into the mountain, along with the Mangekyo Sharingan visible, Madara's lips twitched. If the situation weren't so dire, he would have burst out laughing. "Danzo." At that moment, a voice filled with suppressed rage echoed. With a loud crash, Senju Tsunade shattered the barrier in front of her with a single punch. Seeing Tsunade's figure, Danzo's expression turned furious. First and second Hokage, Konoha has long been under the control of the evil Uchiha. The village you founded. Hiruzen Sarutobi, standing beside Danzo, showed a sinister expression. He understood now that Danzo had used the Edo Tensei to resurrect them. Seeing the first and second Hokage, Hiruzen felt a deep sense of humiliation. He was probably the only Hokage to have died in such a disgraceful manner. "First Hokage, second Hokage, I've failed your expectations. Under my leadership, Konoha has fallen into the hands of the evil Uchiha through a coup. Even the Sarutobi clan has been wiped out. The entire village and the Shinobi world are in grave danger. Please, defeat the evil Uchiha." Evil Uchiha. Senju Hashirama, looking at Hiruzen and Danzo's impassioned faces, wasn't entirely foolish. He scanned his surroundings. When his gaze landed on the Hokage rock, Hashirama's eyes widened. "How many years has it been, monkey? When did you die? And is that man the fourth Hokage? Uchiha. And little Tsuna has grown up too." Hashirama's reaction, showing his thick-headedness as the reincarnation of Azura's chakra, seemed almost genetic. "Idiot brother, look more carefully at Monkey and Danzo's current state. First Hokage, second Hokage." Danzo and Hiruzen, their eyes filled with hatred, glared at Uchiha Shirou and recounted the events of the past few years. But the scene was comical, two frail, decrepit old men complaining as if tattling to their parents about being bullied. After Hiruzen gave a brief explanation, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, frowned, glancing at the men sitting confidently on the Hokage's chair. Especially seeing Tsunade standing beside him, Tobirama's dissatisfaction grew. How could little Tsuna allow a Uchiha to rise to power? The fourth Hokage, Uchiha Shirou. Truly reckless. This was Tobirama's first reaction. Hashirama, on the other hand, was initially stunned, but then he patted Uchiha Madara on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "Madara, look. An Uchiha became Hokage. I told you Uchiha is part of Konoha." Madara, who had been brimming with excitement about Uchiha Shirou's coup and rise to power, felt his enthusiasm cut in half by Hashirama's laughter. His eye twitched as he glanced disdainfully at Hashirama before sneering. Hashirama, you didn't hear them. Those two old fools said our Uchiha took power through a coup. Madara emphasized the word coup with a smug tone, his eyes gleaming with pride. It was as if he were saying, in the end, the Uchiha won. Hashirama scratched his head, looking at the prosperous Konoha, and asked in confusion, what's the difference? The Uchiha are part of Konoha too. Big brother. Tobirama couldn't hold back his frustration, shouting angrily. His older brother was too embarrassing, too clueless. Hashirama, you. He had long envisioned the scene of their reunion, but the reaction from Senju Hashirama left Uchiha Madara feeling like he had prepared a devastating strike after decades of planning, only for it to land on cotton. Is that so? But why have I heard that one of my Uchiha descendants married your granddaughter? What do you mean, Madara? With a clueless expression, Senju Hashirama scratched his head. He was still immersed in the excitement and joy of reuniting with his old friend, completely unaware of the underlying tension. At this point, Senju Tobirama could no longer hold back. Gritting his teeth, he roared in anger. Big brother, you idiot. The Uchiha married Tsunade, and now Konoha is under the Uchiha's control. One would expect Senju Hashirama to get angry, but instead, upon hearing Tobirama's explanation, he suddenly clapped his hands. Just as everyone braced themselves for a potential confrontation, the first Hokage's next words left everyone speechless. That's right. Tobirama, why didn't we think of this before? If the Senju and Uchiha had arranged a marriage alliance back then, we wouldn't have had so many problems. Good grief. Senju Hashirama's bizarre, leapfrog logic left everyone struggling to keep up, and it made Uchiha Madara's eye twitch in frustration, his face betraying a flicker of anger. I've been planning for decades, only for it to feel nothing like what I imagined. Hashirama, you bastard. Fine, fine. You forced my hand. With a cold, commanding snort, Madara's expression suddenly shifted. His gaze fell mockingly on Senju Tobirama, as though he were looking at a fool. Then, in the next moment, Madara turned to Shirou across from him and, with a commanding tone, pretended not to recognize them as he said. Uchiha Shirou, I hear you married Hashirama's granddaughter. As expected of a Uchiha. Now tell me, how many children have you had with the Senju girl? How many of them have inherited our Uchiha bloodline and awakened the Sharingan? What the? Madara's domineering proclamation instantly made Senju Tobirama's face turn green. His furious eyes shifted to Tsunade in the distance, now grown up, as though demanding answers. The mere thought of his granddaughter Tsunade giving birth to several wicked little brats with red Sharingan eyes made Senju Tobirama want to explode on the spot. Chapter 310, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 310. At the Chunin exam venue, Tsunade was already on the verge of exploding with rage after witnessing Danzo play with the souls of her loved ones. But then, Uchiha Madara suddenly asked her, in his usual domineering tone, how many children she had, instantly causing her face to stiffen and turn dark. Even Uchiha Shirou, who was sitting confidently on the Hokage's stone chair with an air of authority, had a moment of awkward stiffness on his face. For all his grandeur, even he couldn't mask his reaction. Who meets someone and immediately asks how many kids they have? At that moment, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, couldn't handle Uchiha Madara's smug expression anymore. Glaring at Tsunade from afar, he shouted. Tsunade. Tell me. How many children did you have? Tobirama. Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage and the embodiment of carefree wisdom glared at his younger brother with a commanding presence. Then, turning to laugh heartily, he said. Little Tsuna inherited the strong constitution of our Senju clan. She must have had quite a few. This whole situation left Senju Tsunade feeling both aggrieved and furious. To ask her, in front of so many people, how many children she had, these old fogies were unbelievable. Haha, Madara, look how wonderful this is, Senju and Uchiha have finally become one family. Hashirama's thick-headed reaction left Uchiha Madara feeling utterly stifled. He had been preparing this for years. Yet here was this idiot Senju Hashirama. At that moment, Madara also felt a sense of defeat. If it weren't for that annoying white-haired Tobirama looking like he was about to explode, Madara would have thought all his efforts over the years had gone to waste. Idiot. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly in frustration. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama was just as exasperated. Big brother, there are so many people here, try to maintain some image. Haha, Tobirama, look. Madara's descendant married little Tsuna. I'm so happy. If only Madara had been a woman back then, none of those later troubles would have ever happened. Overcome with emotion, the first Hokage shouted this with tears in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Madara's face turned green. Hashirama. You're the one who should have been a woman. The usually aloof and dignified Uchiha Madara completely lost his composure whenever he was around Senju Hashirama. It was as if their fates were destined to clash, and even his usual demeanor couldn't hold up. Haha, don't take it so seriously, Madara. Hashirama's oblivious and carefree attitude left even Tobirama at a loss for words. Enough. Grandpa, second grandpa. Danzo has long been stripped of his status as a Konoha ninja. He's now an S-rank fugitive. And as for Hiruzen Sarutobi, if it weren't for maintaining the village's reputation. Tsunade angrily berated them, her rage boiling over as she listed the crimes of the two men over the years. She knew her grandfather's personality all too well. If this continued, their family's reputation would be completely ruined. What? The monkey and Danzo conducted human experiments, tampered with the Sharingan and would release bloodlines. When he heard that these experiments involved his older brother's body, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama completely lost it. Sarutobi. Danzo. In his fury, he didn't even bother to call Hiruzen by his nickname, Monkey. Tobirama's rage burned as he declared that he alone had the right to study his brother's body, no one else. On the side, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face froze, his eyes darting around in guilt as he stammered. Teacher. Back then, the village was facing. Before he could finish, Danzo cut him off sharply. Teacher, everything I've done was for Konoha. Forgive me for what I must do. With that, Danzo formed a hand seal and shouted. Instantly, the bodies of several people resurrected by the Edo Tensei began to move uncontrollably. Danzo. You dare manipulate us? Tobirama was enraged. His body was bound, and what made it worse was that the Edo Tensei vessels couldn't unleash his full power, leaving him unable to break free. Uchiha Madara, too, showed a flicker of anger. Though he could break the control, he chose to hold back, curious to test the strength of the current Uchiha Shirou. At the same time, Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan caught a glimpse of Hashirama's reaction. Sure enough, the first Hokage laughed heartily as he said, "Sorry, little Tsuna, it looks like we'll be causing you some trouble." Annoying. From afar, Tsunade flicked her head, shaking away the mist of tears in her eyes as a fiery anger blazed forth. It was obvious that Hashirama could easily break free of the control, but doing so would destroy the Edo Tensei body. As the resurrected Hokage began to charge, Shirou shouted coldly. Konan, Samui, Yujito, Mabui, the four Kage, along with Hiruzen and the third Raikage, are yours to handle. Yes. The four Kunoichi, who served as elite guards, responded without hesitation. Their teamwork, honed over time, made them a fearsome unit. Uchiha Shirou. The fourth Kazekage, Mizukage, Hiruzen, and the third Raikage all have perfect vessels. Danzo roared in anger as the two sides clashed. Meanwhile, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Madara charged forward to engage Shirou and Tsunade. Little Tsuna, I heard from the monkey that this man of yours wants to unify the entire ninja world. Hashirama, snapping out of his focus, looked at Shirou before him with curiosity. Tsunade dodged an attack and snorted coldly. That's right. History has proven that your philosophy, Grandpa, was wrong. The moment you died, the ninja world erupted into a brutal war. Your overwhelming strength forced the world into your version of peace. But when that strength disappeared, greed and desire inevitably led to another war. All that changed was the scale, from clan skirmishes in the Warring States era to full-blown wars between nations and villages. Tsunade spoke calmly, laying out the harsh truth. Hashirama nodded thoughtfully, even as he fought. You know, you make a lot of sense. Big brother. Tobirama, on the verge of exploding, widened his eyes. Is this the time for this conversation? Big brother, and Uchiha married little Tsuna. The Uchiha now control Konoha. Tobirama, seething with frustration, tried to get his older brother to focus. But Hashirama simply laughed heartily. This train of thought left Tobirama utterly speechless. Of all things, this was the one he couldn't tolerate. Besides, didn't little Tsuna inherit the Senju surname? Oh, by the way, is it true that as long as your kids don't awaken the Sharingan, they'll take the Senju name? At this point, Senju Hashirama seemed to think of something, and he looked at his granddaughter with excitement. Faced with this strange logic, Tsunade hadn't even had time to refute it when Uchiha Madara, standing nearby, completely lost his temper. Let me tell you, the pride of the Uchiha will never allow it. The children must carry the Uchiha name. On this matter, Uchiha Madara was firmly opposed. For the first time, Shirou felt stifled. Damn it. These old geezers' verbal attacks were just too strong. With the Senju clan's physique, one child a year is not a problem. With Uchiha Shirou's bloodline that awakened the Mangekyo, the responsibility of strengthening the clan rests on you. Madara's domineering voice was so loud that almost everyone heard it. Tsunade, who had been excited a moment ago, was instantly dumbfounded. The next moment, Tsunade shouted in embarrassment and anger, "Shut up." She was furious. What were her grandfather and Uchiha Madara treating her as? One child a year? And they dared to say in front of everyone. How humiliating. Too humiliating. Enough. At the same time, Tobirama also yelled frantically to stop his embarrassing older brother. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, watching the scene unfold, felt as if he had just chugged a can of ice-cold soda on a scorching summer day. His whole body felt refreshed. Satisfying. Finally. The frustration that had built up for countless years was finally being vented. Haha, Hashirama, in the end, the legacy of Konoha belongs to the Uchiha. Madara. Your way of thinking is wrong. Madara, already familiar with Hashirama's naive reasoning, didn't even bother replying. Instead, he burst into laughter, giving a provocative look to the white-haired Tobirama, and deliberately said. Haha, Uchiha Shirou, in this one thing, I, Uchiha Madara, am willing to call you the strongest. Shirou and Tsunade exchanged glances and immediately understood the meaning in each other's eyes. Beat him up. The sudden scene shocked everyone. The dead had been summoned back to life, and the foreign ninja were all dumbfounded. When the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, saw Uchiha Madara's imposing figure, panic flashed in his eyes. The long-buried fear resurfaced in his heart. Old man. All Iwa are to remain still. Faced with his granddaughter Kuratsuchi's concern, Inoki gritted his teeth and barked out the order. If Konoha had also mastered this kind of power, then once he returned, he would never step outside again. Father. Nearby, the fourth Raikage was furious. His father had been resurrected and controlled, but for now, he couldn't let the Kimonin act recklessly. Under the terrifying battle, the third Raikage's strongest shield and spear were indeed powerful, but Mabui's Flying Thunder God technique, which belonged to the realm of spacetime ninjutsu, completely restrained the third Raikage. Meanwhile, Samui's lightning release taijutsu directly pinned down the fourth Kazekage Raza. Yujito, wearing the tailed beast cloak and activating the Sage mode, was overwhelming the fourth Mizukage with ease. Under Konan's paper release, which flew everywhere like a storm, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was also being suppressed. Wow. So strong. The fourth Hokage's personal guards are unbelievably strong. Many Konoha ninjas were stunned by the battle, feeling that the strength on display was almost excessive. The four Hokage guards' combat power was on par with the four Kage-level opponents. My body isn't under my control, or rather, my combat instincts are controlling it. The target is Tsunade's husband. Under Senju Hashirama's overwhelming taijutsu attacks, he also launched verbal assaults, leaving Tsunade furious. But the worst part was that this was her grandfather. Uchiha, I have to admit, your ambition is impressive. You're even crazier than Madara, daring to dream of uniting the ninja world. But you're too dangerous. Senju Tobirama stared at Shirou with a face full of hostility, but just then, a figure shot forward like a sharp blade. Tobirama, watch out. With Hashirama's shout of alarm, a blue-armored figure kicked Senju Tobirama's cracked face. The force of the kick sent Tobirama flying like a cannonball, crashing into a wall with a loud bang. Well done. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara's face lit up with excitement, and he couldn't help but shout. Damn. He had disliked Tobirama for a long time. After all, his brother had died at Tobirama's hands. Hit him harder. Nearby, Hashirama looked exasperated at the scene. Madara, Tobirama is my brother. Hashirama sighed helplessly as if to say, aren't we supposed to be on the same team now? As the figure landed, Hashirama's face showed astonishment. The person in blue armor, with flowing black hair, wielding a majestic gunbai fan, and bearing a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, looked strikingly like Madara. Mikoto. Uchiha Mikoto, clad in blue armor, made a commanding entrance. She held the gunbai fan and gazed coldly at the enemies before her. Even though you are past Hokage, you are now my enemies. Her cold and concise words echoed, giving Hashirama the impression that she was a replica of Madara. Unable to hold back, he blurted out. Madara. Is this also your descendant? Madara, who had been full of excitement, suddenly felt frustrated. With a disgruntled snort, he replied. Hashirama, she also has a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Tobirama, emerging from the rubble, looked furious. Another Mangekyo Sharingan user. Watching from a distance, Danzo, who had been hiding, shouted in alarm. Second Hokage, this person is the first to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan after Uchiha Madara. She's also the wife of this evil Uchiha Shirou. Be careful. What? How many wives does this guy have? Hashirama's brain buzzed, while Madara couldn't help but shout excitedly. Well done, Uchiha Shirou. I, Uchiha Madara, approve of you. Madara roared with excitement. The frustration of being betrayed and exiled in the past was completely released today. Satisfying. Uchiha Shirou, Uchiha Mikoto, and Senju Tsunade vs Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Uchiha Madara. 3 vs 3. Former Hokages, it seems we'll have to defeat you first. Facing the past Hokage, Shirou couldn't help but show a trace of disappointment. They weren't at their strongest, which left him slightly disheartened, but no matter. It seems we're being underestimated. Despite their bodies being under control, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara couldn't help but feel a surge of fighting spirit when they saw Shirou's disappointed expression. After all, they were proud individuals at their core. Madara. Hashirama. The two exchanged glances and shouted in unison. Perhaps the Edo Tensei technique had provided them a stage for the two to once again fight side by side. As Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara's expressions turned serious, terrifying chakra erupted from their bodies in an instant. At this moment, Shimura Danzo seemed to sense something, and his pupils shrank. This is bad. The constraints of Edo Tensei might be broken at any moment. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito was already being closely watched by Minato Namikaze, leaving him unable to intervene. The next moment, Konoha Shinobi felt the oppressive force of this terrifying chakra. How is this possible? As a genius from Iwagakure, Kuratsuchi was drenched in cold sweat, trembling in fear at the overwhelming pressure of the chakra. This was something she had never felt, not even from tailed beasts or Jinchuriki. So, this is the era my grandfather spoke of. These terrifying beings existed. Kuratsuchi swallowed hard, her mind flashing back to the stories told by her grandfather, Anoki. She turned to see the fear in his eyes, and for the first time, she began to understand the source of his terror. This is the power of our predecessors. How frightening. Countless Konoha shinobi stared in shock at the oppressive chakra emanating from the rooftop. Was this the true power of the past Hokage? On the 5 Kage spectators platform, the fourth Raikage, A, widened his eyes in disbelief. Just the pressure from this chakra alone far surpassed the 8 tails. They're getting serious now. Just as Shirou revealed an excited grin, Senju Tsunade suddenly shouted in anger. This farce ends now. In an instant, a terrifying surge of chakra swept outward. At the same time, Tsunade clapped her hands together with a resounding force. This scene left Hashirama, Madara, and Tobirama utterly stunned. That seal. Hashirama and Madara stared in shock at the familiar hand sign. Could it be? The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, seemed to realize something, his face filled with excitement. P.S. This chapter took a while to edit. The past Hokages and Madara acting like cultivation sect elders. It's so hard to read. XD. Chapter 311, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 311. Here's the 3 extra chapters. Good job guys. Next goal, 1500 PS, 2 extra chapter. Would release secret technique, nativity of a world of trees. As Tsunade clapped her hands together and shouted, the scene stunned everyone. In the next instant, under the shocked gazes of those present, the rooftops around them began to crack and collapse. Mighty vines and branches erupted from the ground, growing visibly at an alarming speed. Wood release. Lady Tsunade has awakened the wood release. The Konoha shinobi exclaimed in disbelief, shouting as they watched the scene unfold. Anoki, the third Tsuchikage, turned pale, his voice trembling as he muttered, impossible. Originally, Konoha's twin Mangekyo Sharingan users already seemed absurd. When rumors spread that someone in the Senju clan, likely from the ANBU, had awakened wood release, it was hard to believe. But now, it was clear, Tsunade was the true wielder of this legendary ability. Any plan to sow discord between Konoha's Mangekyo users and their wood release users seemed futile now. After all, the two were practically sleeping in the same bed, how could there possibly be a conflict now? She's awakened wood release. Even Madara's eyes flickered with surprise for a brief moment. Nearby, Hashirama, upon witnessing the scene, showed no surprise. Instead, he smiled knowingly. When Tsunade began forming hand seals, Hashirama had a hunch. Seeing her now, he burst into hearty laughter. Haha. Little Tsuna is indeed using wood release. But let's see how your wood release fares against me. In the next moment, Hashirama clapped his hands and shouted. Instantly, even more, massive tree vines burst forth, intertwining and twisting, filling the battlefield with their terrifying presence. Wood release secret technique, nativity of a world of trees. The vines clashed violently, twisting and snapping as enormous branches broke apart and crashed to the ground with thunderous booms. Within mere moments, a dense forest had formed. Madara. Hashirama. As the two unleashed their techniques, they exchanged a glance. The meaning in their eyes was clear, they instantly understood each other. Both smirked slightly. It was obvious they wanted to test the strength of their descendants. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, Hashirama, despite his fiery enthusiasm, was no fool like Naruto. He had already noticed Konoha's gates were shut tight, and countless Konoha shinobi were taking control of the situation. This meant that Konoha's internal unrest had been anticipated long before this battle began. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Madara suddenly formed hand seals and appeared in front of Hashirama. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful fire release technique aimed at Tsunade and Shirou. Standing beside Madara, Hashirama felt a surge of excitement. Even though he was in his Edo Tensei form, the feeling of fighting side by side with Madara again stirred his blood. "It's been far too long since we fought together," he shouted with exhilaration. "Husband!" Tsunade shouted, and Shirou quickly formed hand seals of his own. In an instant, he released a fire release technique of equal intensity. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The sky above the Chunin exam arena was engulfed in flames, spreading like a tsunami. Under the terrified gazes of countless onlookers, the two massive firestorms clashed, creating an earth-shaking explosion. Heat waves swept across the arena, and the sheer force of the collision sent Konoha shinobi and spectators into a panic. Barrier, adamantine ceiling chains. Just as the situation seemed at its worst, golden chains emerged from all directions, enveloping the entire arena in a protective barrier. Under the barrier of the Uzumaki clan, the terrifying sea of fire was held at bay, unable to harm those below. Even with the barrier in place, the overwhelming power of the battle above left everyone trembling. They knew that if the barrier were to fail, everyone in the arena would be incinerated in an instant. Is this a ninja battle? This is on a completely different level. Is this some kind of illusion technique? If this is the power of the Hokage, then what about the former third Hokage, who was once called the strongest? Suddenly, a loud crashing noise echoed through the massive arena. Kakashi Hatake and the other Jonin stared in shock at the ongoing match. It's Hinata. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Hinata Hyuga, her Byakugan glowing with a faint blue light, shouted as she unleashed a powerful strike, blasting a massive hole in the arena. Opposite her, Gaara coughed up blood, roaring in agony as he began to transform into his tailed beast state. Blood. I need blood. Consumed by rage and pain, Gaara fully gave in to Shikaku, the one tail, which emerged in its terrifying form. Is that really Hinata? Among the Konoha genin, Naruto and Sasuke looked on in shock. The sheer power Hinata displayed far surpassed their expectations. Damn it, it's a tailed beast. Despite the emergence of Shikaku, Hinata did not falter. Instead, her voice rang out in anger. Damn you all. You ruined this moment when Lord Shirou was watching me. I'll kill you. This was supposed to be her moment, her chance to shine before Lord Shirou. Instead, everything had been ruined by these interruptions. Hinata's rage surged, and an ominous energy erupted from her. The sage seal on her neck spread across her body, pushing her into a berserk state. Tanuki. I'll kill you. In her sage form, Hinata's gentle fist style transformed. It was no longer the elegant and refined technique of the Hyuga clan. Instead, it resembled Tsunade's monstrous strength, a ferocious and destructive force. The petite girl unleashed devastating blows, each one capable of shattering the earth. If not for the protective barrier set up around the arena, countless spectators would have been caught in the collateral damage. This is a genin. Meanwhile, another figure appeared, Kimimaro of the Kagaya clan. He confronted Danzo Shimura directly, his voice cold and resolute. Anyone who obstructs Lord Shirou must die. You brat, don't get cocky. Danzo, injured and missing an arm, spat blood as he glared at the young shinobi before him. The fact that a mere genin dared challenge him only fueled his fury. Today, this old man will show you the difference between a lowly ninja and me, the great elder. However, before Shimura Danzo could finish speaking, a terrifying roar of a heavy punch ripped through the air. In an instant, under the deafening sound, Yugo appeared, now in a berserk state. Ahahaha. Kill. Kill. I'll kill you. Amid Yugo's bloodthirsty and maniacal laughter, Kimimaro slammed his hand onto the ground and shouted, Danzo, prepare to die. Dance of the Seedling Fern. At that moment, terrifying bone spikes began sprouting from the walls and roof of the entire examination arena, forcing Shimura Danzo to jump out in a panic. Danzo was utterly humiliated and frustrated as he struggled to dodge. This was the result of an intelligence gap. After Danzo was marked as an S-class fugitive of the Hidden Leaf, information about him had already been disseminated to every ninja in the village. Even the Ninja Academy had special sessions to explain his abilities. Thus, Kimimaro and Yugo had a detailed understanding of Danzo's techniques, but Danzo, on the other hand, was completely in the dark about the two of them. Meanwhile, battles raged across the village. The Mist and Sand ninjas who had infiltrated the Hidden Leaf were being counterattacked by Leaf ninjas. When the invaders entered the village, the gates of the Hidden Leaf were slowly shut behind them, effectively trapping them. Water style, water formation wall. On the rooftop, a terrifying sea of trees was engulfed in flames, while a massive circular water barrier spun furiously to block the destruction. Tobirama, be careful. This fire-style technique surpasses even Madara's. Hashirama shouted in alarm. Standing nearby, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but retort, idiot. It's this body that's limiting us. Under the terrifying fire style of Uchiha Shirou, the years of chakra nature transformation he had undergone were evident. His fire style, no longer just red, now burned with a brilliant white intensity. Uchiha Shirou, you're still far too weak. Before the words were finished, a figure suddenly dashed to the water barrier. Shirou raised his fist high, lightning flickering around it, and swung it down with tremendous force. Boom. With a deafening explosion, a single punch shattered the powerful defensive water-style technique. Water-style, water-severing wave. Suddenly, Senju Tobirama appeared on the other side, his hands clasped together as he unleashed a pre-prepared jutsu. In an instant, a water tornado rose from nowhere, spinning rapidly upwards before cascading down like a waterfall and spreading outwards. Whoosh! Your opponent is me. Uchiha Mikoto appeared, holding the Uchiha clan's iconic flame fan. Her mesmerizing Mangekyo Sharingan spun as a terrifying sphere of chakra formed in her palm. Super Great Ball Raise-Non. Boom. 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 The spectators who had retreated to the high observation platform were filled with shock. To think someone could unleash such a terrifying water-style technique in a place with no water source. This is beyond imagination. And the destructive power of that Raise-Non, the barrier can barely hold up. Nobles from prestigious clans, ninjas from various countries, and even the hidden leaf shinobi were all stunned by this battle that seemed like a natural disaster. This was no longer a battle they could participate in. Even elite jonin would pale in comparison in such a fight. At that moment, Kakashi's face suddenly darkened as he surveyed the unstable arena. It wasn't that the barrier was about to collapse, it was that the sheer intensity of the battle was too overwhelming. Even with the barrier in place, the shock waves alone were enough to shake the buildings inside the arena to their breaking point. All Earth-style users, prepare yourselves. This arena can't handle this level of combat. Kakashi quickly performed hand seals and slammed his palm onto the ground. Instantly, the entire arena began to rumble. The earth trembled violently as the circular Chunin exam arena started to shift. The arena, shaped like a coliseum, began to open up like a box under the combined efforts of Kakashi and other Earth-style users. The intention was clear, they needed to drive Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, out of the battlefield. Uzumaki Kushina, who was maintaining the ceiling barrier, immediately realized Kakashi's plan. She shouted. Kakashi, take over here. I'll drive them to a more suitable battlefield. With a loud cry, Kushina unleashed the terrifying chakra tails of the nine tails behind her. With the force of a tidal wave, she swept the battlefield. Shikaku, who had just emerged and was letting out an excited roar, was immediately struck by one of the nine tails' tails and sent flying. Damn fox. Shikaku roared angrily as his massive body was flung into the forest of death, leaving a deep trench in his wake. At the same time, Kushina directed her remaining chakra tails to sweep across other parts of the battlefield. Amid the thunderous roars and the cooperation of the Leaf Ninjas, the reanimated bodies of the Edo Tensei combatants were all driven into the forest of death. Water-style, water-severing wave. A high-pressure stream of water shot out in a straight line from someone's mouth, sharp like a blade. Everything it touched was sliced cleanly in two. Witnessing this, Shirou shouted to his companions, Tsunade. Mikoto. Tsunade and Mikoto immediately understood his intention. They retreated, bringing along the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Uchiha Madara to withdraw from the Chunin exam arena. Unlike Orochimaru's original Edo Tensei, which could only bring out 30% of the revived ninja's original strength, Danzo's version was far more formidable. Driven by his hatred for the Uchiha clan, he had spared no effort, using far better sacrifices. As a result, the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Uchiha Madara were restored to at least 70 to 80% of their original power. With the battle shifting to the distant forest of death, the entire arena, now opened up by Earth-style techniques, provided a clear view of the action. Grandpa. Is this the kind of battle you fought back in your era? Kuratsuchi was utterly stunned by the scene before her. Looking at the frail figure of her grandfather, Anoki, she seemed to finally understand. For the first time, she grasped the weight of the battles her grandfather had endured. Anoki stared blankly at the distant, earth-shaking battle, muttering to himself, they're back, they've all come back. He had thought that after Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama's deaths, the Shinobi world would never see such power again. Yet now, not only had those from the past returned, but the strength wielded by Uchiha Shirou and Tsunade was clearly no less formidable. The forest of death was flattened under a raging sea of fire, reduced to nothing wherever the blazing inferno passed. Even Uchiha Madara couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise and admiration when he saw this scene. Not bad. At this moment, Madara grew even more exhilarated. The stronger they became, the more excited Madara felt, especially with that arrogance and wildness. It reminded him so much of his younger self. No. It was even more perfect than his former self. Uchiha Shirou had even married Hashirama's granddaughter. While he hadn't seen any children yet, he firmly believed that next time, he would see them. Ha ha ha. Hashirama, do you see this? This is the power of the Uchiha. You were wrong back then, your granddaughter has acknowledged your mistake. Madara laughed uncontrollably, his voice echoing without restraint. Although he had anticipated this outcome, actually witnessing it filled him with an irrepressible excitement. Do you see this, Hashirama? Uchiha Shirou has followed the path I once walked, and even your granddaughter is walking this path too. In contrast to Madara's maniacal laughter, Senju Hashirama, who was boiling with passion, gazed deeply at him and, for the first time, fell into deep thought. Though the battle had lasted only a brief moment, both sides had been gathering intelligence throughout. Through Genjutsu, they had already learned about the developments in the Shinobi World over the years. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama was fuming with frustration. Konoha had fallen into the hands of the Uchiha, and even Tsunade had become entangled with them. But just as Tobirama ceded, Hashirama suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Madara, maybe you were wrong back then, but we're already dead. The future belongs to the young, not us old relics. Besides, little Tsuna has awakened the wood style as well. If they have a child with wood style, they'll still carry the Senju name. Ridiculous. Madara glared at Hashirama with venom in his eyes. Although the two were fighting side by side, he refused to let Hashirama gain the upper hand in any way. It will awaken the Sharingan. Wood style. Sharingan. The two old relics, long since dead, continued their bickering, veins bulging on Tsunade's forehead as she could no longer hold back her anger. She roared. Shut up. You bunch of decrepit fossils. This world no longer belongs to you. Instead of being angered, Hashirama burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Little Tsuna, let your old grandpa see if your strength matches that temper of yours. Madara. With a loud shout from Hashirama, black markings appeared on his face as he entered Sage mode in an instant. Not to be outdone, Tsunade scoffed coldly, her lips curling upward as she yelled. You bunch of outdated fossils, you're long past your prime. With a sharp clap of her hands, Tsunade also entered Sage mode. The sight left Hashirama stunned. Little Tsuna, you even learned Sage mode. But that wasn't all. Beside her, Shirou also entered Sage mode, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning rapidly. Husband. Let's seal these old fossils once and for all. Chapter 312, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 312. Sage mode, activated. With a loud shout from Tsunade, intricate markings appeared on her forehead, it was her Sage mode. At the same time, Shirou also activated his Sage mode. Due to absorbing vast amounts of natural energy, red markings appeared on his cheeks. Senju Hashirama laughed heartily, his blood boiling with excitement. The current strength of the Hokage, along with Tsunade, was truly remarkable. Even in his prime, they could push him to his limits. Of course, Uchiha Madara was even more thrilled. The stronger Uchiha Shirou was, the more it validated his beliefs, he had surpassed Hashirama. Not just in terms of power, but in every aspect. Now, he was even more eager for his eventual resurrection. He was determined to use his forbidden techniques to bring Hashirama and that annoying white-haired man back. He wanted them to witness firsthand who stood at the summit. It was him, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Shirou. The more he thought about it, the more he grinned at Hashirama's fiery and enthusiastic smile. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ahahaha, Hashirama. I'm getting fired up. Seeing Madara so exhilarated, Hashirama couldn't help but laugh as well, nodding with equal fervor. Madara. So am I. Hashirama's excitement stemmed from the chance to fight alongside Madara again. He also saw the long-standing feud between the Uchiha and Senju finally being resolved. Meanwhile, Madara believed he had reached unparalleled heights. Once Hashirama and Tobirama realized that everything was orchestrated by him, it would only make things even more entertaining. Madara. The two seemed to understand each other with just a glance. Uchiha Madara clapped his hands together, roaring. Hashirama. Sage art, would release, true several thousand hands. The earth rumbled as countless onlookers stared in disbelief. A colossal wooden figure, far surpassing the size of a tailed beast, rose from the ground. Thousands of arms extended, forming a towering figure. Its sheer presence exuded overwhelming power. And then, more rumbling. A layer of intricate armor began forming on the giant wooden statue. Majestic attire, Susanoo. Susanoo-clad Buddha. Ha. Madara, I've been wanting to try this move for ages. Hashirama burst out laughing. Ever since Madara had combined Susanoo with the Nine Tails, he had always felt his Buddha statue was the better match for such a technique. And now, his intuition was proven correct. He and Madara were truly the perfect pair. On the side, Uchiha Madara, observing Hashirama's overexcited expression, scoffed coldly. Idiot. The other side isn't any weaker than us. With a deafening roar, both Shirou and Tsunade completed the same technique. Sage Art, would release, true several thousand hands. Sage Art, majestic attire, Susanoo. As Tsunade shouted, she stood atop her massive wooden Buddha statue, rapidly ascending in height. With a commanding aura, she stared down the opposing Buddha figure. A fiery red Susanoo chakra armor swiftly enveloped the entire statue, spreading with practiced ease. Now, two colossal Susanoo-clad Buddhas loomed over the forest of death. Their immense forms cast shadows across all of Konoha. Even Shikaku, the One-Tail, looked like a mere pet in comparison. Moments ago, the One-Tail had been roaring confidently. But when the two giants appeared, its eyes widened in shock. Shikaku shrieked in frustration and fear. It had been beaten senseless by such techniques before. Now, not only were there two of these monsters, but they had also teamed up. Meanwhile, countless Konoha shinobi stared in terror at the colossal figures that had suddenly emerged. How is this possible? That's the Hokage's Susanoo. And would release. Is this something humans can achieve? No way. Within the vast village of Konoha, even the shinobi guarding the gates froze in shock. Their wide eyes reflected the towering giants, leaving them speechless. If the One-Tail had already seemed massive up close, it was nothing compared to these behemoths. Even from outside the village, the two Susanoo-clad Buddhas were visible. The colossal forms made Konoha itself seem like a mere toy. This is the power of the legendary heroes who ended the Warring States era. So terrifying. But the Hokage isn't weak either. Standing side by side, Hashirama's blood pumped with long-lost excitement. He shouted with glee, "Madara, we're fighting together again." Madara, however, merely scoffed. Haha. Watching Madara's stubborn attitude, Hashirama couldn't help but laugh. But at that moment, Shikaku's panicked cries echoed once more. Annoyed, Madara shot the beast a glare. With a single motion, his colossal Susanoo-clad Buddha raised a leg. Boom. The ground quaked violently. In the stunned eyes of countless onlookers, the so-called ultimate weapon, a tailed beast, was sent flying with a single kick. Shikaku's anguished screams reverberated across the land. This is bad. The aftermath of their battle is too dangerous, set up a barrier immediately. Barrier division, get ready. Barrier, 4 Red Yang formation. As the barrier divisions began their preparations, a red transparent barrier suddenly rose around the forest of death, forming a perfect square. No way. That's the 4 Red Yang formation. Many Konoha shinobi were left dumbfounded. Only a few seasoned veterans recognized the barrier's significance and reacted with shock. Kakashi-senpai, what's so special about the 4 Red Yang formation? Even some of the higher-ranking jonin were unfamiliar with the terrifying power of this barrier, prompting curious inquiries. At this moment, the aftershocks of the battles in the Chunin exams venue had subsided. However, before Kakashi could explain everything to the crowd, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, with a pale face, revealed a bitter smile. The 4 Red Yang formation is an even stronger barrier than the 4 Purple Flame formation. It is said to require the cooperation of 4 Kage-level shinobi to perform. As Anoki's hoarse voice echoed, Kuratsuchi, standing beside him, was filled with shock. At this time, in the 4 corners of the Forest of Death, those maintaining the barrier were Senju Nawaki, Orochimaru, Uchiha Shirou, and Uchiha Sasuke, who were wearing an ANBU mask. Sasuke. Originally, it was supposed to be Itachi maintaining this part of the barrier. However, when Itachi saw the figure substituting for him, he couldn't help but show an expression of surprise. Under the mask, Uchiha Sasuke, upon noticing Itachi behind him, let out a cold snort. "I'm only doing this to protect Konoha, don't overthink it." Though his words were harsh, this world's Uchiha Itachi responded with a gentle smile. "Sasuke, I understand." In this peculiar relationship that had developed between the two over the years, one being the Itachi of this world and the other being a Sasuke from another world, a unique bond had formed. Without hesitation, Itachi chose to stabilize other parts of the village, while Sasuke stood firm, his resolve evident. This world was the true world for him. This Konoha was his home. This world's will of fire was the one he truly acknowledged. Uchiha Itachi, too, finally let go of his last worry. His once-hurt brother from another world, though still a bit awkward, had fully embraced this world in his heart. Suddenly, as the barrier appeared, Shikaku, the One-Tail, widened its eyes, letting out a sharp cry, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Behind it, 2 massive, terrifying Susanoo-armored Buddhas clashed in a battle that shook the heavens and the earth. Shikaku, in all its years, had never regretted coming out as much as it did today. At this moment, a giant red Buddha and a giant blue Buddha were locked in ferocious combat, shaking the ground and causing it to quake as if gods and demons were waging war. With Susanoo cloaking the Buddhas, Uchiha Madara, feeling the extraordinary power, let out an exhilarated roar. Young one. Today, I, Uchiha Madara, will ride Hashirama and fight you. Although this isn't our full strength, you and that Senju woman have earned my recognition. As Madara laughed maniacally, Hashirama finally snapped out of his daze and widened his eyes in disbelief. Madara, when did you start riding me? We're fighting side by side. Shut up. Even the ever-proud Madara couldn't hide his excitement at finally getting the upper hand over Hashirama. For as long as they had known each other, and for as many years as they had fought, Madara had always been on the losing side. But today, he could finally revel in his triumph. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shirou was riding the Senju clan's princess, Tsunade. Madara. Hashirama wasn't an idiot. Seeing Madara's fanatical excitement, he couldn't help but smile. At last, it seemed the lingering tension between the two had dissipated. Though he was being taken advantage of, so be it. Hey, Tsuna, that husband of yours is riding you. Shut up. Tsunade had never been so humiliated before. Her grandfather, once revered as the god of shinobi, a title of unparalleled greatness, was now an endless source of embarrassment, and all in front of so many people. Frustrated beyond words, Tsunade yelled to stop her grandfather from saying anything else that might further disgrace her. Tsunade. Husband. Let's teach these two old men a lesson. Tsunade's anger was palpable, and Shirou, standing beside her, responded with an equally eager smile. The colossal battle between the two giants caused tremors that disrupted other battlefields as well. Outside the barrier, Uzumaki Kushina, who was watching Shirou and Tsunade's Susanoo armored Buddhas, had her eyes blazing with determination. No way. Next time, I want to do that too. If Susanoo could cloak a Buddha, it could surely cloak the Nine Tails. Next time, she wanted to fight alongside Shirou. Kushina. At that moment, Mikoto's cold shout from within the forest of death snapped Kushina out of her thoughts. She immediately yelled back excitedly. Sister Mikoto. I'm coming. Without hesitation, Kushina entered her full Nine Tails mode. Open a gap in the barrier and let Lady Kushina in. Meanwhile, deep in the forest of death, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was feeling utterly frustrated. Uchiha Mikoto's strength had reached a level that rivaled his. Her Mangekyo Sharingan had even evolved into the Eternal Mangekyo. If it weren't for his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique and the fact that his Edo Tensei body provided infinite chakra, he might not have stood a chance in a life-or-death battle. It wasn't that Senju Tobirama was weak, it was that Uchiha Mikoto knew his fighting techniques inside and out. She understood the Flying Thunder God technique better than anyone else, along with all his other jutsu. In contrast, Senju Tobirama was completely in the dark when it came to Uchiha Mikoto's abilities. Those accursed Uchiha. Before Tobirama could finish his sentence, Uzumaki Kushina burst onto the scene, fully transformed into the Golden Nine Tails. As her massive form landed, the ground shook violently. Without hesitation, she charged forward, shouting. Sister Mikoto. Uchiha Mikoto, wielding her fan, leaped onto the head of the Nine Tails. As her Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly, her purple Susanoo began to cloak the Nine Tails. Sage art, majestic armor, Susanoo. The moment the Susanoo-clad Nine Tails appeared, Tobirama Senju's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? This was the scene his elder brother had faced during the legendary battle at the Valley of the End against Uchiha Madara. Even though he was currently in an Edo Tensei state, how was he supposed to face this? Sister Mikoto, I want to use the sword. With an excited expression, the fused Kushina Uzumaki, now joined with Mikoto Uchiha, wielded the terrifying Susanoo sword via the Nine Tails. With a sweeping motion, the blade slashed toward Tobirama with devastating force. This strike could destroy worlds. Facing such overwhelming power, Tobirama felt utterly helpless. As he glanced at his older brother, who was fighting Madara with excitement in the distance, his heart filled with grievance. Big brother. I'm the one who's your sibling. With a deafening roar, accompanied by waves of destruction, the earth was split wide open, leaving a massive chasm in its wake. Boom. The entire village of Konoha trembled. The terrifying battle left countless people utterly stunned, their jaws agape, unable to process what they were witnessing. This scene was far beyond anything they could have imagined. It wasn't just a ninja battle anymore, it was something straight out of a legendary myth. At that moment, countless minds flashed back to stories of ancient gods clashing. Perhaps those myths weren't mere tales, but echoes of reality. The forest of death had turned into an apocalyptic wasteland. The shockwaves of the battle had destroyed the forest completely. Compared to this, the ongoing showdown of the four Kage, who had already shocked everyone earlier, now seemed insignificant. Raza, the fourth Kazekage. Yagura, the fourth Mizukage. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. The third Raikage. These once mighty Kage-level figures, considered the pinnacle of ninja power, were now nothing more than background characters, reduced to insignificance in this clash of titans. They seemed no more threatening than mere children. The terrifying shockwaves ripped through the battlefield, uprooting giant trees like a hurricane and sending boulders flying across the sky. The debris and rubble slammed into the barrier protecting the spectators, creating thunderous echoes. It was only the protective barrier that snapped the ninjas out of their stupor. They realized with horror. This was real. Without the barrier, even the aftershocks of the battle would force them to flee for their lives. This can't be real. Are they even ninjas anymore? What kind of sick joke is this? This is a power only gods should possess. Our ancestors and the Hokage-sama, they're actually this terrifying. Grandpa. The strongest third Hokage. At that moment, Konohamaru stared at his grandfather, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was scrambling to avoid the destruction on the outskirts of the battlefield. He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of irony. Grandpa. Tears welled up in Konohamaru's eyes. In his heart, his grandfather was the strongest, the great Hokage of Konoha. But now, that idealized image shattered into pieces before his eyes. Inside the barrier, the armor of the Susanoo-clad Buddha statue was repeatedly shattered and then regenerated in an instant. The massive Buddha statue and its armor were blown apart countless times, only to restore themselves again and again. Chunks of the statue, wooden debris and broken limbs, rained down from the sky, crashing to the ground like entire houses, each impact causing deafening explosions. Lady Kushina, Lady Mikoto. Within the Susanoo-clad Ninetales, Konan, Samui, Mabui, and Yujito had long since taken refuge. This level of battle was completely beyond their ability to participate, they could only watch from within the protective shell. Meanwhile, inside Kushina's body, the Ninetales, who had been forcibly subdued over the years, couldn't help but feel conflicted. Its power had always been taken by brute force, but this time, things were different. Seeing the chaos outside and Tobirama Senju getting pummeled, the Ninetales grinned with twisted satisfaction. Hit that white-haired fool harder. I couldn't beat Hashirama, but smacking his little brother is no problem. For the Ninetales, this was a rare chance for revenge. It roared in bitter excitement. The debts it owed to Hashirama and Madara were beyond reckoning, and it knew it could never beat those two. But Tobirama Senju. He didn't have wood release. He didn't have a Mangekyo Sharingan. He was just the younger brother of Hashirama Senju. This was the perfect opportunity to vent its frustrations. Chapter 313, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 313. Konoha. Inside the Forest of Death, a terrifying battle unfolded before their eyes, resembling an apocalyptic catastrophe. If not for the four red yang formation barrier, the sheer intensity of the fight would have been enough to obliterate all of Konoha's buildings. At the Chunin exam arena, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and a group of genin stared blankly at the battle that had far surpassed their comprehension. This is Sensei's strength. Sasuke and Naruto, in utter shock, recalled countless times imagining how strong their sensei, Konoha's Hokage, might be. But without exception, their imagination had always been too small. This is youth. Might Guy shouted excitedly, continuously encouraging his disciple, Rock Lee. The master and student enthusiastically cheered, seemingly oblivious to the concept of powerlessness that others might feel. Suddenly, a golden flash appeared. Namikaze Minato, breathing heavily, shook his head and sighed in response to the crowd's gazes. The mysterious man was too cunning, he still managed to escape. Although the enemy had escaped, the severed arm in Minato's hand served as evidence that this time, it was still his victory. Meanwhile, in the forest outside Konoha, Uchiha Obito's battered figure appeared amidst the swirling space of Kamui. Panting heavily and coughing up blood, he lifted his head and looked toward the terrifying battle in Konoha, unable to suppress his fear. Damn it. From a distance, the colossal figures engaged in fierce combat made Obito fully realize the pinnacle of a ninja's power. Konoha. You won't stop my plan. From beneath his cracked mask, Obito's eyes burned with deep hatred. At the same time, at one corner of the four red yang formation, Uchiha Sasuke, wearing the Umbu mask stood frozen. His Mangekyo Sharingan glowed as he stared intently at the battle. The clash between Uchiha Madara, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Shirou, and Lady Tsunade filled him with an overwhelming sense of awe. So this is it. Kage level is just the beginning. At that moment, Sasuke awakened from the complacency he had felt over years of hard training. He had thought that his relentless training over the past 5 years, never slacking for even a moment, would make him invincible against the Akatsuki, and even his brother Itachi. But today's battle revealed the truth, the road of a ninja was far longer than he had imagined. Even the Mangekyo Sharingan had much more to uncover. Inside the four red yang formation. To think we're being suppressed. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were filled with frustration. While part of the reason was the limitations of the Edo Tensei, which restrained their power, they also possessed infinite chakra. More importantly, Hashirama had to admit that Uchiha Shirou in Sage Mode, along with his granddaughter Tsunade, had surpassed the combined quality of his and Madara's teamwork. For Madara, the frustration stemmed from the fact that he possessed even greater power, but the time to unleash it had not yet come. Madara. Hashirama. Hashirama and Madara roared in unison, their teamwork as natural as ever. Together, they summoned their ultimate technique. Sage Art would release, true several thousand hands. Top transformed Buddha. Across from them, Shirou and Tsunade, seeing their opponents unleashing their ultimate technique, also shouted in unison. Husband, seize the moment. Let's go. Sage Art would release, true several thousand hands. Top transformed Buddha. Two colossal Buddha statues, one blue and one red, roared ferociously. Although the techniques were the same, their execution was vastly different. Hashirama and Madara's blue Susanoo Buddha unleashed a storm of countless arms, hurtling forward with devastating force. In contrast, Shirou and Tsunade's red Susanoo Buddha utilized the Mangekyo's imprint, forming massive raise-nons within thousands of hands. Seeing Tsunade and Shirou's combined attack, Hashirama couldn't help but laugh excitedly. Haha, Madara. Do you see this? This is the power of the Senju and Uchiha. In Hashirama's eyes, such a seamless combination of Susanoo and the Buddha statue required absolute trust and perfect coordination. Without such a bond, such a feat was impossible. Back in the day, Madara's Susanoo combined with the Nine Tails only because the beast had been under the Mangekyo's control. But here, Hashirama saw the bond between his granddaughter Tsunade and the Hokage Uchiha as pure and genuine, a bond of true love. Idiot. Attack already. Madara glared at the raving Hashirama, cursing under his breath. No one understood the power of combining the Senju and Uchiha lineages better than he did. After all, how else would the Rinnegan have been awakened? If not for the fact that the time wasn't right, he would have shown Hashirama the true power of the Senju and Uchiha combined. Big brother. A roar echoed from the distance. The Susanoo-clad Nine Tails, which had been overwhelming several Kage-level opponents, opened its mouth to charge a massive tailed beast bomb. The deadly orb was hurled toward the blue Susanoo Buddha of Hashirama and Madara. Not good. The collision of techniques at this level will be catastrophic. Senju Tobirama instinctively shouted in alarm. Namikaze Minato, having just returned, gasped at the scene and immediately instructed the four shinobi maintaining the barrier to brace for the incoming impact. Inside the barrier, the countless fists and raise-nons collided with a deafening roar. Adding the tailed beast bomb to the mix, the resulting explosion unleashed a blinding white light that engulfed the area. The ground trembled violently as the shockwave radiated outward. The red barrier quivered under the immense pressure, its surface bulging outward like a balloon about to burst. Not good. The barrier can't hold much longer. At Minato's warning, the four shinobi maintaining the barrier shouted in unison. Cursed markings appeared across their faces as they pushed themselves to the limit. Coup, so this is the power of the god of shinobi. How fascinating, truly fascinating. Orochimaru's raspy, excited laughter echoed as he activated Sage Mode from Ryuchi Cave. Strangely, another Orochimaru stood beside him, observing the chaos with equal intrigue. At this moment, the two Orochimarus revealed greedy smiles as they collected precious data. Meanwhile, Senju Nawaki, Uchiha Shirou, and Uchiha Sasuke all entered their cursed seal modes. After all, the true Sage Mode still required time for Nawaki and Shirou to activate, it was impossible to enter it instantaneously. Uchiha Sasuke, who had obtained a new cursed seal, faced the same limitation. Under the stunned gazes of countless onlookers, the barrier erupted with a massive explosion. However, the expanded barrier, reinforced by the chakra of four individuals, remained incredibly resilient. The next moment, the terrifying energy within the barrier surged upward like a chimney, erupting out of the barrier's top with immense force. The deafening roar and shockwave swept across the sky, leaving the entire village of Konoha's ninjas in a state of shock and disbelief. Are you kidding me? This must be a miracle. Is this the power of the Hokage? The once dense white clouds in the sky were instantly torn apart by the powerful shockwave, revealing a clear and serene blue sky. From the perspective of numerous ninjas, it seemed as if the aftermath had swept the heavens clean, creating a sky utterly devoid of clouds. This. Even Minato couldn't hide his astonishment. He murmured. Hokage-sama. Your power has already surpassed mine, and even exceeded that of all the previous Hokage combined. Though shocked, Minato felt an unprecedented surge of excitement. With the power of the god of the shinobi, it might be possible to reduce the bloodshed in the ninja world. If the first Hokage had once set the rules for the ninja world, then now Konoha could rewrite them, establishing a new and just order for peace. Minato understood that such reform would require sacrifices and bloodshed, but the stronger one's power, the fewer obstacles they would face. The god of the shinobi. Maybe we really will see that day. As Minato whispered to himself, the dust within the barrier settled, revealing the figures inside. The blue Susanoo Buddha statues of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Uchiha Madara had been completely obliterated. Broken limbs and shattered fragments lay scattered on the ground, and the massive statues had collapsed with a thunderous crash, half of their bodies destroyed. At the same time, the red Susanoo Buddha of Shirou and Tsunade looked battered as well. Half of the Susanoo's armor had been shattered. Tsunade, having consumed an enormous amount of chakra, was panting heavily. Yet, when she raised her head, a smile appeared on her face. Husband, well done. Shirou had already appeared behind Hashirama and Madara. He placed a hand on each of their shoulders as a sealing jutsu activated. Sage Art, Curse of Karma Binding Seal. When Hashirama and Madara's bodies froze, completely unable to move. Both looked in disbelief at the sealing markings spreading across their bodies. Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan spun as realization dawned, and he revealed a look of admiration, saying, "Impressive. To seize the briefest opening like that." Hashirama, however, frowned slightly and asked in a serious tone. "Fourth, you broke through during the instant our Susanoo defenses were shattered. But weren't you worried that Tsunade might be harmed? You do realize that this was the combined power of both me and Madara." In Hashirama's eyes, the combined power of him and Madara was enough to destroy the entire ninja world. Harmed? Shirou, who had immobilized both of them, smiled. Madara's brows furrowed tightly as he exclaimed. "No. Hashirama, look. Their Susanoo Buddha doesn't seem to have taken as much damage as it should have." As the lingering dust cleared, Hashirama and Madara noticed something peculiar. Although the red Susanoo Buddha had been damaged, the extent of the destruction didn't align with the power of their previous attack. Suddenly, Madara's sharp eyes caught sight of a red chakra shield in the hands of the Susanoo Buddha. His pupils shrank as he exclaimed. "That's the Yata Mirror. The legendary artifact said to possess the strongest defense." Shirou's confident smile left Hashirama and Madara stunned. No wonder their combined attack had not inflicted more damage. Two old relics coming back to cause trouble again, scoffed Tsunade as she leaped over. When she saw her grandfather, Hashirama, lying on the ground with half of his body destroyed, though still regenerating due to Edo Tensei, her eyes reddened and filled with tears. "Grandpa." Seeing Tsunade, Hashirama let out a hearty laugh, despite the situation. "Haha, little Tsuna, this husband you've chosen is not bad. At the very least." But then, Hashirama's expression froze. His eyes widened in shock, and he stammered. Little Tsuna. What happened to your eyes?" Tsunade's tear-filled eyes glowed red, revealing a sight that Hashirama knew all too well, a pair of Sharingan, with 3 tomo spinning within them. Impossible. Even Madara, standing nearby, was visibly shaken. What's so impossible about it? Shirou's main body stepped forward, gently placing a hand on Tsunade's shoulder. He smiled calmly at the two legends. "The Sharingan," Hashirama muttered, utterly dumbfounded. His granddaughter's eyes were not transplanted, yet he would swear on his life that Tsunade was without a doubt his direct descendant. Madara, on the other hand, grew furious as the realization hit him. He glared at Hashirama and roared. "Hashirama! Explain this. I demand an explanation." Madara's mind raced with possibilities. Could the Senju clan have somehow stolen the Uchiha bloodline? Did one of Tsunade's parents secretly carry Uchiha's blood? "Madara, listen to me. I swear I had nothing to do with this." As Hashirama stumbled through his weak explanation, Madara felt both furious and humiliated, while Hashirama himself began to show a rare flash of anger, as though he, too, had just realized something unsettling. Tobirama, you better explain this to me." The only one capable of pulling something like this off and hiding it from him was none other than his troublesome younger brother, Senju Tobirama. Meanwhile, in the distance, under the combined efforts of Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto, the Susanoo-clad Ninetales had already blown apart several Edo Tensei summons in the earlier explosion. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kushina, as the strongest sealing ninja, had her adamantine sealing chains tightly binding the Edo Tensei summons, ready to seal them away at any moment. "Grandpa." With the 3 tomo Sharingan spinning in her eyes, Senju Tsunade glared directly at her grandfather, Hashirama, and huffed angrily. "These are my eyes. They have nothing to do with anyone else. And the grudge between the Senju and Uchiha is nothing but a joke." As Tsunade wiped away her tears and started smiling, she cheerfully shared with her grandfather her discoveries and the current flourishing state of Konoha. Particularly, she highlighted the present relationship between the Senju and Uchiha clans, which had already begun intermarrying. However, all this caused Uchiha Madara to narrow his eyes in shock, his heart turning upside down in turmoil. As the first person after the Sage of Six Paths to awaken the Rinnegan, how could he not understand that the Senju and Uchiha were both descendants of the sage? What shocked him was that these two had managed, through mere scraps of information, to retrace their shared lineage within just a few short decades, enough to even influence their clans to begin intermarrying. To make matters worse, Tsunade's bloodline was so pure that she had simultaneously awakened both would release and the Sharingan. Meanwhile, Shirou, standing to the side, couldn't help but smirk at the sight of this old man's shocked expression. You think Hashirama is on the first level, and you're on the second level, thinking everything is under your control. But little do you know, I'm all the way up in the stratosphere. So that's how it is. After hearing what Tsunade said, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but be utterly astonished. But soon, he broke into a smile, turning excitedly to Madara as he exclaimed. Madara. Did you hear that? It turns out the Senju and Uchiha are one family. That means you're my little brother. What the hell? Uchiha Madara, who had been feeling smug about his supposed dominance over the ninja world, nearly blew a fuse at Hashirama's ridiculous train of thought. He was the one standing at the pinnacle. So why did Senju Hashirama always act like he was the winner? You idiot. What do you mean by saying that I, Uchiha Madara, am your little brother? Looking at Hashirama once again taking advantage of him, Madara completely lost it, glaring furiously at this fool. Ever since he met this guy, he'd never won even once. And now, just when he finally managed to score a victory, Hashirama still had to get the upper hand verbally. Chapter 314, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 314. As the dust within the barrier gradually settled, this battle, which far surpassed the scope of a typical ninja conflict, had finally drawn to a close. Big brother. At the same time, Senju Tobarama's entire body was pierced through by golden chains. When he turned his head, he saw his elder brother and Uchiha Madara not even sparing him a glance. This left him feeling stifled. He was Hashirama's brother, after all. Yet every time Uchiha Madara appeared, his big brother's eyes were always focused on Madara instead. Uchiha Shirou. Uchiha Madara, arms crossed, looked at Shirou with an expression full of admiration and said domineeringly. Since you are now the Hokage of Konoha and the leader of the Uchiha clan, by our clan's rules, any child you have, no matter with whom, must bear the Uchiha name. Hearing this, Senju Hashirama, who had been laughing moments earlier, widened his eyes in shock. Excited as he wasn't a fool. Hey, Madara. We're already dead, why are you still meddling in these things? Humph. It's the Uchiha marrying into the Senju, not the other way around. Madara, you're being unreasonable. When I married Mito, didn't I agree to let our children take the Uzumaki name? Even Tsunade, none of them inherited the Senju name either. TCH. That's because you're an idiot. Regardless, as long as Uchiha blood flows in their veins, they must bear the Uchiha name. Tsunade has awakened the wood release. Hashirama's eyes widened further. Madara, not backing down in the slightest, snorted coldly and retorted, she's also awakened the Sharingan. Can she still be considered part of your Senju clan? Seeing Hashirama, Madara, who had finally gained the upper hand, pressed on step by step and sneered. So what if she has wood release? From now on, wood release belongs to the Uchiha clan. What does it have to do with the Senju? In Madara's domineering worldview, anyone who entered the Uchiha clan automatically became part of the Uchiha. Madara. You're just envious of my wood release. Idiot. Madara sneered inwardly. That blade Hashirama stabbed him with at the Valley of the End. This was just the beginning. The next time they met, he would shock the entire ninja world, including Hashirama himself. Mastering both the wood release and the Sharingan would be nothing compared to what he would show them. When Hashirama saw the Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, he'd love to see the look on his old rival's face. And when his plans came to fruition, the world would know that Uchiha Madara was the ultimate victor. Thinking of this, a cold smirk appeared on Madara's face as he glanced mockingly at Hashirama. Unbelievable. Even though they were already sealed, the two weren't even angry. Instead, they were arguing over something so trivial. This sight, which initially filled Tsunade with joy at seeing her relatives, quickly turned into exasperation. She shouted angrily. Shut up. You two old fools. Tsunade's scolding left Hashirama scratching his head awkwardly with a sheepish laugh. Haha, little Tsuna, you need to work on that temper of yours. You're an adult now, what will you do if you set a bad example for the kids? Hashirama's overly straightforward and hot-blooded attitude left Madara feeling second-hand embarrassment. How could he have ever been stabbed by someone like this? Tsunade was utterly exasperated. How humiliating. Too humiliating. Evil Uchiha. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted the scene. Covered in blood, Shimura Danzo's figure staggered into view. His eyes were filled with madness as he ripped open his upper clothing, revealing a black sealing mark. This is bad. It's the reverse 4 symbol seal. Hokage-sama, be careful. Outside the barrier, Uchiha Shirou shouted in alarm when he saw this. However, before his warning could end, countless bone spikes erupted from the ground within the barrier. Dance of the Seedling Fern. In an instant, a forest of bones emerged from the ground. Danzo's broken body, mid-leap in the air, was impaled, leaving him looking like a porcupine. No, impossible. I've only just begun. I'm so unwilling. Coughing up blood, Danzo struggled to lift his head toward Shirou, who hadn't even spared him a glance. His eyes were filled with despair. Not far away, Kimimaro stood panting heavily, glaring coldly at Danzo's rapidly dying body as he declared. Anything that stands in the way of Lord Shirou's dreams, I will eliminate. As Danzo lay on the verge of death, his eyes were filled with resentment. The surrounding people looked at him as though he were nothing but a pathetic clown. The terrifying ink formed a massive, transparent black sphere. As Danzo's despairing eyes watched, the reverse 4 symbol seal activated. In the end, his final act was to seal away half a field of bones. As the seal was completed, not far away, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was also being sealed, showed a sorrowful expression. Danzo. Meanwhile, Shirou stood calmly, watching as a wisp of dust scattered into the air. A rat hiding in the shadows. Even at the cost of your life, all you could muster was a little dust. Honey. Anata-sama. Lord Shirou. Uchiha Mikoto, Uzumaki Kushina, Konin, and other Hokage guards arrived, signaling the end of this chaotic battle. Now, you two, if there's anything you want to say it quickly. Your time is running out, Shirou teased, gesturing towards Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, whose Edo Tensei bodies began to disintegrate as the technique was undone. The Edo Tensei has been released. Hashirama looked down in confusion at his feet, which had begun to crumble away like leaves. Only now did he realize. Grandpa. Second Grandpa. Tsunade's eyes filled with sadness as she watched her relatives, who had only just reappeared, begin to disappear again. Hashirama, however, simply scratched his head and laughed heartily. Haha, sorry about this, little Tsuna. I didn't expect to cause so much trouble for Konoha even after dying all these years ago. But Madara, don't you have anything to say? Madara, arms crossed, glanced at the still-collapsed Senju Tobirama, whose body was half destroyed. Though he had initially been silent, a mocking smirk crept onto his face. Hashirama. It seems that in the end, it is I, Uchiha, who has won. This proves that your so-called peace was nothing but nonsense. Although Uchiha Madara was addressing Hashirama, his cold, mocking gaze was fixed on Tobirama Senju. It was clear that his words were meant as revenge. This left Tobirama feeling stifled. Glaring at his older brother, he said. Big brother. Meanwhile, Hashirama scratched his head with a loud laugh and replied. Maybe you're right. After all, even after Madara and I were gone, it seems the wars in the ninja world continued. Though Hashirama still seemed as carefree and optimistic as ever, the sadness in his eyes was unmistakable. This had been his lifelong goal, and reality was now telling him that he had been wrong. Unable to stand it any longer, Tsunade, who had been watching from the side, spoke up with a cold snort. At least my grandfather had a clear goal. Even if it was ultimately wrong, Uchiha Madara, do you even remember what your goal was back then? Tsunade's sharp retort left Madara momentarily at a loss for words. Back then, he had only thought Hashirama was too idealistic, that peace required strength. But as for how to implement it or what came next, he truly hadn't figured that out. Little Tsuna. Seeing his granddaughter criticize Madara, Hashirama quickly tried to stop her, laughing awkwardly. Madara didn't have enough time to perfect his dream before he strayed from the path, and then, at the Valley of the End, you stabbed him, didn't you, Grandpa? Tsunade's sharp tongue left Hashirama looking utterly embarrassed. At that moment, Tsunade finally understood why her second grandfather, Tobirama, disliked Madara so much. As expected, in front of her grandfather, Madara seemed even more important than their family. Hashirama. What nonsense are you spouting? How exactly did I stray from the path back then? Madara, now furious, glared at Hashirama, who hurried to explain. Madara, that's not what I meant. Look, this Uchiha Shirou managed to become Hokage. See how the Konoha ninja outside the barrier looks at their Hokage with admiration. Back then, you. Hashirama. Two ancient relics, both long dead, were now bickering with each other like children. What was supposed to be their last words had turned into this farce, leaving Tsunade utterly speechless. Shirou, standing nearby, shrugged at Tsunade with a smile, though his gaze lingered on Madara. Internally, he couldn't help but think. Well played, old man. You're quite the actor. If I didn't know better, I might have believed you. Grandpa, second grandpa, the village is fine now. Nawaki is growing up well, and... Shaking her head helplessly, Tsunade began to report on the current state of Konoha to her two grandfathers. She even subtly mentioned the Uchiha clan's obsessive tendencies, her Sharingan's three tomo spinning brightly in her eyes. This left Tobirama feeling even more stifled. He wanted to refute her, but Tsunade had awakened the Sharingan. What kind of situation was this? Madara, noticing this, smirked coldly. An evil Uchiha. Obsessive. It seems the Senju are just as obsessive and evil. Remembering how Hashirama had stubbornly stabbed him all those years ago, Madara felt a pang of anger. At last, he had the chance to get even. Meanwhile, Hashirama scratched his head awkwardly. Upon reflection, it did seem like Madara had a point. Tobirama, it seems we were just as obsessive as the Uchiha. Back then, I was fixated on a single idea, much like how you were fixated on guarding against the Uchiha. Big brother. You. Tobirama was so frustrated that he nearly spat blood. What kind of older brother sides with an outsider like this? Ancestor. At that moment, Uchiha Mikoto, holding the Uchiha clan's iconic Gunbai fan, respectfully bowed to Madara and began reporting on the Uchiha's current situation. Oh, so you're the granddaughter of Setsuna. Though Madara already knew this, he feigned surprise. Then, looking at Mikoto, he nodded approvingly. With your current strength, having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, you are indeed qualified to wield this symbol of the Uchiha clan. His calm voice echoed, and with Madara's acknowledgement, Mikoto was officially recognized as the rightful wielder of the Uchiha Gunbai. Tsunade, it seems this turned out far better than we originally planned. Looking at the ruined forest of death and the countless reverent gazes from the ninjas outside the barrier, Shirou smiled. Tsunade, having deactivated her Sharingan by now, had also noticed the fearful and awed looks from foreign ninjas. She clicked her tongue. Tsunade knew that this battle had cemented their power and influence across the ninja world far more effectively than they had anticipated. Tsunade's personality was such that once she made up her mind, she would carry it through to the end. With a bold, commanding expression, she surveyed the scene around her and made her decision. In that case, let the nations of the ninja world live in constant fear. With a loud clap of her hands, Tsunade called out her next move. Would release secret technique, nativity of a world of trees. As the barrier gradually faded, the ninja from other nations and Konoha alike were still reeling from the earth-shattering battle they had just witnessed. Suddenly, the ground of the forest of death began to rumble. What's happening? Wasn't the battle over? Panic spread among the nobles as they watched a shocking scene unfold. From the ruined earth of the forest of death, countless trees, vines, and plants burst forth, growing rapidly and covering the area in an instant. Though they had already witnessed the terrifying power of wood release in battle, this display was different. This time, it was a large-scale technique. In the blink of an eye, the forest of death was reborn. It was as if the earlier destruction had been nothing but an illusion. If not for the eerie silence and lack of life in the forest, they might have thought they had fallen into a genjutsu. This is Lady Tsunade's wood release. Incredible. The legends about the forest of death being created by the first Hokage's wood release were true. Such terrifying chakra. The foreign ninja, including Kuratsuchi, were stunned. After such an intense battle, Tsunade still had enough chakra to perform a technique of this magnitude. It was terrifying. Old man, so this is the kind of legend your era produced? Faced with his granddaughter Kuratsuchi's awe, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, remained pale and silent. His expression said it all. The nearby ninja from the hidden cloud village all had grim expressions, with the fourth Raikage, looking as if he'd just lost his father, utterly devastated. Haha, Tsunade, your wood release techniques are not bad. In the forest of death, now restored, Senju Hashirama laughed heartily as white light flickered around him. Their reanimated bodies could no longer hold out. Grandpa. Second grandpa. Tsunade's eyes revealed a trace of reluctance as she looked at her two family members. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara's final gaze rested on Uchiha Shirou. Calmly, he said, Uchiha Shirou, your strength matches your ambition. I hope you can truly achieve peace in the ninja world. Hearing this, Shirou couldn't help but smile and nod, replying. Peace. As long as there is desire in this world, true peace will never exist. I'm merely doing the same as the first Hokage, hanging a sword over the entire ninja world. The difference is, I will choose to conquer the entire ninja world, ultimately bringing it all under my rule. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara showed a rare expression of approval, nodding. That is more than enough. At the very least, it will prevent further wars. As for the games of human hearts, At this point, Uchiha Madara let out a cold laugh, his gaze directed at Senju Tobirama. The so-called peace of the Leaf Village back then was also built on the hearts of men, wasn't it? It was clear that Madara was criticizing the Leaf Village of the past. Its so-called peace had never been fair, at least not to the Uchiha. This made Hashirama scratch his head awkwardly, while Tobirama snorted coldly. Haha, we're leaving, Tsunade. I hope next time I see you, you'll have children of your own. Ha ha ha. You stubborn old man. Before leaving, Uchiha Madara gave Uchiha Shirou and the others a deep, meaningful look, one that Hashirama happened to notice, causing his heart to skip a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. But it was already too late to ask. Madara. Madara revealed a mysterious smile. Hashirama. You think you're on the first level, but you don't know that I'm already on the third, looking down at you. The next time we meet, I'll give you a big surprise. Under Tsunade's complex gaze, the reanimated bodies, bathed in white light, finally reached their limit and disintegrated completely, revealing the sacrificial corpses inside. The bodies of White Zetsu. Chapter 315, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 315. The turmoil caused by the Chunin exams in Konoha shocked the entire ninja world, leaving it in an uproar before plunging into a tense silence. However, shortly after the chaos of the Chunin exams subsided and just before the 5 Kage summit was convened, new unrest emerged in the ninja world. Hokage Building, Rooftop. Under the banners of the 5 great ninja villages, the 5 Kage summit was being held on the rooftop of the Hokage Building. But this time, there was a distinct air of tension among the guards from the various nations surrounding the meeting. 4th Hokage. The 5 Kage summit has just begun, yet the land of whirlpools has already sent troops to attack the land of water. Are you truly intent on starting a war? The 4th Raikage, who was notoriously short-tempered, immediately showed his anger. Although he acknowledged that Konoha was a formidable force, he couldn't simply let them act recklessly. At the table representing the 5 Kage, the seat for the Mizukage was conspicuously empty, leaving only a pristine Mizukage's hat. Meanwhile, at the seat for the Kazekage, Elder Chiyo sat with a somber expression. Chiyo was filled with regret. She knew that their original plan had been for the 4th Kazekage, Raza, to attend the Chunin exams in Konoha and establish an alliance by betraying Danzo. But now, everything had fallen apart. 4th Hokage, our Kazekage came to Konoha with sincere intentions, yet he was ambushed by Shimura Danzo. This led to... Elder Chiyo's voice was filled with helplessness. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were still in power, she might have had the courage to demand accountability from Konoha for Danzo's treachery in assassinating their Kazekage. But now... Under the bright sunlight, Uchiha Shirou stood with a calm smile, listening to Elder Chiyo's explanation and observing the 4th Raikage's frustration. In contrast, the cunning 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, was unusually composed today. Stroking his white beard, he appeared as if the despair he had felt during the Chunin exams had been a mere illusion. First of all, 4th Raikage, does Konoha need the approval of Kimogakure to deploy its forces? Shirou's calm tone carried an undeniable air of dominance, leaving the 4th Raikage speechless with frustration. If not for the fact that he knew Uchiha Shirou could crush everyone present, 4th Raikage might have stood his ground more firmly. But now... The 4th Raikage could only lower his head slightly, muttering in frustration without daring to speak further. At that moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared on the rooftop. It was Mabui, who was proficient in the Flying Thunder God technique, and Terumi Mei, who still bore traces of dust on her attire. With a radiant smile, Terumi Mei turned to the group and waved, saying, "Apologies for being late, everyone. I ran into some issues on the way." Though her expression showed signs of fatigue, there was a playful glint in her eyes. The next moment, under the astonished gazes of the Raikage, Elder Chiyo, and Inoki, Terumi Mei confidently walked to the Mizukage's seat and took her place. She looked up, meeting the group's surprised expressions, especially Inoki's knowing gaze, and smiled apologetically. Picking up the Mizukage's hat, she lightly brushed off imaginary dust. "Everyone, I had to deal with some family matters earlier, but everything is settled now." In that instant, Inoki's suspicions were confirmed, Elder Chiyo's thoughts deepened, and the 4th Raikage's eyes widened in disbelief. No one here was naive. The recent chaos of the Chunin exams, followed by the land of whirlpools launching an assault on the land of water, clearly showed that Konoha had planned this all along. Even without the turmoil of the Chunin exams, Konoha would have inevitably targeted Kirigakure. This was why Tsunade had previously remarked that the results of the turmoil had far exceeded expectations. "First, I must thank Hokage-sama," Terumi Mei began sincerely. For too long, Kirigakure's Mizukage was manipulated by Shimura Danzo through his Sharingan, leading to countless atrocities in the land of water. Freshly seated, Terumi Mei gave Shirou a grateful glance as she publicly denounced Danzo's crimes. In one sentence, she placed all the blame for Kirigakure's instability squarely on Danzo's shoulders. Shirou responded with a composed smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Well then, 5th Mizukage, I trust that after this summit, you'll be able to dismantle the bloody mist policies and rebuild the true Kirigakure. His words carried a dual meaning. Shirou not only recognized Terumi Mei's position as the 5th Mizukage but also subtly reminded her of the backing she had. Terumi Mei showed no resistance to his statement. Instead, she felt genuine gratitude. The revelation of the Mizukage's manipulation had exposed Kirigakure's internal issues. With the support of numerous Kekkei Genkai users from Kirigakure, Terumi Mei had led a counteroffensive under the banner of rebuilding the village. Combined with the news of Konoha's turmoil spreading, her forces had advanced rapidly. Although Kirigakure remained unstable, her participation in the 5 Kage summit sent a clear message to the ninja world: she had Konoha's support. She had the strongest shinobi behind her. Thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama, Terumi Mei responded gratefully. Shirou smiled and introduced her to the group once again. Terumi Mei, the 5th Mizukage of Kirigakure. This declaration left the 4th Raikage's face ashen, while Inoki and Elder Chiyo exchanged significant glances, seemingly communicating without words. And, of course, she's also one of my wives. What? Shirou's sudden revelation left the 4th Raikage stunned. He blurted out angrily. 4th Hokage, what exactly are you trying to achieve? His voice burned with fury. Supporting a Mizukage was one thing, but now claiming her as his wife. Did Konoha intend to dominate the entire ninja world? 4th Raikage. At that moment, Konan, Shirou's assistant, stepped forward. She produced a stack of documents and spoke coldly. Kirigakure was previously manipulated by Shimura Danzo, a cancer within the ninja world, in collaboration with an unknown individual. Konoha suffered under his schemes as well. Terumi Mei and other Kirigakure ninjas fled from persecution years ago and were sheltered by Konoha. Konoha and Kirigakure have long been family. Now that the poison has been cleansed, countless fallen Kirigakure shinobi can finally rest in peace. Her words painted Konoha as a beacon of light in the ninja world, illuminating the land of water and dispelling the darkness over Kirigakure. Under the complex gazes of the other Kage, Terumi Mei wore an expression of heartfelt gratitude. Hokage-sama has restored Kirigakure's honor. We are not bloodthirsty or cruel by nature, we were simply victims of manipulation. Terumi Mei truly felt indebted. Without Shirou's intervention, Kirigakure would have continued its self-destructive path indefinitely. As Uchiha Shirou, known as the light of the shinobi world, smiled warmly and looked around at everyone, even the Konoha ninjas on guard and the other village's escorts all wore grave expressions. Everyone, does anyone still have objections to the identity of the 5th Mizukage? Objections. Thinking of this, Inoki was speechless. Who would dare? The Susanoo-cloaked Buddha statue made him feel that the man in front of him was even more terrifying than Uchiha Madara because Madara was at least straightforward. But Uchiha Shirou not only inherited Madara's power but also had a mind more cunning than Tobirama Senju's. On top of that, he married Tsunade Senju, who possessed would release. Who would dare object? Even the rough and brash 4th Raikage let out a few frustrated grunts, and upon seeing everyone else remain silent, he silently cursed them as cowards in his heart. But even he had to bow his head to the stronger force. Now, can we discuss Tsunagekyure's attack on Konoha and the appearance of the Jinchuriki in the village? As Shirou's calm gaze fell upon the representative of Tsunagekure, Elder Chiyo felt as though she were sitting on pins and needles. She braced herself to explain the situation once again, but at that moment, a familiar voice sounded behind her. Elder Chiyo, may I represent Tsunagekure instead? Hearing this familiar voice, Elder Chiyo stiffly turned her head, only to see Pakura's calm smile. Standing next to her was Temari. Pakura. At that moment, the cunning Elder Chiyo and Inoki felt their scalps go numb. This was a premeditated plan. A strategy. An open and blatant strategy. The calmness in Pakura's eyes was almost a direct message to Elder Chiyo: either choose her or face Konoha's wrath. If it had been before witnessing the combined strength of Uchiha Shirou and Tsunade, Elder Chiyo might have angrily shouted defiant words. What was there to fear? But ever since the terrifying power of the Mangekyo Sharingan combined with would release had spread across the shinobi world, even the fierce Raikage and the cunning Inoki had been forced into silence. At this moment, Elder Chiyo was truly scared. But as Tsunagekure's most senior elder and a witness to both its rise and fall, Elder Chiyo took a deep breath, turned to Uchiha Shirou, and smiled. Lord Hokage, shall we let Tsunagekure's 5th Kazekage discuss this matter? The 5th Kazekage, Pakura. I don't recall hearing that Tsunagekure had chosen a new Kazekage. No. Pakura was originally a candidate for the 4th Kazekage. Due to the unprecedented crisis faced by our village, we've made an exception. Pakura is now our 5th Kazekage. Is that appropriate? It's appropriate. Absolutely appropriate. Elder Chiyo stood up decisively and handed the Kazekage's hat directly to Pakura. This scene left Inoki dumbfounded. Well played, Elder Chiyo. What a dramatic change of face. At that moment, Temari, who stood beside Pakura, took a deep breath, respectfully accepted the Kazekage's hat, and solemnly announced. To the 5th Kazekage. Hearing this, Pakura smiled and took the Kazekage's hat from Temari, with Elder Chiyo personally witnessing the moment. The 4th Raikage was utterly frustrated, but what could he do? Strength spoke louder than words. With Elder Chiyo as Sunagekyu's senior representative, Temari as the 4th Kazekage's daughter, and Pakura as Sunagekyu's hero. This was a flawless move. If Kirigakyu's situation was an internal rebellion, then Sunagekure had effectively chosen to surrender. Hokage-sama, the former 4th Kazekage, Raza, came to Konoha with sincere intentions, but he was framed by a mysterious individual and Danzo Shimura working together. Seated in the Kazekage's chair, Pakura officially began representing Sunagekure in the discussions. Meanwhile, Elder Chiyo, facing Inoki's disdainful gaze, simply sneered. The entire village was at a dead end, out of options. The new generation of Kage-level shinobi hadn't yet been developed, and Gaara, the One-Tail's Jinchuriki, was too unstable. What was she supposed to do? Even without this incident, Sunagekure needed an ally to weather this storm. Pakura's emergence gave Elder Chiyo hope for stability in Sunagekure. At the very least, they wouldn't have to face Konoha directly anymore. We sympathize deeply with Sunagekure's plight. This mysterious individual not only manipulated Kirigakure but was also involved in the tailed beast chaos during the Third Great War. According to our investigations, this individual was also behind the Three Tails incident. Now, Konoha, Kirigakure, and Sunagekure, we've all suffered at the hands of this person. As Shirou spoke with a firm and resolute tone, he painted a picture of the three villages as victims united against a common enemy. His mention of this mysterious individual caused Iwagakure and Kimogakure representatives to grow visibly tense. For them, two major issues loomed overhead. The first was Konoha's undeniable and terrifying power, which was now apparent to all. Even Sunagekure and Kirigakure seemed to be aligning themselves with Konoha if not outright becoming its vassals. The second was the mysterious individual, whose ability to manipulate one of the 5 great shinobi villages suggested an even greater threat, potentially on par with Konoha. After all, according to Konoha's intelligence, this mysterious individual possessed both the Mangekyo Sharingan and would release, making him as threatening as the current Uchiha Shirou plus Tsunade duo. Everyone, for the sake of peace in the shinobi world, we must not allow this mysterious individual to wreak havoc any longer. Shirou slammed the table with righteous fury, emphasizing the danger of this mysterious individual and greatly exaggerating their power. After all, only Konoha had truly encountered this person, and without evidence, everyone else had to rely on Konoha's accounts. But this 5 Kage summit, held on the rooftop of the Hokage building, was seen by the surrounding Konoha shinobi as nothing less than Konoha's exercise of dominance. As the officer in charge of security for this meeting, Hatake Kakashi couldn't help but look at Uchiha Shirou with admiration. Others only saw absolute strength, but with his political acumen, Kakashi saw a bloodless conquest, one that brought half the shinobi world under Konoha's control. Everyone, as the 5 great shinobi villages, we must set an example for peace in the shinobi world. Regarding the Sunagekure incident, Konoha is willing to assist by sending 2,000 ninjas to help the 5th Kazekage restore order to her village. After all, no one can guarantee whether the mysterious figure has other schemes, and with the Jinchuriki of the One-Tail unable to control the power of the tailed beast, keeping them in Konoha for training is a reasonable move. Under Shirou's seemingly peaceful smile, a strategic deployment targeting the 2 major ninja villages was subtly revealed. As expected, Elder Chiyo sighed helplessly in her heart. How could Konoha possibly allow Pakura to rise to power so easily? Even if she was Uchiha Shirou's woman, Konoha would still take precautions against Sunagekure. The ultimate weapon, the Jinchuriki, must be stationed in Konoha. But if they were to oppose this decision now? Elder Chiyo's headache wasn't just about whether she could leave Konoha alive, it was about the turmoil that Sunagekure would face next. If mishandled, they might truly fall out of the ranks of the 5 great shinobi villages. After all, their Jinchuriki, Gaara, had long been captured by Konoha. Throughout the entire meeting, the 4th Raikage, wore a dark expression. Inwardly, he vowed that while he might not be able to provoke Konoha upon returning, he would fan the flames between the mysterious figure and Konoha. At the same time, he secretly felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, the ninja world still had such a schemer capable of restraining Konoha. By the end of the 5 Kage summit, on the way back, the 4th Raikage, vented his frustrations to Inoki. Inoki, what does Konoha want to do? Do they think the ninja world is Uchiha Shirou's playground where he can do whatever he pleases? Faced with the anger of this brash man, Inoki also showed a troubled expression. Lowering his head, he said in a low voice. Let's head back first. At least the ninja world still has this mysterious figure to counterbalance Konoha. For now, we can only hope that this person continues to restrain them or that both sides end up severely weakening each other. Only then will we have a chance to breathe. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, Kirigakure and Sunagekure were unreliable. Left with just themselves, Inoki and the fourth Raikage, could only feel despair. Fine. Inoki, when we return, we must deepen our alliance, maybe even unite the entire ninja world. The fourth Raikage, was furious. If the Chunin exams had left him shocked and fearful, then this 5 Kage summit had him seething with rage. Meanwhile, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, who appeared indignant and resolute, nodded in agreement. But as he turned back to his quarters, a sly glint flashed in his eyes. We need to make a two-pronged plan. At the very least, I cannot allow Iwagakure to fall under my watch. With a worried heart, Inoki thought about the fifth Mizukage and Kazekage. His gaze drifted toward his granddaughter, who was following behind him. P.S. Kuratsuchi, am I being sold? PS2, read at least 110 advanced chapters at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 316, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 316. The ninja world is shaken. The turmoil witnessed during the Chunin exams, a focal event in Konoha, has sent shockwaves throughout the entire ninja world. The forbidden jutsu, Edo Tensei, summoning the dead to fight. Senju Tsunade's would release and Uchiha Shirou's Mangekyo Sharingan, the two of them valiantly battling the god of the ninja world, the first Hokage, and the demon of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, who ended the Warring States period. Not to mention, the manipulation of the Kazekage and Mizukage by a mysterious figure, plunging one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Kirigakure, into a long-standing conspiracy. Even Sunagakure would have fallen under control had Konoha not triumphed this time. First, Konoha stunned the ninja world with the godlike power of its Hokage and Tsunade Senju. Then came the terrifying revelation of a mysterious figure orchestrating a grand conspiracy to manipulate the ninja world. If these revelations were shocking enough to destroy the heavens and earth, what followed was the ninja world's awe at Konoha's military strength. As the 5 Kage summit concluded and the Raikage and Tsuchikage prepared to leave Konoha, news of a shocking report reached them. How is this possible? The fourth Raikage, was stunned as he read the report, while his trusted bodyguard could only smile bitterly. Raikage-sama, I also thought it was fake at first, but Konoha does not need to fabricate such things anymore. Damn it. The fourth Raikage was filled with both shock and fear, but above all, frustration. Meanwhile, in the Iwagakure delegation's quarters, the Tsuchikage Inoki and his team, who had just finished packing, also received the report. The entire group was stunned. 4 hours to break through the Kirigakure ninja army's defenses. 5 days to take Kirigakure? How could this be? The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, was left speechless in disbelief. He read the report 3 times, but the facts remained the same. How is this possible? Even the battle-hardened Inoki was momentarily at a loss for words. He could have accepted the appearance of either Uchiha Shirou or Tsunade Senju on the battlefield. However, the problem was that both Uchiha Shirou and Tsunade stayed in Konoha. The force sent to Kirigakure was merely an elite unit of Konoha ninja. Yes, it included clans such as the Yuki clan and the Kagaya clan, which originated there. However, in terms of top-tier strength, Kirigakure had the likes of Terumi Mei, who could wield 2 Kekkei Genkai, and Kisame Hashigaki, whose terrifying chakra reserves and same-had a sword made him a formidable foe. Yet, Konoha's Shursui of the Body Flicker, with his Mangekyo Sharingan, the time-space ninjutsu team led by Uzumaki Ginma, and the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, spearheaded an elite force that broke through Kirigakure's defenses and crushed their ninja army. Konoha is terrifying. Inoki quickly realized Konoha's strategy, to demonstrate that, even without Uchiha Shirou or Tsunade Senju, Konoha possessed the power to dominate the ninja world. Grandpa, the intelligence clearly shows that Kirigakure was already dealing with internal issues after discovering that the fourth Mizukage was being manipulated. Beside him, Kuratsuchi, despite her shock, tried to comfort her grandfather by pointing out the reality of the Kirigakure situation. Just as Kuratsuchi said, if Kirigakure had been united, it would have taken someone of Uchiha Shirou or Tsunade's caliber, on the level of a walking war machine, to break through. Otherwise, Konoha would not have won so quickly, even with its current strength. The ninja world is about to change. Inoki put down the report and stared at the bright sunlight over Konoha, his face filled with bitterness. This was no longer something mere human effort could change. The only hope would be an internal conflict within Konoha, to the point of mutual destruction. As Konoha's blitzkrieg against the Land of Water concluded, the news that Terumi Mei had fully secured control over Kirigakure as its fifth Mizukage swept through the ninja world like a storm. The ninja world was shaken, and the terror of Konoha's military might became widespread. Meanwhile, in Sunagakure, under the support of the elders Chiyo and Ebizo, Pakura ascended to the position of 5th Kazekage. Immediately after taking office, Pakura exacted bloody revenge on the clan elders who had betrayed her in the past, while simultaneously revealing the truth of those events. This caused turmoil within Sunagakure, as Pakura had been away from the village for so long, and she was also one of the wives of the Konoha Hokage. Despite the internal chaos, Sunagakure, under the strange atmosphere of peace in the ninja world, could do nothing but accept the situation due to the overwhelming disparity in power. In a matter of weeks, 2 of the 5 great shinobi villages, Kirigakure and Sunagakure, had fallen under Konoha's direct or indirect control. Though not yet fully assimilated, Konoha's ambitions were clear for all to see. The remaining shinobi villages, now keenly aware of Konoha's dominance, began secretly forming alliances in a desperate attempt to resist Konoha's growing power. In the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama. Kuratsuchi, wearing a red tight-fitting outfit with her left sleeve exposed, stood nervously before Uchiha Shirou, hesitating to speak. As the granddaughter of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Kuratsuchi, once a proud figure in Iwagakure, now found herself awkwardly serving as an assistant to the Hokage of Konoha. Oh. So Inoki sent you to stay here? Sitting at his desk, Shirou looked up with a faint smile. Kuratsuchi nodded quickly, her expression tense. Why yes, grandfather said that Hokage-sama is the strongest ninja in the world and that I should stay and learn from you. Seeing the petite Kuratsuchi's nervous demeanor, Shirou couldn't help but laugh. That old fox Inoki, he's as cunning as ever. Kuratsuchi's face turned red with embarrassment as she awkwardly extended her trembling hands, trying to perform tasks she had never done before. Get to the point. Why yes. Her face flushed, Kuratsuchi gently massaged his firm shoulders, while Shirou squinted his eyes. Inoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage, had seen the writing on the wall. By sending his granddaughter to Konoha, he was hedging his bets. If Konoha's dominance became inevitable, Kuratsuchi could be used to strengthen ties between Iwagakure and Konoha, much like what had happened with Kirigakure and Sunagakure. Inoki had no choice. If the situation were salvageable, he would have fought to the end, enduring as long as possible. But after witnessing the battles involving Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and the Death Forest incident, he understood one thing. For ordinary Kage-level fighters, sheer numbers could overwhelm them. But for those far above the Kage level, backed by Konoha's immense resources, there was no way to resist. Inoki had already warned Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi, the fate of Iwagakure is in your hands now. If the mysterious figure can hold them off, we may have a chance to breathe. But if they cannot, the 4th Great Ninja War will begin, and the ninja world will be drenched in blood. You've seen what happened to Kirigakure and Sunagakure. At least with Uchiha Shirou, you'll gain a powerful and handsome husband. If you bear children with his Uchiha bloodline, Iwagakure and Konoha will essentially become one in the future. Inoki had been thrilled at the thought. Konoha might have great ambitions, but he had his plans. How long can you live, Uchiha Shirou? Everyone dies eventually. If my granddaughter bears heirs with the Sharingan, Iwagakure will thrive in the future. At this moment, Kuratsuchi recalled her grandfather's teasing words. Her face turned red, and her heart couldn't help but feel nervous. She knew her grandfather had been trying to comfort her back then, but now, standing so close and watching Uchiha Shirou's cold, handsome face radiating an aura of strength, she secretly wiped her drooling lips. No regrets. As her grandfather once said, it's worth it. At the very least, there's no other powerful and handsome ninja like him in the entire shinobi world. Konan, I'll leave Kuratsuchi to you from now on. As Hokage's assistant, she needs to familiarize herself with administrative work as soon as possible. Yes. In the office, Konan, who was organizing documents, smiled respectfully upon hearing this. Just then, the Hokage office doors were pushed open. Tsunade walked in, and upon seeing Shirou relaxing, she couldn't help but smile. Well, husband, I'm busy to death every day, and here you are, enjoying yourself. Tsunade strode in with a hint of annoyance, but every step exuded elegance and grace. She sat down directly on the chair next to Shirou, their seats side by side. Konan smiled, stepping forward to skillfully massage Tsunade's shoulders. Lady Tsunade, Lord Shirou just finished training. Konan explained softly. Her tone toward Shirou and Tsunade never changed, as she had been taught from a young age to respect the rules. Husband, what's your plan? Tsunade's face was full of curiosity. In her opinion, Konoha already had the strength to start the 4th Shinobi World War, or even to stabilize the entire shinobi world. But Shirou knew very well that the Akatsuki organization in the shadows wasn't the real threat, nor was Obito. The real dangers were Black Zetsu and the Sage of Six Paths. If chaos engulfed the shinobi world now, Black Zetsu and Obito might directly resurrect Madara Uchiha. During the Chunin exams, he had fought with gusto, but that was only because he didn't want to reveal his hand prematurely. If Madara were resurrected early and unleashed his full power with the Rinnegan, Konoha might be able to put up a fight, but Madara would almost certainly collect the tailed beasts and bring about his ultimate resurrection. Especially the Sage of Six Paths, hiding in the shadows. Shirou frowned deeply. It would be absurd to think the sage wouldn't notice such major events in the shinobi world, considering he always appeared at the very last moment. And then there was the Otsutsuki clan. Thinking about this gave Shirou a headache. He needed more power, and more time to grow stronger. Tsunade, there's no rush for now. Shirou shook his head and didn't voice his concerns. After all, his biggest worries right now revolved around two dead figures. No rush. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? Right now, the hidden mist is half destroyed, and Tsunade is powerless. In the entire Shinobi world, who could oppose us? Listening to Tsunade, Shirou couldn't help but smile. Tsunade, isn't this the perfect time? The whole Shinobi world already knows about our ambition. In their eyes, our so-called peace is just an excuse. But now that Tsunade and the hidden mist are under our jurisdiction, if we wait a few more years, long enough for Konoha, Suna, and the mist to start integrating, even if it's just a preliminary fusion, we'll already have proven that we're right. Shirou's calm voice echoed through the room, causing Tsunade to fall into deep thought. After a while, she raised her head and said seriously. Husband, are you worried about your people? At that moment, countless images flashed through Tsunade's mind, Jiraiya and countless other ninjas in the village. They might all think that this was pure ambition, bringing disaster to the Shinobi world. Husband. I understand now. You want everyone to see that behind ambition lies peace. You want them to understand one thing. We're fighting all the wars that need to be fought so that the next generation won't have to. Why start a war? Because we're fighting for the future of the Shinobi world, for the next generation. A unified Shinobi world will mean peace. Tsunade's solemn words echoed through the Hokage's office, leaving everyone stunned. Kuratsuchi, in particular, was filled with shock. Peace. Ambition. Shirou looked at Tsunade, slightly dumbfounded by her interpretation. In the end, he could only smile. The fastest way to grow stronger was through the dragon vein. The devouring of the Chimera Jutsu, what he lacked now was time. So, Hokage-sama's ambition is for the peace of the Shinobi world. Kuratsuchi was secretly astonished, while Konan, standing nearby, revealed a determined smile. For the sake of peace. Well then, train hard for the next few years. Shirou smiled as he spoke. This reason fit perfectly and was completely legitimate. He needed time, and so did his enemies. When Konoha announced its policies toward Tsunade and the Hidden Mist, many were shocked but also secretly relieved. It seemed Konoha's next focus was on integrating the three villages, which left everyone stunned at their ambition while also giving them a chance to catch their breath. After all, to the rest of the Shinobi world, Tsunade and the Hidden Mist were already Konoha's. All that was left was full integration. As for resistance, at the very least, Iwagakure and Kimogakure remained silent. Smaller villages didn't even dare to speak up. In the land of rain, inside a dark cave. Keh. Madara-sama, it seems this is good news. While the fourth Hokage is ambitious and wants to dominate the Shinobi world, he also wants everyone to see his vision of peace. Zetsu's raspy laughter echoed, causing the masked Obito to sneer coldly. How noble. It seems Uchiha Shirou wants to become a figure as great as the Sage of Six Paths, bringing order to the chaos. What a legendary story. But all of this is fake peace. Obito's voice was filled with anger. Peace. Then what about Rin? Without Rin, this was not the world he wanted. Obito's furious voice rang out as he saw through Shirou's intentions. Well, this also gives us time. At the very least, for Konoha to achieve this will take 5 to 6 years, while the Akatsuki organization only needs 3 years to act. Obito's twisted smile grew, while Zetsu lowered his head, a mocking gleam flashing in his eyes. Still, it was fine. At least everything was proceeding according to plan. Chapter 317, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 317. Since the conclusion of the Chunin exams, the entire ninja world had fallen into an eerie calm, with the nations tacitly agreeing to a rare state of peace. Even some small countries, previously embroiled in internal conflicts, began to settle down under the influence of this newfound harmony. After the 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi, launched a counteroffensive to reclaim the Hidden Mist village, she publicly announced that the infamous Bloody Mist policies were the result of a mysterious figure manipulating the Mizukage. She officially abolished the Bloody Mist doctrine. At the same time, Mei initiated sweeping reforms in the Mist village, targeting those who were unwilling to adapt or those whose minds had long been corrupted by cruelty and perversion. Such individuals were either expelled or hunted down. The turmoil within the Land of Water subsided as Konoha's reinforcements helped secure victory after victory, leaving no room for further resistance. Taking advantage of the Mist Village's reforms, the integration of Konoha and the Mist proceeded smoothly. Projects such as military collaboration, education, healthcare, and missions were initiated. Notably, the ninja academies of Konoha and the Mist began an exchange program. Half of the students traveled to Konoha to study together. For these young students, and their parents as well, this development brought great relief. At the very least, they no longer had to dread the deadly graduation exams. For those about to graduate, joint teams comprising Konoha and Mist Ninja were formed to improve cooperation and build camaraderie. This effort was especially significant in the areas where Konoha's forces were stationed within the Mist Village, fostering a growing exchange between the two nations. In the Mizukige's office. Mizukige-sama, the situation has been shifting rapidly. Initially, there was some resistance to the collaboration, but ever since the abolition of the Bloody Mist Doctrine and the implementation of the new policies, people's attitudes have grown much more positive. Hearing the reports from Mabui and Samui, the fifth Mizukage, Mei Terumi, dressed in her signature blue attire, displayed a look of exasperation. Mabui, Samui, there's no need to be so formal between us. Honestly, I'm fortunate to have borrowed you two from Shirou-sama's side. Without you, I'd be drowning in all this administrative work. Mei smiled warmly at the two women, who were renowned as the most capable secretaries of the Hokage. She now understood why Shirou was so willing to delegate authority. The reason was simple. With such efficient subordinates handling the details, all she had to do was make the final decisions. The amount of time saved was immeasurable. Mabui, with her gentle demeanor, shook her head and smiled. Sister Mei, you're the Mizukage now. You can't be so casual anymore. Samui, who was more reserved but equally capable, nodded in agreement. That's right. Shirou-sama's plans are already in full motion. Fortunately, the Bloody Mist Doctrine was so deeply unpopular that the new policies are being embraced with surprising enthusiasm. Mei, noticing the two women's seriousness, offered a sly smile and teased, "You two are quite competent, aren't you?" Under Mei's teasing and subtly suggestive gaze, the usually composed Samui blushed slightly, while Mabui chuckled softly and replied, "Sister Mei, you're the truly capable one. After all, Shirou-sama has placed high expectations on you." As the three exchanged light-hearted banter, the integration of the Mist Village and Konoha continued to accelerate. The Mist Village's enthusiasm far surpassed that of the Sand Village. After all, the Bloody Mist policies had left not just dissatisfaction but outright fear and hatred in their wake. The notorious practice of requiring ninja to kill their comrades to graduate had been particularly unbearable. Now, with the reforms and the partnership with Konoha, these changes brought respect and dignity to the ninjas, offering them a glimpse of a normal future. Naturally, this was met with widespread support. Parents of this ninja, or those planning to become parents, were particularly relieved. Even those who had previously decided against having children now found renewed hope. The Sand Village. In the Kazekage's office, the fifth Kazekage, Pakura, sat calmly. Recently, the Sand Village had experienced several violent incidents. Kazekage-sama, the village was attacked by a mysterious figure. Elder Oda, along with several other elders, has been killed. Hearing the report, Pakura remained composed and nodded indifferently. Understood. We have already established deep cooperation with Konoha and the Land of Water. High-priced fruits, vegetables, and seafood will now be continuously transported to the Land of Wind. I will not allow anyone to disrupt these prosperous times. Yes, Kazekage-sama. After reclaiming power within the Sand Village, Pakura's first act was to exact ruthless revenge on the elders who had abandoned her in the past. This served as a warning to those with ulterior motives. Her unique position as a representative of the alliance between Konoha and the Land of Water brought unprecedented material wealth to the Sand Village and the Land of Wind. The influx of resources, long considered unattainable, had already won Pakura significant support. Even Elder Ebizo, observing the Sand Village's transformation over just a few months, couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Sister, perhaps entrusting the Sand Village to Pakura was the right decision. The sudden abundance of fruits, vegetables, and seafood, once mere luxuries, had now become commonplace. Ebizo marveled at the sight, while Elder Chiyo, standing nearby, could only shake her head and sigh. The Sand Village can no longer endure any unrest. Whether Raza was manipulated or not, without Pakura's leadership, we wouldn't have been able to withstand the wrath of Konoha's Mangekyo Sharingan and would release. Chiyo spoke softly, expressing the harsh reality. Pakura's leadership meant no more war. Without it, the Sand Village would face certain destruction at the hands of Konoha. And this time, the other nations would likely stand by and watch, unwilling to provoke Konoha's overwhelming power. In the end, we're fortunate that Konoha's leaders possess the first Hokage's compassion and benevolence. Under absolute power, they didn't even have the strength to resist. Now, instead, they feel gratified by the other party's mercy. However, the merging of Sand and Konoha, those who have lived through the era when the 5 great shinobi villages were first established, these old relics have personally witnessed and experienced that time. Back then, ninja clans who hated each other were forced to unite and form alliances to resist the powerful Konoha. As time passed, with the aging and death of the previous generation, the Warring States era was left behind, as well as the grudges that came with it. And Konoha's approach is the same. Using 2 generations worth of time to wear down hatred and dissolve barriers. After Pakura and Temari's generations, the new generation of Sand, Mist, and Konoha will usher in a new era, one without hatred between them. Just like the transition from the Warring States period to the Shinobi Village era. Only those who have lived through that era can truly understand it, while those who haven't will only doubt it. Konoha. Who would have thought that the one we once regarded as a junior would have such a grand ideal? Walking through the village and seeing the increase in sand and mist shinobi within Konoha, Jiraiya sighed with a sense of melancholy. What he once thought was an unattainable dream, Uchiha Shirou had made it a reality. Beside him, Minato Namikaze also nodded in admiration and said, "Indeed, Jiraiya-sensei. I used to think it was overly idealistic, but to think that in just a few short years, it has come this far." The master and disciple entered through Konoha's gates, observing the daily changes in the village as they walked, unable to help but feel emotional. Eventually, they settled down at a tavern. "Sensei, don't drink too much," Minato said helplessly, sighing and advising as he watched Jiraiya, whose face was slightly flushed from the alcohol. Meanwhile, Jiraiya toyed with the cup in his hand, smiling. "Minato, I am a failure, huh? Back then, at least I had drinking companions. Now Tsunade is always busy training or obsessively researching something in Orochimaru. Well, I can't even see his shadow anymore." Jiraiya felt a bit despondent. Once, he used to be with them, but now it seemed like he had been left behind. It wasn't a matter of strength, but rather, without realizing it, he had thought they were the ones who had gone astray. In reality, it was he who had stayed in the same place all along. Tsunade and Orochimaru had both bravely moved forward, continuously exploring new paths, while he had become lost in confusion. "Sensei, you're overthinking it." Seeing Jiraiya's melancholy, Minato shook his head and said, "Hokage-sama didn't achieve this in one leap. We've seen every step he has taken ourselves. From the innocent and almost whimsical portrayal of his dream of peace in his books to the increasingly serious attempts he revealed later. His books even clearly stated that he didn't know which path to the future was the right one. But someone has to take the first step. Only then can new roads be formed, warning later generations whether the path leads to a mountaintop or a dead end." The two of them drank many rounds, and in the end, Jiraiya laughed heartily, raising his glass. "No matter what, at least this time, I admit he's done it. To the peace in the ninja world, cheers." The wine poured down Jiraiya's throat, and he smiled in relief. At least, things were turning out far better than he had imagined. Back during the turmoil of the Chunin exam, even he had been furious and wanted to retaliate against the two nations. But under Uchiha Shirou's unexpected policies, those who genuinely sought peace had begun to see hope. War might be an inevitable part of the road to peace, but Uchiha Shirou had shown the world that he didn't want to rely solely on war to achieve that goal. With the current integration of the policies of the Land of Water, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Fire, combined with Konoha's ongoing reforms and public promotion of new ideas, Jiraiya was completely convinced. Uchiha Shirou was trying to show the ninja world, and see for himself, whether the path he chose was the correct one. If the three nations continued to merge and move toward a better future, it would prove that his path was indeed the right one. Training ground. Summoning jutsu. "Take this, my adamantine staff. Gaara, let's go. Let's give Kakashi-sensei a hard time. Damn it. Gaara, keep your sand away from me. If it mixes with my water release, it'll slow me down. Shut up." In the massive training ground, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Soijetsu Hozuki, and Gaara were all demonstrating their respective ninjutsu. Kakashi Hatake, who had never let himself slack off, especially with his other Sharingan usually sealed, was far from being a weak link. His strength was formidable, to say the least. "Looks like I'll have to get serious." Kakashi pushed up his forehead protector, unsealing his other eye. In an instant, his Sharingan spun into a Mangekyo, and he focused intently on the four shinobi as they battled. In the distance, Kankuro, who happened to be passing by, was stunned by the sight. Gaara actually spoke. Beside him, Choji Akimichi was munching on snacks, while Shikamaru Nara rubbed his forehead in exasperation and said, "The way you say it makes it sound like Gaara can't talk." "No. That's not it." Kankuro waved his hands hurriedly, trying to explain, but in the end, he didn't know what to say. Kankuro was truly shocked. Gaara had always been cold and silent, yet this time, he had uttered the word "shut up." Moreover, the four of them were cooperating. At that moment, Gaara kept glancing at Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, like him, was a Jinchuriki, giving him a sense of finding a kindred spirit. Naruto, on the other hand, gave him an entirely different feeling. This is youth. At that moment, Rock Lee and Might Guy happened to pass by and saw the scene. They immediately let out a passionate cry of youthful energy. The sight left Kankuro speechless and awkward, but without realizing it, he had already begun to feel a sense of belonging in Konoha. "Kankuro, remember to invite everyone to dinner later." Their squad's Jonin instructor appeared behind them, and Kankuro respectfully nodded. "Yes, Itachi-sensei." Uchiha Itachi, who was already the Jonin instructor for Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba Inuzuka, now also had Kankuro as a transfer student. This arrangement served as clear proof to the outside world that Konoha bore no discrimination against anyone. Gaara, meanwhile, had joined Kakashi's team, and this kind of integration was not rare in Konoha. Similarly, in the Sand Village, there were many Konoha shinobi as transfer students. Both sides were quickly blending, forging new bonds of camaraderie and friendship. Chapter 318, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 318. Here's the 2 extra chapters. Well done, guys. Konoha. Inside the barbecue restaurant, joyous laughter echoed endlessly. At one side of a long barbecue table, the Jonins were cheerfully toasting one another, reminiscing about how much the village had changed over the years. They were the ones who could feel it most deeply. From the devastation of the Third Shinobi War, when Konoha fell from its pedestal, to now, a mere 13 years later, when it had once again ascended to the position of the strongest shinobi village in the world. And this time, it was stronger than ever before. In just 13 years, the changes have been incredible. I heard Kisame has even become a team leader for Genin this time. Yeah, back then I thought I wouldn't even survive the Third War, let alone become a Jonin. Kakashi Hatake, Itachi Uchiha, Might Guy, Kurenai Yui, and the other Jonin spoke with a mix of nostalgia and amazement. But while the Jonin were caught up in their reflections, the Genin at the other table couldn't fully grasp the weight of their words. Gaara, don't worry. We're all comrades now. The Hokage himself said that if you ever feel homesick, you can return to the Sand Village anytime. Exactly. Plus, there are plenty of escort missions to the Land of Wind. It'd be a convenient trip. Gaara's face remained cold and expressionless, but in the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of confusion, as if he didn't quite know how to respond to the warmth around him. Watching this scene, Kankuro couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Gaara wasn't lashing out. Kankuro, I heard that Temari is being groomed as the next Kazekage. Yeah, Temari is a real genius. Hearing the group's admiration for his sister, Kankuro's thoughts went deeper than Gaara's. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, at least Temari's position in Konoha was being treated with sincerity. Sasuke, next time, I'm going to beat you. Facing Naruto's stubborn challenge, Sasuke smirked slightly, then replied with a touch of arrogance. Naruto, you'd better train harder, then. This version of Sasuke, who had not experienced the Uchiha clan massacre, radiated youthful energy. His demeanor even managed to stir something in Gaara's heart. As a fellow Jinchuriki, Gaara couldn't help but notice how Sasuke had gained Southwest many close friends and how the villagers showed him no hatred or rejection. After Uchiha Shirou became Hokage, the materials in the Ninja Academy explicitly described the role of a Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki were ninjas who bore the unimaginable pain and burden of ceiling-tailed beasts within themselves to protect the village. They were to be honored as heroes of the village. With this kind of narrative instilled in children from a young age, Konoha's fear and prejudice toward Jinchuriki had been transformed at its root. Because of this, even though everyone knew Gaara was a Jinchuriki, he had experienced equal and respectful gazes during his time in Konoha. There were still occasional frowns, but those expressions seemed to label him as an outsider rather than the pure hatred and malice he had endured in the Sand Village. Unconsciously, Gaara began to feel like Konoha was more like home than the Sand Village had ever been. Amid the laughter and joy, bonds were beginning to form between former enemies from the Mist and Sand Villages. Are you not going to join them? Outside, in the shadow of a large tree, someone spoke to a lone figure quietly watching the lively barbecue restaurant. It was Sasuke from another world wearing an ANBU mask. He shook his head and replied, not this time. Maybe next time. Behind him, Uchiha Shirou couldn't help but smile. What's the matter? Do you still think of yourself as an outsider? No. Sasuke denied this decisively, his eyes firm. Shirou noticed the lingering hesitation in Sasuke's gaze and teased him. It seems like you and the younger Sasuke are the same, sensitive and reluctant to face separation. Caught off guard, Sasuke's lips twitched in resignation. Shirou had a habit of teasing people which always left him speechless. If he could beat him in a fight, Sasuke would have given him a cold scoff by now. Instead, his gaze drifted back to the window, where the younger version of himself was laughing and chatting with his friends inside. For a moment, he was mesmerized. This world was the way things should have been. No burdens of hatred. Surrounded by friends. With higher, more peaceful aspirations. If you're not going to join them, let's go. The dragon vein is about to activate. Honestly, you surprised me this time, I thought you'd bring more people back with you. Seeing Sasuke's hesitation, Shirou shrugged with a smile. He knew Sasuke's heart now fully belonged to this world's Konoha. This Konoha had given him everything he had lost, the smiles of his clan, the warmth of family, harmony with his comrades, and the pursuit of something nobler and more peaceful. They At that moment, memories of three faces flashed through Sasuke's mind. Suigetsu Hozuki's wild laughter as he trained the younger members of the Hozuki clan as ANBU. His counterpart in this world couldn't hide his genuine satisfaction. Yugo, reunited with Kimimaro, had regained his calm, even though there were now two versions of him. Both shared a love for peace and sought to coexist even better. Karen, wearing a Konoha forehead protector, radiated joy every day as she worked on missions, clocked in at the hospital or the barrier team, and returned home to see her mother. Thinking of them, Sasuke's lips curled slightly. Though his eyes sparkled with warmth, he still scoffed coldly. They're too weak. I don't need them to come back with me. They had all found what they had lost. But he still had one thing he couldn't leave undone. Seeing the determination in Sasuke's eyes, Shirou smiled and shook his head. Let's go, Sasuke. It won't be long before you can come back. As the figures on the treetop disappeared, back in the barbecue restaurant, Kakashi Hatake and Itachi Uchiha both paused briefly, their expressions unreadable, before resuming their casual chats with the others. Root Division, Secret Research Base. Hehe, the power of the dragon vein is almost fully charged. But guess what we've discovered? Two Orochimarus grinned wickedly, their sinister expressions mirrored. Seeing them, Shirou's eye twitched, and he sighed helplessly. That Orochimaru, you're something. Even Sasuke fell silent. It wasn't that he lacked composure, it was simply that the pace of this world's development was overwhelming. The Orochimaru of this world seemed normal enough, but the Orochimaru from another world was perverted as always using a woman's body. And yet, under the watchful gaze of outsiders, the two Orochimarus seemed utterly unbothered, without the slightest reservation or concern. Instead, they excitedly discussed their research findings. The power of the dragon vein. What exactly is it? Is it the force of nature, or some kind of powerful man-made forbidden technique? Listening to the two Orochimarus' wild speculations, Shirou shook his head helplessly. It was clear that these Orochimarus were completely consumed by their research. After all, they didn't have to worry about funding, and if they needed manpower, they had the entire Konoha village as their backing. Over the years, Konoha had certainly not been short of resources. Seeming to sense Shirou's purpose for coming, the Orochimaru of this world licked his lips with unfulfilled curiosity and said in his raspy voice. Then let me tell you about the Sharingan and the Rinnegan that you asked us to study, Hokage-sama. At this, Sasuke's expression turned to one of startled surprise. The Rinnegan and the Sharingan, was there some hidden connection between them? The next words, however, left Sasuke utterly shocked. Since the Uchiha, Senju, and other clans are all descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, why is it that they awaken not the Rinnegan, but the Sharingan? Based on our research, it could be attributed to bloodline degradation, mutation, or other factors. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan isn't the ultimate evolution. There's another level above it, the Rinnegan is the final evolutionary goal of the Sharingan. And even beyond the Rinnegan, what lies there? The two Orochimarus, their snake-like eyes gleaming with fanatical excitement, couldn't help but put forth daring hypotheses. In that sense, the legends of the Sage of Six Paths, whether true or false, seemed to point to his existence. And as his descendants, completing the bloodline, or evolving it further, could potentially awaken the Rinnegan. Of course, the chances of this are incredibly low. More often, mutated bloodlines form their unique systems. Perhaps it won't even manifest as the Rinnegan, mutation might be the better term. And this might not be limited to the eyes, it could even manifest physically. At this point, the Orochimaru from the other world licked his lips with greedy excitement. Take, for example, the Kagaya clan and the Uzumaki clan, their bloodlines evolve entirely through their physical traits. Their evolutionary paths are completely different, and these cases could be classified as mutations leading to another form of evolution. At this moment, Shirou was astonished by the sparks of insight generated by the two Orochimarus in just 5 years. Bloodline regression. Bloodline mutation as an alternative form of evolution, they had already hypothesized this far. Indeed, this ninja world needed science. And Hokage-sama, you're entirely different from others. Or rather, you are the perfect embodiment of a mutated bloodline. Your bloodline is the most perfect we've ever seen. It can absorb and integrate superior genes to complete itself while filtering out unsuitable or inferior traits. Hokage-sama, your mutated bloodline is the most magnificent. You might even surpass the Sage of Six Paths. Okay, stop. Seeing how thoroughly the two Orochimarus had researched him, Shirou rubbed his temples and waved a hand in exasperation. He already knew all of this. The reason I've come to you this time is to ask about the energy in Sasuke's and Naruto's chakra. Have you made any progress? Upon hearing Shirou's question, Uchiha Sasuke, standing to the side, looked utterly stunned. What was going on here? How come he didn't know about this? The feminine Orochimaru licked his lips and cast Sasuke a meaningful glance before speaking in his raspy voice. Sasuke, you have to admit, we are lucky to have come to this world. And what's more, you also possess this kind of chakra inside you. Naruto and Sasuke from this world, and you, Sasuke-kun. Your chakra is fundamentally different from ours. It carries a natural will, like the reincarnation of a divine being from legend. If anyone else had said this, no one would believe it. But it was Orochimaru speaking, and Sasuke's expression turned grim. Just like in mythical legends of reincarnation, Sasuke-kun, you should understand what I mean, right? When Orochimaru said this, Sasuke's face darkened. Did this mean he was influenced by this will? Of course, Hokage-sama's devouring genes might just be able to consume it. Sasuke and Naruto from this world have already broken free from that influence. The more they learned, the more the two Orochimarus realized how small they were. The ninja world held far too many secrets, which was precisely why they were so obsessed with it. Of course, it could also be that this is all just a game orchestrated by gods. According to legend, while gods don't appear in the mortal world, they are always watching everything. Listening to Orochimaru's depraved, excited laughter, Shirou narrowed his eyes. Just like the forest of death in the village. The ninjas are periodically monitored, and powerful beasts are placed inside. The beasts are controlled. For the creatures within, we are the gods. Heh, Hokage-sama, are you saying? Orochimaru immediately caught the implication in Shirou's words and couldn't help but smile excitedly. Shirou's lips curled into an equally excited smile as he nodded. The forest of death is a playground for gods, and the weak ninjas are merely trial subjects. If the strong control this place, then perhaps the gods themselves came from a path of weakness. Fascinating. This is utterly fascinating. The secret base echoed with the maniacal laughter of the two Orochimarus. Haha, Hokage-sama, your analogy is brilliant. Indeed, to the weak, we are gods. And once, we too were merely playthings for the strong. Uchiha Sasuke, standing to the side, looked at the two maniacs, who had suddenly become three. For some reason, though, he felt both a sense of agitation and an inexplicable urge. The weaklings undergoing trials in the forest of death, wasn't that an analogy for him? Wasn't he, too, just a pawn manipulated by the gods? Underneath the excited smiles, this ninja world was becoming increasingly intriguing. Though they were growing stronger, the more they uncovered, the more they realized they were always just ants in a larger scheme. A god's game, or perhaps a god's conspiracy. Either way, as long as we continue to grow stronger, becoming a higher-level god will allow us to peel back layer after layer of the veil. In the secret base, Uchiha Sasuke lay on a research table, being studied alternately by the two Orochimarus. He was speechless. Sasuke, I will use my forbidden technique, the Chimera Jutsu, to draw this will from your body. Do not resist. Understood. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke was remarkably calm. If Shirou truly harbored ill intent, he had had countless opportunities over the years. There was no way he would wait until now. Thus, Sasuke felt at ease. Hokage-sama, it seems you're planning to take Sasuke back with you. At this point, the two Orochimarus, who were busy taking notes, both flashed raspy, sinister smiles. And Uchiha Shirou, his mangekyo spinning in his eyes, returned their smiles with a meaningful one of his own. Orochimaru, do you think the two worlds of the dragon vein could be a playground for the gods? As Shirou voiced this bold speculation, the smile that appeared on his face instantly caused the two Orochimarus to reveal greedy and excited smiles. Indeed. Only people with such crazy ideas could share a common language. A playground for the gods, and yet they were the ones exploring it now. Doesn't that mean they were walking the path to becoming gods themselves? Chapter 319, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 319, R18. The vast expanse of desert stretched endlessly, and amidst the ruins of the once glorious land of Rorin, four figures emerged. Haha, Hokage-sama, as expected, this body of yours is truly perfect. The second Tsuchikigemu's fission technique, this isn't a shadow clone, but genuine division. Beneath the ruins of Rorin lay a secret underground base. Two Orochimarus, both wearing greedy smiles, stared at Shirou. As Shirou slowly raised his head, a flicker of the Mangekyo Sharingan flashed in his eyes, leaving the two Orochimarus utterly captivated. To them, this was nothing short of divine artistry. The fission technique, a pure physical division. In other words, both chakra and physical strength are evenly split. Now, With a hoarse voice, Shirou squinted slightly, sensing the sudden halving of chakra and power within his body. He muttered softly. My current strength should only be half of what it originally was. Nonetheless, it was still slightly stronger than the 5 Kage during the Shippuden era and comparable to the power of the Rinnegan-wielding pain. Hokage-sama, if our hypothesis is correct, then the two worlds are inherently connected. Hearing Orochimaru's words, a faint smirk appeared on Shirou's lips. He slowly clenched his hand, which now possessed only half of its original strength. Although he wasn't fully accustomed to the change yet, he would adapt quickly. If our hypothesis is correct, then as long as my counterpart in the other world is strong enough, my Mangekyo Sharingan should be able to construct a spacetime tunnel. Divine Reflection, a spacetime-based dojutsu. If the Shirou in both worlds activated this technique simultaneously, then theoretically, as long as there was sufficient chakra, it would be possible to build a tunnel connecting the two worlds. It would be akin to the Garganta from the world of Bleach. And this so-called playground of the gods? I think it's more likely a hunting ground for gods. After Shirou revealed a mysterious smile, the two Orochimarus mirrored him with their greedy grins. Exactly, a hunting ground. Hokage-sama, I'm growing more and more curious about what kind of changes you'll bring to the Shinobi world. If our theory holds, then as the two worlds continue to connect, the flow of time will gradually return to normal, and the obstacles between them will diminish. Beneath the ruins, surrounded by the dragon vein, the purple energy grew brighter and brighter. The instruments around them constantly flashed with alarm lights. The energy of the dragon vein, as expected, it's the power generated by the convergence of the two worlds. Watching the flashing warnings on the instruments, the two Orochimarus laughed maniacally with excitement, as if they were witnessing the most beautiful thing in existence. On the platform where the energy of the dragon vein was being activated, Uchiha Sasuke took a deep breath, his expression filled with solemnity. Shirou, sensei, you're Konoha's Hokage. Perhaps you shouldn't take this risk, even with only half of your strength. Glancing at Shirou, who had appeared beside him, Sasuke's face revealed a mix of emotions. This was the world he had once deemed flawed, yet this time, Shirou had chosen to accompany him. Second pillar, it seems you're worried about your sensei, huh? In a rare moment, Shirou teased Sasuke with a hearty laugh, causing Sasuke's eye to twitch in exasperation as he retorted. I told you, stop calling me that. The teasing laughter echoed, lightening the mood. Unbeknownst to himself, Sasuke found a smile forming on his face. Without realizing it, he had begun to care about this world's Konoha, about its future, a bond he had never felt before. How could Shirou not notice Sasuke's concerns? Waving casually, he laughed. All right, no need to worry. This world still has Tsunade to hold things down. Besides, I'm not exactly weak. Sasuke shook his head but simply nodded gravely in response. I understand. Then, when you reach the other world, Shirou-sensei, restore your strength as quickly as possible. Shouldn't it be about enhancing my strength? With a teasing grin, Shirou's excitement was evident. The idea of venturing into another world was undeniably thrilling. Shirou had no intention of hiding his purpose for traveling to the other world, and Sasuke was well aware of it. According to Orochimaru's research, the power of tailed beasts could catalyze a qualitative transformation in Shirou's body. Previously, a cloned miniature version of the Ten Tails had been developed specifically to collect and absorb the chakra of the tailed beasts. After all, in this timeline, the secrets of Nagato's Rinnegan had already been uncovered. The Akatsuki's plan to collect the tailed beasts and create the ultimate weapon had long since been dismantled by Orochimaru's research. It was nothing more than a shell. Hokage-sama, the cloned miniature Geto statue has been sealed within your body and is already being absorbed and fused with your cells. Although it can only absorb and seal a third of the tailed beast's power, what you need is just that qualitative change. As the dragon vein's activation neared, Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed. Shirou nodded solemnly, aware of the 8 trigrams seal now etched on his abdomen. Sealed within him was a cloned Geto statue, what could be considered a miniature Ten Tails. The dragon vein's power is coming. As the alarms of the surrounding instruments blared, the purple energy of the dragon vein engulfed the platform. The greed and obsession in the two Orochimaru's eyes reflected the mysterious power before them. The energy came and went in an instant. When it dissipated, the figures of the two men on the dragon vein's platform had vanished completely. Ha ha ha, as we thought, the two worlds are gradually aligning. As the spacetime tunnels open more frequently, the flow of time between them will equalize, and the barriers between worlds will weaken further. As the dragon vein's energy faded, back in Konoha's Hokage office. Have they left? Shirou suddenly lifted his head, gazing out at the bustling village through the window with a smile. Although the connection had been brief, with the help of his Mangekyo Sharingan, he had sensed a faint trace of the other world's energy. As I thought, my dojutsu can create a tunnel between the two worlds. Husband. Just as Shirou was musing to himself, the door to the Hokage's office flew open. Tsunade strode in, her expression mischievous. Tsunade, what are you? Husband, since you've split half of your strength, doesn't that mean your stamina is halved too? This time, I should be able to suck you dry. Sitting proudly in the office chair, Tsunade tilted her head with a smug grin. She provocatively wiggled her toes in a challenge. Seeing this, Shirou shook his head helplessly. Kushina, stop fooling around. Sure enough, hearing Shirou's words, Tsunade's expression turned annoyed. With a puff of smoke, the transformation jutsu wore off, revealing Uzumaki Kushina. At this moment, Kushina pouted. Anata-sama, can't you play with me for a while? Under the desk, her feet, adorned in high heels and sheer black stockings, kept teasing, making Shirou shake his head. He knew she was just sulking because he hadn't taken her along. Don't worry, Kushina. Your power will be needed in another world later. Humph, I need you right now. Suddenly, with a gasp from Kushina, her heels were removed under the desk. She glared at him defiantly. Home. I want the castle's big bed now. I, Kushina Uzumaki, will suck you dry. With a flash of the Flying Thunder God technique, a shadow clone was left working in the Hokage's office while the two of them appeared on the grand bed in the castle. On the castle bed, Kushina's long legs wrapped around Shirou's waist as she smiled mischievously. Lord Shirou. Two hesitant voices came from beside the bed. Kurenai Yui and Shizun stood awkwardly to the side. By now, Kushina was dreamily removing Shirou's clothes, revealing his powerful, muscular form. Anata-sama, Kurenai, and Shizun were my students before joining Tsunade. All these years, you've only paid attention to Konan and the others. As Kushina's words echoed, Shirou understood clearly. Lord Shirou, let us serve you. With soft sounds, Kurenai and Shizun slowly approached, working together under Kushina's guidance. Shirou smiled and shook his head. Even Kushina was thinking of his needs now. As Kurenai and Shizun approached the bed, their eyes widened at the sight of Shirou's impressive manhood. They exchanged nervous glances before Kushina gently guided their heads down. Don't be shy, girls, Kushina purred. Anata-sama deserves our full devotion. Tentatively at first, the two kunoichi began to lick and suckle Shirou's throbbing member. Their soft, wet tongues glided along his shaft as Kushina looked on approvingly. Shirou groaned in pleasure, his hands instinctively moving to tangle in their hair. That's it, he growled. Good girls. Meanwhile, Kushina's hands roamed across Shirou's muscular chest as she captured his lips in a passionate kiss. Her voluptuous body pressed against his side, her hardened nipples grazing his skin. Kurenai and Shizun grew bolder, taking turns engulfing Shirou's cock in their warm mouths while stroking with their hands. The lewd slurping sounds and moans of pleasure filled the room. Oh fuck, Shirou grunted, feeling his climax approaching. I'm gonna come. The two women redoubled their efforts, licking and sucking feverishly. With a roar of ecstasy, Shirou erupted, painting their faces and open mouths with thick ropes of his seed. Panting heavily, he watched as Kurenai and Shizun hesitantly tasted his essence, their tongues darting out to sample the pearly fluid. Their eyes widened in surprise at the novel flavor. Delicious, isn't it? Kushina winked, before lowering her head to clean the remaining cum from Shirou's still rigid cock. Now then, Shirou growled, his eyes dark with lust. Which of you lovely ladies wants to ride me first? As Kushina guided Kurenai onto the bed, the raven-haired beauty trembled with a mix of nerves and excitement. Her crimson eyes locked onto Shirou's, filled with adoration and lust. Lord Shirou, she whispered, I've waited so long for this moment. Shirou drank in the sight of Kurenai's flawless body, his cock twitching in anticipation. He leaned down, claiming her lips in a passionate kiss, his tongue exploring her mouth hungrily. His hands roamed her curves, teasing and caressing until she was writhing beneath him. Please, Kurenai moaned, spreading her legs wider. I need you inside me. Shirou positioned himself at her entrance, the heat of her virgin slit making him groan with desire. He pushed forward slowly, savoring every inch as he stretched her tight passage. Kurenai cried out, a mix of pain and pleasure, as her maidenhead gave way. Fuck, you're so tight, Shirou growled, beginning to thrust. Kurenai's moans grew louder, her body responding to his expert touches. Kushina pressed herself against Shirou's back, her breasts rubbing against him as she kissed his neck. Shizun watched wide-eyed, her hand unconsciously drifting between her legs. As Kurenai's climax approached, her inner walls clenched around Shirou's thick shaft. With a final cry of ecstasy, she came undone beneath him. Shirou pulled out just in time, painting her flushed skin with ropes of his hot seed. Who's next? He grinned, his eyes falling on the trembling Shizun. Shizun and Kushina's naked bodies glisten with sweat as they watch Shirou intently. He beckons Shizun over, his eyes dark with desire. As she approaches, he pulls her into his strong arms, stroking her hair soothingly. Relax, he whispers, his breath hot against her ear. She melts into his embrace, feeling safe and secure. Unable to resist any longer, Shirou captures Shizun's lips in a searing kiss. She moans into his mouth, her body trembling with need. His hands roam lower, cupping and squeezing her firm ass as he deepens the kiss. Nearby, Kurenai pants heavily, her body still slick with cum as she watches the erotic display. Shirou breaks the kiss and lays back, his impressive cock standing at attention. I want you to ride me, he growls. Kushina eagerly crawls over, taking his length into her mouth to prepare him for Shizun's tight pussy. Once he's slick with her saliva, Shizun positions herself above him, her virgin slit hovering just above his tip. Kushina guides Shirou's cock to Shizen's entrance, and with a deep breath, she slowly sinks onto him. There's a moment of resistance as her hymen tears, a trickle of blood marking the loss of her virginity. Kushina reaches out to pinch and tease Shizen's nipples, making her even wetter and helping her take Shirou deeper. As Shizen adjusts to the fullness, Shirou beckons Kurenai over. She obediently crawls to his side, and he pulls her in for a passionate kiss while fondling her breasts. Kurenai moans into his mouth, her body still sensitive from earlier. With Kushina's guidance, Shizen begins to move, riding Shirou's cock with increasing confidence. The wet sounds of their coupling fill the room, punctuated by Shizen's breathless moans of pleasure. It's not long before the new sensations overwhelm her, and she cries out in ecstasy as she comes for the first time. Shirou follows soon after, filling her with his hot seed. But they're far from finished. For the next few hours, Kushina takes charge, directing a marathon of debauchery. Shirou fucks each of them in turn, their bodies intertwining in various positions as they explore every possible combination of pleasure. By the time they're finally spent, none of the women can even stand, their bodies deliciously sore and completely satisfied. Lady Kushina, my legs are shaking. I really can't go on. Me neither. Finally, Kurenai and Shizen surrendered. While Kushina lay sprawled on the bed, gritting her teeth, she muttered, even with only half his strength, we still failed to suck him dry. In another spacetime, through the dragon veins. With a flash of spacetime power, two figures appeared on the circular platform in the ruins of Rorin. We're back. Though much time had passed in the other world, in this world Sasuke had only been gone for a few days. As he opened his eyes to see the ruins of Rorin around him, memories of this world came flooding back. His Sharingan rapidly evolved from 3 Tomo to Mangekyo. Sasuke. A hand gently rested on his shoulder, instantly calming Sasuke's angry hatred. Shirou appeared behind him, lifting his head to feel this world's energy. Speaking calmly, he said. Your heart is disturbed. Remember not to let hatred blind your eyes, a strong one must master their power. Yes, Shirou-sensei. Though only a moment had passed in this world, Sasuke had spent 5 years in another world. The 16-year-old youth was now 21, mature and tall, like a grown version of his former self, though his hairstyle hadn't changed to the Boruto-era style. Shirou had a physique even taller than Sasuke. As the two walked side by side, Sasuke habitually lagged half a step behind. The same Kusanagi sword was sheathed at their waists, and the same white robes fluttered in the yellow sand. Shirou-sensei, this is the world I used to live in, a flawed world. When they stepped out of the ruins of Rorin and looked at the endless yellow sand, Shirou felt the vicissitudes of time and the fleeting nature of all things. Only eternity could be the ultimate goal. However, at this moment, Sasuke's heart was filled with urgency, and he immediately denied the world before him. A flawed world. If that's the case, Sasuke, since you've made your choice, then you have the responsibility to correct the flaws of this world. Shirou's philosophical voice echoed, making Sasuke's expression turn firm as he nodded. However, since we've arrived, it's time to verify my hypothesis. As Shirou's eyes revealed the Mangekyo Sharingan, this marked the first time Sasuke witnessed his sensei's unique Mangekyo ability in action. Dojutsu, Divine Reflection. At the same time, in another world, Shirou, who was now in the Hokage's office, seemed to sense something. His pupils also showed the spinning Mangekyo Sharingan, and a smile appeared on his face. As expected, the spacetime tunnel can be opened. Dojutsu, Divine Reflection. When the Mangekyo Sharingan was activated in both worlds, the power of space resonated. In an instant, a black rift connecting the two worlds was torn open. From this moment on, this world would witness the true flame of the will of fire sweeping across it. P.S. Shirou, Luro. Chapter 320, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 320. So this is Shirou-sensei's dojutsu. Beneath the endless expanse of yellow sand, Sasuke, with his Mangekyo Sharingan activated, stared in shock at the scene before him. The sky split open, revealing a spatial rift. Within it, a transparent, pale golden space membrane formed a visible corridor. As expected, the passage between these two worlds can indeed be opened with Hokage-sama's Mangekyo Sharingan. From the spatial rift in the sky came the raspy and excited laughter of Orochimaru. A moment later, the snake-like figure of Orochimaru, his tongue licking his lips in glee, slowly emerged. It seems Hokage-sama and Sasuke, you've only just arrived, but time flows differently in the other world, it has already passed for quite a while. However, the temporal speed is starting to stabilize. As Orochimaru continued his excited research, Shirou, who had opened the spatial tunnel between the two worlds with his Mangekyo, glared sharply. Orochimaru, you'll have plenty of opportunities to study later. If you dawdle any longer, you might end up permanently trapped in the spatial rift. The immense chakra consumption had taken a toll even on Shirou, who possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. For the first time, he felt an unfamiliar fatigue in his eyes. Opening a space-time tunnel between two worlds required an astronomical amount of chakra. Just using this dojutsu had nearly drained him dry. What a shame, looks like I'll have to wait for another chance. With a regretful expression, Orochimaru stepped out from the space-time tunnel and onto the ground. At the same time, the rift in the sky began to close, visibly healing before their eyes. Ah, this world still has such a familiar scent. Returning to this world, Orochimaru squinted his eyes in satisfaction, taking a deep breath and letting out a sigh of contentment. However, off to the side, Sasuke's expression had been grim ever since their return. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, he snorted coldly and remarked, "The air here reeks of filth." The two had vastly different responses. For Orochimaru, this was a moment of great discovery. This return not only allowed him to test his theories about spatial tunnels but also allowed him to investigate whether the two worlds were truly identical. Additionally, he was curious to see how Uchiha Shirou would turn the gears of the ninja world. Sasuke, on the other hand, had a completely different perspective. For him, this polluted world was the source of his hatred and the reason for everything he had lost. On the ruins of the Rorin, the figures of Shirou, Sasuke, and Orochimaru stood against the backdrop of desolation. Sasuke, I assume your next move is to find Itachi. In this world, the Akatsuki organization has already begun capturing the tailed beasts. Orochimaru's raspy laughter carried a hint of amusement as he indirectly suggested that instead of aimlessly searching for Itachi, Sasuke could directly engage with the Akatsuki in their hunt for the tailed beasts. However, Sasuke, who had once made Itachi his sole target, now fell silent upon hearing this news. After a while, Sasuke snorted coldly, I will find Itachi, no matter what. But this flawed world must also be changed without delay. Sasuke's declaration left Orochimaru briefly stunned. Then, licking his lips, Orochimaru smiled with excitement. Hehe, Sasuke, it seems you've changed quite a lot. Becoming a protector of the world, with ideals surpassing your obsession with Itachi. Is this the power of bonds? Enough. Sasuke interrupted sharply, cutting off Orochimaru's ramblings with a cold snort. Shirou, observing this exchange, couldn't help but feel gratified. The Sasuke of the past had lost everything, and his heart was consumed by vengeance. But in the other world, Sasuke had regained the things he once lost. Now, his desire to protect what he had outweighed his thirst for revenge. Protecting the world he cherished and bringing about change in this broken one, this was Sasuke's new belief, his ninja way. Searching for Itachi and uncovering the truth of the past, however, remained his obsession. Unlike the original story, where Sasuke, after killing Itachi, was left hollow and manipulated by Obito, this Sasuke had found solace and purpose in the bonds he'd regained in another world. The emptiness had been filled, and his perspective had shifted. Hehe, Hokage-sama, Sasuke, I still have many theories to test in this world. I'll take my leave for now. With his signature raspy laughter, Orochimaru vanished into the desert sands. After all, while they had spent 5 years in the other world, only a short time had passed in this one. Orochimaru, in particular, had several experimental bases still left behind in this world. As the wind howled through the ruins of the ancient Roaring Kingdom, the place returned to its former silence. The appearance of the space-time tunnel left no trace, and the return of the three was but a fleeting moment in this world. The Land of Rain, Akatsuki headquarters. Madara-sama, Sasuke's whereabouts have been discovered. He's currently in the Land of Fire, seemingly heading toward Konoha. When Zetsu reported Sasuke's movements, the masked Obito remained indifferent, his voice cold and calm. Disappearing for over a month, only to head toward Konoha now. It seems he's searching for Itachi, or perhaps he's smart enough to start gathering information there. The difference in information led Obito to believe that Sasuke was heading to Konoha to find clues about Itachi. After all, Itachi was a rogue ninja from Konoha, and the village would surely have records about him, far more reliable than wandering aimlessly. But Madara-sama, Jiraiya, and Tsunade are both in Konoha right now. If Sasuke goes alone, he might. Though Zetsu didn't finish his sentence, his expression conveyed his thoughts clearly, Sasuke's arrogance might get him killed. Obito, however, sneered in response. Does Sasuke think that killing one of the Sannin, Orochimaru, makes him invincible? How naive. Zetsu, inform Itachi. Tell him his dear little brother is heading to Konoha in search of him. Since he's so impatient, let's move up the timeline for this little family reunion. Beneath his mask, Obito's mocking smile deepened. He couldn't wait to witness the clash between the brothers. Konoha. Bright sunlight bathed the village, and the iconic Hokage rock stood tall, with 5 faces carved into it. It was the era of the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. Though Konoha had worked hard to recover over the past 3 years, its military strength had still fallen behind that of the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages. So this is the Konoha of this world. Standing outside the gates of the village, Shirou gazed at the Hokage rock, unable to suppress a sigh of emotion. After returning to the village in this world, Sasuke stood to the side and took in the scenery of the village. But to him, it was unbearably glaring. Shirou-sensei, the Uchiha clan, one of the founders of Konoha, has long since disappeared. Yet this group of latecomers enjoys the wealth left behind by the Uchiha while smugly thinking it's all thanks to their efforts. Sasuke's cold voice echoed as his grip on the Kusanagi blade tightened. If there were no comparisons, it wouldn't have mattered. But when there was a comparison, it filled Sasuke with rage. Especially because, in another world, he clearly understood Konoha's history of creation. But in this world, no one had ever told him the truth. Before, he didn't think much about it. But now. Konoha was founded by the Uchiha and the Senju clans. At least half of it should have belonged to the Uchiha. And yet, now they were entirely wiped out. Even worse. This complete erasure likely reeked of conspiracy. Sasuke, the first rule of a ninja is to always stay calm. As Shirou's indifferent voice echoed, Sasuke restrained the cold glint in his eyes. Check the travel permits. At Konoha's gates, 2 Konoha shinobi habitually stretched out their hands, prepared to inspect the travelers. But in an instant, a flash of crimson light left their gazes blank and dazed. It wasn't until the 2 figures disappeared into Konoha's village that the guards scratched their heads and looked at each other. Wasn't there just a gust of wind? Haha, the shift's almost over. How about a drink tonight? Hee hee, I heard the tavern got a fresh batch of sake tonight. Count me in, count me in. Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki, the gate guards of Konoha, exchanged smiles, completely unaware of what had just transpired. When the 2 figures with straw hats appeared inside Konoha, Tsunade, in the Hokage's office, was buried in paperwork. This is. Suddenly, the chakra stored in her subconscious stirred. Tsunade, who had been reviewing documents, froze, her light brown eyes showing a complex mix of anticipation, fear, and other emotions. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama. Shizune, standing nearby, looked at Tsunade with confusion. Why was she suddenly spacing out? Shizune, I'm fine. Tsunade snapped out of her thoughts, masking her inner turmoil with a faint smile at Shizune. Shizune, hurry up and bring me all of today's work. Let's finish it early so we can have a good drink tonight. That familiar Fochiri smile left Shizune speechless. As expected, she had overthought it. However, as Tsunade lowered her head again, her fingers clenched tightly. For the first time, her bright brown eyes revealed a hint of panic. He's here. He's actually here. After Yamato had returned and the Mangekyo Sharingan illusion had trapped her in a vision, she had seen a completely different version of her life since the Second Shinobi War. It had felt like a dream, one that left her unable to distinguish reality. In another world, she had a happy and fulfilling life. Her brother, her clan, even a lover from the Uchiha clan, they were all there. But in this world, it was as if she had been cursed, losing everything. All she had was the cold, lonely position of Hokage, filled with endless, tedious work. You actually came. Tsunade's gaze grew distant. After learning about the other world, she didn't even know what had come over her. She had actually hidden the commotion at the Rorin barrier. It seemed that, deep down, she was longing for something. She desperately wanted to see her family from the other world. In this world, she had nothing. Shizune, though puzzled by Tsunade's unusual behavior today, didn't think too much about it. She sighed silently instead. It must have been the same group of village elders influencing Tsunade-sama again. Even Jiraiya had been trying to calm her down for the sake of the village's stability. Because of this, Tsunade-sama was constantly restrained. Having lost her clan and family, Tsunade had no strong motivation to wield the power of the Hokage, instead becoming apathetic and resigned to her fate. Haha, Tsunade, how about a drink tonight? With a sudden appearance at the window, a white-haired figure grinned. Shizune sighed helplessly, while Tsunade, still reviewing documents, didn't even look up. She merely snorted coldly. Jiraiya, if you help me finish this paperwork, maybe. Haha, but that's the Hokage's job. Jiraiya laughed heartily as he walked in, glancing at Tsunade, who was seriously working. He couldn't help but admire her dedication. Tsunade, ever since Naruto and the others returned from Rorin, we've had to take this seriously. The existence of another world is something we can't yet confirm as real or fake. It could very well be a terrifying illusion, like Tsukuyomi. But for now, we must keep this matter confidential, especially from that old schemer, Danzo. Otherwise, it could cause chaos. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade sneered coldly. Can't confirm whether it's real or fake. Then tell me, Jiraiya, how did Sai die? And why was a significant portion of the Ninetales chakra extracted from Naruto's body? And what about Naruto's injuries? Previously, Tsunade might have entertained the thought that it was a realistic illusion, like Tsukuyomi. But the chakra stirring in her mind told her otherwise. It was all real. Jiraiya, unaware of this, furrowed his brows and sighed deeply. What a chaotic time we live in. The Akatsuki's plot to collect the tailed beasts for some unknown disaster in the ninja world, and now the appearance of another world. By the way, Tsunade, there haven't been any disturbances at the Dragon Vein Barrier, have there? Jiraiya, if you're so free, why don't you help me with these administrative tasks? Hearing Tsunade's annoyed snort, Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly, laughing as he quickly waved his hands. Well then, I'll go check on Naruto. His injuries have almost healed. The kid's grown a lot, but he's still a bit impulsive. He needs more training. With a hearty laugh, Jiraiya left through the window, leaving Shizune sighing in resignation. Jiraiya-sama always comes in through the window. As Shizune habitually moved to close the window, Tsunade raised her hand. Shizune, leave the window open. Let me enjoy Konoha's spring breeze for a while. Shizune was startled and turned back, surprised by Tsunade's sudden elegance. At that moment, Tsunade lifted her gaze, staring out the window into the distance. Watching Jiraiya's departing figure, she couldn't help but think of the other world, a self-deprecating smile forming on her lips. I am stupid, coming back to be Hokage for no good reason. Compared to the other version of herself in a different world, someone who is cared for, surrounded by family and clan, what does the version of herself in this world have? Even as Hokage, the one person she could trust, Jiraiya, always seemed carefree and full of laughter. But in reality, wasn't he just a hands-off leader? She had been placed on the burning pyre of the Hokage's responsibilities. If Jiraiya had truly stood by her side, it might have been fine. But from beginning to end, Jiraiya's loyalty was to the stability of Konoha, not her. Bonds. Thinking of this, Tsunade recalled some painful memories and couldn't help but show a self-mocking smile. It turned out that, for the sake of these so-called bonds, she had continuously lost everything around her. In the end, she even locked herself inside the Hokage's office. P.S. To Tsunade. Chapter 321, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 321. As night gradually fell, the bustling Hidden Leaf village lit up with countless lights. Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama. As the lights in the Hokage's office went out, the ninjas inside the building respectfully greeted Tsunade as they saw her. Tsunade, exhausted, nodded in response to each greeting. Just as she was about to turn and leave, her peripheral vision caught sight of the lively, illuminated village. Yet, in all those lights, not a single one was waiting for her. For some reason, a pang of sorrow arose in her heart. How pathetic. After everything I've been through in the brutal wars, I still feel like this. Tsunade shook her head with a self-deprecating smile and dragged her tired body toward her cold, empty home. The recent chaos in the village had taken a heavy toll on her. The death of elite Jonin Asuma Sarutobi at the hands of the Akatsuki had been a particularly sharp blow, one that had kept her troubled for days. Although vengeance had already been taken, the Sarutobi clan, which held significant influence within the village, suspected a conspiracy behind the incident. Danzo's root organization, a separate and powerful force, remained untouchable. And then there were those two old fossils, constantly interfering and dictating her every move. Tsunade had thought about overturning it all, starting anew, but the pressure she faced, especially with no one truly by her side, was overwhelming. Making me Hokage was nothing more than a way to serve your selfish interests. Her laugh was bitter. She had no desire for power. If only Jiraiya or a few ninjas from the village sincerely supported her, she would have dared to rally under the name of the Senju clan and lead a revolution in the Konoha. But alas. For the sake of the village's stability, everyone, Jiraiya included, used the same excuse. And this had gradually left her feeling disheartened and resigned. The Shinobi world was already a mess, with the Akatsuki making things worse. Her head was spinning. I'm hungry, but I'll just sleep it off. Tsunade stretched her weary frame. Before she knew it, she had arrived at her desolate home, surrounded by silence. Out of habit, she casually pushed open the door. But as a piercing light flooded her vision, she was instantly on high alert. Something's wrong. Someone's here. The wooden door creaked open slowly. As Tsunade's expression grew serious, ready to fight at a moment's notice, a familiar scent reached her nose. This smell. In disbelief, she noticed a pair of men's shoes by the door. From the kitchen came the aroma of a freshly cooked meal. Hesitantly, she stepped forward. The kitchen, which she hadn't used in 3 years, suddenly had a figure moving busily inside. On the dining table, steaming dishes were already set. What? When she saw the figure in the kitchen, Tsunade's pupils dilated, her face filling with shock. That familiar silhouette, it wasn't an illusion. No, it had to be him from another world. You're back, Tsunade. The man in the kitchen, preparing the final dish, turned back with a warm smile, one devoid of any hint of unfamiliarity. But first, wash your hands before eating. This is the last dish, it'll be ready soon. At that moment, Tsunade was stunned. Her body moved on its own as she shuffled to the sink to wash her hands. When she sat down at the dining table, she froze. How is this possible? What are you planning? Suddenly snapping back to her senses, Tsunade glared at the men in front of her. He was someone from another world. How could he have anything to do with her? Tonight's final dish is this pot of tender chicken stew. I've been simmering it all afternoon. Honestly, your kitchen is so barren. Just as Tsunade was about to interrogate him in anger, the men, Uchiha Shirou, emerged from the kitchen with a cheerful smile, wearing an apron and carefully carrying a pot of steaming soup to the table. You. The rising steam blurred her vision. On the table were 4 simple dishes and a soup, along with her favorite fruit wine. The sight left Tsunade's mind blank. In the illusion, she had witnessed everything about herself in another world. She knew, deeply and, how they met, grew close, and eventually came together. And now, this scene felt as though she had stepped into that illusion. Home. For the first time in so many years, she had returned to a home where someone greeted her warmly, where the dining table was filled with steaming food. At that moment, tears welled up in Tsunade's eyes. No matter how strong a woman was, even the Hokage, she had moments of vulnerability and loneliness. Don't. A sudden touch on her leg startled Tsunade, snapping her out of her daze. She looked down in shock to see Shirou crouching beside her, gently holding her foot. Tsunade, you're still as careless as ever. You didn't even change into slippers when you came home. His warm smile shone like sunlight. He replaced her worn-out black heels with a pair of delicate white slippers while Tsunade sat there, utterly bewildered. What's happening? It felt like she had come home, where someone was waiting for her, and even the meal was ready. As Shirou let go of her foot and sat down, he opened the wine bottle beside him and poured her a glass. To celebrate meeting this world Tsunade for the first time, I'll allow you to drink a little more tonight. But just tonight. With a bright smile, Shirou raised his glass, his playful tone carrying the warmth of an old, familiar lover. Tsunade, almost mechanically, raised her glass in response. She knew the truth, but the warmth of home stirred something deep inside her. She couldn't help but want to linger in this moment. As their glasses clinked softly, Tsunade lowered her head, her emotions hidden from Shirou's view. This time, she only took a small sip of the drink. Setting her glass down, her amber eyes, already misty with tears, took in the table full of food, her favorite dishes, even her favorite wine. The long-forgotten warmth of home was unlocked. After a moment, as the lingering taste of the wine settled on her tongue, Tsunade took a deep breath. When she looked up again, the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, Tsunade, had returned. Or rather, the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, was back. Uchiha, don't think this little trick of yours will fool me. You're from another world, what does any of this have to do with me? At the dining table, Tsunade scoffed at him, her cold demeanor making it seem as though everything earlier had been an illusion. But across from her, Shirou simply smiled. This was Tsunade's true nature. Her inner vulnerability was laid bare, but she would never let it become a weapon against her. She'd crush anyone who tried. I already told you, this is just to celebrate our first meeting. Shirou smiled innocently, nodding as he spoke. Across from him, Tsunade snorted coldly. She downed her glass of wine in one gulp and, without hesitation, grabbed her chopsticks and began eating. Don't think that just by making a meal of my favorite dishes and creating a warm and sentimental atmosphere, you can achieve your goal. I'm not some little girl fresh out of Ninja Academy. Tsunade, with her strong-willed and straightforward personality, laid everything out on the table as she raised an eyebrow at the person in front of her. At the same time, as she sized him up, Tsunade secretly muttered to herself. As expected, even in another world, her taste in men hadn't failed her, young and handsome, indeed. Tsunade, you're magnanimous as always. You've had a long day, let's eat first, and we can discuss serious matters afterward. How about that? Shirou grinned as he echoed her tone, trying to appease her, while Tsunade responded with an unapologetic humph. At the dinner table, a peculiar scene played out. On one side sat Shirou, refined and smiling, as he observed Tsunade eat. On the other side, Tsunade wolfed down her food and gulped down sake with no reservations, eating and drinking heartily. Slow down. You shouldn't drink any more of that sake. Shut up. Have some soup instead of just drinking alcohol. Be quiet. Let me pour you some more sake. When you finish your food, I'll get you more. Here's your favorite tender chicken. I spent the whole afternoon making it for you. At the table, with a warm smile on his face, Shirou carefully served food, poured sake, and even affectionately wiped away crumbs from the corners of Tsunade's mouth. Despite being older than him, Tsunade found herself on the receiving end of his pampering, although she initially responded with disdain and irritation. But as the meal went on, her irritation softened. When she looked into his clear, untainted eyes filled with genuine affection, she caught a glimpse of tenderness she hadn't expected. Damn it. What's with that look in your eyes? Can't a woman eat in peace without you pulling this nonsense? Tsunade's sharp tongue didn't falter, but by the time all the food on the table was gone and her stomach was warm and full, she finally looked up, glaring at him. Hold still. Before she could react, Shirou leaned in with a smile and gently wiped a grain of rice from the corner of her mouth. Then, to her astonishment, he deliberately ate it right in front of her, his expression teasing. See. Even in this world, you still taste the same. You. Tsunade was fuming. Should she alert the Umbu? No, not yet. What exactly was this guy's goal? That was the question she most wanted answered. Pour me another drink. Tonight you really shouldn't. Under Tsunade's sharp glare, Shirou sighed helplessly and waved his hand in surrender. All right. Just for tonight, let's indulge a little. The clear sake slowly filled Tsunade's cup. Under the warm light, she held the cup in her hand, her expression gradually becoming serious, her gaze scrutinizing the men in front of her. Tell me, what is your purpose for coming to this world? What's your ambition? As she asked the question, Tsunade's heart was conflicted. The illusions he had shown her revealed his ambitions without any attempt to hide them. That lack of concealment was what worried her. She couldn't afford to indulge her own personal feelings and risk bringing disaster to this world. How should I put it? Shirou picked up his sake cup but hesitated for a moment. Under Tsunade's tense gaze, he set the cup down and instead picked up the nearby teapot. You don't even like drinking sake. I don't know how the other world version of me could have been interested in you. Tsunade sneered mockingly as she watched him, but Shirou met her gaze with a calm smile. You've got it wrong. At the start, you were the one who decided to keep me. Shut up. Tsunade was speechless, recalling the memories from that other world. Was her counterpart in that world so bold? Grooming someone and turning him into a husband. Unbelievable. All right, there's no need to worry so much. The Tsunade in this world was the 5th Hokage of Konoha. No matter what, she carried the responsibility of protecting the village, even at the cost of her life. The Tsunade in the other world, however, had taken a different path. She hadn't gone through years of self-destruction and despair. The dignity and elegance of her actions in that world hadn't diminished one bit, instead, they had only grown. But this world Tsunade had spent nearly 20 years in self-indulgence, only to be forced into the Hokage position. She had inherited a chaotic mess. Externally, Konoha was no longer the strongest military force in the ninja world. Internally, it was plagued by constant interference and obstruction. The threat of the Akatsuki organization loomed in the shadows. Everyone around her seemed to preach stability for Konoha, leaving her unable to truly act. In the end, she decided to let things fall apart. If they didn't want change, why should she bother? How should I put it? Although the illusion only lasted a little over a month for you, in the other world, many years have passed. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Uchiha Shirou, the 4th Hokage of Konoha and, more importantly, your husband. Across the table, Tsunade choked at his words. Hearing that he had become the 4th Hokage wasn't too surprising, given what she had seen of him in that illusion. But the last part, husband, made her cough violently. When she saw his teasing smile, she glared at him. Hokage. So, we're equals, huh? Two leaders from two different timelines, a 4th Hokage and a 5th Hokage, had somehow ended up sitting together. As for why I'm here this time, well, I do have a certain ambition. I didn't hide it from you before, and my primary goal in coming here is to obtain the power of the tailed beasts. At the same time, I want to change this world. To fix what's wrong with it. As Shirou spoke with complete candor about his ambitions, Tsunade's expression shifted to one of shock. Then, she chuckled. You've got some guts to say all that out loud. Aren't you afraid I'll give the order for Konoha's ninja to capture you? Faced with her threat, Shirou smiled and nodded. I'm not afraid. If you do that, I'll simply take you with me. To me, this flawed version of Konoha isn't worth even a fraction of you. Those words echoed in her ears, leaving Tsunade momentarily stunned. The sincerity in his clear gaze and genuine smile seemed to affirm that he truly meant every word. It felt as though if she refused, he'd leave Konoha untouched, just as he promised. Of course, for you, I can refrain from taking action against Konoha, but I can't guarantee the same for my subordinates. Suddenly, the latter half of Shirou's sentence made Tsunade furious. Shameless. I'm serious. While my ambitions are vast, to be honest, this world's Konoha isn't nearly as important as you are. Shirou spoke with genuine sincerity. He truly held no regard for this world's Konoha, as he found it utterly unimpressive. Its military strength had already fallen to the 3rd rank. If not for the presence of the protagonist, Konoha's decline would be irreversible. A small ninja village where the Hokage, 2 advisors, and Danzo as the leader of Root all held power, 3 voices were competing at the top. What does that say? Corruption. If this world Tsunade disagreed with him, then so be it, just a mere Konoha, after all. He truly looked down on it. But this world wouldn't give up so easily. Chapter 322, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 322. The village is not as important as you, Tsunade. The calm voice echoed, creating ripples in Tsunade's heart, making her show a self-deprecating smile. Who would have thought that after all these years, someone could still sweet-talk me like this? In the warm and cozy atmosphere, Tsunade was teasing him. She was not the same Tsunade from another world. Shirou chuckled and nodded. I can't help it. After all, you're Tsunade. This statement drew a disdainful eye roll from Tsunade. Such an attitude, typical Uchiha. One had to admit, Shirou's unabashed ambition and possessiveness truly fit the Uchiha way. Wasn't that what the Uchiha clan was all about? If they didn't like you, you'd see it written all over their face. And if you dared to argue back, they'd be ready to fight. By the way. Just as the atmosphere grew slightly heavy, Shirou seemed to remember something. A smile appeared on his face as he stood up and attempted to pull Tsunade along. Since this is the first time we've met, I bought you a lot of gifts today. Let go. Tsunade glared at him. This husband from another world was pulling her around. Tsunade, you're living alone in this world, and it's clear you don't take care of yourself. Your house has absolutely nothing in it. Shirou ignored her protests, his gentle gaze carrying a hint of dominance, making it clear to Tsunade that this man would not back down. In Tsunade's large residence, which had been almost unused since she became Hokage, the sound of running water echoed through the kitchen for the first time in years. Tsunade, climbing the stairs, paused when she caught a glimpse of someone in the kitchen cleaning dishes with a bright smile. She froze for a moment. It almost felt like a home. Let's go. Leaving behind a shadow clone to finish cleaning, Shirou boldly led Tsunade upstairs to the bedroom, treating the place like it was his own. Moments later. What is all this stuff you bought? Inside the bedroom, as Tsunade opened one pristine package after another, she found racks of elegant, high-end clothes filling the space. There were also countless pairs of exquisite high heels, stockings, and jewelry, an overwhelming array of luxury. Tsunade's eyes widened at the sight. In all her life, she'd never owned so many clothes. When she was younger, she had a few outfits, but most of her time had been spent on the battlefield in combat gear. Who had time for such frivolities? Seeing her reaction, Shirou stepped forward with a smile, picking out some clothes and saying, "You've been wearing the same outfit for years. While it looks great, you can't keep wearing the same thing forever. Don't forget you're the 5th Hokage of this world. Besides, these styles are all your favorites. Ridiculous. Those are the preferences of the me from your world, not me." The mature Tsunade pouted adorably, glaring at him. Her heart was in turmoil. No one had ever cared about her personal life before. No one had ever cooked her a meal or bought her clothes. In this world, she was lonely. People respected her as one of the Sannin and as Hokage, but no one truly cared for her. Even Jiraiya only ever invited her out for drinks. "Tsunade, I spent an entire day picking these out, walking all over this Konoha. Honestly, your world's Konoha is so weak it doesn't even have decent clothing stores." Watching him chatter on, Tsunade's gaze swept over the different colored stockings and high heels. Her face flushed, and she clenched her teeth. You had ulterior motives, didn't you? She wasn't stupid. It was clear that much of what he bought wasn't meant for public wear but more for private settings. Shirou put on an innocent expression and laughed. "You're misunderstanding me. In my world, you didn't have time to shop for clothes either, but later, when you were, motivated to start a family and research, cough cough." He trailed off, but his meaning was clear. Tsunade's face turned red, then green. Goodness. Was her counterpart in another world that wild? And Kushina and Mikoto too. Whips, stockings. Don't you dare. As Tsunade tried to retort, Shirou wrapped his arms around her waist, his warm breath brushing against her ear. You've worked so hard all these years. But I won't let go of you. The first half of his sentence was tender and warm, but the second half was a declaration of dominance. It was a clear message. Shirou had made up his mind about her. Always belittling my Konoha. I refuse to believe your world's Konoha is all that great. Grinding her teeth, Tsunade brought up the other world she'd learned about through Yamatos. At the time, it had been during the Third Shinobi War. Both worlds' developments weren't far apart. Even if the time flow was different and the other world had advanced more, she doubted it was that much stronger than hers. At most, they might have maintained the strongest military. Tsunade felt frustrated. If only Jiraiya and the others had supported her more boldly in reforming Konoha, it might not have fallen behind like this. They could have at least kept up with the likes of the Cloud and Stone villages. But now, even this man dared to look down on her village. Perfect. Since the time flow is different, Tsunade, How about visiting my world and seeing for yourself? Hearing her words, Shirou grinned. Before Tsunade could respond, she was pushed into a nearby chair with a yelp. But first, you should change into something else. Otherwise, people might think I'm mistreating you when we get there. You. While Tsunade protested with gritted teeth, her body betrayed her thoughts. Deep down, like any woman, she couldn't resist the allure of dressing up. A fitted, waist-hugging ensemble with a dark red cloak on top enhanced her slender figure. For the first time, her long legs were wrapped in black stockings, paired with brand-new high heels. Is this how you charm women? Of course. My beautiful women deserve to be pampered. Shirou admitted shamelessly, his grin is infuriating and yet oddly endearing. Tsunade found herself both annoyed and envious. Finally, as she caught her reflection in the mirror, she froze. Was that her? Beneath her heroic and dashing demeanor, it seemed as if she had instantly returned to her 20s. Her golden hair was gently combed by Shirou, and a pair of beautiful, playful twin ponytails cascaded down to her lower back. The golden strands of hair on either side of her forehead, once groomed, made her look entirely different from the unchanging appearance she had worn for years. If one had to use a word to describe her now, it would be youthful and full of vitality. Hold on tight. Before Tsunade could even react to his words of surprise, Shirou scooped her up in a princess carry. At the same time, his eyes revealed the Mangekyo Sharingan. With the swift rotation of the Mangekyo, a space-time dojutsu was immediately activated. Dojutsu, Divine Reflection. In another world's Konoha. It's Tsunade-sama. And the Hokage-sama. Wow, Tsunade-sama has become even more beautiful. Tsunade-sama, we just got some new fabric in our shop. Come take a look. Tsunade-sama, these are freshly made dango, I sold the older ones to others yesterday. As they walked down the wider, livelier streets, Tsunade looked incredulous. The economy of this world's Konoha was undeniably strong, far beyond her expectations. More importantly, along the way, the familiar faces of Konoha's ninjas all smiled warmly at her. Beyond respect, their expressions also radiated a genuine happiness that came from deep within. Each face was adorned with a smile of pure joy. So, this is your world. Tsunade was momentarily overwhelmed by the villagers' enthusiasm. It seemed that in her own world, what she received was respect, not the kind of heartfelt happiness she saw here. Lost in thought, she lifted her gaze to see the Hokage rock. The familiar faces of her grandfather, the first Hokage, and her granduncle, the second Hokage, were carved there. Following them was a faceless statue, but with one glance, she recognized it. It was the monument of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. And after that was the handsome face of Uchiha Shirou, gazing down upon the entirety of Konoha. While Tsunade was still adjusting to this unfamiliar world, her footsteps suddenly stopped. We've arrived at our destination for the evening. When Tsunade came to her senses, she was stunned by the massive, brilliantly illuminated building before her. A dazzling golden sign that read, Gambling, shone brightly, making her eyes widen in shock. Let's go. Tonight, I'm taking you to dominate the gambling hall. Rarely visiting a gambling den, Shirou laughed heartily as he led Tsunade into Konoha's most luxurious casino. Once inside, Tsunade's eyes widened even further. She swore that not even the Fire Daimyo's palace in her world could compare to the opulence of this gambling city. Everywhere she looked, there were magnificent gambling setups adorned with gold and jade. Konoha's ninja patrolled the area, ensuring security and order. The entire casino was extravagantly luxurious, with countless alluring female attendants and attractive, seductive dealers. Even more astonishing to Tsunade was the clientele. Most of the gamblers here were nobles, merchants, and aristocrats from various countries. Hokage-sama has arrived. Haha, it seems Hokage-sama brought Tsunade-sama with him today. Look, it's Tsunade-sama, the big spender. Come on, everyone. When Shirou entered, many warmly nodded and greeted him with enthusiastic reverence. But when Tsunade appeared, the entire casino erupted with excitement. All the gamblers' eyes turned red with fervor. That familiar gaze made Tsunade snap back to reality. She swore she wasn't imagining it, they were all looking at her like she was a cash cow. How infuriating. Grinding her teeth, Tsunade clenched her fists and shouted angrily, "Tonight, I'm going to win it all back." Her bold proclamation only made the gamblers more thrilled. The infamous big spender was here, it was like Konoha was handing out freebies. Finally, they had a chance to win back everything they had lost. Quick, bet against the big spender. Damn it, I've been losing for 3 days. 3 whole days. The Sage of Six Paths must finally be smiling on me, I'll recoup everything tonight. I swear, if I win my money back, I'll go straight home. The gamblers, filled with excitement, scrambled to place their bets. Meanwhile, Tsunade forgot all her worries, her face flushed with exhilaration as she picked up the familiar gambling tools. I'll go small. Reveal. 6, 6, 6, big. Damn it. Tsunade cursed in frustration, while the surrounding gamblers cheered with excitement. As expected. No matter the world, Tsunade was still the same cash cow, the gambler's goddess of fortune who always brought them winnings. This time, I'll bet big. 1, 2, 3, small. Damn it. I don't believe this. Haha, we won again. Forget it. I'm done with this game, I'll play cards instead. In the dazzlingly lit casino, Tsunade seemed to let go of all her worries. Her eyes focused entirely on the cards, while the gamblers eagerly placed their chips. Tsunade, your luck hasn't changed one bit. Shut up. It's because of you that I keep losing. Stop distracting me. Grumbling, Tsunade sat in a luxurious chair, unaware, or perhaps fully aware, that Shirou had wrapped his arm around her. Sitting in Shirou's lap, she didn't seem to mind. The men behind her smiled gently, watching her play like a child. Occasionally, he would brush aside the golden strands of her hair that got in her way, pour her a glass of juice, or gently pat her hand to console her after a loss. At that moment, Tsunade was entirely immersed in the game, as if nothing else mattered, or perhaps as if she had deliberately chosen to indulge in the reality of this world. Deep inside, though, she was filled with jealousy and envy. This version of herself was far luckier than she was. Her brother and clan were still alive, and she even had a dependable shoulder to lean on. A mix of heartache, envy, and complex emotion surged within her as Tsunade greedily savored everything this world had to offer, everything that wasn't hers. She knew deep down that none of this belonged to her. Perhaps when she woke up the next day, it would all vanish like a dream. So, she didn't mind Shirou's subtle actions. Instead, she allowed herself to believe that she was simply the other Tsunade in this illusionary world. Anyway, it's all about myself, so what's wrong with enjoying myself a little? With such a domineering mindset, Tsunade fully immersed herself in the gambling she loved so much. She hadn't had this much fun in years, especially after returning to Konoha and becoming Hokage, where it was nothing but annoying work. Work. And more work. Damn it. How did I lose again? Tsunade, like a gambler on a losing streak, gritted her teeth in frustration, yet somehow exuded an adorable charm. Beside her, Shirou smiled broadly, twirling a strand of golden hair between his fingers. Chapter 323, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 323. It's getting late. Let's call it a day. Suddenly, Shirou's gentle voice echoed beside her ears. Just a moment ago, Tsunade had been deeply engrossed in gambling, her gambler's eyes red with desperation. But upon hearing those words, her bright brown pupils instantly cleared up. From beginning to end, she had never truly lost herself in the game. Or perhaps it was the will of a ninja, gambling was merely a hobby, and she still had that level of self-control. Damn it, it's not even that late yet. Tsunade didn't even notice her change, instead, she pouted slightly, almost as if she were acting spoiled. Or rather, she wanted to play the role of this world's version of herself so that others wouldn't notice anything. Of course, this was also an excuse she gave herself deep down. However, Shirou, who had always indulged her, merely smiled silently this time as he looked at her, which left Tsunade no choice but to wave her hand in defeat. Fine, fine. I'll stop since I can't argue with you. Seeing Tsunade's childish temper, Shirou smiled and gently took the cards from her hands, placing them down. The other gamblers in the casino erupted into cheers once again. Damn it. I can't believe I lost so much tonight. Don't worry, I'll pay you back once we get back. Tsunade spoke irritably, not expecting to have lost so much in just one careless night. However, Shirou, who had his arm around her waist, teased her with a laugh. Pay me back. This casino belongs to us. Why would you need to pay back your own house? What? Tsunade's eyes widened in shock upon hearing that this magnificent casino belonged to her. As they stepped outside, she looked back at the golden, castle-like casino behind her. At that moment, she felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. This version of her in this world had such an easy life. She had everything, even her passion for gambling had led to owning such a massive casino. Tsunade grew increasingly envious of this world's version of herself, her eyes even reddening a little. They were the same person, so why did fate feel like it was playing a joke on her, leading them down two completely different paths? As for Shirou, he regarded the casino with indifference. To him, it was merely a money-making tool for completing missions for the nobles. Especially with Tsunade, the biggest sheep, occasionally visiting the casino to hand out wealth. The result? A horde of gamblers flocked to it, unaware that he was profiting even more. When Shirou noticed the sadness in Tsunade's eyes, he smiled and gently tapped her forehead, catching her off guard. I'm not saying you can't gamble anymore. I'll bring you back tomorrow. But for now, it's time to go home. At that moment, Tsunade snapped out of her thoughts. Looking up at the night sky of Konoha, she saw a prosperous and powerful village, so different from her world. And yet, it was filled with so many familiar faces, leaving her feeling a bit lost. Could it be that her world was truly wrong? Was this world the right one? At least, judging by Konoha's prosperity and strength. Even while gambling in the casino, Tsunade, with her sharp ninja senses, had been using the place as a prime location to gather intelligence. In just a few hours, she had already pieced together most of this world's basic information. And that was what shocked her. This world's Konoha was indeed the #1 ninja village, but it was nothing like she had imagined. It was on a completely different level of being #1. At first, she thought it might just be like Konoha during its peak in her world, dominant in its time. But this world told her otherwise. Konoha had stationed troops in countless small nations throughout the ninja world, not to mention that the sand village of the Land of Wind and the mist village of the Land Water had already been absorbed into Konoha. The integration was practically set in stone. Konoha had taken over half of the ninja world. Once everything was fully digested, they could launch their campaign to dominate the ninja world at any moment. This world's Konoha was absurdly strong. It was simply outrageous. When she saw the massive castle, a dreamlike structure straight out of a fairy tale, Tsunade was even more stunned. This. Beside her, Shirou smiled and explained, "You know how Kushina is. To be honest, the house is a bit big, but it's very comfortable." A bit big. It was way more than just a bit big. It was like a castle from a fairy tale brought to life. Comfortable. Tsunade swore she was truly bitter now. This world's version of her was too fortunate to be able to live in a place like this. A fairy tale castle where one could forget all their worries and rest comfortably. But as they entered the castle, Tsunade, despite showing no outward changes, was hesitant. Her body even stiffened slightly. "Don't worry. I've already let everyone know, they're all eagerly waiting for you." Shirou smiled to reassure her, but Tsunade raised an eyebrow and said stubbornly, "TCH, as if I'd be scared." The moment they stepped inside, the lights turned on instantly, followed by the sound of celebratory confetti popping. In an instant, the dazzling lights of the dreamlike castle illuminated the scene, and countless colorful ribbons fell from above. "Sister Tsunade, happy birthday. Sister Tsunade, you're finally back. Come, come, let me see if my sister Tsunade is still as..." Kushina excitedly rushed forward and hugged Tsunade. Then, Kushina's large eyes focused on Tsunade's ample chest, her expression turning sour. "They're still this big? Damn it, I thought the sister Tsunade from another world might be smaller." "Sister Tsunade, welcome back." With a warm, gentle voice, Mikoto approached with a bright smile. At that moment, Tsunade stood there, stunned, staring at the familiar smiling faces in front of her and the colorful ribbons flying everywhere. The festive atmosphere left her momentarily speechless. It wasn't until Shirou gently patted her back and softly reminded her. "Today is August 2nd, it's your birthday. Also, if you look at the ribbons on the ground, you'll see they already celebrated once before." The first part of his reminder was about her birthday, while the second part subtly hinted that this world Tsunade had already returned and received a similarly grand welcome. Welcome home. When this world Senju Tsunade appeared, the crowd gasped in surprise. Two identical Tsunades stood before them. The Tsunade standing beside Shirou was stunned. She could tell that while they looked the same, this world's version of herself exuded pride and happiness that she lacked. This world's Senju Tsunade wore a radiant smile, her noble demeanor and the joy in her eyes unmistakable. In contrast, her version, though steadfast and determined to the core, couldn't help but show a bitter smile in comparison. "It seems I really lost, and I lost completely." In every aspect, the other party had defeated her. They were fundamentally different. Even so, Tsunade's personality wouldn't allow her to show weakness outwardly. She took a deep breath, exuding the aura of the fifth Hokage, and strode forward to face the other Tsunade with a calm nod. "So, you're me in this world. To be honest, I'm a bit envious of you, sometimes even a little jealous." "Is that so?" "Well, there's nothing I can do about it. I must be smarter than you. I figured out the essence of this world early on and started pursuing power during the Second Shinobi War. Only by relying on power could I protect the people I wanted to protect." "Oh, is that how it is? Too bad I'm not as lucky as you. I never expected your little husband to be so helpful to you. That's truly unfortunate. But husband is perfection itself. You're carefully grooming someone. Or just an experiment. Or did it become serious at some point, and you ended up together?" Senju Tsunade versus 5th Hokage Tsunade, although the two were smiling warmly at each other, everyone present could tell. The atmosphere was tense, sharp as a blade, danger lurking everywhere. Off to the side, Kushina's eyes lit up as she watched the scene unfold. She whispered to Mikoto. "Sister Mikoto, do you think the two Tsunades will start fighting?" Mikoto gently patted the mischievous Kushina, amused. This troublemaker was still trying to stir the pot at a time like this. Aren't you curious to see which sister Tsunade is stronger? The bold Kushina, unable to contain her excitement, teased Mikoto with a sly look. Mikoto lowered her head and whispered. Kushina, you'd better be careful, or Sister Tsunade will punish you later. Have you already forgotten the last time you transformed into Tsunade late at night, and she tied you up? Hearing Mikoto bring up her embarrassing past, Kushina pouted and muttered. Come on, Sis Tsunade enjoyed it herself, even though she pretended otherwise. When she tied me up to teach me a lesson, why didn't she just let me undo the transformation jutsu? She even made me watch her having sex with Anata-sama, and then made me use my mouth to make her wet. Good grief. Mikoto, who was normally composed, couldn't help but blush at Kushina's words. She scolded. Kushina, you're such a grown woman now. Why are you still as playful as you were as a girl? But it's true. Sister Mikoto, don't you remember how excited and happy you were when I used my mouth to help you? Kushina raised an eyebrow suggestively, making Mikoto's face turn an even deeper shade of red. Mikoto, known for her gentle and composed demeanor, was usually the perfect example of a caring woman. But next to the lively and mischievous Kushina, even she couldn't maintain her cool. Senju Tsunade, with her commanding presence, managed the household with Mikoto's support, ensuring everything was orderly and harmonious. Meanwhile, Kushina's playful energy added a lively, childlike atmosphere to the family. The large, luxurious dining table was surrounded by smiles and laughter. Happy birthday, Sister Tsunade. No, it should be both Tsunades, happy birthday. I thought about getting 2 birthday cakes, but Kushina said since they're both Tsunade, we should just use one and make a shared birthday wish. The enormous birthday cake was lit with candles, their flames flickering warmly. Both Tsunade smiled, closed their eyes, and made their wishes. Under everyone's cheerful blessings, the 2 Tsunades opened their eyes simultaneously, as if they were in perfect sync, and blew out the candles together. Wow, happy birthday, Sister Tsunade. I want the chocolate part of the cake. Since there are 2 Tsunades, I want 2 slices. Kushina's playful personality brought a light-hearted atmosphere to the gathering, making everyone laugh. Go ahead and cut it. But remember, it's your birthday, Tsunade. With Shirou's gentle smile, the 2 Tsunades exchanged a glance before picking up knives and forks to start slicing the cake. As she faced the group celebrating her birthday, Tsunade's expression softened into a genuine smile. Deep down, though, she felt a twinge of emotion, almost a tremble. A birthday. When was the last time she'd celebrated one? It had been so long that she'd nearly forgotten. Who would have thought that she'd get to celebrate her birthday again during her lifetime? And this time, it wasn't purely for political or ninja-related reasons. Well, maybe there was some ulterior motive involved. The joyful faces and intense gazes of those around her made her heart feel both full and uneasy. The 2 Tsunades carefully cut the cake, ensuring everyone received 2 slices. When it was Kushina's turn, she spoke boldly. Sister Tsunade, you should stay here. If worst comes to worst, we'll just beg Anata-sama to make sure he doesn't harm the Konoha of your world. I don't want you to go back. Though Kushina wore her usual cheerful smile, her tearful eyes and trembling voice betrayed her true feelings. Kushina, like Uzumaki Mito, had a unique ability to sense good and evil in others. Being so close, she could feel the emotions within Tsunade's heart. Her pure, earnest gaze made Tsunade's pupils tremble slightly. But in front of everyone, Tsunade simply smiled warmly. My, Kushina has grown up so much and is still so adorable. Here's a slice of cake personally cut by your big sister. Tsunade avoided the topic entirely, pinching Kushina's cheek playfully. The other Tsunade, Senju Tsunade, watched the interaction and shook her head with a smile. Out of everyone here, even including herself, only Kushina's heart remained truly pure and innocent. Even she had to admit she couldn't match Kushina in that regard. Thank you, Sister Tsunade. Happy birthday to both big sister Tsunades. Pakura said warmly. When it was Meiterumi's turn, she gave Tsunade a flirtatious look and leaned in close, whispering. Sister Tsunade, let me tell you, Shiro-sama's abilities are incredible. Even when we all teamed up, we couldn't win against him even once. Goodness. Mei's suggestive tone made everyone present, all ninjas with sharp hearing, clearly understand her meaning. The same words, when spoken by Mei and Kushina, carried completely different tones. Mei's words were seductive and provocative, while Kushina's were playful and innocent. Happy birthday to both Tsunades. When it was Shirou's turn, he looked apologetically at the 2 Tsunades and explained. Brother Nawaki is still out on a mission. I notified him in advance, but the earliest he can return is in 3 days. He won't make it in time for today's celebration, but there's always next year. TCH, that brat should just stay out there and train hard, Senju Tsunade said dismissively, waving her hand as if it didn't matter. At the same time, the 5th Hokage Tsunade, upon hearing the name, Nawaki, had a tremor in her pupils, but her face remained completely unchanged. As the two Tsunades exchanged continuous gazes, neither of them wanted to back down. Even when facing someone from this world, the fifth Hokage Tsunade exuded a unique aura. They were both Tsunade, yet each gave off a distinctly different presence. Chapter 324, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 324, R18. Another world. Within the land of fire. Two figures clad in black cloaks with red clouds and wearing straw hats were heading in the direction of Konoha. Itachi-san, is our destination Konoha? The deep voice of Kisame Hoshigaki echoed as the figure beside him slowly lifted his head, revealing the Uchiha crest under his hat. It was Uchiha Itachi. As a member of the Akatsuki organization, Itachi's calm gaze, adorned with the three-tomo Sharingan, revealed no emotion as he nodded slightly. Yes. I heard that after Sasuke killed Orochimaru, he disappeared for a few days and then headed toward Konoha. I can't let him escape anymore, I still need him as a replacement for my eyes. Hearing Itachi's cold and detached words, Kisame grinned, his shark-like face breaking into a smile as he said mockingly. Eyes, huh? By the way, Zetsu recently passed on a piece of news. Apparently, Orochimaru isn't dead. He's been spotted at a northern base, up to his usual tricks. Itachi showed no surprise at the news of Orochimaru being alive. Instead, his expression remained utterly indifferent. Those in the Akatsuki who had dealt with Orochimaru before knew all too well that his immortality techniques and escape artistry were far more troublesome than his actual strength. At the moment, however, Itachi's mind was consumed with thoughts of Sasuke. He was even secretly anxious. If Sasuke had gone to Konoha, could it mean he had already learned the truth about their clan? While Itachi's thoughts were restless, Konoha itself was quietly undergoing subtle changes. Konoha. Night, Senju Compound. The air in Tsunade's bedroom was thick with the heady scent of sex and sweat. On the plush bed, two bodies moved together in a frenzied dance of lust. Tsunade's voluptuous form was splayed out beneath Shirou, her legs spread wide to accommodate his powerful thrusts. Ah, yes. Tsunade cried out, her voice husky with desire. Her massive breasts bounced rhythmically with each of Shirou's forceful pumps. She arched her back, pressing her chest up into his eager hands as he roughly kneaded and squeezed her soft flesh. Shirou groaned in ecstasy, savoring the exquisite tightness of Tsunade's slick pussy around his throbbing cock. God, you feel amazing, he panted. His mind reeled as he compared the woman writhing beneath him to his wife from another world. The forbidden nature of their coupling only heightened his arousal. Tsunade's head swam with pleasure. She told herself this must be a dream, how else could she justify giving herself so completely to a man who wasn't truly hers? But oh, how glorious it felt to let go, to surrender to raw animal lust after so long alone. More, she begged shamelessly. Harder. Don't stop. Shirou was all too happy to comply. He grabbed her plump ass, lifting her hips to drive even deeper. His cock pounded her G-spot relentlessly as he buried his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling her intoxicating scent. The pressure built rapidly within Tsunade as Shirou's masterful strokes pushed her closer and closer to the edge. With a keening wail, she came hard, her pussy clenching and spasming around Shirou's length. Feeling her climax, Shirou quickly pulled out. Suck me, he commanded hoarsely. Tsunade eagerly complied, wrapping her plump lips around his shaft. She gazed up at him with lust-glazed eyes as she bobbed her head, her skilled tongue swirling around his sensitive tip. Fuck. Shirou cried out as his release hit. Thick ropes of cum flooded Tsunade's eager mouth. She swallowed greedily, savoring his salty essence. The sight of Tsunade's cum-smeared lips was enough to make Shirou's cock twitch back to life almost instantly. Shirou's eyes blazed with renewed lust as he roughly flipped Tsunade onto her hands and knees. She gasped in delighted surprise, her voluptuousness now proudly on display. Without a word, Shirou gripped her wide hips and slammed his rock-hard cock deep into her dripping pussy. Ah! Tsunade cried out, her face contorting in ecstasy. The new angle allowed Shirou to hit spots that made her see stars. Shirou set a punishing pace, his hips slapping against Tsunade's ass with each powerful thrust. The lewd sounds of flesh on flesh filled the room, punctuated by Tsunade's wanton moans. You like that, don't you? Shirou growled, giving her ass a sharp smack. Yes. Oh God, yes. Tsunade wailed. She pushed back to meet his thrusts, desperate for more. Their frenzied coupling continued long into the night. They fucked in every position imaginable, Tsunade riding Shirou reverse cowgirl, bent over the dresser, pressed up against the wall. By the time dawn broke, both were thoroughly spent, their bodies slick with sweat and other fluids. As they lay tangled in the sheets, basking in the afterglow, Tsunade knew she'd never be the same. She'd tasted the forbidden fruit and found it sweeter than she ever could have imagined. The morning sunlight had just begun to rise. A ray of sunlight streamed into a bedroom, landing on a bed covered with soft blankets. From beneath the covers, a pair of slender, jade-like legs stretched out. Tsunade, it's time to wake up. Breakfast is ready. The familiar voice echoed through the room, causing Tsunade to open her bleary, sleepy eyes. Upon seeing the figure in front of her, she instinctively let out a soft groan. What a monster. Aren't you tired? Rubbing her ample chest, Tsunade began to slowly get dressed. At that moment, she couldn't even distinguish which world was real. Though the illusion she'd experienced was just an ordinary, fabricated memory, she'd been deeply immersed in it. In that other world, she'd seen a version of her life that made her question everything. There, she had family, her clan, even her little brother. That world contained everything she'd lost. There was even someone she could lean on. For someone as strong-willed as Tsunade, the thought alone brought a faint, sweet smile to her lips. When she descended the stairs and saw the steaming milk and bread on the table, a warm smile softened Tsunade's face. This once lonely and cold house now seemed alive with warmth and comfort. Perhaps this was what life was truly about. Shirou, this is your identity, Tsunade spoke while munching on breakfast. Your name is Senju Shirou. From now on, you're a member of the Fire Daimyo's court and a Jonin of Konoha. Your only job is to take care of me. Swinging her legs playfully beneath the table like a child, Tsunade, despite her status as the fifth Hokage, seemed, at this moment, like a woman rediscovering familial warmth. Well, a new identity works for me, Shirou said with a rare smile. Now I won't need to sneak around to access the archives anymore. The breakfast passed too quickly for Tsunade's liking. She wished this moment of companionship could last forever. Although she was still Tsunade, her experiences made her different. As the fifth Hokage, she cherished these fleeting moments of warmth with selfish intensity. Tsunade, this habit of walking around barefoot has to change, Shirou said, gently holding her jade-like feet in his hands. Warmth spread from his touch, and Tsunade closed her eyes, clearly savoring the sensation. Or perhaps it was because she had been lonely for so long that the little girl sealed inside her heart greedily craved the feeling of being cared for. Shirou, you wore me out last night. I don't have any strength left, Tsunade murmured. Her loose sleepwear revealed skin as smooth as jade, and when Shirou glanced up while holding her feet, he caught sight of a soft, pink hue. Tsunade's cheeks flushed red, but she stubbornly pretended not to notice. She had no idea how alluring she looked at that moment. A mature woman on the outside, yet deep down, she was a little girl seeking warmth and comfort. All right, if this goes on, your body won't be able to handle it. The seal I placed on your chest and the genetic serum from the other world Tsunade should be helping you adjust. Soon, you'll have full control over wood release. Shirou teased her with a playful smile as his hands moved skillfully over her smooth skin. Slipping on a pair of flesh-colored stockings, Tsunade walked to the doorway, where dozens of neatly arranged high heels awaited her. She chose a pair of elegant, golden shoes, and her gaze softened with reluctance. After a passionate kiss goodbye, she reluctantly left the once cold house. Well then, my fifth Hokage, time to head to work, Shirou said. Dressed and composed, the two stepped outside together, heading in the direction of the Hokage's office. Good morning, Hokage-sama. Wow, Hokage-sama is so beautiful. Yesterday she wore red. Today it's something different. No wonder she's the Hokage. I heard a man has been staying at the Hokage's house recently. Walking through Konoha's streets, Tsunade exuded vigor and energy. She paid no attention to the whispers and admiring glances around her. If anything, she seemed proud, though she didn't realize it herself. The youthful aura she once had was returning. When she finally arrived at the Hokage's office, her assistant, Shizun, couldn't help but blink in surprise. Tsunade-sama. In the past few days, you've... As Tsunade's most trusted confidant, Shizun was shocked. In just a few days, Tsunade seemed like a completely different person, youthful, vibrant, and even paying attention to her appearance, which she had rarely done before. At that moment, Tsunade radiated a regal and elegant charm. Shizun, don't tell me you haven't noticed that I've become prettier. Tsunade let out a rare chuckle, openly showing off her transformation, which left Shizun utterly stunned. Tsunade-sama, recently there have been rumors outside that you... Shizun, as a woman, isn't it normal to have a man in the house? Tsunade's tone was filled with happiness, which shocked Shizun even more. It was true. This was a bombshell revelation. But what startled Shizun even more was how she hadn't noticed anything at all before now. Looking at Shizun's adorable reaction, Tsunade also smiled and nodded as she said. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. I met the right person. Tsunade-sama. At that moment, Shizun felt as if the sky had fallen, staring at Tsunade-sama in utter disbelief. Tsunade. Just then, the door to the Hokage's office was pushed open, and a voice full of displeasure echoed through the room. Advisors. When she saw who had arrived, Shizun immediately put on a respectful expression. The newcomers were none other than Mito Kato Hamura and Udatane Koharu, the Hokage advisors who had been established during the time of the third Hokage. But today, the two had no good intentions. Their faces were stern, brows furrowed, and they radiated an air of discontent. As soon as they entered the room, Uchiha Koharu, the elderly woman, couldn't hold back and questioned Tsunade in the tone of a senior. "Tsunade, what's going on with the ANBU these past few days? The two of us knew nothing about it, yet there have been personnel transfers, even involving the Intelligence Division and Barrier Division. How can you make such a big move so recklessly? And look at yourself, what kind of example are you setting?" As she spoke, Uchiha Koharu couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy as she looked at the stunning Tsunade before her. There are even rumors outside that our Hokage-sama has secretly kept a man and is indulging in him every day. Goodness. Early in the morning, with the Hokage's office door wide open, a group of jonin who had come to report tasks stood awkwardly outside, unsure whether to enter or not. Even Hatake Kakashi was among them, wearing a bewildered expression but secretly alarmed. As someone particularly sensitive to political undercurrents, Kakashi had noticed the recent movements. It was obvious, Tsunade was consolidating power. Though it had only been a few days, Tsunade, with her reputation as one of the legendary Sannin and her over 3 years as Hokage, had already placed countless loyal subordinates in various departments. Tsunade may have seemed like she was slacking in the past, but she wasn't a fool. She had taken measures to protect herself. She wasn't about to become anyone's puppet without safeguards in place. Now that she had started taking action, those safeguards had become a weapon, a blade poised to cut through Konoha's core and bring about a new era. "Kakashi, what's going on with Hokage-sama these past few days?" Even Might Guy, usually full of youthful energy, had sensed something amiss and lowered his voice to ask discreetly. Facing Guy, Kakashi feigned ignorance but still lowered his head and whispered. "Hokage-sama has fallen in love. Let's just focus on our tasks." Classic Kakashi. All the jonin nearby heard him crystal clear. He hadn't said much, but the smart ones pieced it together immediately. Exactly, they just needed to follow orders and do their jobs. The power struggles at the top had nothing to do with them. Meanwhile, heated voices grew louder inside the Hokage's office, until finally, an angry shout rang out. "Tsunade, you're being too outrageous. Tsunade, we brought you back to be Hokage, not to bring chaos to Konoha." "Outrageous? You two old fossils, do you think I owe you anything? Konoha was built by my grandfather, the Senju clan. What do you two old relics think you are?" The assembled jonin outside were stunned as they heard a loud crash. The Hokage's office doors shattered, the walls crumbled, and the scene inside was revealed. Tsunade had thrown her chair with incredible force, smashing the doors to pieces. Standing amidst the wreckage, she radiated an imposing aura as she barked. "I, Tsunade, as the 5th Hokage of Konoha, hereby order that the positions of Hokage advisors be abolished effective immediately." "Tsunade, how dare you?" Both Uchiha Koharu and Mitokedo Hamura were filled with shock and fear. How could Tsunade dare to do this? In the past, the two had always relied on their seniority to pressure Tsunade. While she had shown impatience, she had tolerated them. But today, she was utterly unrestrained. "Hokage-sama, isn't this too impulsive?" Inside the Hokage building, someone, either oblivious to the situation or overestimating their own importance, tried to mediate. However, the fully awakened Tsunade gave a cold, sweeping glance at the crowd and snapped. The so-called Hokage advisors were created back in the day when those old relics propped up the second Hokage and lacked the power to rule Konoha themselves. When have I, Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, ever created such a position? Her cold voice echoed through the room, and the jonin who had spoken turned pale, realizing too late that they had made a mistake. But regret was useless now. "Takuma, Special Jonin, if I recall correctly, your negligence and intelligence caused severe misjudgment, resulting in casualties for one of our Konoha squads. You should be cooperating with the ANBU for an investigation right now." The Special Jonin Takuma went pale, and Kakashi's pupils contracted sharply. He realized that Tsunade-sama was genuinely making her move this time. "Tsunade, you." Silence. Tsunade's icy glare swept over the two pale-faced old advisors. Turning to Might Guy, she barked. "Jonin Might Guy, I order you to escort these two elderly jonin back home." After issuing the command, Tsunade cast another cold glance at the assembled ninjas in the Hokage building and declared. "Anyone who dares to barge into the Hokage's office again, and anyone who fails to stop them, is useless to me." "Yes." The ninjas guarding the Hokage building turned pale but immediately shouted their compliance. She was pointing fingers, but they had no choice. After all, hadn't the Hokage advisors been like this all along? "Tsunade, you," Uchiha Koharu's face turned ashen with rage. She glared at Tsunade in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. "Let's go." Mitokedo Hamura had finally seen enough. With a gloomy face, he dragged Koharu Uchiha and turned to leave. If they stayed here any longer, they would completely lose face. Tsunade's move was too ruthless. She had reprimanded them in front of everyone and, even worse, directly brought up the events surrounding the second Hokage. Back then, not a single bodyguard of the Hokage had died, yet the Hokage himself perished within the borders of the Land of Lightning. The bodyguards, whose duty was to protect the Hokage, failed to do so. Instead, it was the Hokage who had to protect them. This matter had long been buried in history. Almost all of Konoha knew about it, but it was thought to have faded away with time. Who would have thought Tsunade would bring it up so openly, even leveraging her grandfather's identity as a backing? Damn it. How is this even fair? You can't fight back against this. Just the incident with the second Hokage alone was enough to completely invalidate all their lifetime contributions to Konoha. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who had been observing the scene, no longer wore his usual lazy expression. His face had turned serious. This is a huge problem. The Hokage is consolidating power and even exposing the advisor's past. For a moment, Kakashi felt a headache coming on. While this all seemed satisfying on the surface, abolishing the positions of the Hokage's advisors outright and with good reason, there was a significant issue. Back when the third Hokage first took office, he was unsteady in his position and thus needed the advisors. But now, as the fifth Hokage, Tsunade did not need such a thing. The problem, however, was this: after so many years of accumulated power and influence, Tsunade's actions might push the two advisors directly into Danzo's camp. And that was exactly why Kakashi felt so troubled. Chapter 325, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 325. Inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade had completely abandoned her usual lazy and indifferent demeanor. Taking swift and decisive action, she cut through the chaos in all departments, leaving no room for anyone to react. By the time people realized what had happened, they were shocked to find that the personnel in various departments had already been replaced. Those who had previously held positions were either sent off on missions or reassigned elsewhere. Some were promoted openly while being demoted in secret. Tsunade's methods were undeniably masterful. Shizun, starting today, focus on the Ninja Academy. Here is the new learning material. Make sure every single ninja student understands it clearly. As Konoha's ninjas, in less than a century, the entire village has forgotten how Konoha was established. They see the faces on the Hokage rock every day, yet they only know the third Hokage and not the first or second. Ridiculous. Tsunade slammed her hand on the desk with authority, her voice echoing through the room. The gathered jonin lowered their heads in silence, not daring to speak. Her words were aimed at them too. The truth was, even the legendary stories of the first and second Hokage were not well known among them. Even Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly. Despite his vast knowledge, he only had a general understanding of those stories. Tsunade-sama was serious this time. She had even prepared such a comprehensive plan. Kakashi, with his sharp eyes, noticed that the thick stack of documents bore the symbol of a swastika, a mark representing fire. The will of fire. Kakashi was inwardly shocked. This symbol was a sacred emblem representing fire in religious contexts. The idea that Tsunade-sama was acting on a mere whim. No one would believe it. Yes, Tsunade-sama. I understand. Shizun nodded repeatedly. Although she didn't fully understand what was happening, she had never doubted Tsunade-sama's orders. This time, however, she felt a small surge of excitement in her heart. After all, Tsunade-sama was Hokage. Being constantly manipulated by a few old relics was indeed frustrating. And one more thing. Starting today, I've ordered Konoha to print this book in full. Every ninja in Konoha must have a personal copy. At this moment, Tsunade's cold gaze swept across the room. She no longer displayed her usual laid-back attitude, looking instead as if she had been reborn. Yes, ma'am. As one decree after another was issued, there wasn't much turmoil in Konoha. After all, these were just high-level personnel adjustments. But for the major clans, especially the old clans that had been draining Konoha's resources, it was nothing short of an earthquake. Hokage-sama, isn't this a bit too rushed? After seeing Tsunade's actions, Kakashi hesitated for a moment but couldn't stop himself from voicing his concern. The Akatsuki organization outside the village had already revealed itself as a terrifying threat. Internal instability could be disastrous. Kakashi wasn't like the average ninja still basking in Konoha's glory. His political instincts had long made him aware that the military strength of both the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages had already surpassed Konoha's. Instability within the village could easily open the door for enemies to exploit. Kakashi's concerns weren't wrong, but this time, Tsunade simply raised an eyebrow. Facing Kakashi, she replied calmly. Kakashi, state the first rule of the ninja code now. Yes. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression instantly turned serious. He then shouted solemnly. The first rule of the ninja code, a ninja must unconditionally prioritize completing their mission and obeying the Hokage's orders. Good. Under everyone's gaze, Tsunade smiled and clapped her hands. she declared. In that case, ninjas only need to follow orders. By my command as the 5th Hokage, anyone who questions me is acting with impure motives and going against the will of fire. Tsunade's unflinching tone, coupled with the weight of her words, made it clear to everyone that she was deadly serious this time. Konoha was about to undergo a seismic shift. Meanwhile, Mitokato Hamura and Uchiha Koharu stormed out of the Hokage's office in a fury. They immediately began contacting the clan heads of Konoha's major families. Outrageous. Tsunade is being outrageous. She's determined to ruin Konoha. What does she mean by saying Konoha was founded by the Senju? Without our years of contributions, would Konoha even exist today? What is she trying to do? Has she been bewitched by some rogue men? This is treason. Uchiha Koharu fumed with anger. In all her years, she had never been so humiliated, especially so publicly. It felt as though Tsunade had thrown her face onto the ground and stomped on it. When Hiruzen was around, he always treated us with respect. What is this now? Koharu ranted furiously while Hamura, standing beside her, nodded grimly. Tsunade's actions this time were far too sudden. She gave us no chance to react. Now, aside from Danzo's root division, the only department we still control is the intelligence division. The Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans all have people in the intelligence division. Do you think this sudden change in Tsunade's behavior could be because of the Hyuga clan? The boldness of Tsunade's actions, combined with her sudden shift in demeanor, led them to suspect that the previously neutral Hyuga clan had sided with her. It must be. Where else would Tsunade get the confidence? Upon hearing this speculation, Uchiha Koharu's expression suddenly became one of realization. It makes sense. Among Konoha's major clans, how many would risk everything to support Tsunade's power grab? Only the Hyuga would. We hit them hard years ago, and now, after spending so many years in hiding, they've suddenly stabbed us in the back. Truly insidious. In their view, the Hyuga clan was the only one in Konoha capable of pulling this off. Elder, Hyuga Hayashi has gone to the Hokage's office with his eldest daughter, Hinata. At that moment, a ninja from their clan reported back with information. Both Koharu and Hamura's faces darkened. So it's true. We should have listened to Danzo back then. These old clans are nothing but ungrateful snakes. Koharu was livid. The fact that Hyuga Hayashi had personally gone to the Hokage's office with Hinata was a blatant signal to the entire village. This was Tsunade showing off her newfound power. Back in the day, Konoha's 3 great clans consisted of the Senju, the rebellious Uchiha, and the rigid Hyuga. The Senju had long since declined, leaving only the Uchiha and Hyuga. During the Uchiha massacre, Danzo had mentioned the issue of the Hyuga clan, but they had ignored it. We underestimated them. The Hyuga clan is even more devious than the Uchiha. They've been lying in wait all these years. Even using the Hidden Cloud's hand to suppress them wasn't enough. Hamura and Koharu quickly reached a consensus. They couldn't afford to delay any longer. They had to fight back. Otherwise, Tsunade might truly take over Konoha. No wonder Danzo went to the Land of Fire's daimyo recently. This was a diversion to lure him away so she could seize power. Hurry. Notify Danzo and get him back here immediately. It's too late. Hamura, being calmer, shook his head. It was clear that there wasn't enough time. By the time Danzo returned, the situation would already be beyond repair. Contact Yamanaka Inoichi, Nara Shikaku, and Akimichi Choza. Over the years, these 3 clans have benefited greatly under Hiruzen's leadership. If they don't pick a side now, they won't have an easy time in the future. Exactly. Koharu nodded quickly, regaining her composure. As long as we have the Ino-Shikacho trio, Tsunade won't be able to take over the intelligence division. Inform the Sarutobi clan as well. As long as the 4 great clans remain united, Tsunade won't be able to overturn Konoha. Looking at the cards they still held, Koharu couldn't help but smirk. The Hyuga clan might have made a bold move, but did they truly think it was as easy as in the past? With the Sarutobi clan's strength alone, they could withstand the Hyuga clan's assault. The sunny village of Konoha continued as usual, with ninjas carrying out their missions, seemingly unaware of the subtle changes happening within the village. However, a few upper-level officials had been replaced with new faces, and the Ninja Academy had suddenly introduced a batch of new teaching materials. These materials meticulously documented Konoha's development history and the deeds of the past Hokage. At the same time, a book titled My Struggle had become surprisingly popular in the village, with many people engrossed in reading it. Yet, some of the more perceptive jonin had already noticed that something was amiss. The higher-ups had started taking action. The Hyuga clan. Father. During the Shippuden series, Hinata Hyuga, with her long hair flowing down to her waist, still wore old-fashioned, conservative clothing that concealed her curvaceous figure. She stood there, hesitant and lacking confidence, stammering as she spoke. Inside the room, Hayashi Hyuga's expression was heavy. Under the watchful eyes of two clan elders, Hinata lowered her head even further. Seeing this, Hayashi couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. He could never understand why his daughter, born into such a powerful lineage, lacked confidence to this extent. Hinata, Lady Tsunade has accepted you as her disciple. From now on, you must uphold the honor of the Hyuga clan. Yes, father, Hinata replied softly, her head still bowed. Her tone was so weak it made her seem like a delicate, fragile girl. Hayashi sighed inwardly. He had once been determined to change his daughter, but now that she was older, he had resigned himself to the situation. After Hinata left, the two elders in the room exchanged serious looks. Hayashi, by accepting this arrangement, you've placed the clan in a precarious position, one of the elders said, his tone full of disapproval. Hayashi, however, could only sigh helplessly. We've all fallen into Lady Tsunade's trap, Hayashi said. Seeing the confusion in the elder's eyes, he began to explain the situation step by step. Before they were even aware of the changes happening in Konoha, Tsunade had already proposed taking Hinata as her disciple. Naturally, Hayashi had been thrilled at the time. With Hinata becoming the Hokage's disciple, even if she didn't match up to her younger sister, Hanabi, she would be free from the fate of the caged bird seal. After all, as the Hokage's apprentice, no one in the clan would dare impose such a fate on her. This plan would also allow Hanabi to inherit the leadership of the main family, a perfect arrangement in Hayashi's eyes. But when he returned, he found that the Hyuga clan, despite having done nothing, was suddenly perceived by the other clans as having already aligned itself with Tsunade. So, you're saying that the fifth Hokage had a calculated plan to seize power from the very beginning, one elder on Hayashi's left frowned as he analyzed the situation. Meanwhile, the elder on the right seemed intrigued. This might be an opportunity for us. The Hyuga clan has been suppressed for so many years. Look at the various departments, where is there a place for the Hyuga clan? Even though we're known for the Byakugan, in Konoha, we're like blind men. Changes as significant as this are happening in the village, and even the Inuzuka clan, who spend their time playing with dogs, knew about it before us. Yet we Hyuga were the last to find out. The elder's frustration was palpable. The Hyuga clan had been oppressed for far too long, especially after the third Hokage had used the incident with the Cloud Village to force them into submission. Over the years, they had been excluded from important positions. Despite their Byakugan's reputation as one of 3 great dojutsu, its visibility made it nearly impossible for them to gather intel discreetly. The irony was bitter, the clan with the famed Byakugan was essentially blind within Konoha. Hayashi, this might be the Hyuga clan's last chance. We must not act rashly. Remember the fate of the Senju and the Uchiha, the other elder cautioned. With Lady Tsunade's status, do you think anyone would dare stage a coup? Besides, the Hyuga clan has maintained an alliance with the Senju since Konoha's founding. This is merely a continuation of that alliance. Who could criticize us for it? Opportunities like this don't come often. The two elders argued back and forth, while Hayashi furrowed his brow in deep thought. It's not a matter of whether we take action or not, Hayashi finally said. The other clans already believe we've aligned ourselves with Lady Tsunade. If we try to remain neutral now, we'll offend her, and the cost would outweigh the benefits. The Hyuga clan can no longer stay out of this. Besides, Hinata and that Nine-Tails boy, perhaps they are our best insurance. The Nine-Tails boy. He's nothing but an impulsive fool. If it weren't for the Nine-Tails and Jiraiya's protection, his status as the 4th Hokage's son would mean nothing. Even if he were the son of the 1st Hokage, he wouldn't be worthy. Unless Uzumaki Naruto gains the strength of the 1st Hokage, the elder continued, once external pressures subside, Jiraiya won't be able to protect him forever. At that point, his identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki will only serve as a shackle. The debate between the two elders left Hayashi deep in thought. He recalled a subtle hint in Tsunade's words that suggested Hinata might be involved in a political marriage. Although he didn't know the details, he had a faint suspicion about the arrangement. It was likely tied to the Senju clan under the Fire Daimyo's authority. To stay away from the center of conflict, perhaps that would be true happiness for Hinata, Hayashi thought. Considering his eldest daughter's timid personality, the usually stern clan leader sighed deeply. Both of his daughters had caused him endless worry. This matter is settled, Hayashi declared. The Hyuga clan has always stood by the Hokage. Prepare a list of 50 elite Hyuga members and submit it for the Hokage's direct command. The two elders exchanged a glance, then reluctantly nodded. Understood. Meanwhile, other clans in Konoha were trying to distance themselves from the brewing turmoil. The Aburame clan had long been marginalized, and their strength wasn't significant enough to matter. Let them do whatever they want. But the Ino-Shikacho trio, comprising the Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Nara clans, were in a more difficult position. Having enjoyed years of privilege, they now found themselves in a bind. They had feasted on the benefits for so long, but now that it was time to pick a side. Chapter 326, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 326. The Nara clan. Shikaku, what should we do now? People from the two elder sides have already come, and they've likely informed Danzo too. Yamanaka Inoichi frowned, looking troubled. He had thought that Tsunade's time in power would remain stable for a while, but who would have expected things to change so suddenly? Akimichi Choza, usually enjoying his meals, now wore a rare frown on his round face. Shikaku, give us your analysis. What should we do now? We can probably forget about staying neutral. If we stay neutral, no matter who wins or even if things reach a stalemate, we'll eventually face retaliation. In situations where factions are vying for power, neutrality is the most dangerous stance. Especially in a place like Konoha, which can function perfectly well without you, being neutral is pointless. The truth is, anyone who stays neutral in a conflict between two major factions is either supremely confident that they'll still be needed by the victor or delusional. Otherwise, the first to be eliminated will always be the so-called neutral parties who fail to recognize their strength, or lack thereof. Of course, there's one exception, those who think they're important but aren't. People or groups who do not influence the overall situation can afford to remain neutral because they don't matter to anyone. Take, for example, the minor Kurama clan in the village, which only has a handful of members. Does anyone care about them? No. It's difficult. Nara Shikaku wore a deeply troubled expression. As smart as he was, this wasn't a problem that could be solved by intelligence alone. Tsunade-sama's sudden actions came without any warning, there wasn't even the slightest hint beforehand. That was the most frustrating part. No one had been prepared for this. But based on the clues we've gathered so far, it seems that ever since someone joined Tsunade-sama's household, her personality has undergone a drastic change. Her decisive and forceful actions now faintly resemble her style during the Second Shinobi War, back when she was one of the legendary Sannin. Hearing this, Yamanaka Inoichi couldn't help but feel suspicious. Shikaku, are you saying you suspect the person who appeared in Tsunade-sama's household? Exactly. Nara Shikaku nodded slightly, his expression growing even more serious. Based on the information we have, or rather, based on the fact that Tsunade-sama hasn't even tried to hide it, the person's surname is Senju. I believe you've already guessed what this means. Senju. Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza's pupils contracted instantly. The name of the Senju clan, long forgotten in Konoha, was known only to the older generation like them. Even though they had only grown up hearing legends about the Senju clan, they had never witnessed the clan's peak era. A suddenly reappearing Senju, combined with Tsunade-sama's abrupt transformation. The three of them exchanged uneasy glances. Even Choza, usually calm and steady, couldn't help but feel his heart race. Was the Senju clan, dormant for decades, preparing to rise again? But based on their understanding of the Senju clan's current strength, which was roughly equivalent to that of the Hyuga clan, such a move didn't make sense. The situation didn't add up. Nara Shikaku noticed the doubts in his two companions' eyes. Frowning, he spoke in a grave tone. If the Senju clan truly had such ambitions, they would have acted 3 years ago when Tsunade-sama first took power. There's no way they would wait until now to make a move. The only explanation for this decision is that something must have changed, something significant. Under the weight of Inoichi and Choza's concerned gazes, Shikaku did something rare. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of smoke before speaking in a low voice. Tsunade-sama now possesses the power to suppress everything, even to the point where she no longer considers Jiraiya-sama's influence. The weight of those words left the three men in silence. What kind of power could the Senju clan possibly possess to suppress everything? Would release? That possibility didn't even cross their minds. Instead, they assumed it must involve one of the second Hokage's forbidden techniques, something so powerful it could dominate any situation. So, what should we do? As the three of them were deep in discussion, the sound of hurried footsteps outside the room made Shikaku frown in annoyance. Father. To his irritation, the one barging in was none other than his son, Nara Shikamaru. Shikaku's frown deepened. Shikamaru, what has you so flustered? Father, something bad has happened. Shikamaru's face was full of worry as he explained the rumors spreading through the village. Word is going around that Asuma-sensei was killed during a mission, and people are saying it's a covert move by Tsunade-sama to eliminate the third Hokage's lingering influence. What? Hearing this, Shikaku's expression changed drastically. Then, in a rare display of anger, he slammed the table with his hand. Idiots. How could they escalate the situation like this, dragging the entire village into it? This power struggle among the higher-ups was supposed to remain confined to their level. No matter what happened, it wasn't supposed to affect the village's development. But now, thanks to the elders' short-sighted actions, the entire village was being dragged into the conflict to collectively oppose Tsunade. They hadn't considered how dangerous this could become. Once the struggle reached the general populace, the consequences could spiral out of control. Father. Shikamaru spoke hesitantly. He knew the truth about Asuma's death. His sensei had died defending his comrades after encountering the Akatsuki during a mission related to the Fire Temple. It had nothing to do with any conspiracy by Tsunade-sama. But the rest of Konoha didn't know that. Find Jiraiya-sama. Shikaku gritted his teeth, but deep down, he felt a sense of relief. What had been a difficult decision for them was now made easier thanks to the Elder's blunder. Before, the power struggle had been solely between the 3rd Hokage's old faction and the 5th Hokage's administration. Now, by involving the entire village, the Elders had inadvertently created an opportunity for the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans to align with Jiraiya, forming a new neutral faction that could genuinely influence Konoha's balance of power. Jiraiya-sama. Yamanaka and Noichi suddenly understood and smiled. What had seemed like an impossible dilemma now had a solution, thanks to the Elder's foolishness. Even Akimichi Choza, though appearing simple-minded, had grasped the situation. His seemingly naive demeanor concealed a sharp intellect. As rumors continued to spread throughout the village, the Sarutobi, Mitokado, and Uchiha clans, along with the tiny Shimura clan, which barely had a dozen members, found themselves in chaos. Unbelievable. Traitors. After all we've done for the Ino-Shikacho trio, they're abandoning us now. Even a dog would show more loyalty. Uchiha Koharu's fury had already caused her to smash 3 cups. The betrayal of the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans at such a critical moment enraged her. Even Mitokado Hamura's face was dark with anger. We'll deal with the Ino-Shikacho trio later. Do they think neutrality will save them? Neither side will trust them after this. Nara Shikaku had likely thought of this possibility too. However, given how much influence their trio of clans had built up over the years, stepping back now to avoid becoming targets was the wiser move. Danzo has sent word. He's working on gaining support from other factions within the Fire Daimyo's court. For now, we need to stabilize the situation in the village. Mitokado Hamura sighed helplessly. If not for Tsunade's erratic moves, they wouldn't have had to turn to Danzo. Despite being old allies, they knew very well what kind of person he was. Looking at the Shimura clan's pitiful state was proof enough. Danzo wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice anyone, even his people. But even though they can't do anything about it right now. How about calling Jiraiya? Koharu couldn't bear the thought of letting Danzo take the stage. Let Jiraiya step in to stabilize the situation. If Tsunade insists on being reckless, we'll just push Jiraiya to the forefront. Anyway, we've already received word from Danzo. Even within the Senju clan at the daimyo's residence, there are differing opinions about Konoha's internal turmoil. We must act quickly. This time, Tsunade truly caught everyone off guard. No one was prepared, it was too sudden. It's not just them, even within the Senju clan at the daimyo's residence, there are divisions. For so many years, they had thought about revitalizing the glory of the Senju clan under Tsunade's leadership, but Tsunade had completely given up and shown no ambition, which caused many within the clan to lose hope. Now, all of a sudden, Tsunade, who had been quiet and unresponsive, dropped such a bombshell. It left the Senju clan's heads spinning. Some in the clan called for going back to support Lady Tsunade, to restore the Senju clan's honor. Others thought Tsunade's moves were too abrupt. How could she act so recklessly? What if something went wrong? In short, Tsunade's actions as the 5th Hokage threw all sides into chaos. But no one knows the reason behind it yet. How did the entire upper echelons of the Land of Fire fall into such disarray? It's all in turmoil. Everything's in turmoil. The entire leadership of Konoha and even the Land of Fire is in complete chaos, and no one knows the reason for Tsunade's sudden actions. When Jiraiya heard the news while he was away, his eyes widened in shock, and he hurried back immediately. Damn it. What is going on? Orochimaru is still up to who knows what, and now Tsunade is acting out too. Initially, Jiraiya had received word that Orochimaru, who was supposed to have been killed, suddenly appeared at a northern stronghold. So, he set out to investigate what was going on, whether Orochimaru was truly alive or if someone was using his identity. But just as Jiraiya reached the northern stronghold, he received an urgent summons from the 2 elders of Konoha. Shizun, what do you think of this outfit? And these shoes? At a time when everyone else was utterly baffled, the 5th Hokage Tsunade was, instead, quite relaxed. After finishing her work, she was all smiles as she dragged Shizun around a shop, shopping for clothes. A hesitant Shizun, carrying bags upon bags, seemed like she wanted to say something but didn't know if she should. Faced with Tsunade's excited gaze, she could only nod repeatedly. Lady Tsunade, I think you look good in anything. TCH, Shizun, I was talking about you wearing this outfit, not me. Ah. Shizun froze, watching as Lady Tsunade held up some clothes and compared them against her. Shizun rarely looked so flustered. Lady Tsunade, what exactly happened? Why have you changed so much all of a sudden? In the end, Shizun couldn't hold back and nervously asked the question that had been on her mind. At this moment, she realized she had never truly understood her master. Alright, Shizun, I know you're worried. Tsunade, with a light-hearted smile, picked out a few more outfits for Shizun. Come on, I'm not worried, so why are you? Seeing Tsunade so carefree, Shizun couldn't help but complain inwardly. Lady Tsunade, because of your recent policies, the entire village's upper management and the major clans are in chaos. Everyone is scrambling to take sides and form alliances, yet you still have the mood to go shopping. But Tsunade, upon hearing this, waved her hand impatiently, looking annoyed by Shizun's nagging. Shizun, I already told you, stop worrying so much. They're just a bunch of clowns jumping around. Here, try on this outfit, and change the inner layer and shoes too. Tonight, you'll come with me to meet my boyfriend. What? Shizun's eyes widened. Did Lady Tsunade have a man she was keeping? Tsunade's beautiful light brown eyes sparkled with amusement. She wasn't exactly lying. In this world, Uchiha Shirou didn't have any deep foundations to rely on, so of course, he'd have to depend on her. Even though she had to rely on his strength as well. But still, essentially, she was supporting her men. At least now, she could finally understand why her counterpart in another world acted the way she did. It was thrilling, to say the least. This sense of achievement. This excitement. It was something indescribable. Watching Shizun awkwardly and reluctantly try on clothes, Tsunade squinted her eyes and nodded in satisfaction. Shizun is still the most reliable one. Sakura is still too naive. She hasn't even thought to check on her sensei during a time like this. In times of trouble, you see people's true colors. Right now, her disciple Haruno Sakura was completely distracted and preoccupied with Uchiha Sasuke. She hadn't even thought to care about her sensei or her comrades. In another world, people are all forming alliances and factions. Here, at least it's my world. I might as well gather some useful people for support. And with that man's domineering nature, there's no way he'd let Shizun run off. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, her mind racing with calculations. She even felt a competitive urge to measure up to her counterpart in another world. In terms of strength and research, she'd already fallen behind. Having wasted nearly 20 years, the gap wasn't something she could close quickly. But in certain other areas, things were more equal for women. At least when it comes to having children, everyone starts at the same starting line. As this thought crossed her mind, Tsunade's eyes sparkled. The data report from her counterpart in another world had tempted her. She also understood that the other Tsunade likely wanted to use her. But she couldn't help but be drawn in. No medical ninja could resist the allure of such a monumental opportunity. To create a god, huh? Tsunade smiled with satisfaction as she watched Shizun try on yet another outfit. There was no rush. For now, she needed Shizun to familiarize herself with the other world. Once Shizun had seen the new horizons, she would understand her intentions. Oh, and notify Anko and Hinata as well. The time flow between the two worlds is different, and I just happen to need capable people. Compared to her counterpart in the other world, this version of Tsunade, as the fifth Hokage, was more adept at political maneuvering. After all, one version had sat in the Hokage's seat, while the other had focused solely on research. Seeing the village prosper was enough to reassure the latter of her past choices. The personalities and methods of the two Tsunades had diverged onto different paths. Chapter 327, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 327. Hokage Office Building. Hey. How dare you stop me? My grandfather was the heroic third Hokage who sacrificed himself to protect the village. Why are you stopping me? Konohamaru's face was filled with anger as he glared at the two ninjas blocking his way into the Hokage office building, loudly asserting his identity. However, the two Chunin, who usually never stopped him, awkwardly lowered their heads and said in a serious tone. We're sorry, Konohamaru. The Hokage has issued an order, no one is allowed to enter the ninja technique archive without the Hokage's personal authorization. Damn it. How dare you stop me from going in? Apologies, Konohamaru. While we won't stop you from entering the Hokage office building itself, the Ninja Technique Archive is a classified area. No one is allowed in without the Hokage's authorization. As the two Chunin continued explaining, Konohamaru grew even more furious. He was no longer a child. I get it now. All those rumors in the village recently were true. You took my grandfather's Hokage position, and now you're turning your back on our family. In Konohamaru's eyes, the Hokage's position belonged to his grandfather, and by extension, the entire village belonged to his family. This sense of entitlement seemed ingrained in him since childhood. Konohamaru, please watch your words. Shut up. Uncle Asuma's death must have something to do with you people. At that moment, Konohamaru glared at the people blocking his way. In the past, he could come and go as he pleased, who dared to stop him? Why were they suddenly barring him now? Isn't that Konohamaru? At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto happened to walk over, looking confused as he scratched his head. Alongside him was his teammate, Haruno Sakura. "Hey, why are you stopping Konohamaru?" Naruto, as bold as ever, stepped forward to defend his little brother, looking every bit the part of someone ready to back him up. When Konohamaru saw his big brother Naruto, his face showed a hint of grievance, as if he had finally found someone to complain to. "Big brother Naruto, my grandfather sacrificed his life for Konoha, and now they're stopping me." Konohamaru spoke angrily, and Naruto, hearing this, also showed dissatisfaction. He turned toward the two Chunin blocking the way and shouted. "You guys are going too far. Konohamaru just wants to check out the ninja techniques. It's not like he hasn't gone in before. Why stop him now?" Faced with Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the two Chunin could only sigh helplessly and explain the situation again. But Naruto didn't care. He took Konohamaru's side and started making a scene. To them, the Hokage office building was practically the Sarutobi family's home. Why were they stopping the grandson of the third Hokage from entering? This wasn't even the first time this had happened. Back when Tsunade first returned to the village to take over as the fifth Hokage, Konohamaru had blocked the entrance to the archive, even setting up explosive tag traps to stop her, acting as if the Hokage office building was his personal property. At that time, Tsunade had simply scoffed and didn't make a big deal out of it, casually dismantling the traps and stepping on the explosive tags to extinguish them. If she had wanted to pursue the matter, setting up explosive tags in the Hokage office's archive could have been treated as a serious crime. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, several jonin, including Hatake Kakashi, were gathered. The commotion outside caused them to exchange awkward glances. "Tsunade-sama." Kakashi looked particularly uncomfortable. Naruto was causing trouble again, he just didn't understand the gravity of the situation. The other jonin remained silent. It was no wonder Tsunade wanted to take action. Incidents like this made it clear that the Sarutobi clan and the previous advisors treated the Hokage office building as their private property. To them, the fifth Hokage was just a temporary placeholder. "Why aren't you saying anything? Keep talking." Seated at the Hokage's desk, Tsunade sneered at the crowd, particularly at Jiraiya and the two elderly advisors, Mitokato Hamura and Utatane Koharu, who had specifically come to discuss the matter. "Tsunade, I think this is just a misunderstanding," Jiraiya said awkwardly, glaring at Hamura and Koharu. "Look at the mess you've caused. You wanted me to persuade Tsunade, and now this is what I'm dealing with. Misunderstanding." Tsunade let out a cold laugh, crossing her arms as she stared indifferently at the group of jonin. It was clear to her now, Konoha had long since lost respect for the Senju clan. To these people, the village was their personal property. "Tsunade, Naruto is well known to everyone, and Konohamaru is just a kid. But you're the fifth Hokage of Konoha. If you act too drastically now, the village will fall into chaos." To Jiraiya, this incident with Konohamaru was trivial. His real goal was to stabilize Konoha and ensure everyone got along. Unlike Jiraiya, Kakashi hesitated for a moment before speaking seriously. "Tsunade-sama, several departments have recently shown signs of passive resistance. Perhaps it would be better to." Kakashi had no desire to get involved in this matter. However, since he was present, he had no choice but to stand between Tsunade and the others to mediate. "Damn it. How can ninjas slack off in their duties?" Might Guy shouted passionately, his fiery spirit on full display. Kakashi nodded in agreement, and the two of them, working in tandem, left Hamura and Koharu fuming. Their faces turned red and pale in anger. It was obvious that Kakashi and Guy were siding with Tsunade, subtly criticizing the advisors while allowing Tsunade to resolve things diplomatically. The other jonin in the room weren't fools, they understood the situation perfectly. Tsunade, sitting at her desk, finally softened her cold expression after seeing the support from Kakashi and Guy. At least some people still acknowledged her as the Hokage. "Jiraiya, what role are you speaking from right now? Are you a ninja of Konoha? A companion? Or are you here as a mouthpiece for these two old relics? How dare you? Such insolence." In the Hokage's office, aside from Tsunade sitting at her desk, only Hamura and Koharu dared to demand chairs for themselves. Hearing Tsunade's blunt and disrespectful words, the two advisors were outraged. How could she speak to them like this? After all, they had watched her grow up and had been comrades of her teacher, the third Hokage. "Tsunade." Jiraiya looked at her, exasperated, silently pleading for her to calm down. Why was she stirring up trouble at such a critical moment? "Jiraiya. I am the fifth Hokage of Konoha." Tsunade's furious voice filled the room, her overwhelming presence suffocating everyone inside. The tension in the office was palpable. Even Jiraiya, who usually wore a carefree smile, grew serious. "Tsunade, the Akatsuki organization is currently collecting tailed beasts. We don't know what their plans are, but the village can't afford chaos right now. I know the advisors have overstepped, but that's no excuse for you to act recklessly. Jiraiya's words made it clear, he believed Tsunade couldn't handle the situation alone. If she pushed too hard, Konoha would only descend into turmoil. However, upon hearing this, Tsunade let out a chilling laugh. At that moment, she felt utterly disappointed in Jiraiya, her eyes filled with disdain. Jiraiya, after all these years, you haven't changed at all. When faced with problems, you either run away or pretend they don't exist. It's because of cowards like you that Konoha has fallen to this state. Jiraiya's heart sank as he saw the coldness and disappointment in Tsunade's eyes. It was a look he never expected to see. Tsunade didn't give him another chance. Instead, she turned her head and spoke coldly. Everyone, former Jonin commander Shikaku Nara has submitted his resignation due to the recurrence of old injuries and is now recovering at home. Hatake Kakashi, as of this moment, I officially appoint you as the new Jonin commander of Konoha. Kakashi sighed in frustration. As expected, no matter what he did, he couldn't escape the whirlpool of power struggles. Faced with the Hokage's formal order, all he could do was suppress his helpless expression, adopt a serious demeanor, and solemnly declare before everyone. Hatake Kakashi of Konoha's Jonin obeys the Hokage's command. You. Mito Hamura and Uchiha Kohara widened their eyes in disbelief. Tsunade was blatantly ignoring them, even acting with complete disregard for their positions. Even with Jiraiya back in the village, she was acting like this. What would happen to them if Jiraiya left Konoha again? They couldn't imagine how Tsunade might deal with them. As for the Ino Shikacho trio, they were downright shameless, using underhanded methods to withdraw from the power struggle entirely. Tsunade. You're too presumptuous. You old fools. I've tolerated you for long enough. Tsunade roared. Tsunade, we were appointed as Hokage advisors by the third Hokage himself. What right do you have to dismiss us? Koharu demanded. By the fact that my grandfather was the first Hokage, my granduncle was the second Hokage, and my Senju clan founded Konoha. By the fact that I've never taken a drop of Konoha's blood or stolen a single coin. Is that enough? Tsunade bellowed. Now, you two old relics, do you have the guts to explain to everyone here why, as the second Hokage's bodyguards, you abandoned him in the land of lightning and fled back to Konoha alone? Tsunade slammed her hand on the table in rage. Background and heritage. In all of Konoha, she feared no one on that front. If you combined the bloodlines of everyone in Konoha, they still wouldn't match the Senju clan. She even brought up the second Hokage's sacrifice again, leaving Mito Hamura and Uchiha Kohara pale-faced and furious. They glared at Tsunade with rage. This was too much. For years, no one dared to treat them this way. Tsunade had gone too far. Tsunade. Shut up, Jiraiya. I've already been lenient by not holding these old fools accountable for abandoning the Hokage and fleeing back alone. Still furious, Tsunade shouted coldly, you old relics can make up whatever stories you want after this, but the fact remains, you abandoned the Hokage, which led to the second Hokage's sacrifice on the battlefield. You ostracized Tsukumo Hatake, vilifying him for abandoning a mission and causing a significant loss to the village. Even now, he cannot be honored as a hero on the memorial stone. You should think carefully about your legacies instead. You. Tsunade had torn away their facade with brutal force, leaving everyone in the room stunned. Mito Hamura and Uchiha Koharu's faces twisted in rage. Though few people knew the truth about the second Hokage's death, everyone here was well aware of the situation surrounding Tsukumo Hatake. Indeed, as the weight of her accusations sank in, the faces of the gathered Jonin turned grim. Even Kakashi's expression became more serious. The facts were laid bare, both incidents involved abandoning something critical. One was the Hokage himself, the other was a mission. But the consequences? They were not equal. Tsunade, what's gotten you so worked up? As the tense atmosphere reached its peak, the doors to the Hokage's office suddenly opened, and a calm, unfamiliar voice interrupted the scene. Who is that? A tall, handsome figure stepped into the office, his demeanor composed. Uchiha Shirou walked in without hesitation, ignoring the countless gazes fixed on him, and stopped in front of the Hokage's desk. Even Tsunade, who had just been as cold as ice, softened her expression upon seeing him. You're here, Shirou. With your shouting, how could I not come? Under everyone's stunned gaze, Shirou walked behind Tsunade and gently massaged her shoulders. The furious Princess Tsunade immediately calmed down. Senju Shirou. The name instantly popped into everyone's minds. This was the mysterious man who had suddenly appeared at Tsunade's residence. Shortly after, his name had been added to the official records as a Jonin of Konoha. Tsunade, who is he? Even Jiraiya looked utterly shocked, his face filled with disbelief. He had thought the rumors he'd heard after returning to Konoha were just baseless gossip. But now, seeing this scene unfold, Tsunade's sudden calm demeanor and the intimacy between her and this man, How could it be a rumor? His heart broke. Facing this situation in front of so many people, he couldn't help but feel like a fool. What's your identity? Who allowed you to enter here? Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu seized the opportunity to lash out at the men who had intruded into the Hokage's office. Especially Koharu, who angrily stood up and glared at Tsunade. Tsunade, I don't care what you do in private, but this is the Hokage's office. You can't just bring in some random man. This accusation made Tsunade freeze for a moment. Then, she couldn't help but smirk. Shirou, this old relic is asking about you. Trying to suppress her laughter, Tsunade softly patted Shirou's hand resting on her shoulder. Shirou slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the room. He completely ignored the two advisors. I believe I hold the rank of Jonin in Konoha. Am I not allowed to be here, Commander Hatake Kakashi? Dragging Kakashi into the fray, Shirou's tone carried a hint of amusement. Kakashi sighed inwardly, resigned to his fate. He nodded and said, as a Jonin of Konoha, no one, not even the Hokage, can restrict your access to this office for official reports. Hearing this, Tsunade couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. Her eyes sparkled with amusement. Who would have thought that the strongest Hokage in another world would come to her Konoha and have to deal with nonsense like this? Jonin. Tsunade, this is absurd. Mitokado Hamura shouted angrily. Konoha's Jonin earned their positions through years of dedication and sacrifice. And you just appoint someone at will. Tsunade, if you continue with this reckless behavior, don't blame me for rallying the Jonin to remove you from the Hokage's seat. Boom. Just as Hamura raised the banner of righteousness to try and suppress Tsunade, a terrifying chakra burst forth, shocking everyone in the room. Even Jiraiya's face changed in disbelief as he muttered, impossible. The overwhelming chakra spread like a tsunami, leaving the Jonin drenched in cold sweat. All eyes turned toward the source of this immense pressure. Senju Shirou. This could kill us, was Kakashi's first thought as a bead of sweat rolled down his face. Who exactly is this person? Without a single piece of information, he suddenly appeared, and with such an immense amount of chakra, it's simply beyond what any human could possess, even surpassing Jiraiya-sama. However, Shirou, who was emanating this terrifying chakra, merely nodded lightly in an indifferent and unhurried manner. Tsunade, you're truly an unqualified Hokage. Even Konoha's rules have been broken like this. I couldn't help it. If only you had come earlier, then this group wouldn't have dared to bully others. Not good. Suddenly, when everyone saw Shirou casually flick his fingers, Kakashi and Jiraiya were instantly alarmed. Was he about to make a move? But in the next moment, something appeared in the Hokage's office that left everyone utterly stunned. Chapter 328, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 328. Here's the extra chapter. Well done guys. Next goal, 1500 PS. Equals. How is this possible? Inside the Hokage's office, under the shocked gazes of the assembled Jonin, even Jiraiya was left dumbfounded. Vines visibly sprouted rapidly from the floor, swiftly engulfing the chairs. The two sitting on the chairs, Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu, panicked and quickly got to their feet. With a series of crackling sounds, the two chairs were instantly consumed by the vines. At this moment, Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu couldn't hide their fear. Would release. In just an instant, the vines spread rapidly around the Hokage's office, transforming into decorative patterns. When did the Hokage's office become a place where so many Jonin stand while others sit and act superior? After completing this, Shirou's expression remained indifferent, while Tsunade, standing nearby, burst into laughter, showing no mercy. Exactly. The Shinobi world has always respected strength. Back when my grandfather and granduncle were here, no one dared to act superior based on seniority. You. At this moment, Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu were both shocked. However, when they saw Shirou's cold, detached gaze, their pupils shrank. That icy gaze, combined with the terrifying chakra that erupted with just the lift of a finger, reminded them of someone. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. And this person was clearly from the Senju clan, and even knew would release. This chakra's intensity, it feels just like the second Hokage's. The two swallowed nervously. After all, they still vividly remembered the tactics of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Looking at Tsunade with grim expressions, Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu finally understood her trump card. The Senju clan had been lying low for so many years, only to unleash such a devastating move. Jiraiya, as a Jonin of Konoha, your duty is to obey the Hokage's orders, not to bring outsiders here to question them. Shirou's cold gaze never once landed on the two elders. Instead, he calmly looked at Jiraiya. Among all the Jonin present, Jiraiya felt this the most. He was already drenched in cold sweat. The terrifying chakra explosion earlier had been aimed at him. That oppressive feeling made his scalp tingle. He realized that he might only stand a chance if he entered Sage mode. At the same time, it became crystal clear in everyone's minds, their fifth Hokage wasn't just keeping a man. She had brought out the Senju clan's ultimate weapon to Konoha. With Shirou standing in support, Tsunade finally felt the long-lost sense of someone having her back. Her confidence soared as she looked around the room and coldly demanded. Now, as the fifth Hokage, does anyone here have any objections? Who supports? Who opposes? Well, under these circumstances, who would dare oppose? Kakashi sighed softly. He had no choice but to step forward. Hatake Kakashi, Jonin of Konoha, supports the Hokage's decree. Support. Seconded. Seconded. The Hokage is wise. The first rule of the ninja code is to obey the Hokage's orders. Seconded. With unanimous agreement, the assembled Jonin all nodded in approval. It was clear that the fifth Hokage was no longer someone to be trifled with. The Inoshikacho trio, Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka, had already made a decisive sacrifice, giving up their positions and interests as Jonin leaders. This was their way of signaling that they were staying out of the conflict. Though it seemed a bit unprincipled, their attitude was at least sincere, they had surrendered their benefits entirely. What more could you ask for? Moreover, their reasoning for this stance was in the name of Konoha's stability. Over time, Tsunade had firmly taken control of Konoha's Umbu forces, and with Hatake Kakashi serving as the Jonin leader, she had consolidated power over Konoha's critical departments, leaving only the Root Division outside her grasp. If Jonin could foresee this, how could Tsunade not have anticipated it? Tsunade's gaze swept across the room as she boldly declared. According to the Umbu's investigation, the Root Division has been secretly oppressing and intimidating Konoha's ninjas while researching the village's Kekkei Genkai. As the fifth Hokage, I hereby announce. Effective immediately, Danzo is relieved of his duties, and the Root Division will now be under the command of Senju Shirou. The room fell silent as everyone's eyes widened in shock. Jiraiya's face turned pale, and he was about to speak out when he noticed Tsunade's resolute gaze. At that moment, he seemed to understand something. Researching the village's Kekkei Genkai. Jiraiya's face twisted in shock, and the other Jonin was quick to react as well. Although Konoha was known as the largest ninja village, the number of Kekkei Genkai users within the village wasn't that high, it was something that could easily be counted. No wonder the usually reserved Hyuga clan had been so decisive this time. No wonder the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, who had seemed uninterested in power, had suddenly changed her stance. Sometimes, the imagination was more dangerous than the reality. At that moment, everyone's thoughts began to connect the dots. They were convinced that the fifth Hokage's sudden, forceful actions must have been triggered by some major revelation. Their suspicions were confirmed moments later when Tsunade issued her next command, leaving no room for doubt. Due to the unique nature of the Root Division, I am forming a special task force composed of Jiraiya, Hatake Kakashi, Hayashi Hyuga, Might Guy, Yamanaka and Noichi. You are to immediately investigate Root and assist Senju Shirou in taking control. Yes, Hokage-sama. The named Jonin responded, their expressions a mix of tension and excitement. It was clear that this was a sign of trust. This is bad. We're doomed. Mito Kato Hamura and Yuditane Koharu turned pale, their faces drained of all color. Just as they were about to speak, they caught sight of Shu's cold, unyielding gaze. Fear took hold of them. They had to warn Danzo immediately. Exchanging glances, they realized they weren't a match for this force. Only Danzo could deal with this threat now. They could only hope it wasn't too late. If Danzo delayed any longer, even his base of operations would be gone. Root Division. Move quickly. Begin the operation. Nara Shikaku, you're in charge of sealing the area. Yamanaka and Noichi-senpai, you handle. Jiraiya-sama, come with me. As the 50-strong Konoha Jonin task force surrounded and sealed off the Root Division, Hatake Kakashi displayed exceptional leadership, calmly issuing orders. The man who had once served in both the Root and the Umbu, Kakashi Hatake, sealed off the entire Root base in just a short moment. What are you doing? What do you want? By order of the Hokage. The Root has been researching the bloodlines of villagers. All members are hereby ordered to surrender. Anyone who resists will be executed as a traitor. Although those in the Root had been trained as tools, they were all brainwashed to remain loyal to Konoha. When the order was given that any resistance would label them as traitors, most of the Root members hesitated and allowed themselves to be captured. They were emotionless tools, or perhaps numb to emotions, but they were not without thought. Even so, there were still some Root members fanatically loyal to Danzo, who angrily confronted the Konoha shinobi storming in. No one is allowed to set foot in here until Lord Danzo returns. We have the Hokage's orders. No. Without Lord Danzo. As the standoff continued, a flash of lightning streaked through the air. In an instant, before the astonished gazes of Kakashi, Jiraiya, and others, the rebellious Root members dropped to their knees, their eyes lifeless. It seems the Root has truly become a private militia for rats lurking in the shadows. In the dimly lit Root base, Shirou's calm voice echoed. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate him anymore. The lightning had been too fast. So fast that no one present could even see it. Even Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Might Guy were sweating coldly. So fast. If he were an enemy, I might have been killed in an instant. Kakashi thought to himself, knowing he could only counter such speed if he prepared in advance. Might Guy was equally shaken, replaying the moment in his mind. I probably need to open the 7th gate just to keep up, but is that his limit? Jiraiya's unease deepened as he thought about the Senju clan. To think that such a powerful shinobi still existed within their bloodline, and yet there wasn't even the slightest intel about him, it was terrifying. Truly worthy of being the once greatest clan in the ninja world. What terrifying chakra, and that lightning release. I'd need Sage Mode just to stand a chance. As the rebellious Root members collapsed and were taken into custody, the entire Root base was quickly brought under control. The Root was no longer just an assassination unit. It had evolved into a department integrating espionage, spying, assassination, research, and medical operations. Look. There's a barrier around this laboratory. Carefully break it down. Don't damage anything inside. Damn it. What is this? Oh God. How many of our comrades have been killed by the Root over the years? When the barrier was breached and the team entered the deepest part of the Root's research base, the faces of the Jonin involved in the mission turned pale. What followed was a mixture of terror and fury. Inside were numerous corpses suspended in tanks, some of them familiar faces. There were also several ongoing experiments. Containers held grotesque Sharingan, and large jars contained the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs, their once fierce eyes now lifeless. Those are Sharingan, so many of them. That's Oda. Wasn't he reported killed in action? Why is his body here? Danzo. One of the Aburame clan members, upon seeing experiments involving nano-level poison insects, erupted with anger. Those were the Aburame clan's secret techniques. It's over. This time, it's over. Seeing the horrific scenes in the Root base, Jiraiya turned pale with fear. The amount of evidence uncovered here was enough to destroy Danzo. Although Jiraiya didn't care much for Danzo, he knew that Danzo cornered like a desperate animal, coupled with Tsunade's uncompromising methods, would undoubtedly provoke the Sarutobi clan and its allies. This was a clear prelude to upheaval in Konoha. Seal everything immediately. Kakashi's face darkened as he took in the scene. Though he had once worked in the Root and had witnessed its darkness, he never imagined it was this corrupt. Would release. The Root has been experimenting with cells from the first Hokage. In the deepest part of the research base, they found a half-formed body in a tank. Its features were strikingly similar to the first Hokage, but the other half had been assimilated into writhing tree vines. Alarms beeped incessantly from the machine monitoring it. Everyone's scalp tingled at the sight. It was now clear why Lady Tsunade had unleashed such ruthless measures without hesitation. It was because the Root had been conducting insane experiments on bloodlines, including would release, as well as almost every other Konoha bloodline and secret technique. Kakashi. Even Might Guy, usually so passionate, fell silent at the sight. The scenes before him were too horrifying, leaving him cold and numb. Kakashi, is this what you served in when you were part of the Root? For the first time, Might Guy understood why he was deemed unfit for the Root or Umbu. Why Danzo had once told him he wasn't dark enough. Kakashi took a deep breath and sighed. Guy, perhaps unchecked power makes people increasingly greedy. The Root is no longer the force that once protected Konoha. Shirou, cold and emotionless, surveyed the Root's monstrosities. It was clear this world's Danzo had grown even more insane over the years. Secure the entire scene. No one is permitted to touch any of the Root's records. Everything is to be locked down. At Shirou's command, the Jonin present immediately shouted orders and carried them out. The evidence alone was enough to destroy the Root. The rest of the dark secrets, even the Jonin feared to examine, lest they be implicated. So many Sharingan. Among the crowd, Hyuga Hayashi, usually calm and composed, couldn't help but feel a chill as he saw the wall of Sharingan. A terrifying thought crept into his mind. Why, exactly, had the Uchiha clan been wiped out? Was it really because of a coup? Or was it due to the greed for their Sharingan? Byakugan. Damn you, Danzo. Hayashi's fury erupted as he spotted a Byakugan in the Root's research base, still attached to a half-dismembered corpse. That corpse belonged to a Hyuga clan Jonin who had fallen in the Third Great Ninja War. It had been believed that to protect the last Byakugan, the Jonin had chosen to perish in an explosion alongside the enemy. But now, the horrifying truth was laid bare. As Konoha's leadership underwent a massive upheaval, two elders, Mitokato Hamura and Uchiha Koharu, returned to their clans pale and trembling with fear. Danzo's actions in the route cannot be covered up. With Tsunade's temperament, she's sure to retaliate against us. I told Danzo not to be so reckless, but he wouldn't listen. Have you contacted Danzo? It's too late. We've been collaborating with him for years, and the Sarutobi clan. Mitokato Hamura's face darkened, his trembling hands adjusting his glasses betraying his unease. Tsunade is ruthless. She's given us no chance to destroy the evidence in advance. What should we do now? Koharu Uchiha was already in complete panic. If the root's secrets were fully exposed, she couldn't even bear to imagine the consequences of the things they had colluded on with the root over the years. For those who had sat in high positions for a long time, perhaps they were not afraid of death, but what they feared most was being dragged down, losing all their power, and losing respect in the eyes of others. Contact the Sarutobi clan. The Sarutobi clan has also been deeply involved in the matters of the root. We must join forces first, or else Tsunade will pick us off one by one. And where is Danzo? What's he still doing in the land of fire at a time like this? When it came to Danzo, Koharu even began cursing furiously. Danzo. If you don't come back now, you're going to become a rogue ninja. Chapter 329, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 329. Senju Shirou. A would-release ninja. This piece of news instantly exploded throughout Konoha and spread across the ninja world at a rapid pace. The reappearance of a legendary would-release ninja from the Senju clan was simply too shocking, and Konoha didn't even try to cover it up. Instead, it seemed like they were pushing the news forward from behind the scenes. In no time, the entire Konoha knew that the Senju clan had produced a would-release ninja. But this was just on the surface. The news of a would-release ninja overshadowed everything. However, the upper echelons of Konoha's Jonin sat grim-faced in the Jonin meeting room. These are the reports of bloodline research uncovered from Root, along with a significant amount of information involving the village's deepest secrets. Would-release, Sharingan, Byakugan, the Abirame clan's nanoscale poisonous insects, the Inuzuka clan's ninja dogs. At this emergency Jonin meeting, as one team after another of Jonin who personally investigated Root presented their findings, their grim faces revealed the atrocities committed by Root. The Jonin in attendance erupted in anger. Damn it! Is this still our Konoha? To think they would lay hands on their people, Root is utterly steeped in darkness. Unforgivable. How can an organization like Root still be allowed to exist? One Jonin after another, including some special Jonin, voiced their anger. Konoha wasn't just their home, it was also their safest sanctuary. And yet, now it had been exposed that Root was carrying out all kinds of cruel experiments on their villagers. It was as if an invisible hand was lurking in the dark, ready to strike at anyone, even them, someday. Tsunade. At this moment, Jiraiya, who was leading the meeting, had a face so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. He turned to Tsunade, his voice hoarse as he tried to offer some advice. The news about Root can't be allowed to spread any further. If this continues, the entire village will be consumed by fear and chaos. Jiraiya wasn't exaggerating, this kind of revelation could truly plunge Konoha into turmoil. The place they thought was their safest haven was now revealed to be so dangerous. How could people not panic? However, Tsunade, who was presiding over the emergency Jonin meeting, sat firmly at the head of the room. Her hand slammed down on the table in anger. These old bastards have gone too far over the years, colluding with outsiders, turning Konoha into their personal armed force. Starting now, I issue a decree in my capacity as the 5th Hokage. From this moment onward, Root is hereby disbanded. All intelligence, espionage, and assassination departments under Root will be fully integrated into the Umbu. Research facilities are to be completely shut down. Tsunade didn't pay the slightest attention to Jiraiya's words, in fact, she felt a wave of disappointment toward him. Political struggles, once the facade is torn away, are battles of life and death. To think of preserving the status quo, it was nothing short of a joke. At the same time, the news about Root is to be completely sealed. I hope all of you, as the village's Jonin, will set an example for others. With Tsunade's final, solemn words echoing in the room, the assembled Jonin immediately understood her meaning. They nodded gravely, responding in unison. Yes, Hokage-sama. This was essentially saying that the matter of Root should be kept within the Jonin ranks. There was no need for the general population to know. At the same time, seeing Tsunade's decisive and swift actions, many of the Jonin, especially those from clans with secret techniques, as well as the Hyuga clan, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The abolition of Root was the best outcome they could hope for. It was as if the sword hanging over their heads had finally been removed. Seeing that she had solidified her authority, Tsunade too let out a sigh of relief, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. In the end, the ninja world was still a place where strength spoke the loudest. If it were just her alone, it might not have been enough. But with the addition of a would-release ninja from the Senju clan, one who wasn't some defective product from human experimentation, and with the terrifying chakra she had displayed earlier in front of so many jonin, her position as the Hokage was firmly established. Now, I announce, the former leader of Root, Shimura Danzo, who secretly sought to steal the bloodlines of his fellow villagers, conducted inhumane human experiments on Konoha ninjas, and, based on the intelligence uncovered in Root, even framed one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. I hereby declare, in my capacity as the 5th Hokage of Konoha, an S-rank bounty on Shimura Danzo as a highly dangerous rogue ninja. All Konoha ninjas are authorized to apprehend or eliminate him on sight. The entire assembly of jonin erupted in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Their 5th Hokage was truly fearless. To directly label a high-ranking official as an S-rank rogue ninja. They had thought Tsunade would, at most, imprison Danzo after consolidating her power. Who could have expected her to go this far? But what followed was a wave of excitement, especially among the clans with bloodlines and secret techniques. Hokage-sama is wise. Hyuga Hayashi declared with unwavering loyalty, firmly aligning himself under the 5th Hokage's banner. The Inuzuka clan members also slammed their hands in agreement, outraged that their ninja dogs had been used in experiments. Danzo truly deserved death. Jiraiya, who had initially wanted to say something, opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. At this moment, he stared at Tsunade in shock. Orochimaru. This was Tsunade's trump card against him. If he dared to speak up for Danzo, then Orochimaru would have no chance of redemption whatsoever. For years, Jiraiya had completely given up on bringing Orochimaru back. After all, even if he managed to apprehend Orochimaru, there was no way Konoha could ever accept him again. But now, Tsunade had thrown out a tempting bait. If Orochimaru had been framed, then maybe there was still a chance for him to return. However, the collapse planned during the Chunin exams. Orochimaru's crimes. As his thoughts reached this point, Jiraiya broke out in a cold sweat. When he raised his head, he met Tsunade's calm, piercing gaze, and his heart trembled. Tsunade wasn't just planning to dismantle the old power structure, she was going to crush it entirely. Not break it, shatter it. Jiraiya, as a jonin of Konoha, I hope you'll prioritize the greater good. Don't let the countless ninjas who bled for this village continue to bear false accusations, leaving their descendants to weep in secret. Tsunade's cold voice echoed, carrying a double-edged meaning. As she addressed Jiraiya, the other jonin couldn't help but speculate. The Root incident had already exposed the political darkness of the previous 3 Hokage's tenure. This meant that the high-ranking officials of that era were all implicated. Experimenting on their villagers, researching the village's bloodlines, none of them were innocent. And then there was the Chunin exams incident. As everyone silently reeled in shock, the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, swept her gaze across the room. Her eyes finally landed on Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, and Jiraiya, her expression carrying a deeper meaning. Jiraiya, during the Chunin exams collapse plan, our Konoha ninjas were trapped by a single barrier. If I recall correctly, you were in the village at the time, as were Kakashi and Guy. At this, both Kakashi and Guy broke out in cold sweats, lowering their heads in embarrassment. What could they say? That when the 3rd Hokage was surrounded, Guy wanted to rescue him, but Kakashi stopped him. And Jiraiya, he had spent the entire battle being held up by a few summoned beasts. At this moment, Jiraiya felt utterly humiliated. Tsunade. I understand. This time, Jiraiya couldn't clear his name no matter what he said. Tsunade's veiled remarks were a warning to everyone that Root had records of the Chunin exams incident, and now was not the time to stir up trouble. At this moment, Jiraiya felt deeply frustrated. Back then, he had indeed refrained from intervening, but he hadn't expected the old man to die. All he wanted was for the old man to acknowledge his limits. The so-called Chunin exams collapse plan had been nothing more than child's play. Orochimaru had merely wanted to show the 3rd Hokage that Konoha had lost its way. The 3rd Hokage had stepped down after the 3rd Great Ninja War, and the 4th Hokage had taken over, only to die within a year. The 3rd Hokage had resumed the position of acting Hokage, but instead of stepping aside after stabilizing Konoha, he had clung to power. It was only natural that things had come to this point. After you old geezers came out of retirement again, no one even mentioned the 5th Hokage anymore. This temporary replacement lasted all the way until death, 13 whole years. Is Konoha really out of people? Let's not even talk about distant candidates, but right here in the village, why not pick Jiraiya or Tsunade back then? Especially over these past 13 years, these old fogies became even more greedy and brazen after taking power, oppressing the clans and bleeding them dry. They've long lost the hearts of the people. Otherwise, during the 3rd Hokage's final battle, when the Sound 4 activated the cursed seal barrier, Konoha had so many jonin. If they'd just sent 10 or so to work together, they could have easily broken through the barrier. Instead, Jonin like Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy sat on the sidelines the whole time. Guy didn't even open the sixth gate. If he had, the four Violet Flames formation wouldn't have withstood a single kick. And Jiraiya. He was guarding the gate. Even more ridiculous, Orochimaru had both his hands sealed but still walked away unscathed. The entire Konoha Jonin force was just sitting on their hands. Meeting of the Sarutobi, Mito-Kato, and Uchiha clans. Tsunade is leaving us no room to live. Danzo has been listed as an S-rank rogue ninja. If she won't let us live, then we'll fight to the death. Who does Tsunade think she is? Without our support, could she have even come back to become Hokage? Sarutobi. If your spirit lingers, just look at what your disciple has done. Now every single Jonin in the village looks at us with disgust and exclusion. There's even ANBU monitoring our clans. As the elite members of the three clans angrily discussed the changes of the past few days, the entire meeting room descended into chaos. They'd grown used to their high and mighty status in Konoha after so many years. Suddenly being toppled was something they couldn't accept. Uchiha Koharu angrily slammed the table. Tsunade. She's gone too far. How dare she send ANBU to monitor us? Meanwhile, Mito-Kato Hamura's hands and feet were ice cold. When he heard that Root had been taken down and Danzo classified as an S-rank rogue ninja, his vision darkened, and he nearly fainted. It's over. Tsunade is going to completely wipe us out. The faces of Mito-Kato Hamura and Uchiha Koharu turned pale, their lips trembling. At that moment, it felt as if they had lost all hope. Outside the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Fire. Lord Danzo, we're ready to depart. Then let's prepare to return to the village. Danzo, with one eye covered, leaned on a cane, his expression calm. Surrounded by Root operatives, his departure was nothing short of grand, comparable to the leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages. Slowly, he began his journey back to the village. Just then, a messenger hawk flew by. Danzo raised his head indifferently, frowned slightly, and muttered coldly. What on earth could Tsunade have that's so urgent she needs to use a messenger hawk? She truly doesn't know how to act as Hokage. Danzo snorted in dissatisfaction, his heart filled with disdain. How could someone like Tsunade possibly be suitable to be Hokage? It should have been him. Lo Lord Danzo, this is bad. One of the Root operatives, who had received the hawk's message and opened it expressionlessly, suddenly froze, his pupils shrinking in shock. His tone instantly carried a rare trace of panic. This reaction was shocking. Root operatives were supposed to be emotionless tools. Seeing his subordinates panic, Danzo's face darkened with anger. Useless. A Root ninja should never waver or panic under any circumstances. Before he could finish scolding, Danzo grabbed the message himself. As his eyes scanned the contents, his expression turned even darker than his subordinates. His face twisted into a grotesque scowl. Finally, Shimura Danzo let out an enraged roar. Tsunade. Tsunade. How dare you? How dare you? The roar was filled with despair and fury, breaking his composure completely. The Root operatives around him exchanged bewildered glances, stunned at their leader's loss of control. Aren't Root ninjas supposed to remain calm? Why is their leader useless? Useless, all of you are useless. The message was from Mito-Kato Hamura and Uchiha Koharu, informing Danzo of Tsunade's sudden coup in the village. She had already begun dismantling Root. Danzo still didn't know he'd been classified as an S-rank rogue ninja. The news of Danzo's rogue ninja status had only been relayed to Konoha's Jonin, accompanied by a strict gag order. The plan was to wait for Danzo to return, trap him, and then officially release the news. After raiding Root, Tsunade had even locked down the Sarutobi, Mito-Kato, and Uchiha clans, placing them under constant surveillance to prevent any leaks. As for the Shimura clan's handful of people, they were practically hoping for this old relic to return and get himself killed. Only then could they live normal lives. The Shimura clan had suffered under Danzo for far too long. All of you, listen up. Full speed back to Konoha. Shimura Danzo, in his fury, tore the message to shreds. If he didn't return soon, Root would cease to exist. Tsunade's move was ruthless. Danzo saw through it clearly. This was a calculated, premeditated strike. She had taken advantage of his absence to wipe out his base of operations. Danzo and his group raced back to Konoha, unaware that a massive web was waiting to ensnare them. Meanwhile, Root's lair had already been completely dismantled, leaving nothing but a handful of stragglers. Hokage's office. Damn it. That old hag. Naruto. Kakashi frowned and sternly interrupted Naruto's outburst. But Naruto wasn't backing down, glaring at Tsunade. Why won't you let Konohamaru into the Hokage building? This isn't fair. Naruto. Do you even know what you're saying? Konohamaru wanted to enter the ninjutsu archive. Even Shizun couldn't help but step forward to urgently reason with Naruto. But Naruto, as usual, showed no signs of relenting, instead declaring self-righteously. So what? Konohamaru was always allowed in before, so why not now? Naruto, with his brash and hot-blooded personality, could sometimes be so unreasonable. He wouldn't listen to any explanation, he only believed in what he thought was right. Chapter 330, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 330. Inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade, who had always seen Naruto as a childish younger brother, now appeared visibly irritated. Naruto, you're no longer an ignorant little brat. You're a mature ninja now. Back when Naruto was a naive, hot-blooded rookie, no one minded his antics. On the contrary, they even found it endearing. But now, as he had grown up, fewer people had the patience to tolerate his behavior. Tsunade, frustrated, looked at Naruto. In her eyes, the boy she once saw as a little brother hadn't grown at all over the years. It was disappointing. She couldn't help but think, if it weren't for her being in the Hokage's position, would Naruto have the freedom he enjoyed in Konoha? Granny Tsunade. Naruto tried to protest, but before he could say anything further, Kakashi immediately stopped him, his voice cold and stern. Naruto, enough. Address her as Lady Hokage. Given Tsunade's strict and decisive leadership recently, all the ninjas in Konoha were on edge. Kakashi couldn't allow Naruto to act recklessly. Even Sakura, standing to the side, noticed the tension and quickly grabbed Naruto, trying to calm him down. Naruto, don't make a scene. How am I the one making a scene? As Kakashi struggled with the problem child of his team, the office door suddenly opened. When Shirou appeared, Naruto's pupils shrank instantly. Sakura, standing beside him, was equally shocked. That's impossible. Naruto, stop right now. A flash of yellow darted past, and Kakashi, stunned, shouted urgently. But Naruto, upon seeing Shirou, immediately displayed a furious expression and roared. The one who killed Sai. Would release, silent strangling binding technique. In an instant, wooden vines burst from the floor. Naruto's clenched fist, aimed with anger, stopped just short of Shirou's face. Bound by the vines, Naruto could only glare at Shirou, whose calm demeanor didn't waver as he looked at Naruto. Naruto. Don't do this, Naruto. As soon as Naruto was restrained by the wood release, Kakashi and Shizun reacted immediately. Kakashi stood protectively in front of Tsunade, while Shizun rushed to stop Naruto's impulsive actions. Naruto, this is Lord Senju. You've got the wrong person. Shizun explained in a hurry. However, Naruto, bound by the wooden vines, continued to glare at the figure before him. He was convinced there was no mistake in his judgment. His stubborn nature wouldn't allow him to doubt himself. Kakashi-sensei, you're all being deceived. He's the Uchiha from the other world. Silence. Before Naruto could finish, Tsunade slammed her hand on the desk, her voice sharp with anger. Naruto Uzumaki, Genin. If you can't even adhere to the most basic ninja confidentiality rules, then take off your headband. Tsunade's outburst left Naruto stunned and speechless. But I'm telling the truth. He really is. Naruto, S-Class Mission Confidentiality Rules. Shizun quickly intervened, trying to calm Naruto down. Meanwhile, Shirou remained composed, his expression indifferent as he walked past Naruto and Sakura. His quiet words, however, made Sakura's eyes widen with fear. It seems you're all terribly afraid of me. Naruto. Kakashi quickly restrained Naruto before bowing to Tsunade and then leading the boy out of the room. Sakura, frozen for a moment, stiffly followed them. As she turned back, she caught sight of Shirou's calm figure and the meaningful expression on Tsunade's face, which filled her heart with unease. Two identical people might exist in different worlds, but how could Uchiha Shirou become Senju Shirou? As the office door creaked shut, Tsunade snorted coldly and glared at Shirou. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Tsunade, you're falsely accusing me. I'm a Konoha ninja now, after all. It's only a matter of time before I run into Naruto and the others. What do you want me to do, hide from them forever? Tsunade sighed, rubbing her temples in frustration. She didn't bother hiding their conversation from Shizun, who stood nearby, her face pale. The S-Class classified dragon vein incident. Shizun had been present when Naruto, Captain Yamato, and the others returned from that mission. At the time, she thought it was an elaborate genjutsu. But based on their accounts, it seemed real, which was why a gag order had been issued, to ensure no one leaked the details. From start to finish, only 5 people in Konoha knew the truth: Yamato, Naruto, Sakura, Tsunade, and Shizun. Even Kakashi wasn't fully informed. Of course, Sai, who had died, likely knew as well. Shizun, calm down. Tsunade, noticing Shizun's trembling hands as she served tea, took a deep breath and reassured her. Shizen, you're the one I trust the most. There are some things I don't want to hide from you. It wasn't just because of Shizen's years of companionship. During the Dragon Vein incident, Shizen had stood by Tsunade's side without question. That loyalty was why Tsunade chose to confide in her. As Tsunade explained everything, Shizen's expression shifted from pale to shocked, and finally to disbelief. Her eyes widened as she struggled to comprehend what she had just heard. The fourth Hokage. Tsunade nodded reluctantly. That's right. He's the fourth Hokage from another world. Wait, so, 2 Konoha villages, 2 Hokage working together. Shizen's mind buzzed with the revelation. As Shizen tried to process everything, Tsunade turned to Shirou with a serious expression. With your appearance here, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and the others will notice Naruto's behavior. The subtext was clear: even if they were both Hokage, Uchiha Shirou couldn't act recklessly toward fellow Konoha ninjas. Shirou understood Tsunade's implication and smiled faintly. Don't worry. I wouldn't go that far. After all, this Konoha is my village too. TCH, I'm the 5th Hokage. Tsunade snapped, asserting her authority. Shizen, standing nearby, was overwhelmed. She realized that 2 Hokage from different worlds were sitting together, discussing plans for Konoha's future, strategizing on how to solidify their power. For a moment, Shizen thought Tsunade seemed like a cunning schemer with grand ambitions, and she, Shizen, was her trusted accomplice. Yet, unexpectedly, a strange thought crept into Shizen's mind: maybe this ambitious Tsunade is a good thing. Shizen shook her head to dispel the idea, but deep down, she couldn't deny her feelings. After all, Tsunade had been through so much pain and loss. Seeing her now, full of energy and determination, made Shizen's eyes well up with tears. Perhaps this was the Tsunade Konoha truly needed. Just as Shizen was strategizing in silence, fully prepared to assist Lady Tsunade in building a strong foundation for Konoha, Tsunade and Shirou were having a conversation that she couldn't quite comprehend. How about it? Did you discover something? You wouldn't just come to my office for no reason, Tsunade asked with a slight pout, a rare, almost coquettish expression that Shizen had never seen before from her. Under Shizen's gaze, Shirou's expression gradually turned serious. He nodded and replied, I did find something. It seems the 2 worlds are different from what we imagined. Shirou rubbed his temples and pulled out an ancient, weathered scroll that appeared to have a long history. This scroll was discovered in the Root base. In my world, when I overthrew the 3rd Hokage's regime and confiscated Root's property, there were no such items. Of course, you might argue that Root under Danzo in this world had an extra decade or so to develop, which naturally led to differences. But I can tell you that I've already sent people in my world to investigate, and they found nothing like this. As Shirou slowly unrolled the scroll, Tsunade's curiosity was piqued. Her eyes narrowed as she saw the contents. This is... After reading the records, Tsunade's face darkened with anger. Damn it. This is a scroll from the Senju clan. I knew it. When I left the village, those bastards went through the Senju clan's belongings. Damn them. The scroll contained records from the Warring States period, written from the perspective of the Senju clan. It described a terrifying war weapon once possessed by the Uchiha clan, a weapon so powerful that even the Senju clan feared it. Ultimately, during the Warring States period, the Senju, along with the Sarutobi, Uzumaki, and other clans, sealed away this ultimate weapon of the Uchiha clan. This can't be real, Tsunade said, her expression a mix of disbelief and frustration. It's been so long. Even if it were that powerful, it would have turned to dust by now. She glanced back at the scroll, which described the Uchiha clan's ultimate weapon as nothing more than a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. It might not be fake. Shirou replied, shaking his head. The records hinted at something far greater than what they seemed on the surface. He could almost deduce the true nature of this so-called weapon. Uchiha Hikari, Uchiha Yo muttered under his breath. The scroll's yellowed, ancient appearance indicated its long history, but the implications of its contents made Shirou's heart race. This world, he realized, held far more secrets than he had anticipated. No wonder Orochimaru was so obsessed with uncovering the truth of the world. Even Shirou himself was now intrigued. If his suspicions were correct, then the ultimate weapon was indeed Uchiha Hikari. A character from a game appearing here? Then again, this was already an anime world. Adding a game character wasn't too far-fetched. It's just like me, Shirou said. In another world, I exist, but in this world, there's no record of me. What seems like parallel worlds are fundamentally different in certain aspects. Shirou's words sparkled with intrigue, his eyes alight with curiosity. The world's mysteries were unfolding layer by layer, and it was fascinating. Tsunade frowned after hearing this. While the discovery was intriguing, her priority remained Konoha. Shirou, the location mentioned in this record is incredibly vague. Are you planning to go there? After you've finished handling the village's affairs, I think it'll be time to investigate, Shirou said with a smile. The idea of uncovering Uchiha Hikari's existence was too enticing to ignore. And what about Kakashi and Jiraiya? Naruto is bound to tell them everything, Tsunade asked, clearly troubled. She didn't want this matter to escalate into something life-threatening. Shirou chuckled and shrugged at her concern. Tsunade, you're overthinking it. This world Tsunade, Shirou thought, was far too cautious. Perhaps it was because this was her first time consolidating power, and she wasn't yet accustomed to the feeling. Relax. If they visit the other world to gather information, Kakashi is smart enough to understand the situation. Everything we're doing is for Konoha's benefit, so he won't oppose it. As for Jiraiya. A mocking smile appeared on Shirou's face as he shook his head. This world's Jiraiya, frankly, is useless except for his strength. When it comes to major decisions, all he does is run away and leave things to fate. In my world, when that perverted sage was wandering around searching for the child of prophecy, I paid a visit to Mount Maiboku. After that, the old toad sage never mentioned the prophecy again. Jiraiya also came to a realization. Tsunade's curiosity was piqued. What realization? Shirou smirked, raising his fist. This is the truth. Tsunade burst out laughing, clutching her stomach and pounding the table. Ha ha ha. I finally understand why the Jiraiya in your world was so motivated. It's because you punched him. Shirou grinned and nodded. The old toad sage at Mount Maiboku was undeniably powerful, but it was also old. After a thorough beating, it had gone into the deepest sleep it had ever experienced. Jiraiya, dumbfounded, never brought up the prophecy again. Seriously, a prophecy to determine the fate of the ninja world. Then what's the point of being a ninja? You might as well just dream about it, Shirou scoffed. You're right, Tsunade agreed. With Jiraiya's personality, even if he knew your true identity, he'd just stay silent in the face of overwhelming power. After all, we have no reason to harm Konoha. If Konoha were truly in danger, Jiraiya would fight to the death, but only if there was no other choice. The title of gallant Jiraiya wasn't for show. However, Jiraiya was someone who respected power. As long as Shirou didn't harm Konoha, Jiraiya would submit, just as he turned a blind eye to the wrongdoings of the third Hokage's administration, including Danzo. In truth, Jiraiya was a competent ninja but a terrible politician. He avoided conflict and left everything to fate, even when he knew it was wrong. Once these loose ends are tied up, it'll be time to set out, Shirou murmured, his eyes narrowing. Kakashi and Jiraiya, they could be easily dealt with. Perhaps bringing people from the other world to replace some ninjas here would make things more interesting. P.S. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 331, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 331. Konoha. Naruto, is everything you're saying true? At this moment, both Kakashi and Jiraiya had faces full of shock. Upon hearing Naruto reveal the information about Senju Shirou, that he was a person from another world, the two found it hard to believe. Even Sakura, standing nearby, nodded and hoarsely said. Kakashi-sensei, Lord Jiraiya, everything Naruto said is true. Not long ago, we were ordered to carry out a mission in Rorin, in the Land of Wind, and then this incident occurred. Sigh, If Naruto was the hot-blooded protagonist who centered the world around his ideals, then Sakura's inner nature was closer to selfishness. Or perhaps, almost everyone in this world was abnormal. The one person who seemed normal, Uchiha Sasuke, was treated as an outlier. The massacre of his clan, shouldn't that hatred be avenged? If they were truly life and death comrades, shouldn't Naruto and Sakura have joined forces to help Sasuke take revenge and then persuade him to return? Instead, they kept begging him to come back and let go of the hatred. It was absurd. Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi suppressed his shock and looked at Jiraiya. This didn't seem to be an illusion. Jiraiya, for his part, felt his scalp tingle. He already knew that, not long ago, Yamato had led Team 7 on a mission, during which Sai had died and Naruto had been severely injured and hospitalized. He even knew about the events in Rorin and the other timeline. What shocked him most, however, was Tsunade's attitude. If Senju Shirou was indeed Uchiha Shirou from another world, then Tsunade had already established contact with that world, or perhaps even formed an alliance with it. What exactly was Tsunade planning? So, that person is Uchiha Shirou from another world. If he's infiltrated the village, he must have some kind of scheme. Naruto spoke angrily as if someone were trying to destroy his village. Sakura nodded repeatedly beside him. Yet at that moment, a voice suddenly echoed. Hearing it, Sakura's pupils contracted, and a trace of fear flashed across her face. For this world, only a few months had passed since the events in Rorin. However, for the other world, more than 10 years had gone by. What they said is true. Now, Kakashi and Jiraiya, what do you two plan to do? A calm, teasing voice rang out. Shirou's figure slowly appeared behind them, walking toward them leisurely. Hearing the voice, Naruto stiffly turned his head, his face contorting with anger. It's you. You're the one who killed Sai. Before the impulsive Naruto could act on his desire for revenge, both Kakashi and Jiraiya quickly stepped in front of him. Who are you? What is your purpose in coming to our world? Kakashi's expression turned grim, and he already held a kunai in his hand, fully prepared. According to Naruto's account, the battle prowess of this man from the other world far exceeded that of ordinary shinobi. Jiraiya's face also darkened with seriousness. What are you and Tsunade planning? Jiraiya understood Tsunade better than most. She wasn't someone who would easily change her mind. Her attitude in this matter left him puzzled, he simply couldn't believe that she would do anything to harm Konoha. Looking at the serious expressions of Jiraiya and Kakashi, Shirou smiled with satisfaction. At least they were more reasonable than the impulsive Naruto. It seems we can have a proper conversation. Let me introduce myself. I am Uchiha Shirou, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, from another world. Upon hearing this self-introduction, Kakashi and Jiraiya were instantly stunned, their minds buzzing. He claimed to be the Hokage of another world. Even Sakura and Naruto were dumbfounded. Impossible. As Naruto yelled in disbelief, Shirou smirked. Ignorance is one thing, but you cannot lack common sense. Only a few months have passed in your world, but in mine, over 10 years have gone by. Why can't I become Hokage? Or do you think that the only correct path is one identical to your world's? Is the entire world wrong simply because it doesn't align with Uzumaki Naruto's views? You. Naruto glared at him furiously. What angered him most was how someone like Shirou could become Hokage. If he was a Hokage, why had he killed Sai? Even if they weren't from the same village, they were both shinobi of Konoha. Naruto and Sakura stood pale-faced, unable to accept what they had just heard. Jiraiya and Kakashi, however, were deep in thought, their expressions heavy. Shirou had made his stance clear. Now you understand why your Hokage has chosen to work with me. Shirou's calm gaze fell on them as he continued, shaking his head. Konoha has grown weaker because you adhered to outdated traditions. You might argue that change brings instability, but Tsunade has seen my world. She witnessed the strength that change can bring, proving that our path is correct. As for the instability you fear, that's just an excuse to maintain the status quo. Jiraiya was particularly shaken. A Hokage from another world had allied with their Hokage. It was becoming clearer to him why Tsunade had been consolidating power so decisively. Whatever Shirou's ambitions were, this alliance was a chance to strengthen Konoha. That explained Tsunade's swift and decisive actions to secure control over the village. If Konoha was to face an uncertain future, its only choice was to grow stronger. So, what will you choose? Shirou's casual tone resonated as Kakashi shook his head lightly. Based on the information Naruto and the others had gathered, meddling in another world, regardless of intentions, had caused significant consequences. The mission in Rorin had disrupted that world's balance. Sai's death couldn't even be blamed on Shirou. More importantly, Shirou was also a Hokage, a leader of Konoha, albeit in another world. This truly is a shocking world, Kakashi muttered with a bitter smile, his visible eye reflecting deep complexity. In another world, he was this man's student. Now, his mind was spinning. Pervy Sage and Kakashi-sensei, don't listen to his nonsense. Naruto shouted angrily, pointing at Shirou with complete hostility. Throughout, Shirou paid no attention to Naruto's outbursts. To him, Naruto was nothing more than an annoying fly. Is that so? Do you think I'm lying? Why don't you go ask Sasuke? Sasuke. Naruto and Sakura were both stunned. How could Sasuke possibly have gone to your world? If you can cross over, why can't Sasuke? Shirou retorted, his mocking gaze making Naruto grit his teeth. Naruto's focus on Sasuke's whereabouts made him momentarily forget Sai's death. Shirou's disdain for Naruto grew even stronger. By the way, Sasuke has returned to this world as well. If you want to find him, you'd better hurry. Before Shirou had finished speaking, Naruto was already shouting and rushing off to find Sasuke, with Sakura close on his heels. Watching the two leave, Shirou smirked and turned to Kakashi and Jiraiya. These are the disciples you've trained. Both Jiraiya and Kakashi flushed with embarrassment. Naruto's behavior truly left them ashamed. Tsunade is determined to root out the village's weaknesses, Shirou said calmly. But first, why don't you visit my world and see for yourselves? I think you'll understand your fifth Hokage's decisions better then. As Shirou's words lingered, Kakashi and Jiraiya exchanged a solemn glance, their expressions heavy with thought. At the same time, as Tsunade used her thunderous methods to consolidate power, kicking out all the bloodsuckers left behind by the third Hokage's regime who were leeching off Konoha, the three great clans were filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Root was disbanded. Shimura Danzo was designated as an S-rank rogue ninja. Even worse, all the ninjas from the 3 clans were forbidden from leaving the village if they returned, as they were placed under a confinement order. The reason was simple: once Danzo was captured, the restrictions on the 3 clans would be lifted. As for the Shimura clan, they were clapping their hands in celebration at home, tears streaming down their faces. They couldn't wait for this clan leader to be apprehended. In the secret room of the Sarutobi, Mitokado, and Uchiha clans. This is too much. How dare she? How dare Tsunade do this? Now even the Umbu are watching us. The anger within the 3 clans grew more intense, and some even began to entertain the idea of a coup. We can't let Tsunade continue to act recklessly. Exactly. Every ninja we had in high-ranking positions has been removed. If this continues, we'll become the next Uchiha. This is rebellion. If we could put Tsunade in the Hokage's seat, we can drag her back down. Listening to the increasingly furious and fanatical discussions from the elites within the 3 clans, Uchiha Koharu and Mitokado Hamura both looked pale and grim. Hamura, we can't get our messages out right now. Danzo is probably on his way back. If something happens to him, we'll truly have no chance left. As Koharu spoke, a flicker of panic flashed through her eyes. If Danzo were finished, they would have no hope left at all. At least for now, they still had the Sarutobi clan. Based on the overall strength of the Sarutobi clan, combined with their forces, they still had a chance to fight. Mitokado Hamura, seeing the changing situation, couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle as he sighed. Tsunade is ruthless, much more so than Hiruzen ever was. She's swift and decisive, leaving us no room to breathe. Now, she's dared to label Danzo as an S-rank rogue ninja and ordered his execution. I fear things won't end well for us either. Hamura's words reflected the thoughts of all the upper ranks within the 3 clans. Tsunade is too ruthless. Danzo is a Konoha elder, for crying out loud. You could just consolidate power through political struggles, but instead, you used the matter of root to directly brand him as an S-rank rogue ninja. This is aiming to destroy him completely. She's giving him no chance at survival. And what about them? Over the years, the 3 great clans had been closely aligned with Danzo. To say they didn't profit from their association with Root would be pure nonsense. If Danzo were to fall, would they be next? With Tsunade's current methods, it felt like a sword was hanging over their heads. We must act while we still have a chance. That's right. Tsunade and her people haven't announced anything publicly yet because they're trying to lure Danzo back. This means they haven't mobilized any external ninja forces. With just the ninjas inside the village, we still have a chance. If the 2 families ally with us, the Sarutobi clan, and we use the same thunderous methods, Tsunade won't even have time to react. We'll overthrow her and install a new Hokage. It must be said that human ambition knows no bounds. Especially for people who were once on top, those who held high-ranking positions in Konoha. Now, not only had they been removed from power, but they were also under surveillance. This kind of exclusion and suppression isn't something most people can endure. They were used to being at the pinnacle of power, and now they'd been cast into the dirt. Once someone has grown accustomed to wielding power, it's unbearable to have it stripped away completely. Especially when they still had strength in their hands. We can't hesitate any longer. Danzo can at least tie down part of Tsunade's forces. After exchanging glances, the indecisive Koharu and Hamura grew increasingly frenzied. If Tsunade dared to label Danzo as an S-rank rogue ninja today, she'd dare to slap the same label on them tomorrow. Whether it was for power or their survival, they had to strike back. Danzo's hands weren't clean, but neither were theirs. Inside the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, there's a significant activity within the 3 clans, especially the Sarutobi family. Hearing the Umbu report, Tsunade's face darkened with anger. She slammed her desk hard and shouted furiously. What are those 2 old fools trying to do? Just because they lost their power, they want to stage a coup. What about the Senju clan back then? Inform the Umbu to monitor them closely around the clock. Yes. Shizen. Immediately send orders to the Hyuga, Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, Inuzuka, and Aburame clans. Have their clan leaders come to the Hokage's office. Yes. Tsunade was seething. She had thought her swift and decisive actions would scare these greedy old fools into submission, and she'd be able to let things slide. But she had underestimated the greed of human nature. If it were just an ordinary position, being removed would lead to some grumbling, but that would be the end of it. But their previous positions had given them decision-making power over Konoha. They were essentially the Shadow Hokage. And now, Tsunade had stripped them of all that without hesitation. The psychological gap was too great. Worse, they were already accustomed to using underhanded methods themselves, so they could easily imagine what Tsunade might do to them. If they were in her shoes, they'd eliminate their enemies without mercy. So, whether it was for power or survival, These two old fools were leading the three great clans down the same path the Uchiha had once walked. Chapter 332, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 332. Hokage's office. Tsunade slammed her desk in anger, her voice echoing through the office. Uzumaki Naruto. As the fifth Hokage of Konoha, I am giving you a direct order. Whether it's Senju Shirou or Uchiha Shirou, it doesn't matter. As a ninja, you've recklessly leaked classified information, blatantly ignoring the rules and regulations of this village. What exactly are you trying to do? Naruto, unwilling to back down, shouted defiantly, I only told Pervy Sage and Kakashi-sensei. Shut up. Are they not Konoha ninjas? Or are you saying that you're not a Konoha ninja? Tsunade suppressed her fury, barely holding herself back. She couldn't believe that after all these years, Jiraiya had been this careless in teaching his pupil. Even now, after so much time had passed, Naruto remained the same reckless boy. When you were 12 or 13, I could excuse your actions because you were still a child. But now you're 17, Naruto. Her gaze turned sharply to Sakura. Haruno Sakura. What are you thinking, running after Naruto like this? Tsunade's anger flared as she looked at her disciple, thinking to herself how foolish Sakura had become. Every time Sasuke was mentioned, Sakura's rationality flew out the window, completely consumed by her feelings for him. Was she blinded back then when she decided to take Sakura as her apprentice? Sure enough, her disciple didn't disappoint her. Sakura immediately fell to her knees in the office, crying with a face full of grievance. Tsunade-sensei, please tell me where Sasuke is. I just want to bring him back. Tsunade's anger boiled over. She wanted to crack open their heads to see what was inside. One was loud and reckless, revealing classified information to Jiraiya and Kakashi the moment he was told to keep it secret. The other one was always crying, begging to bring Sasuke back. They were a perfect match, a pair of unfit ninjas. Enough. After taking a few deep breaths to calm herself, Tsunade glanced at Shizune, who tried to quietly intervene. Shizune, don't bother trying to reason with these two. When Tsunade opened her eyes again, her expression was icy. Looking at Naruto and Sakura, there was now a hint of apathy in her gaze, as if she had seen through their true natures. As Konoha ninjas, you both knew the importance of classified information and yet still leaked it. Naruto, if you weren't the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the son of the fourth Hokage, or Jiraiya's student, you'd already qualify as a rogue ninja. And you, Sakura, if I weren't the fifth Hokage, you'd be crying in a prison cell right now. Rogue ninja. The cold words echoed in the air, and Tsunade's seriousness left Sakura momentarily stunned. She looked at her teacher in shock, the reality of her words finally dawning on her. Even Naruto's face stiffened, unable to believe the familiar, kind Tsunade was now speaking to them with such coldness. This is the last time. This is your final warning. Naruto opened his mouth, desperate to explain, but Tsunade cut him off with a frosty tone. From now on, address me properly as the fifth Hokage or Hokage-sama. This Hokage's office is not your home, Naruto, nor is it the home of Sarutobi. If we're talking about ownership, the entire Hidden Leaf village was founded by the Senju and Uchiha clans. You are the outsiders here. Slamming her hand on the desk again, Tsunade's disappointment was evident as she glared at Naruto. Konoha's survival and progress depend on every ninja working together, not on your reckless shouting. Can you bring peace to the ninja world right now? Can you end all wars? If you can't, then stop yelling at me. Naruto's face turned pale. For the first time in his life, he was being scolded so harshly, leaving him feeling completely powerless. You're always quick to defend Sarutobi Konohamaru. Fine. Let's talk about the rules set by the third Hokage. Konoha's White Fang, Kakashi's father, was driven to suicide because he abandoned a mission and was labeled a disgrace. Yet here you are, leaking information and disregarding your duty to keep it confidential. And you're still standing here, yelling at me, because I've been protecting you. Naruto felt panic rising in his chest. The look in Tsunade's eyes made him feel like the trust they once shared was slipping away. I didn't mean to. Enough. I'll tell you where Sasuke is, but remember your place. You, Uzumaki Naruto, are a genin of Konoha, and I am the Hokage of this village. Tsunade opened a drawer and took out a scroll, her voice cold as she continued. Uchiha Sasuke defected from the village after the Chunin exams 4 years ago. In reality, it was part of an undercover mission to gather intel on Orochimaru and his ties to the Root Division. He is now carrying out a classified mission. Of course, this was a lie, but Tsunade's earlier anger and disappointment were entirely genuine. Naruto was relying too much on his relationships, demanding everything to go his way without understanding the bigger picture. When he was younger, it could be overlooked, but now. If you want to find Sasuke, go to Kakashi. There's an S-rank mission underway to apprehend Danzo, and Sasuke is already on his way to execute it. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Naruto exclaimed, hurriedly correcting himself upon seeing Tsunade's detached expression. Sakura, equally overjoyed, nodded rapidly in gratitude. The two rushed out of the office, completely unaware of how deeply they had disappointed Tsunade. In the end, neither of them is fit to be a ninja, Tsunade muttered. Shizune, still in the office, tried to comfort her. Tsunade-sama, please don't be angry. Naruto and Sakura are just worried about their teammate. Tsunade let out a self-deprecating laugh, shaking her head. Shizune, it seems I've failed. As Hokage, I let the old guard cling to power while I gave up. As a mentor, I only taught Sakura jutsu but never taught her how to be a real ninja. As a ninja myself, I shone brightly for 20 years, only to become a gambling addict in the end. Shizune felt a pang of sadness. She alone understood Tsunade's pain, her loneliness, her losses, her burdens. The Senju clan had built Konoha, but now Tsunade had no family left, no home to return to. Shizune, in the end, I can only truly rely on you. Tsunade quickly brushed aside her sorrow, her usual determined spirit returning. She looked at Shizune with pride. Shizune, your talent may be limited, and you haven't mastered the Eat Seal or monstrous strength, but that's fine. There's another way, an experimental cursed seal developed in another world. It can compensate for your weaknesses, even though it's expensive. Shizune's eyes widened in shock. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade smiled firmly at her. You may not have the natural gift for monstrous strength, but with the cursed seal, you'll walk a new path. The entire village will see your strength. Shizune stammered, overwhelmed by emotion. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade cut her off with a commanding tone, her gaze turning toward the village outside the window. Shizune. Spread the word quietly, let it leak that the ANBU has intel on Danzo's whereabouts. He's completed his mission in the Land of Fire and will return to Konoha in 7 days. Shizune was momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered and nodded in acknowledgement, loudly accepting the order. Danzo was now only a day away from returning to the village, yet Tsunade had ordered her to spread this false information through the Umbu. It was clear, this message was meant for the 3 clans of Konoha. Through Tsunade's gaze, Shizune could see the clan districts outside the window, not far from the Hokage's office. Shizune, did you know? This land was once the territory of my Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. But after all these years, upon returning, I realized that the traces of the Senju and Uchiha's existence have been entirely erased. Reflected in the window were Tsunade's bright brown eyes and her face carried a mocking smile. Such great higher-ups of the 3rd Hokage's administration, weren't they? Always preached about doing things for Konoha, yet they swallowed the greatest benefits for themselves. First, the Senju clan. Then, under the pretense of the Nine-Tails attack, they pushed the Uchiha clan to the outskirts. From then on, the founding clans of Konoha, Senju and Uchiha, completely disappeared from the heart of the village. Now, even the entire new generation of Konoha has no idea about the surnames Senju and Uchiha. To them, those names are merely unfamiliar, meaningless words. Perhaps Shirou was right. This world is broken. These decrepit, ugly relics who twisted the will of fire have distorted this world. What we must do now is correct the wrongs of this world. A firm resolve gleamed in Tsunade's eyes. Everything she was doing now was to set this broken world straight. To let the true will of fire shine once more across every corner of Konoha. Seeing this, Shizune nodded resolutely as well. Tsunade-sama, I believe you will succeed. The will of fire. Even Shizune could see it now. The protection was indeed upheld by Konoha's shinobi, but the former leadership was far too hypocritical. They shouted slogans for others to follow, while they greedily enjoyed all the benefits. But Lady Tsunade's vision of the true will of fire filled Shizune with unshakable conviction. At the very least, in another world, it had been fully realized from top to bottom. In that other world, the Hokage and the village's top leaders and strongest shinobi all fought on the front lines of brutal wars. They truly upheld and protected the will of fire. In a secluded forest in Konoha. One by one, jonin received promotion orders and carefully gathered here. When they saw their fellow shinobi, they showed rare expressions of surprise. So many jonin. It was clear this mission was no ordinary one. Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, Hayashi Hyuga, Ebisu, Anko Mitarashi, Genma Shiranui, Aoba Yamashiro, Rado Namishi, Ibiki Marino, Hana Inuzuka, Shikaka Nara, Choza Akimichi, and Inoichi Yamanaka, nearly 30 jonin were present. What kind of mission is this? As the 30 jonin exchanged glances, no one wasted any time with idle chatter, but the seriousness in their expressions spoke volumes. When the new generation of shinobi, including Niji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Shikamaru Nara, appeared, Might Guy couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. Lord Hokage, why are Lee and Tenten joining this mission? Though Might Guy was passionate and hot-blooded, he wasn't foolish. As a Jonin, he could tell this was an S-rank mission. While Niji was already a Jonin, the inclusion of these Chunin was puzzling. Kakashi-sensei. Where is Sasuke? Sasuke. When Naruto and Sakura arrived, Naruto's loud, excited demeanor immediately drew everyone's attention. Uchiha Sasuke. The moment this name came up, all the Jonin frowned. Shinobi intelligence wasn't something to be taken lightly. In just an instant, Naruto's reckless behavior had already revealed the nature of the mission. This caused many experienced Jonins to furrow their brows. Was someone like this suited to join such a mission? As everyone exchanged glances, the sound of approaching footsteps made them all turn their gazes toward the source, their expressions growing even more serious. Tsunade approached with crisp steps, her high heels echoing clearly, followed by a solemn Jiraiya, an Umbu member wearing a mask, and Shizun carrying a stack of documents. Everyone, this S-rank classified mission was originally meant to be discussed in the Hokage's office. However, due to the current situation and prying eyes, I hope you all understand why we're meeting here instead. Tsunade wasted no time as she arrived, immediately diving into the main topic with her characteristic decisiveness. This straightforward approach earned nods of approval from the seasoned Jonin. This was certainly the Hokage's style. However, in the crowd, Kakashi noticed something unusual. Naruto, who was usually loud and brash, had suddenly quieted down. For the first time, he seemed nervous and hesitant in front of Tsunade. This did not escape Jiraiya's notice either. For a moment, Kakashi and Jiraiya exchanged glances and sighed inwardly. It seemed Naruto had been scolded. Hopefully, he will take this as a learning experience and grow from it. At the same time, Kakashi discreetly glanced at the Umbu member behind Lady Tsunade. For some reason, they seemed oddly familiar. P.S. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 333, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 333. Everyone, this S-rank classified mission is to secretly capture the S-rank rogue ninja, Shimura Danzo, who has violated the village's rules. From this moment onward, no one is allowed to leak any information. If anyone is discovered doing so, they will be executed as a traitor on the spot. In the forest, Tsunade's domineering and cold voice caused everyone's expressions to change. When Naruto heard the details of the mission, his face tensed up. What did this have to do with Sasuke? He instinctively prepared to blurt something out in haste. But when he saw Tsunade's cold, piercing gaze, Naruto's words caught in his throat. After confirming that Naruto remained silent, Tsunade let out a cold snort and began outlining the operations plan. For this capture mission, Danzo will be escorted by a small team of elite root members. Shizun, distribute the combat intel on these root members to everyone now. Yes. Shizun respectfully handed out the gathered information on Danzo's escorts to everyone. This was how a proper ninja mission was conducted. Every ninja memorized the mission intel, especially about enemy combatants, so they could devise a reasonable battle strategy. Additionally, this classified mission will be led personally by Jiraiya. The deputy commander will be Hatake Kakashi. When Tsunade announced this, many Jonin subtly nodded. With Jiraiya on board, the mission suddenly seemed less daunting. The appointment of Kakashi as deputy commander further reassured the Jonin, as Kakashi was a figure they all respected and trusted. However, Tsunade wasn't finished speaking. She scanned the crowd, her tone pausing for a moment before she continued with words that shocked everyone present. And the other deputy commander for this operation will be Uchiha Sasuke. In an instant, the expressions of all the Jonin and many younger ninjas changed drastically. Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto, Sakura, Niji, Rock Lee, Kiba, and Ino all stared at Tsunade in stunned disbelief. Did they hear that right? At that moment, countless eyes turned toward the figure standing behind Tsunade, wearing an ANBU mask. Even Kakashi's expression was one of utter disbelief. Sasuke. It's really him. Sure enough, the masked ANBU member slowly stepped forward. At the same time, Tsunade coldly explained to everyone. Uchiha Sasuke defection incident from 4 years ago, I'm sure you're all aware of it. In truth, Sasuke was acting under orders to carry out an undercover spy mission. For years, he has been infiltrating Orochimaru's base. Orochimaru, after being framed and defecting, secretly collaborated with Danzo on human experimentation. Sasuke has gathered significant evidence of these dealings. This time, Sasuke has returned after completing his mission. Once we capture Danzo, we will have both the criminal and the evidence. That explanation from Tsunade effectively cleared Sasuke's name and justified his actions. In truth, Sasuke's defection had not caused any harm to the village. Everyone also knew deep down that his actions were driven by revenge. This was why most Konoha ninjas had refrained from discussing Sasuke's defection too much. From Konoha's perspective, Sasuke might be a traitor. But as a ninja and a man, Sasuke was undoubtedly honorable. Even Orochimaru's involvement seemed somewhat forgiven, which was one reason Jiraiya ultimately agreed with the plan. After all, Orochimaru was his old friend. Now, I officially announce the restoration of Uchiha Sasuke's status as a Konoha ninja. Furthermore, due to his years of undercover work that saved the village from significant losses, I hereby promote him to the rank of Konoha Jonin. Tsunade's commanding voice echoed as the stunned Konoha ninjas looked on. The masked ANBU member slowly removed his mask, revealing Uchiha Sasuke's cold, stoic face. At that moment, Naruto's eyes reddened. Sakura, unable to believe it, covered her mouth as tears streamed down her cheeks. Sasuke. As the crowd erupted in exclamations, the unmasked Sasuke maintained a serious demeanor and respectfully bowed, loudly declaring, "Konoha Jonin Uchiha Sasuke reporting to the 5th Hokage." With that one statement, Sasuke's actions over the years were completely vindicated. Kakashi and Jiraiya exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with understanding. They knew the truth, but did it matter? For Kakashi, all that mattered was that his student was back. For Jiraiya, there was even a faint hope that his old friend Orochimaru might also have a chance at redemption. The two men, despite knowing the story was fabricated, chose to ignore it. The process didn't matter. What mattered was that the result was something they both wanted to see. And most importantly, Sasuke, despite his defection, had never truly harmed Konoha. It's really Uchiha Sasuke. I knew it. How else could a rookie genin have done so well back then? Among the Jonin, some were shocked, others enlightened, and still others showed admiration. There were sharp thinkers among them. But even if some knew the truth, what of it? The current Hokage was Tsunade. If she said it was true, then falsehoods became truth. Sasuke. You bastard, Sasuke. Meanwhile, the Konoha 12 were reunited again: Naruto, Sakura, Neji, Lee, Tenten, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino. They all looked at Sasuke with a mix of emotions. Shikamaru, for one, was quietly alarmed. Sasuke seemed far more mature than them now. Sure enough, Shizune, Tsunade's trusted assistant, calmly explained to the group. Due to his undercover mission and intensive training over the years, Sasuke's body has matured faster than others his age. The rest of the Konoha 12 were still around 16 or 17 years old, but Sasuke's physique had fully matured, making him appear closer in age to Kakashi. Now, I declare, move out. With a wave of Tsunade's hand, the group set off. Sasuke removed his mask and donned the Jonin forehead protector, officially joining the team. However, he now carried a certain aloofness toward Naruto and the others. Sasuke, welcome back. Kakashi was the first to step forward with a relieved smile. For him, this outcome was better than he could have hoped for. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke replied with respect, his tone sincere. Sasuke. Naruto, Sakura, and the rest of the group excitedly approached. Sasuke gave a faint nod, his expression calm. Sasuke, you're finally back. Sakura, tears streaming down her face, rushed forward to embrace him, causing some Jonin to frown. Was this ninja truly capable of handling the mission? Even Jiraiya couldn't help but be momentarily distracted. For a moment, Sasuke's return reminded him of Orochimaru. If Sasuke could come back, did that mean Orochimaru might have a chance too? Jiraiya quickly brushed off the thought with a bitter smile. Sasuke's return was possible because he hadn't committed any heinous acts against Konoha. Orochimaru, however, was a different story. Sakura. Just as Sakura embraced Sasuke in joy, Sasuke suddenly sidestepped her, his tone carrying a hint of warning. This stunned Sakura, her tear-streaked face frozen in disbelief. The rest of the group was equally confused. What was Sasuke doing? Sasuke, how could you treat Sakura like that? Naruto, though excited, spoke impulsively as always. But Sasuke, his expression calm, slowly raised his hand, revealing a ring on his finger. I'm engaged. Rin doesn't like me touching other women. What? The group was utterly shocked. Even Kakashi looked at Sasuke in disbelief. No one expected this. But Sasuke's expression remained serious. When he glanced at the ring on his finger, a rare warmth flickered in his eyes. Senju-rei. My fiancée. Once this mission is over, I'll return to marry her. What? Hearing Sasuke mention his fiancée name, the group was completely dumbfounded. Naruto blurted out in shock. Sasuke. You even have a fiancée. Naruto's exaggerated reaction caught everyone off guard, but the one most affected was Sakura. Her pupils dilated. At that moment, she was at a loss, unsure whether to feel joy that Sasuke had returned or sorrow that Sasuke now even had a wife. And also, we're currently on a mission. Sasuke gave a slight nod to everyone, signaling that these matters could wait until later. Then, his gaze shifted to Kakashi and Jiraiya, who were leading the operation. Haha, who would have thought kids these days would start dating so early? At this age, he even has a fiancée, this is unbearable. Jiraiya burst out laughing, his face displaying a dramatic, exaggerated expression of mock frustration as he clenched his teeth. For a man his age, still without a wife, it truly felt unfair. However, in the next moment, Jiraiya's expression turned serious. He scanned the group, waved his hand, and barked in a commanding tone. Enough idle talk. We're now executing a top-secret mission to capture the S-rank rogue ninja, Danzo Shimura. If he resists, show no mercy, kill him on the spot. Yes, sir. Under Jiraiya's lead, the group didn't depart through Konoha's main gates. Instead, they exited through a hidden passage on the outskirts of the village. Along the way, even the protective barriers didn't stir the slightest ripple. Within the land of fire, the morning sun rose over a large bridge, its light scattering the darkness that had blanketed the earth. Hidden among the surroundings, the Konoha ninja had already set up traps overnight, having arrived at their destination the previous evening. According to intel from the Root Division, this bridge is the inevitable route for Danzo's group. We'll set our ambush here. Keep in mind, Danzo's escort includes a squad of 8 ordinary Root ninjas and 2 elite guards. Those 2 guards are Torian Abirame and Fu Yamanaka. Their abilities are particularly dangerous, especially Torian's nanoscale poisonous insects. The surrounding Konoha ninja, hidden in the shadows, silently felt a chill as they processed the information about Danzo's guards. This level of protection was comparable to the Hokage's bodyguards. Even Tsunade's personal guards hadn't been this well equipped. If the 3rd Hokage had had such a high-level escort during the Chunin exams, he might not have fallen. Meanwhile, the younger generation of the Konoha 12 each had their thoughts as they glanced at Sasuke. Sasuke must have grown even stronger. Once this mission's over, I'll challenge him to a match. Rock Lee, clad in his iconic green jumpsuit, was brimming with excitement. It had been years since he'd been able to test himself against a genius like Sasuke. This was the duel he'd been waiting 3 or 4 years for. Lee, you idiot. Beside him, Tenten sighed, shaking her head in exasperation. On the other hand, Niji had been frowning the entire time. Niji, what's wrong? You've been staring at Sasuke this whole time, Tenten asked, concerned. Taking a deep breath, Niji's expression grew unusually solemn as he replied in a low voice, with my Byakugan, I can see Sasuke's chakra. Rock Lee and Tenten looked at him in confusion, prompting Niji to lower his voice even further. I can see it, Sasuke's chakra is on par with Jiraiya-sama's. Niji's words instantly shocked both Tenten and Lee. They stared in disbelief at Sasuke, who leaned nonchalantly against a tree, his cold gaze fixed on the direction of the bridge. Even Lee, who understood the significance of that statement, was shaken. Jiraiya-sama, a legendary Sannin, was not someone an ordinary Jonin could compare to. Meanwhile, in another group, the Ino Shikacho team watched the scene unfold. Ino hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to console Sakura. Sakura, don't be upset. Sasuke said it himself, right? A fiancé isn't the same as a wife. However, Sakura, almost like a soulless puppet, didn't seem to hear Ino's words. The moment she'd heard Sasuke had a wife, tears started streaming uncontrollably down her face. Wah, Ino, it's not the same. I've never seen Sasuke speak so gently about someone before. He actually. Sakura's face was filled with sorrow. All the years she had spent waiting suddenly seemed meaningless, as if she were nothing more than a clown in the grand scheme of things. Nearby, Choji scratched his head, munching on snacks as usual, while Shikamaru sighed and shook his head. Women are such a drag. Isn't Sasuke's return already the best possible outcome? Even Shikamaru hadn't expected Sasuke to come back as a Konoha ninja. That alone was a miracle, what more could they ask for? Hey, Sasuke. How could you treat Sakura like this? Naruto, meanwhile, was fuming. His initial joy at Sasuke's return had been replaced with anger, and he now loudly berated Sasuke for what he saw as irresponsible behavior. But Sasuke furrowed his brow, feeling irritated for the first time. He suddenly found Naruto's behavior unbelievably annoying, so much so that it was almost unbearable. How did I wrong Sakura? Sasuke suppressed his anger, raising his head to glare at Naruto. At that moment, he realized just how immature his past self had been. How had he not been annoyed by this guy back then? With the lingering will of chakra within him now gone, the destined conflict between Indra and Ashura seemed to have quietly dissolved. At this point, Sasuke regarded Naruto purely as a former classmate and comrade, nothing more. His feelings were entirely rational. But how had Naruto not grown at all in all these years? He was still the same reckless and impulsive person as before. Chapter 334, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 334. Sasuke. Naruto widened his eyes, flailing his arms in frustration as he faced Sasuke's rebuttal. He didn't know what to say but stubbornly argued. Sasuke, what you're doing is wrong, no matter what. Don't you know how much Sakura has done for you all these years? At this moment, Naruto's expression appeared somewhat amusing in Sasuke's eyes. This behavior was exactly like what Shiora-sensei had once described as a simp. Naruto, let me tell you this, Sakura and I are classmates. We were allies in our genin squad, and that's it. We've never dated, nor have I ever confessed to her. Sasuke, in a rare good mood, calmly explained. However, Naruto's angry expression didn't change one bit, and he refused to listen. Naruto kept accusing him. Sasuke. I don't care. After everything Sakura has done for you over these years, how can you just be with another woman? Enough. Sasuke's expression darkened, a flicker of anger breaking through. Naruto could say whatever he wanted about Sasuke, especially given Sasuke's past betrayal. But one thing Naruto could not do was insult Sasuke's fiancée. Sasuke, you. Naruto was startled by Sasuke's cold and angry demeanor, staring at him in shock. How could Sasuke act like this toward him? Sasuke took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Naruto, we are comrades. I treasure that bond now. But I ask you to respect me too. Sasuke's mind briefly wandered to Senjure. At first, he didn't know how to refuse the arranged meeting with her, a woman from another world. So, he had treated her with indifference. Yet, over 5 years of companionship, he had unknowingly grown used to her presence. Unlike Sakura, she wasn't clingy. Unlike other women, she wasn't obsessed with him. She simply stayed by his side with a calm, gentle smile. When he trained, Rei would quietly prepare bandages and medicine, waiting to treat his wounds when he finished. When he ate, she would cook his favorite dishes without a word, never demanding gratitude. When he felt exhausted or lost, she was the first to listen to his story under the moonlight. Gradually, their conversations grew longer. Over time, Sasuke found himself looking forward to her tales of childhood and the world she came from. Though he often masked his emotions, he found solace in her presence. Rei was like a caring, gentle elder sister from the neighborhood, someone who tended to his needs and gave him a sense of familial warmth. 5 years of companionship outweighed everything. Even when she learned that Sasuke planned to return home, she hadn't said a word. She had only smiled encouragingly at him. So, under the moonlight before leaving, Sasuke, for the first time, nervously went to Senjurei's house. When they emerged, their hands were joined, adorned with matching engagement rings. Sasuke. Naruto stared at him in shock. Sasuke took another deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said coldly, "Stop being so self-righteous. We're not the clueless kids we used to be. You have your choices, and I have mine. Don't force your beliefs onto others." Naruto and Sasuke's argument in the tree was overheard by Kiba, who grinned and laughed loudly. Naruto's getting shut down. Seriously, though, what's his problem with Sasuke having a fiancée? Honestly, I'm surprised someone with Sasuke's stuck-up personality could find a woman. Ha ha ha. Kiba's laughter even made the usually quiet Shino nod in agreement. Watching all of this, Kakashi sighed in exasperation, while Jiraiya roared with laughter. Kakashi, looks like your Team 7 is still giving you headaches. Yeah, Jiraiya-sama, it's really a pain. Kakashi had thought that Sasuke's return would bring some peace. But instead, it seemed as though his squad was still as chaotic as ever. Naruto's such an idiot. If Sasuke found someone else, isn't that a good thing? Doesn't Naruto like Sakura? What a dunce. Jiraiya smirked. Well, Kakashi, once we deal with Danzo, we'll need to head to the other world for a visit. Yeah, Kakashi replied. Even though it's 2 different worlds, it's clear that our village is weaker. This was something Kakashi couldn't deny. Cooperation required equality in strength and status. But Konoha was inferior to the other world's version of itself, in both power and reputation. This disparity made it uncertain who would lead the alliance. Ambition always comes with risk. Kakashi and Jiraiya both wanted to see just how strong the other world's village was, strong enough to give Tsunade such confidence. Suddenly, a warning cry broke the silence. Target spotted. Everyone, conceal your chakra and hide inside the barrier to avoid detection by rude umbus. Yes. In an instant, the area around the bridge fell silent, the shinobi vanishing without a trace. All eyes turned toward the far end of the bridge. Tap, tap. The sound of a wooden cane echoed as Shimura Danzo, with one eye covered, calmly approached, surrounded by rude umbus. Danzo's entourage of elite root shinobi rivaled the security detail of the 5 Kage. He knew the importance of appearances, prestige was something one created for oneself. Lord Danzo, the village is just across the bridge, one of his subordinates reported. Danzo replied indifferently, exuding an air of authority as he strode forward. 2 worthless fools, Danzo thought bitterly. Even after all these years, they still haven't grown. How could Tsunade scare them like this? Danzo stepped onto the bridge, his thoughts filled with contempt. He had no idea that Root had already fallen, and he was now classified as an S-rank rogue ninja by Konoha. Lord Danzo, something's not right. At the center of the bridge, Danzo's personal guard, Abirame Torian, stiffened and stepped in front of him alongside Yamanaka Fu. My nanoscale venomous insects are sensing a dangerous presence. Before Torian could finish speaking, shadows flickered on both sides of the bridge. Shinobi emerged in droves, their Konoha forehead protectors glinting in the light. Danzo froze, his gaze hardening. Danzo, long time no see, Jiraiya's voice boomed with laughter. Danzo looked up to see Jiraiya standing atop one of the bridge's stone pillars. Jiraiya. What are you doing here? And Hatake Kakashi. Danzo's expression soured as unease crept into his heart. Something was very wrong. Lord Danzo, Kakashi said with a sigh, his usual laziness replaced with a grave demeanor. He readied a kunai, causing Danzo's lone eye to narrow. Kakashi. That ominous feeling was growing stronger. All Root members, listen up. Kakashi shouted. Shimura Danzo has been found guilty of crimes against Konoha, including harming fellow shinobi and conducting human experiments. Root has been disbanded. If you are loyal to Konoha, lay down your weapons and surrender. Do not resist needlessly. Furthermore, former Root leader Shimura Danzo has been classified as an S-rank rogue ninja by the Hokage. The Root operatives froze in shock. Though conditioned to obey Danzo, many were still loyal to Konoha. Surrendering now would spare them from being branded traitors. Danzo, however, was stunned. His face twisted in disbelief before he growled, Tsunade wouldn't dare. Danzo Shimura was instantly overwhelmed with shock and fury. This time, it was for real. The next moment, he flew into a rage, shouting. Outrageous. I am an advisor to the Hokage of Konoha. What right does that Tsunade have to brand me as a rogue ninja? Apologies, Lord Danzo, no, I should say rogue ninja Danzo Shimura. The position of Hokage advisor was established by the third Hokage. Now it's the era of the fifth Hokage's governance. Kakashi's words immediately made Danzo's eyes widen in disbelief. Genjutsu? No. Impossible. He had only left for a short trip, and Mitokato Hamura and Utatane Koharu, those two fools, had told him Tsunade was trying to seize power. Yet before he could even make it halfway back, his home was gone, and he was branded a rogue ninja. What the hell? Not even Jiraiya's Ika Paradise would dare write a plot like this. Danzo. At that moment, Sasuke's cold voice echoed as he slowly stepped forward from the crowd. The Konoha forehead protector on his head sparkled conspicuously. Danzo, you coerced Itachi into slaughtering the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, you cruelly experimented on the Sharingan and the corpses of my people in your Root division. Your crimes are unforgivable. Danzo was startled when Sasuke appeared, but upon hearing these accusations, his anger exploded. Evil Uchiha. Tsunade. Oh, Tsunade. So, you've even joined forces with the Uchiha for a coup d'état. Have you all gone mad? Are you all going to follow Tsunade into madness? Danzo. Over the years, your Root division has done terrible things to the Hyuga clan. Danzo, the ninja of my Abirame clan has fallen victim to your schemes. Danzo, surrender now. In an instant, Konoha ninjas on both sides of the bridge glared at Danzo in anger, exposing all the atrocities committed by his Root division. The Root guards, known as emotionless tools, now showed expressions of panic. All Root members, what are you hesitating for? If you surrender now, the sealing team can immediately lift the curse marks placed on your bodies. Don't follow Danzo and become a rogue ninja with him. You were meant to be Konoha's heroes, don't throw it all away for this devil. In that very instant, Danzo Shimura, who had once been a Hokage advisor and leader of Root, a man whose authority was second only to the Hokage, suddenly became a rogue ninja despised by all. No. Impossible. I am Konoha's hero. Without me, Konoha in your hands will only. Danzo glared furiously at Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the other Jonin. From the moment they appeared, he knew the accusations were true. Tsunade, how ruthless. She had gone straight for the throat, dealing him a devastating blow. By branding him a rogue ninja, she had stripped him of any chance to resist. Damn it. How could I be brought down by the likes of you? Danzo roared in fury, but suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked toward him. His pupils shrank as he instinctively raised his arm to defend himself. Clang. The golden shackles around his arm fell off, revealing a bleeding limb. The sight made all the surrounding Konoha ninjas gasp in shock. Danzo. What the hell is this? Sharingan. His entire arm is full of Sharingan. Wait, that arm, its color is wrong. This is human experimentation. Previously, some jonin might have thought this was merely a case of political infighting among the higher-ups. But upon seeing Danzo's grotesque arm, filled with Sharingan, countless Konoha ninjas were filled with rage. That arm alone was proof that all of Danzo's crimes were true. Danzo, you've been harming your fellow villagers and even transplanting Sharingan. At this moment, the Uchiha massacre no longer seemed like a necessary action to suppress a coup. Instead, it appeared to be a selfish conspiracy by the higher-ups to obtain the Sharingan for their gain. Danzo couldn't clear his name now. Uchiha Sasuke. Exposed under the crowd's furious gazes, Danzo, his arm covered in Sharingan, was enraged. It was all because of this damn Uchiha brat. Danzo, surrender. Even Jiraiya, upon seeing Danzo's arm, looked grim. A smoldering fury burned in his eyes. Danzo had gone too far. Damn it. Even you, Jiraiya. Danzo was filled with frustration. Every Konoha ninja was condemning him, and the exposure of his arm had made him feel like a rat dragged out of the shadows and into broad daylight. He was both panicked and consumed with hatred and rage. Everything I've done has been for Konoha. What right do you have to accuse me? What right do you have to arrest me? I've bled for Konoha. You. But faced with countless pairs of disgusted eyes, Danzo's heart trembled. It was over. Everything was over for him. As despair threatened to overwhelm him, his eyes suddenly landed on his arm, with its many Sharingan. Wait, there's still a chance. The Sharingan. That's right. I still have the Sharingan. Instantly, Danzo's will to fight was reignited, and madness filled his eyes. If he could escape and return to Konoha, he still had Shirsui's Mangekyo Sharingan hidden under his bandages. Koto Ematsukami. With this ultimate Genjutsu, he could control Tsunade. He could still reclaim his position as Konoha's hero. He could even use that eye to force Tsunade to hand over the Hokage title to him. P.S. Read advanced chapters at patreon.com/absolutecode. Chapter 335, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 335. Here's the extra chapters. Well done guys. Next goal, 2000 PS. =========================================================================================================================I am a root ninja. I am not a rogue ninja. The faith of the root ninjas, brainwashed from a young age, crumbled instantly upon learning that Danzo Shimura had become a rogue ninja. No matter what, the foundation of Danzo Shimura's brainwashing methods was rooted in Konoha. However, his indoctrination was built on the belief that only he could lead Konoha to greatness. Don't panic. Buy me time. They won't be able to stop me. As long as I return, I will become the 6th Hokage of Konoha. At this moment, Danzo Shimura seemed to regain his confidence. His eyes glimmered with rage as he shouted. Jiraiya, for the sake of Konoha's stability, how dare you side with Tsunade? You have deeply disappointed me. Do you realize that your actions will throw the entire Konoha into chaos? And yet, you choose to follow Tsunade's reckless behavior. Even if the root is taken down by you in the village, the Mito-Kato, Hamura, and Sarutobi clans will not stand idly by. The wrath of these 3 clans will plunge the village into turmoil. Danzo Shimura's confidence soared, and a sinister, ruthless smirk spread across his face. He knew there was no need to even mention the Shimura clan in this situation. Internally, Danzo was ecstatic. If the village descended into chaos, the blame would all fall on Tsunade. She would never be able to remain as the 5th Hokage. Once he returned, Danzo was confident that fools like Mito-Kato Hamura and Uchiha Koharu had already prepared everything for his return. Moreover, the 3 clans would never allow themselves to fall from their position of power. They would undoubtedly support him like never before. At this moment, the flames of ambition burned brightly within Danzo's eyes. Hokage. The position of Hokage had never been closer to him. In the past, every time he had approached the position, Mito-Kato Hamura and Uchiha Koharu had held him back. But this time, there would be no obstacles. No one in Konoha was more qualified than him to become Hokage. Danzo, your ideology is too extreme. You'll bring Konoha to ruin. Jiraiya stared at Danzo in shock. Even now, Danzo hadn't abandoned his ambition to become Hokage. It was sheer madness. Shimura Danzo. You've destroyed the Uchiha clan. You're mine to deal with, no one else is allowed to interfere. At this moment, Sasuke, wielding his ninja blade, exuded a deadly aura. No matter the world, Danzo was always a figure of evil. The Sharingan on Danzo's arm ignited Sasuke's killing intent. Itachi should never have let someone like you live. As Danzo glared at Sasuke with hatred in his eyes, the battle erupted in an instant. Protect Lord Danzo and help him break through. In the blink of an eye, the root team formed a coordinated combat formation. Danzo's signals gave them a sliver of hope. Once Danzo returned, he would use Shirsui's Koto Emetsukumi to seize power. Quick! Stop Danzo. Danzo's right eye is Shirsui's Mangekyo Sharingan. We cannot let him return to the village with that eye. Sasuke, leave Danzo to you. Kakashi calmly directed the battle as both sides clashed. Explosive tags and ninjutsu erupted all around, creating chaos. This kid. Standing atop a bridge pillar, overseeing the situation, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and began analyzing Sasuke's combat capabilities. It was clear that both Jiraiya and Kakashi were observing Sasuke's strength. This was also Sasuke's first battle to prove himself as a member of Konoha again. Danzo. You vile criminal. Itachi should never have let you live. You don't deserve to speak of Itachi. Enraged, Sasuke unleashed lightning from his body. The Great Bridge was illuminated by crackling thunder, leaving everyone stunned. That's Sasuke. How can he be this strong? What terrifying chakra. That's the lightning release taijutsu style of the hidden cloud. As Sasuke activated the lightning release armor, his overwhelming power forced Danzo, who was preparing to break through, to retreat. With a single strike, Danzo coughed up blood and crashed into the bridge, creating a deep crater. Lord Danzo. Everyone, beware of Danzo's Sharingan. Danzo. You cowardly rat hiding in the shadows. The Uchiha clan met its end because of people like you. Recalling his tragic childhood and everything he had endured in this world, Sasuke's fury soared. It was all because of Danzo. Evil Uchiha. Everything I've done was for Konoha. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. In an instant, a terrifying wind release swept across the Great Bridge. This display of power solidified Danzo Shimura's reputation as the greatest wind release user in the ninja world. However, in the next moment, under the shocked gazes of Jiraiya and the Konoha ninja observing from the shadows, a massive purple skeleton emerged on the bridge. That's Sasuke has awakened those eyes. Those are the same eyes as Uchiha Itachi's. The Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. The Tomo in Sasuke's Sharingan had already fused into a six-pointed star, forming the Mangekyo Sharingan. Simultaneously, the skeletal structure of Susanoo appeared around him. Muscles and chakra armor grew over the bones, significantly increasing its defense. This is the Mangekyo. I didn't expect your eyes to reach this level. No wonder Orochimaru failed. Danzo Shimura, resurrected through the use of Izanagi, stared at Sasuke's Susanoo with a twisted expression of greed and malice. Perfect timing. These eyes of yours, I'll take them. Appearing behind Sasuke's Susanoo, Danzo gripped a kunai infused with wind release chakra. The infamous scene of kunai stabbing Susanoo unfolded. Danzo was no fool. Ever since Uchiha Madara's death, no one in the ninja world had personally witnessed Susanoo. He intended to test its defenses using his wind release chakra and a chakra metal kunai. However, in the next moment, with a loud crack, Danzo's chakra-infused kunai shattered. He stared in shock, unable to believe it. How can it be this strong? In the next instant, Susanoo's massive hand grabbed Danzo and crushed him, sending blood splattering everywhere. Sasuke. From a distance, Naruto prepared to rush in to help, but Kakashi stopped him. Naruto. This is Sasuke's fight. But Kakashi-sensei, I have to help Sasuke. He's fighting alone. Naruto's stubbornness was evident as he ignored Kakashi's words. Enough, Naruto. For the first time, Kakashi showed anger, startling Naruto. Kakashi's grave expression left Naruto speechless. Naruto, don't act recklessly. Shikamaru quickly stepped in to restrain Naruto, speaking in a low voice about the importance of this battle for Sasuke. Naruto. This is Sasuke's fight. It's his chance to prove himself and regain everyone's trust after being away from Konoha for 4 years. Moreover, Danzo's Sharingan-filled arm is tied to the Uchiha clan's massacre. If you interfere now, you'll only enrage Sasuke. Hearing Shikamaru's explanation, Naruto reluctantly clenched his fist in frustration. Damn it. Then we should at least be ready to step in. We can't let Sasuke get hurt. Naruto's stubbornness persisted, even as Shikamaru sighed. This was going to be a long day. Nara Shikamaru sighed helplessly and shook his head, while Hatake Kakashi secretly felt a headache. How did Naruto end up like this? If there were no comparisons, Naruto's flaws could sometimes be overlooked due to his immense potential and power. However, when compared to others who had even greater strength, Naruto's power became less significant, and his many flaws became glaringly obvious. Haha, Kakashi, it seems like Sasuke's growth over the years has been terrifying. Might Guy laughed heartily. After knocking out a root member with a whirlwind kick, he gave Kakashi a big thumbs up, still laughing. At the same time, the root members flanking both sides of the bridge had all been subdued. Even the most troublesome Aburame Torian, with his poisonous insects, was captured alive by the older generation of the Ino-Shikacho trio. Seeing that the battle around him was over and Danzo was surrounded, Kakashi breathed a quiet sigh of relief. This mission was almost guaranteed to succeed. Yes, I didn't expect Sasuke to even awaken these eyes, Kakashi admitted, unable to hide the shock in his heart. Not only had Sasuke's combat experience grown, but his mastery of lightning release chakra just now had also far exceeded Kakashi's expectations. Around them, the Konoha shinobi blocked all retreat routes, watching the battle at the bridge with astonishment. Everyone unanimously decided to let Sasuke face Danzo. After all, Danzo's arm full of Sharingan was a blood debt tied to the Uchiha massacre. Danzo. You deserve to die. Itachi left behind such a big problem. Shimura Danzo, enraged, unleashed all his abilities. Yet, Sasuke's face displayed a sinister, mocking smile, clearly toying with Danzo. The power of the Uchiha clan isn't something a thief like you can wield. Now, let me show you the might of the Uchiha. The next moment, the purple Susanoo on the bridge slowly dissipated. From afar, Sakura gasped in shock and shouted, Sasuke! Don't let your guard down now. But in an instant, Sasuke's left Mangekyo Sharingan contracted, and black flames erupted on the bridge. Amaterasu. Everyone, be careful. That's Amaterasu. Danzo screamed in pain as he was engulfed by the Amaterasu flames, but a moment later, his figure vanished, reappearing behind Sasuke. You brat. You'll pay for your arrogance. Danzo roared with excitement. At this close range, with the Susanoo gone, the boy couldn't possibly escape. However, Sasuke's lips curled into a mocking smirk. In the next moment, under everyone's shocked gaze, the black flames of Amaterasu transformed into an arrow, piercing through Danzo's body from behind. How is this possible? That's Amaterasu's shape transformation. Kakashi, with his sharp eyes, immediately noticed the technique and gasped in shock. Blaze Release, Kagetsuchi. The terrifying ability of the Mangekyo in Sasuke's right eye rendered yet another of Danzo's Sharingan useless. At the same time, Sasuke's power shocked the Konoha Jonin watching the fight. Now, let me show you the true power of the Uchiha clan. With a furious roar, Sasuke quickly formed hand seals, and an enormous amount of chakra surged forth. This isn't good. That's a fire release seal. With this much chakra, everyone, be careful. Jiraiya immediately sensed the power of Sasuke's jutsu and shouted a warning. Sure enough, in the next instant. Fire release, great fire annihilation. In an instant, the terrifying fire release engulfed the entire bridge. The flames illuminated the sky, and waves of scorching heat created shockwaves that rippled outward. The surrounding Konoha shinobi gasped in shock. How is this possible? Kiba was dumbfounded, staring at the sheer destructive power of the technique. If the Sharingan's power had made them envious before, this terrifying fire release jutsu made it clear, Sasuke's power had entirely surpassed theirs. What an incredible fire release. The range is so wide that it leaves no room for Danzo to escape, Shikamaru and Niji muttered, stunned by the display of power. Sasuke has completely surpassed us. What kind of training has he undergone all these years? Even Rock Lee, usually brimming with enthusiasm, was wide-eyed with shock. Unlike the others, he attributed Sasuke's strength entirely to hard work. Damn it, Sasuke. I won't let you leave me behind. Naruto, usually so carefree, couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. Yet, alongside the shock was a determined defiance, he wouldn't admit defeat. Danzo. You've always hidden in the shadows, like a rat afraid of the light. Even if given the chance, you could never aspire to the role of Hokage. Everything you have now is merely the result of the corruption, selfishness, and fear of the Uchiha's power by you old relics. Sasuke's mocking voice echoed from within the sea of flames, filled with disdain and contempt. At this point, the battle was one-sided. Was Danzo weak? The Konoha Jonin all fell silent. Danzo's techniques, especially his wind-release jutsu, could easily be considered top-tier in the ninja world. Even Might Guy, typically full of energy, now had a serious expression. Kakashi, Sasuke's power appears to have surpassed that of an ordinary Jonin. And that's not even counting the Sharingan. At his age, this level of strength. A genius. Even Might Guy couldn't help but think of this word, and Kakashi nodded solemnly in agreement. The chakra, techniques, and Sharingan that Sasuke has displayed have already surpassed what I, his former teacher, can offer. It seems I no longer have anything to teach him. This power. Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Inoichi exchanged shocked glances. No wonder Tsunade had insisted on Uchiha Sasuke returning. With this level of power, Sasuke was undeniably a force that could rival the three legendary Sannin, a figure that could shake the ninja world. Adding to this the recent reformation of Orochimaru, the three of them felt chills down their spines. It was clear now that Tsunade held absolute control over Konoha. This time, Konoha could rise again, reclaiming its position as the strongest village in the ninja world. What worried many Jonin even more was the knowledge that Sasuke still had the curse mark. From the black 3-tomo mark on Sasuke's neck, it was evident that he hadn't even used the curse mark's power yet. Combined with his lightning-based taijutsu, Mangekyo Sharingan, and his other abilities, Sasuke was far from showing his full strength. Even Jiraiya, watching the battle, felt a chill run down his spine. This boy was a monster. Even with Sage Mode, Jiraiya wasn't sure how he'd fare against him. Chapter 336, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 336. On the bridge. Sasuke's explosive combat power left countless Konoha Jonin shocked. Mangekyo, ninjutsu, genjutsu, shurikenjutsu, and even taijutsu, he was nearly a flawless, hexagonal ninja. How is this possible? During the Chunin exams, this brat was only. In the crowd, Genma Shiranui looked especially stunned. Sasuke's strength in the Chunin exams was still fresh in his memory. But in just a few years, Sasuke had become a ninja he could no longer hope to catch up to. That's Sasuke. The Konoha 12 were all staring in shock at Sasuke's power. Their former classmate was now on a completely different level. So scary. Sasuke now isn't even in the same league as us anymore. Meanwhile, the battle on the bridge raged on. Shimura Danzo's wind-release ninjutsu was enough to make any ninja marvel at his skill, but now all he could do was scream helplessly. The Sharingan on his arm kept shutting one by one. It was obvious Sasuke wanted to kill not just his body, but his spirit, too. Every move was from the Uchiha clan's arsenal. Rat who can't stand the light, don't worry. You'll never see the light again. After this, Konoha's history will record you as a traitor who didn't even get a face. Sasuke walked casually, his Mangekyo eyes full of vengeful mockery. Danzo's Winjutsu was either easily dodged or blocked by Susanoo. After the string of battles, Danzo was panting, his chakra dangerously depleted. Damn it. How could I fall here? Danzo glared at the evil Uchiha in front of him and at the Konoha ninja encircling him from every angle. At last, he truly felt what it meant to have no escape. Jiraiya. Everything I've done over the years was for Konoha, I've shed blood for Konoha, and you all just stand by and watch. Danzo shouted in rage, but Jiraiya crouched on the bridge in the distance, only sighed. Normally, to avoid unrest, Danzo's fate should have been handled in secret. Such a public spectacle was unwise. But Sasuke's overwhelming power had a greater influence now. Should they protect Danzo, who'd committed countless dark crimes, and make an enemy of Sasuke? Jiraiya shook his head. Letting Sasuke vent his rage and return as a powerful Konoha ninja was better for the village's stability. Jiraiya's ninja way had never changed. Whichever side brought stability to Konoha, he would stand with them, even if it meant compromise. Jiraiya, Kakashi, damn you, traitors. Danzo screamed in fury, and Sasuke just sneered. Konoha S-rank traitor Shimura Danzo, I, Uchiha Sasuke, as a Konoha Jonin, give you this final ultimatum, dig out the eyes that don't belong to you, kneel on the ground, and I'll spare you. This demand made Danzo's face contort with rage. Damn Uchiha, don't get cocky. I haven't lost yet. Kneel before an Uchiha. Never. Sasuke knew Danzo would never submit, but thinking of his clan's destruction and all his pain only fueled his anger. Danzo had destroyed everything he once had, and now he would destroy everything Danzo had. Heh, Danzo, filth like you deserves to hide in the sewers forever. With a sudden arrow from Susanoo, Danzo blocked the blow with would release from his arm, desperate as he saw his dwindling Sharingan. The surrounding Konoha ninja grew even angrier at the sight. Would release. Damn Danzo, he even experimented with the first Hokage's cells. No wonder Lady Tsunade struck so ruthlessly. The Konoha ninja were furious. Danzo's bloodline crimes were beyond forgiveness. Even Orochimaru was cleaner than Danzo now. Would release, huh? Seeing it with his own eyes, Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Tsunade showed no mercy, who could tolerate this? Danzo truly deserved this fate. Dojutsu, Amaterasu. Suddenly, the black flames of Amaterasu appeared, and Danzo screamed as another Sharingan closed. I haven't lost. I still have a chance. With his last Sharingan closed, Danzo howled and tore off his headband. Mangekyo. He had one too. The strongest Genjutsu Koto Amatsukami. If he could control this brat, he still had a chance to return to Konoha, to become Hokage. But as the bandage fell and Shirsui's eye spun into Mangekyo, the world suddenly changed. Danzo was shocked. No. It's too late. Sasuke's icy voice came from behind. There were no Amaterasu flames, the whole thing had been a Genjutsu. No. Impossible. 3 Tomo Sharingan couldn't see through Mangekyo illusions, but as soon as Danzo showed Shirsue's Mangekyo, he saw through the illusion. But now Danzo's pupils trembled in disbelief, his body paralyzed. I fell for this brat's trick. Black sealing marks appeared around Danzo, his sealing jutsu. Reverse 4 symbol seal. Seeing Danzo like this, Sasuke sneered. Familiar, isn't it? Didn't expect I'd be good at this jutsu too, did you? Sasuke slowly approached, a vengeful gleam in his eyes. If not for that eye, do you think you'd still be alive? From the start, Sasuke had targeted Shirsue's Mangekyo. There was a seal under the bandage, if it was forcibly removed, the eye would be damaged. Only if Danzo undid the seal himself could Sasuke take it. Rip. Amidst Danzo's screams, Sasuke dug out Shirsue's eye that Danzo had stolen years ago, blood splattering. Sasuke. Get back, Danzo's chakra is going berserk. As Sasuke took the eye, a sensory ninja in the crowd shouted in alarm. The next moment, with the loss of the Mangekyo, Danzo's power balance broke, and the would-release cells in his right arm went wild. Damn. I won't let you toy with me, Uchiha, ah. His right arm mutated into a giant tree, breaking the seal. Haha. For the ninja world. For Konoha. I can't let you live, Uchiha. Danzo screamed and grabbed Sasuke, black sealing marks appearing on his chest. No. Sasuke, get away, that's the reverse 4 symbol seal. Kakashi yelled, but Sasuke only scoffed. A suicide attack. Even so, disgusting things like you don't deserve a burial. With an explosion of black ink, Sasuke vanished in a puff of smoke in Danzo's crazed gaze. Shadow clone jutsu, even Mangekyo and Rinnegan couldn't always tell the difference. I haven't become Hokage, how could this? I won't accept it. Realizing he'd caught nothing, Danzo glared at the Konoha ninja dodging around him. For the first time, he felt the pain of being abandoned. Abandoned by Konoha. Clang. With a clear sound, his Konoha forehead protector fell from his arms, his symbol as a Konoha ninja. Sasuke, watching from afar, threw a kunai. With a hiss and a burst of sparks, a traitor's scratch appeared on Danzo's headband. Traitor Danzo, this is where filth like you belongs. At Sasuke's mocking words, Danzo's spirit finally broke. He screamed in rage. I did everything for Konoha. I wasn't wrong. It wasn't death he feared. He feared his life's work being denied, and dying branded a traitor. Danzo's spirit collapsed before death. Reverse 4 symbol seal. With a thunderous roar, the enormous black seal swelled, swallowing the bridge. Danzo sealed the entire bridge as he died. Is it over? What a terrifying sealing jutsu. The Konoha ninja watched in shock, as did the captured root ninja, stunned at their leader's death. Dead. Danzo's corpse lay at the bottom of the cold bridge pit. The approaching Konoha ninja shook their heads in silence. Once high and mighty, now fallen so low. Sasuke. Sasuke stood before Danzo's corpse. Kakashi hurried over. Danzo is already dead. His corpse is still valuable, don't destroy it. He worried Sasuke would take out his anger on the body, but surprisingly, Sasuke, once obsessed with revenge, had matured enough to control his anger. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei. I wouldn't dirty my hands with this thing's corpse. Sasuke said calmly, picking up the scratched headband, and looking down at the corpse at his feet. Take it back, it belongs to you. Even in death, Sasuke wanted Danzo branded as a traitor. Jiraiya sighed. Danzo got what he deserved. Seal Danzo's traitor's corpse. Return to Konoha. Yes. The Konoha ninja nodded and began clearing the battlefield, sealing Danzo's corpse, then quickly leaving the ruined bridge. No one expected Danzo would be so crazy, his crimes so blatant. He couldn't be washed clean, throw him in the sea, and the sea itself would turn black. At the same time, Sasuke forcefully chose to return to Konoha. On the ruined bridge, after the Konoha ninja left, 2 figures in black cloaks with red clouds appeared. Hey, who would have thought, Mr. Itachi, that your brother awakened Mangekyo too, and he seems quite strong. Kisame's raspy voice joked. The figure beside him slowly looked up, revealing Uchiha Itachi's cold face. Looks like you've grown a lot, Sasuke, you even have eyes like mine. Is this your confidence, Sasuke? His last words were a question, making Kisame's shark eyes narrow as a figure appeared behind them. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke emerged from the shadows, and Kisame was astonished, he hadn't sensed him at all. If not for Itachi, he would have been caught off guard. Itachi turned, gazing at the now taller Sasuke, feeling a warmth inside. Sasuke had grown. He no longer had the impulsiveness for revenge. Looks like you've learned to control your desires, able to suppress your anger. Seeing Sasuke standing calm before him, Itachi spoke coldly, as if the brothers would soon fight. Itachi, seems your eyes are failing. Unexpectedly, Sasuke scoffed, as if hinting Itachi was nearly blind. Isn't that perfect? Sasuke, you can be my spare eyes. Itachi still played his planned role. Though he was happy Sasuke returned to Konoha, and grateful to Hokage Tsunade, it wasn't enough, he wanted Sasuke to rise higher. Sasuke's face twisted in mockery. Itachi, I've learned the truth from Root. But no matter your reasons, genocide. Killing father. Killing mother. None of that is justified. I'll wait for you in Konoha. My eyes now see farther. With that, Sasuke vanished in smoke. Shadow clone. Sasuke. Itachi stood dazed, looking down at his blood-stained hands, a gentle glint in his cold eyes. Yes, these blood-stained hands, it was time to end everything. This time, Itachi had no more doubts. Before, he worried about Sasuke's future. But now Sasuke had returned to Konoha, as a hero. He had no more regrets. Kisame, you go back. I'll go to Konoha alone this time. A light rain began to fall. In the gloomy rain, Itachi's figure disappeared into the forest, heading for Konoha. Kisame, left alone on the bridge, watched Itachi's back disappear, then hefted his sword onto his shoulder and left. Mr. Itachi, maybe you're right. For those of us with blood-stained hands, death may be the only release. Chapter 337, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 337. Konoha. As night gradually fell, it was clear that something major had happened in Konoha these past few days. Some sharp-nosed ninja had already sensed something was off. Recently, all ninjas in the village were permitted to enter but not leave. Only special teams carrying orders from the Hokage herself could come and go. After the many ninjas from the Sarutobi, Mitokado, and Kohara clans returned, none of them went out again. This was exactly what they wanted. Inside a house. Hamura, Tsunade doesn't want us to send any message to Danzo. She wants him dead. Koharu's face was dark. In their view, Tsunade's recent actions were a trap, waiting for Shimura Danzo to come back and fall into her net. Mitokado Hamura nodded grimly as well. We can't get any information out. Why did Danzo have to leave at this time? Now he's back, what can he even do? Root is gone. Even the research inside the Root base has been exposed by Tsunade. Danzo is finished. Even if Danzo doesn't want to leave, Tsunade will surely lure him out. This whole thing is a setup. With heavy expressions, Hamura and Koharu were convinced that the removal of Danzo, the lockdown of Konoha, and the power grab were all part of Tsunade's premeditated plan. But they didn't know, if Danzo had still been in Konoha, Tsunade wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble. We've reached the point of no return, Koharu said. All the elites of the Sarutobi clan are back. With their strength, combined with ours, we can completely change Konoha. Hamura. Don't hesitate. Danzo has no chance to be Hokage anymore, but isn't that perfect? If he got on top, we'd have headaches. We just sent Tsunade off, and then Danzo would take her place. Koharu was afraid of supporting Danzo to the top. After all, the fate of the Shimura clan showed that if Danzo took power, the next day he'd start attacking the families of his old friends. Maybe others would just threaten, but Danzo dared to do it. Hamura frowned, finally sighing helplessly and nodding. We have no other choice. We don't want to do a coup, but Tsunade is forcing our hand. Since she's preparing to arrest Danzo, she must have made preparations ahead of time. The elite within the village have probably already been redeployed these past 2 days. You mean? Koharu seemed to realize something, her expression tense. This was a coup, after all. Hamura's face hardened. He gritted his teeth. We can't turn back now. The longer we wait, the more unpredictable things get. Tomorrow night, we start the coup. As long as our 3 clans work together, our ninja corps will surround the Hokage building. At that moment, we'll push Jiraiya to the top. Jiraiya. Is he up to it? He's Tsunade's companion. Don't worry about Jiraiya's character. For the sake of the village's stability, he'll have no choice but to accept. We'll exile Tsunade, forbid her from ever returning to Konoha, and Jiraiya will have no reason not to accept. Fine. That's the plan. After we exile Tsunade, we'll leak the information to Akatsuki. Konoha doesn't need this kind of instability. Hamura and Koharu exchanged glances, both showing cold, determined faces. This was all Tsunade's fault. Logically, they had accurately grasped Jiraiya's mentality, but the information gap between both sides led to a world of difference. That very night, Hamura and Koharu secretly summoned several high-level members of the 3 clans to discuss the coup for the next day. But under the dark night, a shadow quietly slipped away, heading toward the Hokage building. Hokage office. The ninja who returned after completing the mission to capture the S-rank rogue ninja Shimura Danzo all looked grim and tense, none relaxed. Though they only captured his corpse, that was enough. His pale arm of wood release cells and the horrifying Sharingan, all this shocked everyone in the Hokage's office, making the Jonin's faces look extremely grim. Everyone. The evidence is irrefutable. All the proof is here. The previous 3 generations of Hokage's advisors have already betrayed the village and the will of fire. Tsunade slammed the table in anger. Danzo's corpse was right in front of everyone, along with all the scrolls found en route. Even if these weren't enough evidence, Danzo's human experiments alone sealed the fate of the 3rd Hokage's advisors. Could Danzo have done all this alone? Without collaborators, without collusion, how could Root have become so large? Is it possible the 3rd Hokage knew nothing about these inhumane experiments? No one was a fool. If Danzo had done all this by himself, Konoha would have changed rulers long ago. Though the 5th Hokage Tsunade didn't mention the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen by name, every word pointed to him. The 3 Hokage advisors had secretly researched the 1st Hokage's cells and the village's bloodlines. They had betrayed the village. This was already an ironclad fact. Just then, someone burst into the Hokage office and instantly met with the grave gazes of hundreds of Jonin. "Hokage-sama." The ninja cried out. Tsunade frowned, waved her hand, and barked. "Speak. Everyone here is loyal to the village. No need to hide anything. Let's all see what these 3 blood-sucking parasites and their clans are really up to." Tsunade slammed the desk angrily. She had already received some information over the past few days. The 3 clans were plotting a coup. "Hokage-sama. We have confirmation. The previous advisors, Mitokado Hamura and Koharu, secretly gathered the 3 clans' leaders tonight. They've decided to launch a coup tomorrow night. They'll surround the Hokage building and install Jiraiya as the 6th Hokage." Damn. Jiraiya was right there among the crowd. Hearing this, his face instantly turned green, his eyes wide. "Tsunade. I didn't. Everyone. I've always been with you all." At this point, Jiraiya felt so wronged and stifled. He had nothing to do with this. How did he suddenly get dragged in? The reporting ninja awkwardly continued. "This has nothing to do with Jiraiya-sama. It was the decision of the 2 former advisors. They said that given Jiraiya-sama's personality, he wouldn't refuse for the village's sake. On the surface, they promised Jiraiya-sama wouldn't do anything extreme to Tsunade-sama, just exile her from Konoha. Jiraiya-sama would have to accept, and then they'd secretly leak Tsunade-sama's whereabouts to Akatsuki." All the Jonin in the office looked thunderstruck. Such a meticulous plan, even the post-coup cleanup was flawless. These 2 old foxes might not be great in war, but when it comes to internal strife, they're masters. But if it weren't for outside intervention, Tsunade would have been stuck between a rock and a hard place. These 2 were indeed adept at dealing with their own. Jiraiya's expression changed drastically upon hearing of the coup, and when he heard about the plan to betray Tsunade to Akatsuki, his face darkened. "I don't care anymore. Tsunade, handle this however you want." Jiraiya was livid, throwing up his hands in frustration. He was done. He'd originally thought that with Danzo's corpse on display, the 3 clans would recognize reality, but before they even learned of Danzo's death, they'd already set their sights on him. "Everyone. Hokage-sama." Tsunade's face was extremely grim, and the Jonin all looked at her, equally grave. "The Sarutobi, Mitokado, and Koharu clans are conspiring a coup. The evidence is conclusive." When Tsunade slammed the table and brought the issue into the open, everyone knew this couldn't end peacefully. Since the other side already started an armed coup, if the 5th Hokage Tsunade didn't strike back, she'd be a fool. The Hyuga clan is willing to follow the 5th Hokage's orders and suppress the rebellion. Hyuga Hayashi shouted. The Hyuga clan had boarded Tsunade's ship and there was no turning back. The 3 clans had no more chance. Hatake Kakashi is willing to help the Hokage suppress the rebellion. Might Guy, willing. The Yamanaka clan. The Nara clan. As one after another, the clans and Jonin in the office loudly pledged to suppress the rebellion. Tsunade's grim expression eased just slightly. But Tsunade's anger still burned. How long had it been? These old geezers already treated Konoha as their personal property. She knew Konoha had been founded by her grandfather. Maybe she could understand outsiders, but these old men were just heartless. Or rather, too greedy for power. Tonight. While the 3 clans' leaders are meeting, we can't wait any longer. We attack tonight. Tsunade was more furious than ever. These old fools thought they could rebel against her. Did they think her reputation was just talk? Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi, you're responsible for. The Hyuga clan is responsible for. As Tsunade issued her orders forcefully, the ninjas present all looked grave. Yamanaka Inoichi, Nara Shikaku, and Akimichi chose a war bitter, helpless smiles, they felt stifled. Hamura and Koharu were just too greedy, even daring to plan a coup. Before, it was just a power struggle between the old and new Hokage, and Tsunade wouldn't have gone after them afterward. But they just couldn't accept losing power. Even at their age, they still dared to plot a coup, wanting to become Konoha's shadow Hokage. Yes. Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi accept the mission. The three gathered their complicated feelings. This was their chance. If they served as the vanguard to suppress the rebellion, all would be forgiven. ANBU, follow me. We strike tonight, catch them off guard and end this rebellion. Tsunade waved her hand decisively, determined to personally lead the ANBU. This wasn't like the Uchiha, who had talked about a coup for years and never acted. But the three clans had delivered hard evidence of their coup attempt. Who could they blame? The next moment, the brightly lit Hokage building was filled with prepared jonin, and the ANBU entered full combat readiness. Meanwhile, across the night, many off-duty elite ninjas were awakened and received secret missions from the ANBU. Some were tasked with covertly safeguarding Konoha's security. Some were given orders without knowing what for, simply told to report to certain locations. All medical ninjas in the hospital were summoned to full readiness. In less than half an hour, the whole of Konoha was at its highest alert, while countless villagers still slept, unaware of the turmoil outside. All over Konoha's rooftops under the night sky, ninja flickered and leaped about. On the power pole of the Sarutobi clan, a dark shadow appeared, revealing a bewitching Mangekyo Sharingan under the moonlight. Sasuke. From the darkness emerged Uchiha Itachi, who saw the figure crouched on the pole. This familiar scene seemed to take him back to that blood-soaked night when he couldn't sleep. Itachi. Seeing Itachi appear, Sasuke gave a cold smile. The roles of the Uchiha had reversed tonight. This village twisted the will of fire. The people who forced the Uchiha into ugliness will see their blood tonight, but none of this excuses your crimes, Itachi. Tonight, you'll see with your own eyes the ugly demise of the clans you once saw as Konoha's foundation and abandoned your own for. Sasuke's Mangekyo spun rapidly, his gaze tinged with madness. Itachi. If you and Shisui had joined forces with father back then, Konoha wouldn't have dared to touch our clan. This village was built by our clan and the Senju, what are they compared to us Uchiha? Sasuke's hoarse voice was filled with endless rage. All of this was the fault of those rotten old men, but Itachi was guilty too. He wouldn't forgive just because Itachi was his brother, not like Naruto would. He was a sane Uchiha. Sasuke. Itachi's eyes dimmed. Seeing Sasuke's anger, he felt only guilt. These years, he dreamed of that bloody night, he'd been lost and wondered if he had been wrong. He shouldn't have planned Sasuke's life or the clan's future. But it was all too late. Fortunately, Sasuke had returned to Konoha, and for that, Itachi was grateful. The operation begins. Itachi, after tonight's bloodshed, it'll be your turn to atone for the Uchiha. Sasuke gave Itachi a cold look and disappeared from the pole. Itachi seemed to understand and nodded slightly. Sasuke. I'll be waiting for you at the Uchiha compound. In that instant, the Uchiha brothers parted ways, yet their shadows overlapped. P.S. Poor table. Chapter 338, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 338. Konoha. Bathed in moonlight, Konoha village was unusually peaceful tonight, with its villagers sleeping especially deeply for some reason. Outside, the rooftops were dotted with flickering shadows, ninja darting about. When a transparent purple barrier suddenly appeared in the heart of the village, the mission for the night was instantly conveyed among all Konoha ninjas. The operation has begun. The Jonin in charge of the prison turned pale the moment he saw the barrier emerge in the village center. The Chunin behind him were even more shocked. Captain. What's going on? Yeah, Captain, from the look of things tonight, besides the Genin, every Chunin and Jonin in the whole village has mobilized. All the departments are present, too. There are ninjas everywhere in the streets and alleys, this is even more serious than when the Nine Tails attacked. Faced with his subordinates' exclamations, the Jonin prison warden barked coldly. By the 5th Hokage's order, Konoha is now under maximum alert. The Sarutobi, Mito Kado, and Uchiha clans conspired with Danzo of Root, framed fellow ninjas, and set up the legendary Sannin Orochimaru. They even conducted inhumane human experiments and were behind the Uchiha clan massacre. Now the evidence is irrefutable, traitor Danzo Shimura has been executed, and the three clans have plotted a coup. With the barrier's appearance, all the Jonin who received the order began to sternly explain the situation to their anxious Chunin subordinates. What? The three clans are staging a coup. Damn. No wonder the Uchiha clan, so powerful, disappeared overnight. No matter how strong Uchiha Itachi was, he couldn't have slaughtered his whole clan. Back then, the Uchiha had nearly 100 Jonin alone. During the Third Great Ninja War, Orochimaru-sama led us to so many victories. A coup. Are the three clans insane? Shoo, keep it down. I heard the third Hokage used the fourth's temporary absence to seize power, but that temporary stint as Hokage lasted over 10 years until he died. Damn it, all the key positions in every department have been monopolized by those 3 clans for years. My wife was qualified for promotion but got replaced, and now she's stuck in the most dangerous frontline unit. A coup. Damn them. Even though it was nighttime, every Konoha ninja who heard the news turned pale. After their Jonin and Special Jonin leaders shared recent intelligence from the route raids and the ironclad evidence found during Danzo's capture, the mood shifted dramatically. If the third Hokage's rule ever truly had the people's hearts, there wouldn't have been such unrest among the villagers after the Third Great War, driving Hiruzen Sarutobi to resign. Nor would the Chunin exam have seen the Hokage trapped with no one in the whole village risking their lives to save him. The third Hokage had long lost the trust of the ninja. Especially considering Root's crimes, the major clans of Konoha were now desperate. As long as Root exists, the clans will never be at peace. At the same time, the 3 clans within the barrier were thrown into chaos. Elders, it's bad. Konoha Ninja and the ANBU are storming in. Our clan compound was caught off guard. It's worse. Lady Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, is personally leading the ANBU. They had been secretly discussing tomorrow's coup, only to be interrupted. Mitokato Hamura and Uchiha Koharu turned pale with shock and anger. How dare Tsunade? Tsunade wants us dead. Panicked, they rushed out of the secret room, only to find their once prosperous compound engulfed in slaughter. Kill them. 3 clans are rebelling. Eliminate them all. The 3 clans have attempted to assassinate the Hokage, cleanse them by order. Impossible. Seeing the carnage, Uchiha Koharu collapsed to the ground, her face pale, unable to utter a complete sentence. Damn it. Mitokato Hamura's eyes narrowed, clearly more resolute. Organize a counterattack. If our 3 clans join forces, we still have a chance. Contact Jiraiya. We're willing to give up our power. Now, only Jiraiya could stop their destruction. Hamura believed that if the 3 clans signaled their willingness to compromise, Jiraiya would not stand by idly. After all, they were all Konoha ninja, internal strife would only weaken the village and sow chaos. Yes. Yes. Go find Jiraiya. Koharu, coming to her senses, nodded frantically. Koharu. You used to be a formidable ninja. Stand up. Hamura, seeing her state, scolded angrily. What happened to her? They had survived countless battles, ninjas should never fear death. Hamura. Seeing her companion's disappointed look, Koharu was overwhelmed with shame but kept telling herself. She, too, had once been a powerful Konoha ninja. But. Hamura. I'm old. I don't want to die. In the end, Koharu broke down, her eyes full of regret. If they'd known Tsunade would be so ruthless, they never should have welcomed her back. If only Jiraiya had become Hokage, none of this would have happened. Many people in history were bold and decisive in their youth, but as power and years eroded them, their ambition faded, and many even fell into corruption. Such stories are countless. Those who remain true to themselves are always the few. Kill. Under the moonlit slaughter, hot blood splattered across faces, Uchiha Sasuke's pupils trembled. Each scene brought back memories of the Uchiha massacre. He realized his heart was not as hardened as he thought. Itachi's victims were his kin. The blood on his Kusanagi sword filled Sasuke with rage. He was only killing those who persecuted the Uchiha, but Itachi had suffered far more. Damn it. Sasuke, known as the most level-headed of the Uchiha, was kind-hearted, rarely killing in the early Shippuden. Only after killing Itachi and learning the truth did he gradually turn dark, anyone else would have snapped far earlier. But this Sasuke, at the start of Shippuden, still had his kindness, and in another world, he regained everything he lost. So Sasuke remained uncorrupted, his heart still good. Political struggles. Once things break down, there's only life and death, no winners or losers. Recalling Uchiha Shirou's teachings, Sasuke clenched his teeth, Mangekyo spinning, and charged into the Sarutobi clan's ninja. Sasuke, filled with rage, showed no mercy with his Kusanagi, but only against the 3 clans' ninjas. At that moment, Sasuke realized he could never be a true politician, let alone a qualified Hokage. He didn't have that kind of ruthlessness. Itachi. You were forced by these people. The Uchiha clan's blood debt. Under a blood-red moon, the 3 clans were caught off guard and unable to organize an effective defense. As the massacre unfolded, Tsunade watched coldly. Having endured the brutal ninja wars, they were used to such slaughter. In the shadows, Uchiha Shirou, watching Sasuke's changing mindset, couldn't help but nod in approval. As expected, when there's softness in the heart, Sasuke's kindness helps him grow without falling into darkness. When Sasuke trained at Orochimaru's base, surrounded by hundreds who wanted to kill him, he remained cold but never cruel, a testament to his nature. Meanwhile, in the overgrown ruins outside Konoha, Itachi silently gazed at the place he once lived, but which he had ended. Seeing the barrier rise in the village center, Itachi's face grew grim. Is this another massacre? Memories of the clan's demise flooded his mind as the same tragedy repeated in Konoha, leaving him at a loss. For the first time, Uchiha Itachi felt truly disoriented. The Sarutobi, Mito-Kado, and Uchiha clans were now awash in blood. Especially after discovering piles of explosive tags, kunai, and even large war machines prepared for the coup. This time, Tsunade showed no mercy. At this point, it was a fight to the death. Any wise Hokage knows, if a clan is truly planning a coup, it's kill or be killed. Don't kill me. I don't want to be Intelligence Division captain anymore. I give up. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have taken your spot, I was wrong. Our Sarutobi clan's previous patriarch was the third Hokage. You can't do this to us. The third should have killed those lowly. Tsunade, you bitch, if it weren't for the Sarutobi clan, you'd still be a stray dog in the ninja world. You lowly scum. Back when the third was alive, you were all like dogs, now you turn on your masters. The evidence of the three clans' coup was undeniable. The Sarutobi in particular, having supplied the Hokage for years, saw Konoha as their personal property. This was obvious from the way Sarutobi Konohamaru could freely enter the Hokage building with no ANBU questioning it. No. Don't kill me. Facing death, countless cries echoed from within the three clans. But this was not war, it was a coup, a military rebellion. In such matters, mercy has never been an option, in any world. Masked ANBU coldly swung their blades at the defenseless. Other Konoha ninjas looked away, suppressing the three clans' desperate resistance. Outside the secret room where the coup was planned, the sounds of fighting echoed, while those inside were paralyzed with terror. Tsunade. I was wrong, I'll never do it again, please don't kill me. Uchiha Koharu, broken by fear, begged pitifully, but the killing outside didn't slow. Shut up. As Hokage advisors, we must die with dignity. Mito-Kado Hamura scolded her angrily, regretting ever conspiring with someone like her. As the fighting died down, the blood spattered on the white doors made Hamura and Koharu's pupils contract. They were coming. With a screech, the doors slowly opened, revealing blood-soaked figures outside, Hyuga Hayashi, Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Chosa, and others, all staring silently inside. At the sight, Koharu broke down, crawling out and desperately pleading. Hayashi, it's me. Shikaku, I recommended you for Jonin squad captain. Please tell Tsunade, I'll resign as an advisor, I'll just stay at home. Chosa. Help me, remember how often I ate at your clan's barbecue place? I even treated you. How ugly can a person get when facing death? At that moment, Koharu fully exposed herself, especially in front of Hatake Kakashi, whose face was expressionless and eyes cold. The Uchiha clan grumbled, but if they'd really planned a coup, with their temperament, they'd have done it already. But the three clans had prepared everything for tomorrow's coup, and there was irrefutable evidence. Yet the Uchiha were wiped out over mere suspicion. How could Tsunade show mercy now? Kakashi, I even held you as a child, please beg Tsunade for me. Koharu's groveling made Kakashi only colder. Just then, a voice sounded, draining all color from her face. I remember, Kakashi-sensei's father, White Fang, owed his disgrace to you, didn't he? A figure slowly stepped from the darkness, white clothes stained with blood. As he raised his head, the scarlet light in his eyes filled Koharu with terror. You. Uchiha. It was Uchiha Sasuke, his Kusanagi sword soaked in blood. Seeing the final two masterminds behind the Uchiha's downfall in such a state, Sasuke's eyes flashed with vengeful madness. White Fang was disgraced and abandoned by you. So those of you who abandoned the Hokage as his guards, only to return and seize high office, even the seat of Hokage itself, what does that make you? As his Mangekyo spun, Sasuke said coldly. Isn't that an insult to the will of fire? Chapter 339, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 339. Here's the extra chapters. Well done guys. Inside the secret chamber where the three clans discuss major affairs. Mito-Kado Hamura's face was pale as he sat in a position symbolizing his once prominent status, while Koharu Uchiha, seated below, broke down and begged for mercy. We did betray the will of fire, but over the years, even if I haven't contributed much to the Konoha, I've at least worked hard. I didn't know about any of the things Danzo did. Shut up. Mito-Kado Hamura could no longer contain his fury when he saw Koharu Uchiha's pitiful state and roared. Uchiha Sasuke. On the night of the Ninetales attack, your Uchiha clan's suspicion has yet to be cleared. And it was Uchiha Itachi, that traitor, who exterminated your clan. Why don't you go after Uchiha Itachi instead of barking in front of me? It must be said that even in the end, Mitokato Hamura still had some backbone. However, in a flash, Sasuke appeared behind him and stomped his head onto the floor. Such humiliation. Mitokato Hamura's eyes bulged with rage as he howled. If you have the guts, then kill me. You'd only dirty my blade. Sasuke scoffed with a face twisted in revenge. Over the years, he had learned at least one thing. Once a person dies, everything is over. Only the living can experience endless pain. As the founding clan of Konoha alongside the Senju, the Uchiha were destroyed because of the corruption and greed of people like you. The downfall of your clans is entirely your own doing. Taste the pain. This is your sin. With his Mangekyo spinning rapidly, Hamura and Koharu, their faces blank with terror, were dragged into a world of illusion. Within this world, they witnessed the tragic annihilation of their clans over and over again, their kin, relatives, and even descendants, all weeping and screaming in agony. Again and again, the cycle repeated, and their screams turned to hateful glares and endless curses. Each time, vengeful Uchiha spirits would crawl out to demand their lives, and they would die over and over. Outside the illusion, Hamura and Koharu looked as if they had seen the most terrifying things in their lives. They cowered on the ground, having long since lost control of their bodily functions. Kakashi, witnessing this, actually breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Sasuke with some surprise. Sasuke, I thought you would. You thought I'd kill them, right? Sasuke coldly interrupted Kakashi. But his next words left Kakashi silent. Kakashi-sensei, don't you think letting people like them live is the greatest revenge? His cold voice echoed in the room, with only two vacant, drooling figures lying on the ground. For those who craved power and stood above all, to fall so low, living in constant terror of death, was indeed the greatest pain and torment. Death would be a release. Living forever in fear is true revenge. After seeing this, Kakashi shook his head and waved his hand. Seal the chakra of these two traitors and take them away. The intelligence division is to search their memories for information, make sure to dig up every evil thing they've ever done. Yes. Kakashi's order instantly changed the expressions of everyone else present. When they looked at him, their gazes grew heavier. This Kakashi Hatake is even more ruthless than Uchiha Sasuke. Don't be fooled by Sasuke's power, his revenge is direct and brutal, but not as merciless as Kakashi, who does everything by the book. To search their memories for all to see, was torture in itself. In the end, these two would die because of this. Kakashi was using public power for private revenge. Sasuke comes at you openly, Kakashi is the one who strikes from the shadows. Neither is someone to mess with. As the rebellion of the three clans was gradually quelled, a sudden explosion at the barrier shocked the countless ninja present. What happened? The barrier was broken from the outside. As soon as a breach appeared, the Konoha ninja involved in the clan extermination all turned pale. Lady Tsunade, bad news. Uzumaki Naruto helped Sarutobi Konohamaru escape. What? Kakashi's face changed drastically in shock, and even Sasuke was furious. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Outside the three clans' grounds, the fifth Hokage Tsunade looked grim. Everything should have been wrapped up, but Naruto had thrown a wrench in her plan. Naruto. Looks like I've been too soft on you, made you too unruly. Tsunade, this must be a misunderstanding. I'll go bring Naruto back. Jiraiya, witnessing the situation, felt his scalp tingle. Naruto was causing trouble at the worst possible moment. For Tsunade, this was a life-or-death coup. And Naruto pulled this stunt. Before dawn. Jiraiya, I don't care what you do. If Uzumaki Naruto isn't back before sunrise, Konoha won't mind finding a new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Tsunade roared in utter fury, her eyes icy cold. Send word to all of Naruto's companions, after sunrise, if he remains stubborn, Uzumaki Naruto will be declared a missing nin, and all Konoha ninjas are to begin the capture of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Konoha doesn't need this kind of Jinchuriki. Yes. It's over. Jiraiya was terrified, this time Tsunade was serious. Luckily, she still remembered their bond, otherwise, she'd have ordered Naruto's capture on the spot. Tsunade, I'll go bring Naruto back right now. As Jiraiya hurried off, Tsunade coldly ordered. Jiraiya. Tell Naruto that Sarutobi Konohamaru has fled with countless Konoha jutsu. Bring back the head of this traitor. Jiraiya was dumbfounded. Normally this wouldn't be a big deal, but this was Naruto. Kakashi's face also changed upon hearing the news, and he hurried to pursue Naruto. At the same time, as the extermination of the three clans concluded, the Konoha 12 also received an emergency notice. What? Naruto helped a traitor escape. Damn it. Has Naruto lost his mind? They gathered, shocked and angry, chasing in Naruto's direction, echoing the pursuit of Sasuke years ago. Konohamaru, huh? Some understood Naruto's actions, but things weren't as they used to be. Even Sakura's face turned pale. Naruto. He's gone too far. Doesn't he know the Sarutobi clan tried to assassinate Lady Tsunade? A coup against the Hokage, no matter your status, is punishable by death. Enough talk, let's catch up to Naruto. We can't let him do anything foolish. Meanwhile, in the forest, Naruto, sweating profusely, shouted. Konohamaru, run. Granny Tsunade's gone crazy, she wants to kill you. Run. Big brother Naruto. Konohamaru, face streaming with tears, looked at Naruto. He never thought the only one he could rely on in Konoha would be this big brother. Go. As Naruto was rushing through the forest of death, Sasuke, heading toward the old Uchiha compound, sensed something and hesitated. Damn it. Naruto. This is the last time. Finally, Sasuke stared hard in the direction of his old home, then turned to intercept Naruto. Itachi is still waiting for him. But back when he left with Orochimaru for revenge, Naruto wouldn't give up on him, so this time, he'd return the favor. After a furious shout, lightning flashed around Sasuke as he sped toward Naruto's location. Back at the Hokage's office, Uchiha Shirou, using his sensing abilities, slowly opened his eyes, a look of interest appearing on his face. Interesting. Uzumaki Naruto helped Konohamaru escape. So what will Sasuke do now that he's no longer under Indra's chakra's influence? Shirou was intrigued. Sasuke was no longer bound by fate. The winds of the world were changing. Tsunade, you seem troubled. What do you think? Tsunade stormed back into her office, furious. Naruto had gone too far, betraying her and everyone's trust. The annihilation of the three clans will have unprecedented consequences. The ninja world will be in turmoil. Tsunade rubbed her brow, worrying about the trouble ahead for the Konoha. But Shirou just shrugged. Tsunade, there's always gain and loss. At least now, the Konoha has welcomed back Uchiha Sasuke. The deterrent effect of an eternal Mangekyo is far greater than the three parasitic clans ever were. That's why Jiraiya compromised as well. Jiraiya understood the times, he saw Sasuke's power, and the crimes of the three clans were too grave. Trading a few hundred clan ninjas for a strategic-level eternal Mangekyo, and with Orochimaru long gone, this was a bargain. Those ninjas could be replaced over time, but an elite, Kage-level powerhouse couldn't be cultivated at will. Just look, the 5 great villages barely have any of their own. After the 4th Kazekage's death, Tsunagakure only had Chiyo and Ebizo as the old elder, no new generation, and that's why Gaara rose to power. The hidden mist has only Terumi Mei, showing how rare Kage-level power is. Did you forget? Konoha still has you, Sanjusho, a would-release ninja. Tsunade's meaningful look seemed to say, why do you think everyone sides with you now? That's the way of the world. If both sides were evenly matched, the clans would hesitate since civil war would harm them too. But once one side gains the advantage, everyone chooses a side. Now, after Root's dirty secrets were exposed, the clans were the most resolute against the old elders, they couldn't wait to see them gone. Danzo's subordinates had members of the Yamanaka and Aburame clans. If Root hadn't experimented with their clan techniques, no one would believe it. They dared to experiment with the first Hokage cells and Uchiha Sharingan, what wouldn't Danzo dare do? The Konoha elders brought about their destruction. In the original story, after Danzo's death, the Root was abolished because of the scandal, the clan's opposition was that strong. Naruto. How could things end up like this? Tsunade, who knew more, looked troubled. Was the influence of chakra already ingrained that deeply? Tsunade, the reason you feel this way is because when you first met Naruto, he was at that age, impulsive and passionate, as he should be. Now you're frustrated because he hasn't matured over the years. Shirou shook his head, looking at the night sky over Konoha through the office window. As the fire faded, the air in Konoha seemed sweeter. Indeed. Breathing in this sweet air, one's mood lightens. Forest of Death. Naruto. As Naruto and Konohamaru leaped through the forest, almost escaping, a bolt of lightning flashed ahead and a familiar voice sounded. Sasuke. Sasuke, his white clothes stained with blood, blocked their path under the moonlight. Seeing Sasuke, Naruto was excited, but when he saw Konohamaru, he anxiously shouted. Sasuke, move aside. Let me get Konohamaru out of here. Seeing Naruto still unaware of the catastrophe he'd caused, Sasuke was both angry and shocked. So clueless and thoughtless. Why did Naruto now seem even less mature than during the Chunin exams? At least back then, he knew to prioritize the mission and follow some basic ninja rules. How did he become like this? Naruto. Suppressing his anger, Sasuke glared at him and said in a deep voice. You idiot. Do you know what you're doing? You're helping a traitor escape Konoha. Do you want to become a traitor too? But as Sasuke berated him, Konohamaru, terrified and seeing the blood on Sasuke's clothes, glared at him with unprecedented hatred. Big brother Naruto. It's him. He's one of the ones who killed the Sarutobi clan. Konohamaru pointed at Sasuke in fury, recognizing him as one of the murderers. Impossible. Naruto looked at Konohamaru in shock, then angrily at Sasuke. Sasuke, how could you? Chapter 340, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 340. The Forest of Death. Sasuke. How could you kill Konohamaru's clansmen? Naruto shouted angrily, demanding an answer, his voice causing Sasuke, who had just arrived, to show a furious expression. He had come here precisely because of his bond with Naruto, yet now Naruto was questioning him like this. This wasn't just a matter of being clueless anymore, this was stupidity. Naruto, are you out of your mind? Right now, the Sarutobi, Mito-Kato, and Kohara clans are plotting a coup and have attempted to assassinate the Hokage. All three clans are criminals, they're traitors. Sasuke had never been angrier. He had suppressed his urge to return to the Uchiha compound to confront Itachi, coming here instead to chase after Naruto. But Sasuke's words only made Konohamaru roar in anger. Nonsense. My grandfather was the third Hokage. How could the Sarutobi clan ever betray the village? It's you who have betrayed Konoha. Shut up. Hearing this, Sasuke exploded with rage, his eyes flashing with the Mangekyo Sharingan as he rebuked. Your grandfather was the third Hokage, so what about the Uchiha? Konoha was founded by the Uchiha and Senju together, what does that old man Sarutobi count for? After learning about Konoha's true history, Sasuke despised those who always relied on their clan's past sacrifices for Konoha as if that gave them the right to judge others. Because, in his eyes, none of these people had the right to say such things in front of the Senju and Uchiha. Sasuke. I don't care, Konohamaru would never betray Konoha. Naruto shouted back, angry as ever, making it clear that, no matter what, he would never believe that Konohamaru or the third Hokage's clan could be traitors. Naruto. Are you insane? Sasuke was at a loss to understand Naruto's way of thinking, looking at him in shock. Naruto. Do you even know what you're doing right now? The coup by the three clans and their attempt on the Hokage's life are facts. Lady Tsunade has already ordered the extermination of the three clans. Are you crazy? Sasuke. Faced with Sasuke's warnings about the seriousness of the situation, Naruto didn't listen at all. Instead, he shouted even louder. I, Uzumaki Naruto, absolutely will not accept any order that disregards the lives of our comrades. Konohamaru, run. I'll hold Sasuke off. Naruto hadn't even considered how serious things had become. He immediately formed hand seals, and countless shadow clones appeared in the Forest of Death. Naruto and I. Konohamaru, run. The many Narutos shouted, like heroes standing against tyranny in the darkness of night. Naruto. You're completely unreasonable. Sasuke was furious, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at Konohamaru in the distance. As far as he was concerned, if he just killed the brat, everything would be over. Sasuke. I won't let you hurt Konohamaru. Instantly, countless shadow clones of Naruto roared in anger, each forming blue raisnon. The forest shook with the chaos. Naruto. From within the smoke and dust, Sasuke's hoarse, anger-suppressed voice came out. As the haze cleared, countless Narutos looked on in shock. What is that? A purple Susanoo skeleton blocked all the raisnon. Inside the Susanoo, Sasuke looked truly grim. Naruto. Tonight, the three clans have staged a coup. All Konoha ninjas are under orders to eliminate the traitors. It's not just me, Kakashi-sensei, Jiraiya, Iruka-sensei, even Neji, Shikamaru, Ino, Chuji, Hinata, Kiba, and Sakura are all participating. The entire village is involved. Sasuke's cold voice echoed in the forest, making Naruto's face change dramatically as images of all his friends flashed through his mind. And you, Uzumaki Naruto, are just a genin. Lady Tsunade was afraid you'd make trouble and didn't tell you about any of this. But you dared to let the child of a traitor escape. Do you know what you're doing? You're betraying the village. Openly betraying Konoha. Sasuke was so angry he wanted to use Susanoo to pry open Naruto's head and see what was inside. But Naruto's expression quickly shifted, and he raised his head, shouting at Sasuke with determination. Sasuke. I don't care what you do, but this isn't the ninja way I accept. That's why I have to become Hokage, to change your mistakes. Naruto. Sasuke was furious. He'd explained the gravity of the situation, but Naruto still didn't get it. Sasuke no longer felt like talking. He transformed into lightning, quickly cutting through Naruto's army of clones. Naruto and I. Konohamaru, fleeing in the distance, suddenly encountered Konoha ninja up ahead. Target located. With his Byakugan, Niji blocked Konohamaru's escape. But at that moment, a terrifying roar sounded. Niji shouted in alarm. "Lee, everyone, get out of the way." With a thunderous boom, Naruto activated his nine-tails cloak, three tails lashing wildly. His roar blew apart the forest in front of him. "Get out of my way." With Naruto's furious shout, the forest was devastated. Naruto was angrier than ever. Why had everyone changed? Why were his former friends now trying to kill Konohamaru? Naruto. Are you insane, attacking your comrades? From the ruins, figures appeared, all looking at Naruto in shock. Niji, Rock Lee, Tenten, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, Shikamaru, Chuji, Ino, Sakura. Naruto. Rock Lee stared at him in disbelief that he'd attacked his friends. "Why are you all forcing me?" Naruto glared at everyone, unable to hide the anger in his eyes. But he didn't realize that, at this moment, many felt a chill in their hearts. Was Naruto, who couldn't distinguish right from wrong, even still their comrade? Naruto. "Stop, you'll become a traitor if you keep this up." Shikamaru gulped in terror, hurrying to persuade him, while the others also spoke up. Especially Sakura, who, recalling Naruto's rampage at the Tenchi Bridge, shouted. "Don't provoke Naruto. If he loses control, we'll all be in danger." With Sakura's warning, everyone looked grim. But Naruto only glared at them, furious. "Granny Tsunade made a mistake, and you're all helping her. Have you forgotten the care the third Hokage showed us in school? The stories he told us?" In Naruto's mind, this was Tsunade's fault, forcing everyone to follow her error as Hokage. He couldn't accept that. Naruto. In the crowd, Hinata's eyes filled with tears as she trembled. "Naruto, please stop. The three clans secretly joined root in human experimentation, even using our Hyuga Byakugan. Isn't that enough? And plotting a coup against the Hokage is a capital crime." Hinata called out, desperate to wake Naruto and stop him from going further down the wrong path. But seeing even timid Hinata say such things, Naruto snapped. "Hinata. I can't believe you'd say that. The third Hokage and his people would never do such a thing. And if they did, they must have had a reason. How could you all treat his family like this?" Naruto's furious shout stunned everyone, especially Shikamaru, who stared at him in disbelief. Shikamaru, always the smartest, knew that tonight's action was a last chance from Lady Tsunade for families like his own to prove their loyalty. If they helped quell the rebellion, past issues would be forgiven, especially for the Ino Shikacho trio, who had once supported the third Hokage's faction. "Out of my way. I have to protect Konohamaru." Naruto's declaration left everyone numb. Sakura, in tears, screamed. "Naruto. Stop. If you keep this up, you'll never be able to come back. Everyone, together. Dawn's almost here. If this drags on, Naruto really will become a traitor. Go." Rock Lee, out of concern for Naruto, opened the first 3 gates of the 8 gates. The others all steeled their resolve, they couldn't let Naruto make a mistake. Damn it. If the Hokage's orders are wrong, then we should bravely stand up, not keep making mistakes. Facing their assault, Naruto's eyes became more beast-like, and his movements with the tailed beast cloak were beyond what any normal jonin could handle. The forest shook with their battle. Naruto. Hinata, do you have proof they experimented on your Byakugan? And so what if they did? Your clan only lost one eye, but Konohamaru lost his entire family. At Naruto's outburst, Hinata, ready with her gentle fist, was stunned. Was this the brave, confident Naruto she'd admired? A huge swipe of Nine-Tails chakra sent Hinata flying. Hinata. The crowd cried out as Hinata staggered from the wreckage, blood streaming from her nose and mouth, clearly seriously injured. Naruto. How could you hurt Hinata? Faced with everyone's angry accusations, Naruto panicked, but seeing Konohamaru's bloodied form and remembering the massacre, he roared. You don't understand. I didn't mean to. But you killed Konohamaru's family, you. And Granny Tsunade only claims the 3 clans tried to kill her, but she wasn't killed. What I see is you slaughtering your comrades in the village. Naruto's words implied that, since the Sarutobi hadn't killed Tsunade, how could they be treated like this? As if only actually killing Tsunade would justify such an action. Naruto. At this moment, everyone looked at Naruto differently, as if seeing him for the first time. This mindset. Immature? No. This wasn't just childishness or naivety, but something twisted and warped. Shadow imitation technique. Taking advantage of a distraction, Shikamaru finally succeeded, sweating as he felt Naruto's terrifying chakra. Hurry. Naruto's chakra is overwhelming, everyone restrains him, now. No one expected Hinata, determined, to charge forward, readying the gentle fist stance with Niji mirroring her from behind. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. In a flash, the Hyuga's best sealing technique was unleashed. But Naruto, seeing Lee and the others charging at Konohamaru, his beast-like eyes trembled. Not good. Everyone, run. Sakura's eyes widened in horror as she screamed a warning. But Naruto's beast eyes flickered, and a fourth tail appeared, breaking free of Shikamaru's shadow and unleashing a monstrous wave of Nine Tails chakra. Not good. I can't control him. Shikamaru shouted in shock as Naruto transformed into a terrifying, blood-red beast, the chakra claws lashing out. A blinding light, huge swathes of the forest collapsed. Naruto. Lightning flashed as Sasuke, having destroyed all the shadow clones, rushed over to witness the shocking scene. Naruto had only stalled him for a few breaths, but in that time, everything had gone mad. Naruto. Do you realize the disaster you've caused? Sasuke's Mangekyo spun wildly, Susanu's giant form grabbing the four tails Naruto. At the same time, Jiraiya finally arrived, shouting from afar, Sasuke. Don't hurt Naruto. But Sasuke's Mangekyo spun faster, Susanu's giant claws suppressing the four tails, the chakra fading. Finally, the burnt and wounded Naruto was revealed. Seeing Jiraiya and Sasuke, he managed a tired smile. Sasuke, looks like I've won. I do what I say, this is my ninja way. I can't let you hurt Konohamaru or make a mistake. Naruto. Look at all this. Is this what you wanted? Sasuke shouted, turning Naruto to see the devastated forest, the destruction shocking Naruto into a daze. How could this be? Everyone. As the sun rose, the ruined forest revealed bodies everywhere. Naruto couldn't believe his eyes. Rock Lee lay in agony, covered in blood, his leg twisted grotesquely. Neji was battered and gasping, blood on his lips and round marks on the ground showing he'd used rotation at the last second to protect Lee, otherwise, Lee would have died. Kiba, in tears, stared at Akamaru, who had shielded him and was now a bloody mess. Chuji had been sent flying, breaking countless bones, now barely alive. Chuji. Shikamaru cried out in terror. Tenten, who had kept her distance, was less hurt but still clutching a stomach wound from a wooden spike. Shino, the least injured, hurried to use his bugs to help everyone. Hinata. Hinata. Ino's frantic cry rang out as Hinata, covered in blood, lay in the ruins. Having been closest, she was gravely wounded. Coughing blood, Hinata's pupils dilated, her mind replaying everything. Cough. So everything I did was just a joke. She realized, in the end, that in Naruto's mind, his so-called ninja way was above all else. Sakura. Sakura. Ino rushed to stop Hinata's bleeding, while Sakura, as at the Tenchi Bridge, had been knocked out. Ino's anguished cries echoed over the forest of death, making Naruto's pupils dilate in horror. All of this was his doing. Konohamaru had long since disappeared, the one they saw before was just a shadow clone. Neji, Lee, Tenten, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, Shikamaru, Chuji, Ino, Sakura. Naruto. Jiraiya was shocked at the scene, he'd arrived too late. Naruto had truly caused a catastrophe. Sasuke glared at the broken Naruto. At that moment, the bond between them was fractured. Their childhood connection was gone, Naruto was now more impulsive and stubborn than ever, clearly not a qualified ninja. Sasuke now felt a crisis of trust. Was Naruto even still a ninja? Being with a comrade like him only brought disaster. Worse yet, once he set his mind on something, no one could change it. P.S. Naruto did not realize he had lost his potential future wife. Chapter 341, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 341. Konoha. As the sun rose as usual on the second day, countless villagers stepped out of their homes, looking up in confusion at the many ninjas leaping across the rooftops. It wasn't until a piece of explosive news spread that everyone learned what had happened the previous night. The Hokage's advisors, together with the clans, had planned a coup to assassinate the Hokage, but the ANBU and countless Konoha ninjas discovered and stopped the upheaval in time. Immediately after, the darkness of the top ranks of the previous 3 generations of Hokage was exposed, especially all the human experiments conducted by the Root Division, instantly causing a huge uproar throughout Konoha. Human experiments. Killing fellow village ninjas. Researching the bloodlines and secret techniques of their comrades. All kinds of inhumane evidence were laid out, and the blame pointed directly to the incident when Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, defected. There were many secrets behind it. As well as the Uchiha massacre and the Nine Tails incident. The Konoha high-ranking official Danzo Shimura possessed both the Sharingan and would release. The manipulation of the Nine Tails and the framing of the Uchiha clan seemed to all be connected. Especially with Uchiha Sasuke's return. This is the 3rd-generation leadership killing the 4th Hokage to regain power and then framing the Uchiha. That's right. Who else but the 3rd-generation leaders could have controlled the Nine Tails? The Uchiha only have Sharingan, not would release. I can't believe Uchiha Sasuke was entrusted by the Hokage to act as a spy. This is outrageous, even our Yamanaka clan was treated this way. Look at this data, almost every secret technique in the village was researched. Root is terrifying. Thank goodness the Hokage disbanded Root, otherwise the village would be too dark. News of last night's event spread shock and disbelief throughout Konoha's streets and alleys. After all, the destruction of 3 clans was no small matter. Tsunade had no desire to cover up the truth to protect the reputation of the past Hokage. All the dark evidence was announced publicly outside the Hokage's office. This time, the 3rd Hokage's reputation couldn't be salvaged at all. Could you say you knew nothing? Impossible. Although he was already dead, the 3rd Hokage never expected that even after death, he would find no peace. Konoha lost the elite ninjas of 3 clans, but at the same time gained the return of a more powerful Mangekyo Uchiha. Meanwhile, inside Konoha Hospital. Tsunade. About Naruto this time. Jiraiya looked helplessly at Tsunade. Tsunade had just walked out of the operating room and, upon seeing Jiraiya, snorted coldly. Tsunade-sama. Kakashi Hatake, Shikaku Nara, Choza Akimichi, Inoichi Yamanaka, Hayashi Hyuga, Might Guy, and other Konoha Jonin all looked tense. Even Naruto sat on a chair, looking lost. When he saw Tsunade, there was hope and anxiety in his eyes. He hoped his friends were all right, but was anxious about how to face them. They're all out of danger. Seeing the concern from all the Jonin, the parents of these tough kids, Tsunade said this with a slightly grim expression. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking as long as no one died, it was fine. But Tsunade's next words made everyone's expressions change dramatically. However, Hinata Hyuga's injuries are too severe. She probably won't be able to become a ninja anymore in her life. And Lee's leg is even more seriously injured than during the Chunin exams, it's crippled. Kiba's ninja dog is also ruined. What? Hayashi Hyuga and Might Guy both cried out in shock, one was a daughter, the other a student. Lee. Might Guy's face was full of tears as he spoke, trembling. But who could be blamed? Uzumaki Naruto was the village's Jinchuriki, and it was not unusual for a Jinchuriki to lose control. Hinata. Hayashi Hyuga showed anger mixed with complicated emotions. He was angry his daughter lost her qualification as a ninja, but also felt a bit of relief, maybe now Hinata wouldn't have to bear the caged bird seal, and her younger sister could inherit the main family. Besides, Hinata's personality was not suited to be a ninja. How could this be? Kiba's eyes turned red when he heard that his ninja dog Akamaru was ruined. He grabbed Naruto by the collar and roared. Uzumaki Naruto. This is all your fault. You ruined Akamaru. I'll never forgive you for the rest of my life. No. Kiba, listen to me, I didn't mean to, Naruto kept explaining fearfully and desperately, but this time, the corridor was full of cold and indifferent faces from the other Jonin. Even Might Guy, usually so passionate, walked silently past Naruto. Everyone, please, let me explain, Naruto looked at the indifferent eyes in despair, scenes from his childhood flashing through his mind. He hadn't meant to. Tsunade. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade nervously, as if wanting to say something, but the impact was so great he felt choked up. Naruto is a Konoha ninja, but aren't the others as well? Tsunade snorted, glanced at Naruto, and finally walked away without looking back. But her last words brought a hint of comfort to Jiraiya. Sarutobi Konohamaru is labeled a missing nin. Naruto lost control of the Nine Tails last night. From today, Jiraiya, as his guardian, must conduct 24-hour surveillance, and prevent another loss of control. In the end, Tsunade couldn't bear to be too harsh, and Naruto was not severely punished. After all, so many years of feelings can't just be cut off. But at the same time, this incident also wore away whatever bonds Naruto had left with everyone. Naruto. Seeing Naruto's despair, Kakashi sighed sadly and shook his head. You went too far this time. I didn't mean to. Naruto said hoarsely, lost and devastated. He had almost killed so many of his friends and was now consumed by guilt. SAS. A cold snort sounded. Naruto looked up, his eyes full of hope as he looked at Sasuke. But this time, Sasuke just glanced at Kakashi and left, saying, Kakashi-sensei, since everyone's out of danger, what they need now is peace. I'll be going. Sasuke, cold and detached, walked right past Naruto. The bond between the two seemed to have snapped. No one could stand Naruto's impulsive, reckless, troublemaking personality, especially when he forced his ideas on others. You don't have to accept others' actions, but you also shouldn't force others to do as you wish. Unfortunately, Naruto's personality only became more and more warped afterward. How did it end up like this? Sasuke, everyone. Naruto collapsed to the ground, his eyes empty and lifeless. It was as if all the recognition he had worked so hard for was leaving him. But he hadn't done anything wrong. Damn. It's all because of the Nine Tails. If it weren't for that power, how could I have hurt everyone? Naruto finally put all the blame on the Nine Tails. If the Nine Tails hadn't lost control, he wouldn't have hurt anyone. Then Konohamaru could have escaped, nobody would have been hurt, and everything would have been fine. Nine Tails. At this moment, Naruto was filled with hatred for the beast sealed inside him. It was the Nine Tails that caused all this tragedy. Naruto. When Naruto looked up and saw Kakashi staring at him, there was a desperate longing in his eyes, like the loneliness of his childhood. But this time, Kakashi just sighed and shook his head in disappointment. Naruto, you're already a mature ninja. You shouldn't be making these mistakes. No one denies your ninja way, but you shouldn't force it on others, and you shouldn't act recklessly. If not for Tsunade-sama. Though he didn't finish, Kakashi's meaning was clear. If not for Tsunade's protection, Naruto would already be labeled a missing nin. Kakashi-sensei, do you think I was wrong too? Tears filled Naruto's eyes. Even Kakashi thought he was wrong. Ero-sennin, Kakashi-sensei, why does everyone in the same village have to fight each other? Just as Naruto was about to keep explaining, Kakashi's words stopped him. All the clues uncovered from Root and the three clans point to the Nine Tails incident. Your parents. Your misfortune began from that moment. Kakashi's grave tone was almost spelling it out. Naruto, all your misfortune began with Root and the three clans. How could it be? Naruto stared in shock, but Kakashi just shook his head and walked slowly out of the hospital. With this incident over, maybe it was time for him to see another world. Jiraiya also shook his head. Naruto still didn't realize where he was wrong. He thought his only mistake was losing control of the Nine Tails and hurting his friends. Naruto stood there stunned, memories of his life flashing by, years of misfortune, the death of his parents. However, just as Kakashi was about to leave the corridor, a determined voice sounded behind him, full of disbelief and deep disappointment. No. I believe everyone is my comrade. I do not accept killing my comrades, I stake everything as Uzumaki Naruto on that. In the hospital corridor, Naruto stuck out his thumb with unusual determination, following Kakashi. This scene. As Kakashi looked back, the moment overlapped with the past. Back then, Naruto was still a child, equally determined. But those words from back then made Kakashi feel Naruto's optimism. But now, Naruto had done something like this, and was already grown up, he could even put aside the hatred for his parents. Kakashi felt a chill in his heart. Is this optimism? To so easily let go of your parents' death, for a ninja whose life is about fighting, this is a shocking worldview. Kakashi-sensei, Ero-sennin, I, Uzumaki Naruto, swear I will earn everyone's forgiveness. Naruto's eyes were determined, but in Kakashi and Jiraiya's eyes, it was childish. It was as if you broke your friend's toy, and now bravely stood up to apologize, expecting forgiveness. But the problem is, you're not a child. What you broke wasn't a toy, but you hurt your comrades. Naruto dash. Kakashi paused, then left in silence. Jiraiya's voice grew heavy as he placed a big hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto looked gratefully at Jiraiya, thinking he approved. But Jiraiya's expression was grave as he said sternly. Naruto, I'm glad you can remain so optimistic and forgiving, and I understand you. After all, you've never known your parents, to you, those words are just words. Your forgiveness, I won't judge. But your impulsive recklessness this time didn't just break a friend's toy or ninja tool, it almost killed your comrades. Some of them can't even be ninjas anymore because of you. At this point, Jiraiya shook his head and sighed. Naruto, right now, you aren't suited to be a qualified ninja. But upon hearing this, Naruto firmly retorted. Deep down, even in his soul, he never believed he was wrong. Everything he did was for everyone, how could he be wrong? Ero-sennin, I will earn everyone's forgiveness. In the hospital. With the morning sun shining in, Lee looked out the window with dull eyes, unable to feel his right leg at all, worse than during the Chunin exams. Lee, I'm sorry, it was because the Nine Tails lost control, Naruto knelt on the ground, begging for Lee's forgiveness. But Neji, on the next bed, looked furious. What is this? An apology or emotional blackmail? Neji. Seeing Neji about to get angry, Lee forced a weak smile. Naruto, I'm fine. You didn't mean it. Haha, thank you, Lee, I knew you would forgive me. Naruto's excited laughter sounded extremely ironic to Lee and Neji. Just because you didn't mean it, Lee can never be a ninja again. Neji. Lee stopped Neji from getting angry again. Naruto seemed oblivious to the change in their expressions, excitedly saying. I still need to apologize to Hinata and the others. Neji, your injuries are the lightest, you'll be out in a few days. Take care of Lee. Naruto's hot-blooded impulsiveness seemed to completely ignore Niji's injuries. After Naruto left, Niji, furious, knocked the ramen Naruto brought to the floor. He started coughing violently, blood trickling from his mouth. His injuries were hardly light, he was just pretending to be strong. His organs had all been damaged and he needed 2 months of rest. Lee, Naruto went too far. Doesn't he know how serious your injuries are? How can a single apology be enough? Niji said angrily, while Lee's eyes were dim, forcing out a weak smile. Niji, it's fine. After all, it was because Naruto asked Tsunade to come back that my leg was healed last time. We can't put too much pressure on him. Though Lee said it was fine, the sadness and gloom in his eyes made Niji fall silent. Naruto's impulsive behavior this time, if it made them angry, then today's apology had created a deep rift between them. Was Naruto's irresponsible behavior that of a qualified comrade? P.S. Damn, Naruto's talk no jutsu is not working. Chapter 342, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 342. Hospital. Hinata gazed out the window at the flowers outside. At this moment, her pure white Byakugan eyes appeared empty and void of spirit. Even the gentle Hinata Hyuga could not help but feel her life shrouded in darkness after learning she could never become a ninja again. This was undoubtedly the greatest blow. At the same time, Tenten was in the hospital room as well, her abdomen already bandaged. She could only shake her head and sigh. Hinata, don't lose hope. Lady Tsunade will find a way. Hinata's calm voice echoed, making even Shizune, who was checking over the room, shake her head. Hinata. Both Tenten and Shizune exchanged helpless sighs. It was obvious that this kind of pain was not something that could be soothed with mere words of comfort. In the emptiness of her gaze, Hinata thought back on her life. It felt as if she had never truly lived for herself. So, I should have lived for myself even more. At the moment Naruto attacked her, faced with the despair of death, many things flashed through her mind. This time, let it be the repayment for what happened before. Hinata murmured, her words unheard by anyone, but in her mind, she recalled the figure who once saved her, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. The burden in her heart was gone, she no longer owed Naruto anything. The price, however, was that she lost her qualification to be a ninja, lost all her strength, and would have to spend the rest of her life relying on a wheelchair. Shizune, Ino, Tenten. When Naruto learned that everyone was out of danger, a carefree grin once again appeared on his face. Especially when he saw Shizune coming in to change the bandages, and Ino Yamanaka happened to arrive from the next room, the expressions of all three were noticeably unpleasant. I'm sorry. It was all the Ninetales' fault. As soon as they met, Naruto angrily blamed everything on the Ninetales and then apologized to Ino and Tenten. Tenten was silent. The straightforward Ino snorted coldly, while Shizune, seeing this scene, felt a little awkward. After all, the trouble Naruto caused this time was truly serious. I'm sorry. Naruto's constant apologies put Tenten in a difficult position. Remembering the instructions from Lee and Niji, she finally lowered her head and said, Naruto, I'm fine. You should apologize to Lee and Hinata instead. Kind-hearted Tenten thought she was only slightly injured. It was Lee and Hinata, who suffered the most, whom Naruto needed to be forgiven by. Thank you so much, Tenten. Don't worry, Lee has already accepted my apology. Naruto's guilt-ridden smile, for some reason, seemed a bit harsh to Tenten. But she still forced a smile on her face. Forgive. What's the point of not forgiving? What happened has already happened, and Lee is already in such a state. Ino. Naruto. As long as Hinata and Lee can forgive you, it's fine. I'm only lightly injured. Straightforward Ino did not make things difficult for Naruto, but her eyes became a little distant. Smart as she was, seeing Naruto here, she had already guessed what had happened. The Hokage hadn't held him accountable, so what did she matter? Thinking this, Ino let out a self-mocking smile. It seemed that, for Naruto, what he cared about was always his ninja way. Hinata. Naruto quickly looked toward pale-faced Hinata lying on the bed. Just as he was about to apologize, Hinata spoke first. I forgive you, Naruto. Aren't we classmates? Her calm voice echoed in the room, surprising Ino even more. Hinata's voice was always soft and lacked confidence. But this time, her voice was cool and indifferent, as if she had realized something. That's great, Hinata. I knew you would understand me. Naruto's brash, energetic words filled the room, while Hinata lay calmly on the bed, her white eyes gazing indifferently at him. There was no longer any of the old shyness or inability to meet his gaze. Looking at this passionate person, Hinata felt a sense of self-mockery. Maybe she had been chasing the wrong person all these years. She had always thought Naruto represented courage, but now she saw that behind his confidence was a selfishness that never considered others' feelings. It was finally Shizun, ever attentive, who noticed something was wrong and stopped Naruto's irresponsible behavior. Naruto, Hinata, and the others just came out of surgery. They need rest. Now shut up and get out. Yes, yes. Got it. I'll come see you in a few days. Naruto's thick-headedness made him oblivious to the room's atmosphere, Hinata's indifference, Tenten's bowed head, and Ino's new coldness. Not until Naruto recklessly opened the window and jumped out did the room finally return to calm. Why should Lee, Hinata, and everyone else pay for his impulsiveness? Ino, unable to hold back, spoke her mind. Was it just because of the Nine-Tails rampage? If it had been a simple tailed beast rampage, they wouldn't blame Naruto, instead, they would have helped him control that power. But the real cause was Naruto's impulsiveness, and everyone was helping him cover for his mistakes. In the end, Naruto just blames the Nine-Tails and shrugs off all responsibility. Hinata, you're too kind, how could you? Ino said unhappily, while Hinata, lying on her bed, smiled gently. Ino, it's fine. Just think of everything before as childish foolishness. We've all grown up now, haven't we? There was a calmness in Hinata's tone as if this blow had made her see through everything about herself from before, making Ino and Tenten sigh deeply. This wasn't just a serious injury. This was losing the right to be a ninja forever. Shizun stepped forward to check Hinata's stats. Seeing Hinata's calm, and Tenten and Ino's resentment, she changed the subject. Hinata, don't worry. Lady Tsunade said there is another way, but it requires a trip to another world. Another world. Ino and Tenten were confused, and even the empty-eyed Hinata was moved, slowly turning her head. Faced with their gaze, Shizun nodded solemnly. Yes, this is the village's top secret. Jiraiya and Kakashi will go too. Time here will be about a month. And Lady Tsunade sent me to tell you that, as talented members of the village, you can join this mission. Hinata and Lee's injuries aren't a big issue. In the hospital room, as Shizun gave this group of loyal their secret mission, many were shocked. A month here, but the time in the other world was uncertain. All info about the other world was confidential, only after going there would someone explain. While they were full of doubts at the hospital, on the outskirts of Konoha, within the ruins surrounded by forest, a figure appeared. The former Uchiha clan grounds. Once grand, now only broken walls and moss remain, but traces of former glory and the Uchiha family crest can still be seen. The vast extent of the ruin showed how powerful the clan once was. But now, even Konoha's civilians wouldn't live here. It's just too remote, even the once luxurious houses are now ignored. Sasuke slowly appeared among the ruins, his cold face gradually showing a mix of ferocity and sorrow. It used to be lively here. The kids loved to play here, and Uncle's meat pies were delicious. But it's all gone. You, the sinner, do you regret what you've done? As his voice echoed through the empty clan grounds, a figure in a red cloud black cloak slowly appeared atop a ruined building. When he looked up, the Mangekyo Sharingan was revealed, it was Itachi. His expression was calm as he gazed at his now-grown brother. Sasuke, you've grown up. You can even control your emotions now. Shut up. But Itachi's calm praise was met with Sasuke's angry rebuke. No matter your reasons, you are the sinner of the Uchiha. You must atone for your sins here. Itachi was silent for a long time, finally nodding hoarsely, I'll be waiting for you at the Naka shrine. With that, Itachi's figure turned into a flock of black crows and vanished. Sasuke said nothing, heading toward the Naka shrine, tightly gripping his Kusanagi sword. Naka shrine. In the dim stone chamber, crisp footsteps echoed as Sasuke appeared. Itachi had been waiting on a stone seat inside. I didn't expect you to waken these eyes too. Upon meeting, Itachi's voice was filled with both comfort and complexity. He was comforted that Sasuke had truly grown, not only possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan but also able to control his impulses. The complexity was the pain Sasuke endured. Here, can you hear the voices of our clan and parents? Sasuke lifted his head, the three tomo in his eyes merged into the Mangekyo, glaring at Itachi. He finally roared. Last night. The screams of the three clans echoed in my ears. Do you know what I thought of? I thought of everyone's screams in our clan, how many begged you, don't kill their children. Don't kill their parents. Itachi. For the sake of those twisted elders' greed, you destroyed our clan. So what exactly was the Uchiha clan's crime? Faced with Sasuke's angry questioning, Itachi's expression changed. At this moment, there were no secrets between the brothers. Sasuke knew all the truth of the massacre, and Itachi had nothing left to hide. But precisely because of this, Itachi grew conflicted. In the past, he would have said it was all for Konoha. But now, with the exposure of Root's darkness and the three clans' greedy, power-mad coup, it seemed that destroying the Uchiha for the village's peace was a joke. Did you ever find out if the Uchiha caused the Nine-Tails attack? Or that the clan was preparing a coup? None of it is true. Yet those 3 clans you helped, those greedy old men, they suck Konoha dry, and you destroyed the clan for them. As Sasuke shouted in rage, lightning crackled around him and he launched his attack. Itachi. For the clan. For our parents. I cannot forgive what you've done. Even though Itachi ultimately protected him, Sasuke's eyes filled with tears of anger. Slash. Lightning flashed. The stone seat was pierced, but Itachi merely raised his head, a calm look on his face, seeming not to feel any pain. If that's so, then Sasuke, let me see if your growth can avenge our clan and parents. With crows filling the air, as vision cleared, the 2 pairs of Mangekyo stared at each other. Their positions remained unchanged. From the beginning, it was a Mangekyo duel. Itachi. How far can your eyes see? Sasuke sneered, his Mangekyo spinning rapidly, his eyes were already touching the threshold of eternity. His vision was undamaged. Sasuke. I didn't expect your eyes to have reached this stage. With a muffled groan, blood flowed from Itachi's left eye, his Tsukuyomi was instantly repelled by Sasuke. This alone showed Sasuke's ocular power was superior. This time, Itachi had not held back at all. Sasuke. Itachi. In a flash, both produced shuriken that gleamed and in the next instant, a torrential rain of shuriken shot out. The crisp sound of metal echoed, fierce sparks flashed, and shuriken clattered to the ground, like a performance of a shuriken storm. At such close range, both Mangekyo spun wildly, neither daring to be careless. This was Mangekyo versus Mangekyo, each relying on their eyes' terrifying powers. Just as Sasuke and Itachi began their brotherly battle at the shrine, a figure appeared outside. Didn't think I'd be discovered. Uchiha Shirou appeared, holding a white body. The other, seemingly unafraid, rasped a mocking laugh. Senju Shirou, don't you want to know? Crack. With a startled look, the white Zetsu clone's neck was snapped. Didn't he want to know at all? But Shirou just chuckled coldly. Sorry, I don't want to know at all. But this is not a battle for you to interfere in. Shirou scanned the area calmly, then suddenly clapped his hands. Mokuton, wood clone. His body split into 4 wood clones, which darted to the 4 corners of the Uchiha grounds. Meanwhile, the escaping black Zetsu and white Zetsu looked back at the defensive line, shocked to see the barrier rising. Senju Shirou. He has awakened the same wood style as the first Hokage. With that, black Zetsu and white Zetsu hurried off to report to Obito. Chapter 343, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 343. Uchiha Clan Grounds. As the Naka Shrine crumbled with a thunderous crash, Itachi emerged from within, battered and disheveled. His pupils instantly narrowed as he quickly noticed the barrier surrounding them. Just then, with a crackle of lightning, Sasuke burst forth from the ruins, his face twisted in anger as he glared at Itachi. Itachi. Looks like your body hasn't been doing too well all these years. Your taijutsu is pathetic. Moving at lightning speed with his lightning-release taijutsu, Sasuke forced Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan to spin rapidly. Blood tears streamed down Itachi's face as a red Susanoo skeleton took form around him, offering defense. I didn't expect your lightning-release taijutsu to reach this level, Sasuke. Itachi, coughing up blood, couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. Sasuke's attack had even cracked Susanoo's skeletal frame. Such power. And such speed. Sasuke's growth both shocked and excited him. At the very least, he no longer had to worry about Sasuke's well-being. Itachi. This is where your crimes began, and this is where they'll end. Sasuke's heart burned with rage. After learning the whole truth, his hatred for Konoha's higher-ups, especially the third Hokage and his council, had only grown. Even though they were already dead, his anger was still uncontrollable. That fool Itachi. He let himself be manipulated by a few old geezers and committed such atrocities. Deep down, Sasuke was still racked with guilt. Itachi had protected him, after all. Yet the sin of slaughtering the entire clan was a burden Sasuke now also carried. Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke in such pain and fury, Itachi's expression grew complicated, but the battle between the two did not stop. Under Itachi's shocked gaze, Sasuke unleashed his lightning-release taijutsu, powerful fire release, and a Mangekyo Sharingan even stronger than Itachi's. Without exception, Sasuke had now surpassed him. Itachi. With shock in his eyes, Itachi watched as Sasuke activated his curse mark. However, this time, it was completely different. When the first stage curse mark's black patterns covered his body, and it suddenly evolved further. The next moment, as Sasuke lifted his head, black markings appeared on his cheeks, completely different from before. Sage Mode. Sasuke has mastered this stage already. Itachi was astounded. Even he had never mastered such power. Although Sasuke was still not fully proficient in Sage Mode, he was determined to defeat Itachi completely and unleashed a surge of power. The Uchiha compound shook with thunderous booms. In the distant forest, birds fled in fright, only to find they couldn't escape the barrier. Atop the tallest building, Shirou squinted at the battle, nodding in approval. Sasuke's strength now far surpasses before, while Itachi's power has greatly diminished due to illness. Before reaching the full Susanoo, even for someone like Itachi, battles were mostly about intelligence. Sasuke knew all about Itachi's eye techniques and usual jutsu, but Itachi was unfamiliar with Sasuke's new fighting style. Plus, Itachi was already resolved to die. The outcome of this battle had been decided from the start. The difference was that Itachi just wanted to see with his own eyes how strong Sasuke had become before he died. So Itachi was mostly fighting defensively, not with killing intent. Subconsciously, he wasn't analyzing Sasuke's fighting data to come up with counterattacks, but rather to understand Sasuke's current strength. That was Itachi's true mindset. Sasuke, on the other hand, couldn't forgive anything Itachi had done. Even if it was to protect him, killing their parents and the clan was unforgivable. But it was precisely because he understood Itachi's torment that Sasuke felt a furious urge to send him on his way. Mangekyo, huh? Shirou looked down at a Mangekyo in his hand, the one Sasuke had given him after killing Danzo, Shirsue's eye. Forbidden technique, Chimera Jutsu. As the diamond-shaped seal in his palm began to absorb, the Mangekyo's power was gradually consumed, and the eye visibly regressed. The Mangekyo reverted to 3 tomo, then to 2, 1, and finally turned completely black and lifeless. This eye had completely lost the Uchiha bloodline. At the same time, Shirou slowly opened his eyes, revealing a Mangekyo with 3 black circles inside. As expected, devouring a Mangekyo of the same origin can evolve your own, it's much faster than evolving normally. Feeling his power surge, Shirou smiled in satisfaction. If he had relied on himself, who knew how long it would have taken. But this world was a perfect hunting ground. After all, in his original world, all the Uchiha were under his command, he couldn't act recklessly just for power. But it seems there are still some stray eyes in this world. Thinking of this, Shirou smiled. Shirsue's other eye was still inside Naruto's belly, hidden in the crow by Itachi. Well, it's about time I went to see this world's ultimate Uchiha weapon. With Konoha's upheaval finally quelled, Shirou squinted, playing with an ancient scroll. Uchiha Hikari, huh? Might be interesting. Meanwhile, the brothers' battle was nearing its end. The 2 Susanoo giants fought atop the ruins of the Naka shrine. Itachi's Susanoo wielded 2 sacred treasures, while Sasuke's Susanoo was strengthened by sage power. But overall, Sasuke's strength was now superior, his body and chakra far outmatched the ailing Itachi. Itachi. Why? Why did you slaughter the whole clan so ruthlessly? There were ways. If you and father joined forces and revealed your true strength, those old geezers would have been afraid. Even just investigating Danzo's attack on Shirsue from within the ANBU would have uncovered more. Sasuke screamed in fury, venting years of pain. Itachi Susanoo staggered back, as he coughed up more blood, gasping hoarsely. Father, mother. Sasuke already has the power to protect himself. Now he's even Konoha's hero. The Uchiha will bloom again in his hands, cough cough. The high-intensity battle had pushed Itachi's body to the limit, his Mangekyo was now blurred. Sasuke. Itachi. I prepared this jutsu just for you. Let your sins end here. Dark clouds rolled overhead, thunder booming. Sasuke dismissed his Susanoo and leaped to the highest point. In pain, Sasuke roared as Chidori crackled in his hand. Sage art, lightning release, Kirin. Daylight exploded across the land. Even with the barrier, many Konoha Jonin sensed something was happening and turned to look at the lightning at the village's edge. What's that? That's the direction of the old Uchiha compound. Many Jonin were shocked, especially Kakashi, whose face became grave. Sasuke seemed to have disappeared. Standing atop the Hokage rock, Jiraiya watched in awe and sighed, young people these days are getting wilder, he's even learned sage arts and is using the power of nature itself. Even though many Konoha ninjas noticed the distant lightning, neither the village nor the ANBU mobilized. No one was foolish, they all pretended not to see. Back in the ruins of the Uchiha compound. Under the sage-powered Kirin, even Itachi Susanoo, going all out this time, was obliterated. He was covered in blood, coughing uncontrollably, his Mangekyo nearly blind. Yet in such dire straits, he managed a smile of release. Sasuke, you have become strong. You've surpassed me. His vision was so blurred he could no longer see Sasuke's eyes, only a vague figure approaching. As a drizzling rain put out the fires of battle, Itachi spoke in a voice full of pain and exhaustion, his bloodied finger poking Sasuke's forehead one last time before all strength left him and he fell. Under the rain, the battle was finally over. Worried about Sasuke, Kakashi arrived. The barrier had long since disappeared. Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke from a distance, Kakashi's face grew complicated. The hatred of a destroyed clan, only to learn it was all a conspiracy. Yet the brother he loved most, for whatever reason, still killed their parents and clan. That fact could not be changed. To Sasuke, Itachi may have been a good brother, but he was never a good Uchiha ninja. In the rain, Sasuke stared wide-eyed at Itachi's lifeless body, Mangekyo spinning madly as two streams of blood mixed with the rain. Itachi, maybe death is your final release, but I will spend my life atoning for our clan and parents. Muttering softly, Sasuke felt that, whatever the reason, Itachi's sins were now his own to bear. This world's mistakes, the twisted will of fire, and the ugly people who forced Itachi and the Uchiha to the brink, all deserve to die. Remembering the night of the Nine-Tails attack and the masked men who forced the Uchiha to the village's outskirts, Sasuke's eyes erupted with murderous intent. Itachi. Father. Clan. Watch me, I will destroy all who oppress the Uchiha. I will protect the last true Uchiha. With determination, Sasuke slowly raised his head, gazing at the now ruined clan grounds. The Uchiha aren't extinct. There's still the Uchiha in another world. His wife is there. He would not only seek revenge but also change this twisted, broken world. Let the true will of fire of the Uchiha spread to every corner of this world. Hokage's office. Tsunade looked out the window at the sun breaking through after the rain, as if it were a new beginning. She wore a tired smile. It's finally over. Yes, the shadow over Konoha's sky has been completely lifted, Shirou teased from the side, causing Tsunade to sigh and shake her head. Even she hadn't expected Konoha's darkness and corruption to be so shocking. She couldn't imagine what the third Hokage and his old cronies were thinking, or how they could be so bold. Just the exposure of Root's experiments was enough for everyone but their families to oppose them. Weren't they just asking for trouble? These old geezers are insane. I don't believe they didn't know what Danzo was up to. Tsunade was at a loss for words. She'd only been Hokage for a few years, but what Root's investigations revealed had started over a decade ago. To say those old guys knew nothing was nonsense, especially the third Hokage. If he didn't know, he'd have been replaced long ago. Or maybe they knew all along. Facing Tsunade's shock, Shirou just shook his head indifferently. They were so brazen because, in their hearts, they believed they were Konoha, and Konoha had become their private property. So what wouldn't they dare do? Tsunade fell silent at this. The more they investigated Root, the more horrifying things they found. There was no way to whitewash it. The deeper they dug, the worse it got. Insane. These old geezers are truly insane. Power corrupts. Maybe they started as devoted shinobi for Konoha, but power eventually led them to decay. Ambition is no match for corruption. There's still a mountain of Root's problems left to deal with. It won't be easy to clean up. Looking at a thick stack of Root files, Shirou looked troubled. Even in his world, it had taken him over 3 months to handle Root's leftover problems. Imagine how serious Root's issues were. Now the village is stable. Though we lost the power of the 3 clans, having someone who killed traitors like Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Itachi is enough to offset that loss. Shirou said calmly, while Tsunade had the formal letter for Sasuke's promotion in front of her. With the red stamp of the 5th Hokage, Uchiha Sasuke's promotion to Jonin was official. It's not just your Uchiha. Tsunade rolled her eyes at Shirou, then revealed a wanted poster underneath. The S-rank missing Nin Orochimaru's bounty. Finally, Tsunade sighed, crossed out the poster, and issued another order. At the same time, all of Konoha learned 2 pieces of news. Former missing Nin Uchiha Sasuke had been acting under the 5th Hokage's orders all along, and now, having completed his mission, was reinstated as a Konoha ninja and promoted to Jonin. The second news was even more explosive, and when Jiraiya saw it, he felt complicated and melancholy. Former S-rank missing Nin Orochimaru, after Root's investigation, was found to have been framed. His S-rank missing Nin status was revoked, and he was now classified as an S-rank dangerous ninja. In other words, Orochimaru was no longer a missing Nin, but he was also not reinstated as a Konoha ninja, rather, he was now listed as a dangerous ninja. After everything Orochimaru had done over the years, regardless of the reasons, no longer being wanted was already the best possible outcome. With this move, the 5th Hokage Tsunade overturned the problems left by the 3rd Hokage and truly took control of Konoha. Chapter 344, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 344. Within the Land of Fire. Over the passage of time, what was once a ruin has now become a dense forest. And on this day, the figure of Uchiha Shirou appeared here, frowning as he looked at the approximate location deduced from the data in his hand. This should be it. There's no trace of sensing any sealing jutsu, this must be the sealing jutsu Kushina mentioned, the one that can seal off even time and space. After all, Hikari has been sealed for hundreds of years, yet time hasn't left a single mark on her. Muttering to himself, Shirou closed his eyes and directly performed the wood-style clone jutsu, followed by the mayfly technique. Countless wood-style shadow clones began searching through the forest. As time passed and all the clones finally pointed to a single location, a smile finally appeared on Shirou's face. I've finally pinpointed the spot. What a well-hidden place. If I hadn't searched 3 times, I really wouldn't have found it. As the sounds of digging rang out, the darkness below seemed impervious even to the erosion of time. However, as the seal was disturbed from above, its balance was broken, and after a century, the seal became fragile, allowing a faint sense of time to seep into the darkness. This is... In the darkness, a pair of confused eyes slowly opened, revealing Mangekyo Sharingan. She murmured to herself. Endless darkness. Has someone come? Her lost, vacant gaze quietly stared into the darkness. Who knows how much time passed, until a blinding light shone through a crack. Outside, in a giant pit, Shirou looked at the gradually breaking seal and smiled with satisfaction. I've finally found it. The Uchiha clan's ultimate weapon from the past, Uchiha Hikari. Bathed in dazzling sunlight, Uchiha Hikari, who had been sealed in darkness, lifted her head and saw a smiling face in the sunlight reaching out a hand to her. At that moment, light and darkness appeared together. From the sunlight, a hand reached out. Instinctively wanting to escape this endless darkness, Uchiha Hikari, her gaze still hollow, reached out as well. When their hands clasped, she was pulled from darkness into the light. Welcome home, my fellow Uchiha. With a smile, Shirou could sense how weak she was now. Konoha. Since the last incident, Naruto felt like nothing had changed much in the village. But among his former companions, he sensed something different. They seemed a bit more polite. What's up with everyone? Why are they being so polite to me? Naruto scratched his head in confusion, having no idea that the villagers didn't know about the incident and that only his close companions, who had been hurt, knew the truth. Hey, Kiba. Why are you looking at me like that? It's just a dead dog, right? Anyway, your Inuzuka clan has so many dogs, you. Shut up. Hearing Naruto's heartless remark about a dead dog, Kiba's eyes went red with anger as he glared at him. Naruto, you orphan bastard, what do you know? Why don't you go kill a couple of your toads? Kiba. How could you say that? The toads of Mount Myaboku are my companions. And Akamaru isn't my companion. How is that the same, Kiba? Don't be so unreasonable. Akamaru can't even talk, but the toads can speak like people. As their angry argument heated up, Kiba's mother, Inuzuka Tsum, appeared. Expressionless, she grabbed Kiba and said coldly. Kiba, get back home now. Mother. Did you see what that bastard? Enough. As a ninja of the Inuzuka clan, you failed to protect your companion. From today on, such a person is unworthy to be your friend or a friend of the Inuzuka clan. If not for Tsum's intervention, Kiba would have loved to kill Naruto. But orders from above, and, more importantly, Naruto's identity had been revealed to the upper echelons. The son of the 4th Hokage. Tsunade had no choice but to reveal it. Naruto had caused such a big incident, and this was the only way to protect him, especially as she needed to establish her authority. Announcing Naruto's parentage was his last lifeline. You bastard. Someone like you could never be recognized by the Inuzuka clan. And you think you can become Hokage? Never. Kiba's ferocious roar shocked Naruto, who truly couldn't understand what was happening. It's just a dog that couldn't even talk. How could that compare to the toads of Mount Myaboku? They can talk, and apart from not looking human, they're just like people. In the end, seeing Kiba's cold, hateful eyes, Naruto could only dodge away in panic. Naruto. Naruto's father was the 4th Hokage. Naruto. Walking through the streets, Naruto was met with respect as the hero's child, quickly pulling him out of his unhappy mood from his run-in with Kiba. Facing countless villagers' excited, respectful smiles, he became excited and couldn't help but nod back. He even enjoyed the feeling of being recognized so much that he didn't want to go home, wandering through every corner of Konoha, soaking in the unprecedented feeling of acceptance. But Naruto, still immature, was gradually losing himself, unable to see that this recognition was gratitude to the 4th Hokage's sacrifice, not to him. The villagers were honoring the 4th Hokage who died protecting the village, not Naruto himself. At the same time, high up in the hospital, the scene was completely different. Hinata Hyuga sat in a wheelchair, her expression calm as she watched Naruto wandering around the village. Beside her, Yamanaka Ino pushed her wheelchair and sighed, shaking her head. This Naruto has no idea what kind of disaster he's caused, and now he's even pleased with himself. Exactly. Honestly, Naruto now seems even worse than during the Chunin exams. Sometimes I feel like he. Tenten frowned, watching Naruto, her memories overlapping with earlier times, feeling that Naruto had become even less than he once was. The old Naruto could still tell right from wrong and could feel others' sadness. But now, not only has he lost that, he can't even see himself. As Tenten said, the old Naruto would fly into a rage when Iruka was hurt and would unleash the Ninetales chakra in fury after seeing Sasuke. But as he grew older, especially after Shippuden, he grew obsessed with love and forgiveness, expressing it even after Jiraiya's death and in his battle against pain, using his talk no jutsu to touch others. He eventually even forgave Obito, who was responsible for his life's tragedies, the death of his parents, and the death of Neji. And all he could say in the end was, "Don't mock Obito." At that moment, Neji's death seemed like a joke. All his past misfortune and struggles, too. Naruto before the Chunin exams was the real Naruto. After Shippuden, he was just the main character of his world of universal love and ninja ideals. "Hinata, are you all right?" Ino and Tenten both asked with concern. But Hinata smiled faintly, brushing her hair aside, and said lightly, "I'm fine." Now fully awake, standing from a different perspective, Hinata looked at Naruto as if he were a clown living in his world. And she had once been a clown, too. The only difference was that she had been killed by another clown. "It's time to go. Lady Tsunade said we should go to the Hokage mansion rooftop tonight, your wounds will be healed there." Hinata nodded softly. As the wind picked up, Ino and Tenten pushed her back to her room. Meanwhile, on another hospital rooftop, Lee stood with crutches, watching Naruto's beaming face with sadness in his eyes. It seemed that everything he had done was only moving himself, while Naruto couldn't feel his pain at all. At that moment, under the bright Konoha sunlight, two figures appeared. "This is Konoha. Everything before is over now. Bathed in sunlight, your name shall be Hikari, meaning the Uchiha's light of the future." The newly freed Uchiha Hikari looked at the new world in confusion, her shackles removed. She had regained her old name. "Hikari," she murmured. At that moment, memories surfaced, her parents had called her that, too, before she lost the name. "Weapons don't need names. I was born only to ensure the Uchiha's prosperity, to destroy the enemy with the resolve to die. I don't need feelings, just to live as a weapon until the end." Muttering about her existence, Hikari was interrupted by Shirou, who smiled at her. "If you're a weapon, then I need you now. Become the light that will change this world." For someone brainwashed to be a weapon, even accepting it herself, Shirou felt emotional. No matter which ninja world, they were all twisted. Yet it was precisely this deeply ingrained distortion that made people so determined once they found their purpose. And ninja chakra would grow stronger with unyielding will, so every strong ninja possessed an indomitable spirit. If that will falter, their strength will plummet. Right now, Hikari, you need to go home, take a good bath, and change into a new set of clothes. Ruffling her long hair, Shirou smiled as he saw new life return to Hikari's eyes. To change the ninja world. All along the way, Hikari muttered to herself. She hated the ninja world, but looking at Shirou, who represented light in her heart, her gaze grew more focused. Yes, to destroy the old war-torn ninja world and create a new, peaceful one. Under the lure of Shirou's words, filled with hope and sunlight, Hikari's eyes grew resolute as she saw the meaning of her existence. Hikari. Her name meant light, yet she emerged from darkness. At this moment, she had found her path. At home, in the bath. "Shirou, you're something else, bringing back such a big girl." And bathing together. Tsunade was shocked as she saw the girl come out of the bath, Shirou helping her into new clothes and drying her hair. Shirou rolled his eyes and said, "Tsunade, don't get the wrong idea. Hikari just won't let go of me. And if we're talking age, you don't even qualify compared to her." The title great-grandmother Uchiha showed just how old Hikari was. From beginning to end, Hikari tightly clung to Shirou's clothes, even during the bath and changing clothes. What? When she explained Hikari's origins, Tsunade was even more shocked. This little girl was actually from the Warring States era, a person from 100 years ago. She was the Uchiha's ultimate weapon, having defeated the Senju repeatedly and forcing them to team up with the Sarutobi to seal her. So the legend was true. Tsunade could barely believe it, looking Hikari up and down, her eyes eventually lighting up with excitement. The Uchiha from 100 years ago, such research value. Aside from her role as 5th Hokage, she was the strongest medical ninja in the world. If not for her passion for research, she would never have come so far. Alright, don't underestimate Hikari. She's awakened the Mangekyo, her strength is no less than yours. Shirou teased with a smile. After dressing Hikari in new, sharp clothes, the three sat at the table. "I've already sent word. Tonight we'll gather on the Hokage rooftop. But with so many people leaving at once, I'll be short-staffed. Don't worry, I'll have Kakashi from another world come over. It won't affect the village, and it won't take long anyway." While Konoha was moving toward a new future, in the Akatsuki's base of this world. In the dark underground of the Land of Rain. Pain, this time we might have to work together to deal with Konoha's 9 tails. Hearing the masked man's grave voice, Deva Path Pain replied coldly, expressionless. Is Wood style and Mangekyo really that strong? Pain, don't take them lightly. The first Hokage, who wielded Wood style, was called the God of Shinobi. Now I am God. This world's Pain was more obsessed than ever, his cold voice echoing as he insisted he was the true God. But you're right about one thing. We can't fail to capture the 9 tails. We should work together. Let Kisame and Deidara handle the 8 tails. And as for the little brat who escaped from Konoha, he brought some interesting intel this time. It could be fun. In the darkness, the masked man's Obito's eyes grew cold. The sudden appearance of Senju Shu in Konoha had come without warning. Especially with Uchiha Sasuke's unexpectedly rapid growth, Konoha now made him wary. Meanwhile, Pain's cold demeanor hid his true intent, to use this opportunity to test Obito's strength and identity. To him, no matter what, Konoha's 9 tails could never stand against his power as a god. Chapter 345, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 345. Hokage Office Building Rooftop. As a black space portal opened, everyone, Team Guy, Jiraiya, and Kakashi, showed shocked expressions. So this is another world. Everyone was shocked, especially Rock Lee and Hinata, who both looked full of amazement and hope. As long as they went to the other world, they could be restored. Alright, let's go. The estimated time is about half a month, but in the other world, it'll probably be about 2 years for you. With a calm gaze, Tsunade watched the group disappear into the space vortex until the rift closed. Now Akatsuki should be targeting the last 2-tailed beasts. The 8 tails, huh? That might be just right. Shirou's Mangekyo Sharingan slowly closed, revealing a meaningful smile. It's not only Akatsuki who is collecting the tailed beasts. Kumo Lightning Gorge. Under the bright sun, a terrifying explosion echoed among the mountains. On distant peaks, 3 figures clearly observed the battle from afar. Because Deidara hadn't met Sasuke, he was still alive, currently circling above on a white clay bird, vigilantly watching his surroundings. Below, Kisame Hashigaki, fused with his sword Same Hada, had turned into a giant shark, gaining the advantage in a huge water prison. The combination of Kisame and Same Hada was a perfect counter to Jinchuriki, who relied on overwhelming chakra. In this battle, Kisame didn't use Zetsu as a decoy, so he didn't fake his death. Even the powerful 8 tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, was at a disadvantage. Shiro-sensei, do we need to act? Far away in the mist, the 3 were Uchiha Shirou, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Hikari. Sasuke frowned as he watched the fight. The 8 tails Jinchuriki was strong but countered by Kisame. At this level, there were still elemental advantages and counters. Looks like we don't need to act. Shirou shook his head with a smile. His Mangekyo Sharingan could see the situation clearly, but not everything. In the end, it was a Uzumaki sensory talent that picked up something. As expected of the 8 tails tail-severing clone jutsu. Even Mangekyo can't see through it. It's on par with Wood-style clones. In the original, even Sasuke's Mangekyo couldn't see through Killer Bee's clone technique. It was mentioned in data books that even Mangekyo couldn't distinguish real from fake. This time, Kisame and Deidara also didn't notice. A clone technique even Mangekyo can't see through. Sasuke became solemn. Even with his eyes at this level, an undetectable clone jutsu was worth his attention. Sasuke, don't be blinded by the Mangekyo. The ninja world has many mysterious jutsu. The 2 exchanged calmly, while Hikari, always looking like a child, followed silently. As they traveled, Sasuke often glanced at the other Uchiha of this world. He never expected there were more Uchiha. But it was awkward, by seniority, he'd have to call her great-grandmother. Alright, my Uzumaki sensory talent has found the 8 tails. Sasuke, follow my Wood-style clone to capture it elsewhere. Since this is Cloud Village, I have some business. Yes. Sasuke took a deep breath. Though he couldn't see through the clone, with Shirou's guidance, he managed to sense the hidden chakra. After Kisame and Deidara captured the 8 tails and quickly left on the clay bird, they didn't notice the people hiding in the mountains. The battle's aftershocks alarmed Cloud Village, but it was too far away. The 4th Raikage led a large force but found nothing, only the devastated battlefield. Damn. Akatsuki. I'm calling a 5 Kage summit, I'll never let you get away with this. A's angry roar echoed in the sky. Meanwhile, Sasuke followed Shirou's Wood-style clone in pursuit of Killer Bee, who had escaped. Shirou and Hikari boldly entered Cloud Village. This village is familiar. Returning to Cloud, even in a different world, seeing the stark black and white Kumo in the streets, Shirou couldn't help but sigh. Shirou led Hikari into a luxurious hot spring, renting it for the day. Just as they entered, 2 more figures appeared. Dark reddish-brown-skinned Mabui and fair-skinned, voluptuous Samui. Lord Shirou. But the two left the bathhouse, exchanging serious looks. Walking down the street, seeing the Cloud Village, Samui's eyes filled with angry hatred, especially at the continued oppression of White Kumo. Sister Mabui, I have an idea. Mabui narrowed her eyes, coolly taking out a flying thunder god kunai. I agree, but first, we need to make our counterparts here face reality. They smiled at each other. No matter which world, they couldn't let go of this hatred born from discrimination. Cloud's oppression was everywhere, the threat was only hidden because no one was paying attention yet. Cloud Village, Rakeage Office. Sigh, the fourth Rakeage is too reckless. Can't these village issues be a little easier? This world's Mabui looked helpless at the pile of paperwork. Mabui. A different-looking, more charismatic, and sexily dressed Samui entered. Mabui, massaging her brow, said. I know you're unhappy with how I handled things last time, but you have to understand, Okina's parents are related to the Rakeage family. Samui's eyes flashed with surprise, then understanding. Mabui, you misunderstood. I'm here for something else this time. Something else? Mabui looked puzzled. With a smile, Samui took her arm, and Mabui could only agree. Let's go, I'm treating you to the best wagyu and a hot spring. Fine, but you know the case is settled and can't be changed. Don't worry. So, with a smile, Samui coaxed Mabui out of the office. No one would suspect this Samui was from another world. Similarly, the Mabui from the other world found it easy to seek out people as the Rakeage's assistant. She smoothly invited Samui, who'd just returned home from a mission, out. All four had the same destination, the bathhouse. In the hot spring, in separate pools, each room had a Samui and a Mabui. But neither realized the companion with them wasn't the one they knew. Floating sake cups, blushing skin, the four women began to relax. Damn it. If only the Gold and Silver brothers were still around, they'd never dare. A usually reserved Samui vented her anger after a few drinks, lamenting years of injustice. They'd suffered under Black Kumo rule for too long, and after the fall of the Gold and Silver brothers, any white ninja with Kage-level talent died in battle. There was a conspiracy. Samui, you're drunk. Mabui watched Samui grow bold and emotional, even standing up and flashing her pale skin. I'm not drunk. I'm just not willing. Don't say it doesn't happen, just look around. Samui, both angry and wronged, remembered her childhood in the other world. This world was the same. Will White Kumo never rise? A similar scene played out in the next room. This world Samui was surprised, the usually cool Mabui was the fourth Rakeage's assistant. But now it was Mabui venting her anger. Samui, look at you, even your skin is so white. Why do we have to be treated differently? Black Kumo looked down on White Kumo. Mabui spoke bitterly, showing her dark reddish-brown skin, so different from Samui's pale, full figure. A few drinks in, emotional barriers dropped. But as they opened up, a black space membrane enveloped the hot spring. When the energy faded, the four were gone from their world. Even Uchiha Hikari and Shirou vanished from this world. Meanwhile, Sasuke seemed to sense something, covering his eyes and frowning. Is Shirou-sensei's plan starting? Well, it doesn't matter, the flow of time in the two worlds is different. At the same time, Shirou's wood-style clone smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Sasuke. There's a Mangekyo technique sealed in your eyes so you can return anytime, plus there are backups in Konoha. I understand. Maybe it'll be a long time in the other world, but here it's only a few hours. The two talked openly. Shirou never hid his plan for this world from Sasuke. Honesty for honesty. To reduce casualties, Konoha had the initiative, and the plan for Cloud Village was simple, swap a few people. Then, a coup d'état. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki is daring, he's almost out of Cloud's territory. But that's fine. As they tailed him, Killer Bee had already left Cloud behind. Shirou's world. How is this possible? Samui and Mabui, stepping out of the hot springs, stared in shock at the blooming, peaceful world. Konoha. And the Hokage rock. They were dumbfounded. Behind them stood another version of themselves. Two pairs of Mabui and Samui stared at each other. Who are you? What are you trying to do? Mabui and Samui glared warily at their identical counterparts. The Konoha ninja Mabui and Samui nodded calmly. We've explained before, this world is the perfect world. Your world is wrong, in either world, Black Kumo should. Also, you're so weak, our other world selves. In an instant, a lightning release and a flying thunder god appeared, and the Konoha versions of Samui and Mabui stood behind them. The Cloud Mabui and Samui broke out in cold sweat. So fast. Two worlds, two different developments, completely shattered their worldview. In shock, they were stripped of their Cloud forehead protectors and walked on Konoha's streets. Now, you'll get to know this world. There's no discrimination here. We're taking your cloud headbands. For now, you'll take our place. If you still don't wake up, sorry, for Lord Shirou's plan. For world peace. Even if you're us from another world, we won't show mercy. Walking the streets, seeing how different everything was, even becoming Konoha ninja, Mabui and Samui were shocked. This is a real world. The fourth Hokage here is a Uchiha, and this cloud has experienced a racial division. The deeper they learned, the more shocked they became. No matter how the two worlds developed, they saw the future of their world. Chapter 346, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 346. Land of Iron. Snow blanketed the earth, piling heavily atop the endless pines, occasionally giving way with a deep, muffled thud as it tumbled down. This eight-tails Jinchuriki knows how to run. Stepping on the snow with a deliberate crunch, Uchiha Sasuke wore a calm smile. He made sure to be heard. After all, the eight-tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, had already left the land of lightning and crossed into the border of the land of iron. There would be no backup appearing here. As expected, the sound of Sasuke's footsteps on the snow instantly caught the attention of Killer Bee, who was excitedly heading off to find his music inspiration. His pupils shrank. I didn't expect a little bug to be tailing me. I let my guard down. The smile faded from Killer Bee's face, replaced by a heavy seriousness. He remembered how powerful Kisame from Akatsuki was, a power that perfectly countered him. In terms of chakra, ninjutsu, and taijutsu, Bee held the advantage, but Kisame's unique skills had been troublesome. Bakayaro, this is a real pain. Killer Bee turned around with a serious look. But when he saw the figure step forward from the snowy forest, his face filled with astonishment. Mister. You're not from Akatsuki. Dressed in his usual attire, Sasuke calmly approached, gazing indifferently at the eight-tails Jinchuriki. Akatsuki. Please. Let me introduce myself properly, Uchiha Sasuke, and the one who's going to capture you. No, no. It's please let me capture the Lord Jinchuriki, Bakayaro Konoyaro. Killer Bee immediately recalled the information about Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. I heard you were undercover at Orochimaru's side for over 3 years, nearly killed him, then officially returned to Konoha. Is what you're doing now on behalf of Konoha, or is it your own? Killer Bee wasn't stupid, he was probing for information. But Sasuke's expression remained calm. He glanced at Shirou's wood-style clone on a pine behind him, then took a deep breath. Enough talk. I'll capture you first. A gust of cold wind swept by, a flake of snow drifted past their line of sight, and in the next moment, they both moved. So fast. As Bee charged forward, Sasuke suddenly appeared right in front of him, causing his eyes to narrow. A moment later, their ninja blades clashed like lightning. Lightning release, armor of the Thunder God. Lightning release, lightning armor. One was Shirou's improved version, more suited to the Uchiha's precise control, the other was Killer Bee's wild, berserker-style lightning armor. Both jutsu were classified as A rank and B rank for difficulty, but the true strength depended on the user. In their clash, Sasuke's Kusanagi sword flashed like thunder, momentarily suppressing Killer Bee and filling him with anger and surprise. B. With a loud shout, Killer Bee drew chakra blades from his back as he fought. Kenjutsu, 7 swords dance. Using 7 blades wielded with every part of his body, his unpredictable, rapid swordplay was nearly impossible to defend or even see clearly. Dance. Dance like a butterfly. 8 tails, sting like a bee. Killer Bee shouted with excitement as his 7 swords launched a rapid assault. But what happened next shocked Bee even in the heat of battle. How is this possible? He predicted my attack. Sasuke's Mangekyo spun as he observed Bee's sword techniques. No wonder Shiro-sensei praised this as the trickiest sword style in the hidden cloud. But unfortunately, in front of these eyes, your moves mean nothing. With the Mangekyo's dynamic visual prowess and his taijutsu skill, Sasuke could see through the 7 swords dance perfectly, and more importantly, his body could keep up. Damn it, you fool. The two of them, like bolts of lightning in the snow, continued their fierce exchange. Sasuke's swordsmanship had already gained the upper hand. Watching from afar, Shiro nodded with satisfaction. Sasuke's talent isn't bad. At least he remembered everything I taught him over the years, even this unorthodox sword style. With thunderous swordplay, Sasuke's attacks grew ever wilder as he adapted to Bee's style. In just a few moments, under Bee's shocked gaze, blood was already flying from his face and body. Not good. I'm being completely suppressed in both swordsmanship and taijutsu. With a wealth of battle experience, Killer Bee roared. His greatest strength was the 8 tails. In an instant, the tailed beast cloak appeared, healing his wounds at once. I was disillusioned by you, so you destroy. The real form of this Jinchuriki is a monster. Take a good look, Jinchuriki transformation, oh yeah. With Killer Bee's strange rap, massive tailed beast chakra poured out, the terrifying red chakra beginning to take shape until, with a terrifying burst, he revealed his half-transformed form, just short of full-tailed beast mode. B. The 8 tails inside reminded him to be careful of the Mangekyo. With a roar, B charged forward like a raging bomb. But facing this monstrous assault, Sasuke only sneered contemptuously. A beast is always just a beast. The collision sent snow tumbling from the pines, and at the epicenter, Killer B stared in shock. How is it possible? He actually blocked it. As the frosty haze dispersed, the armored, purple Susanoo appeared, shielding Sasuke. Inside Susanoo, Sasuke's Mangekyo spun as he mocked the stunned Killer B. So this is the 8 tails Jinchuriki's power. In the end, you're just a beast controlled by the Mangekyo. His arrogant taunt deeply angered the 8 tails inside B, bringing back memories of being crushed by Sharingan and would release, especially the damned Mangekyo Uchiha from before. Watching from afar, Shirou shook his head with a wry smile. Looks like all that pressure finally got to him. After what happened with Itachi in the village, this is just Sasuke letting off steam. As Shirou watched, the battle escalated again. With a furious roar, B's form sprouted octopus tentacles and a giant bull's head. Not to be outdone, Sasuke's Mangekyo spun rapidly, and his purple Susanoo rose, nearly matching the 8 tails size even if not yet complete. In the icy wilderness, 2 giant forms battled with thunderous roars. Shirou, watching from afar, nodded quietly. Killer B of the 8 tails is strong, but not enough to interest me. Only Pain's 6 paths or Masked Tobito could give me a real fight now. Even with only half his power, he was still interested. Besides, in this world, the Rinnegan is a prize he's already set his sights on. B. As expected, a beast is always a beast, relying only on brute force. Controlling Susanoo, Sasuke looked exhilarated, reveling in the sensation, especially since he didn't have to worry about accidentally killing his opponent. The Uchiha clan, or perhaps all humans, must carry some violent gene. Damn you. I'll make you disappear. The 8 tails roared, gathering a terrifying energy in its mouth. A tailed beast bomb formed and was launched at Sasuke's Susanoo. If that's how it is, then I won't hold back. With a shout, Sasuke's Mangekyo spun as the tailed beast bomb came crashing in. In an instant, brilliant light swept the land. Distant villagers stared in shock at the forest. Thunder. In a snowstorm. As the explosion subsided, Susanoo stood cracked but unbroken, while Sasuke yelled in excitement. Not enough. With the Mangekyo spinning, chakra and ocular power poured out, and Susanoo's cracks visibly began to mend. But the 8 tails opposite cried out in agony. Ah. Ah. Dojutsu, Amaterasu. Black flames burned across the 8 tails, making it scream in pain. When the tailed beast bomb had fired, Sasuke had simultaneously released Amaterasu, black, unquenchable flames that devoured everything. B. Watch out, this is the Mangekyo Sharingan's inextinguishable Amaterasu. Get in close for melee. The 8 tails frantically reminded him. Killer B, worthy of being a perfect Jinchuriki, got along perfectly with his tailed beast. B quickly tried to entangle Susanoo in close combat. But seeing this, Sasuke only smirked. The 8 tails had calculated carefully, Amaterasu burns everything, friend or foe. Getting in close would burn Susanoo too. But as the 8 tails charged, Sasuke's Mangekyo spun. Dojutsu, blaze release, Kagutsuchi. In B's shocked eyes, a shield of black Amaterasu flames appeared before Susanoo. At the same time, Susanoo's other arm raised a spear of black flame. Move, B. The 8 tails inside cried out. B dodged, but a tentacle was severed by the Amaterasu spear, crashing into the forest. His Mangekyo can manipulate Amaterasu's form. Before B could recover, the 8 tails warned again. Danger. B. Boom. A huge arrow of black flame shot past, slicing off another tentacle and exploding a crater in the ground. As the smoke cleared, an arrow still burning with Amaterasu was visible. From afar, Sasuke's Susanoo drew a giant bow and started firing. Each arrow was wreathed in black flame, guided by Kagutsuchi, making them even deadlier. Keep dodging. In the devastated forest, the 8 tails barely dodged the rapid arrows, losing tentacles one after another. Killer B was utterly frustrated, he'd never faced such a tough opponent. First, Kisame from Akatsuki had perfectly countered him, he'd barely escaped by faking his death. Now came Mangekyo-wielding Sasuke, who also countered him. In close, Sasuke had Kagutsuchi to defend and Susanoo's armor, at range, he had those devastating arrows. When did being a Jinchuriki become so useless, getting beat down again and again? Watching from afar, Shirou shook his head. The outcomes decided. As expected, tailed beasts are naturally suppressed by the Mangekyo. If only they could master a wider range of jutsu, they might be tougher. It's time to summon my main body. I can't wait to devour the 8 tails. Shirou's wood-style clone closed his eyes, preparing his backup plan. In another ninja world. Time flowed differently between the two ninja worlds, only a day had passed in one, while 3 months had gone by in the other. Those who arrived in this world had gone from shock to numbness, gradually accepting this powerful Konoha. Here, the will of fire was strong and real, not just an empty slogan. The mightiest Konoha village threatened the whole ninja world with its military power. Meanwhile, everyone integrated into this world, training and learning constantly. Inside the castle's hot springs. As expected of the special hot spring prepared by Sister Kushina. This is top tier, exclusive to the castle. The confident, bold Hyuga Hinata soaked in the warmth, letting out a sigh. Across from her, the shy Hinata from the other world blushed, unable to show herself. But the curse seal visible on her neck showed her wounds had healed. Clearly, after evolving in this world, the curse seal now would release healing power, letting Hinata stand tall again. Hey, you're way too shy. You're the other world me. Damn it. When you have to go back, I'll tell Lord Shirou you must let me come with you, otherwise, you'll get bullied. The bold Hinata glared and stood up, speaking with authority. Why yes, thank you. Shy Hinata bowed her head, but suddenly, the bold Hinata swam over, making her squeal and blush even harder. That won't do. Being too shy is embarrassing for me. And that curse seal, Lord Shirou put it on you himself. Such a good opportunity, and you wasted it by putting it on your neck. As bold Hinata lectured, the shy Hinata hesitated and asked. Then, where should the curse seal go, so it won't be wasted? At her question, bold Hinata's face broke into a mischievous smile, giving the shy Hinata a bad feeling. As the bold Hinata rose from the water, her long, straight legs appeared before the others widened, dazed white eyes. On the same clean spot as herself, the same curse seal pattern as on her neck was visible. But the position. Just above the private part. Now, call me Big Sister. Be Big Sister. Shy Hinata's soft-voiced whispered. Chapter 347, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 347, R18. That night, inside a room in the castle. Shirou brought Hikari back, only to see 3 people still awake. Kushina was with the 2 Hinata. Shirou, I've taught Big Hinata what I know. She's ready. At this point, Shirou's status is essentially that of a god in the ninja world, his ambitions are undisguised, and of course, he wouldn't waste the potential of someone qualified to stand behind him. If it were an ordinary person, he wouldn't care, but Hinata's potential is extremely strong. Lord Shirou, I'll do my best. Lady Kushina and Big Sis Hinata taught me a lot today. The introverted Hyuga Hinata was shy, but she still tried her best to muster up courage. Under Shirou's gaze, Hikari also showed her stubborn, competitive nature, she wouldn't lose to the shy Hinata. Kushina took command naturally, her crimson hair swaying as she directed the eager girls. All right ladies, let's give the men of the house a proper welcome, she purred, guiding them to surround Shirou. Her experienced hands led the way as they began removing his clothes piece by piece. Hikari maintained her composed demeanor, methodically unbuttoning his shirt while appreciating his form with quiet admiration. Her fingers traced deliberately over each newly exposed inch of skin, savoring the firmness of his muscles. Bold Hinata could barely contain herself, practically salivating as she helped strip him. Look at these abs, she moaned, running her palms over his chiseled torso. Her lavender eyes were dark with lust as she drank at the sight of his powerful physique. Meanwhile, shy Hinata's fingers trembled as she worked on his lower garments. Her face was bright red, but she couldn't tear her eyes away from his magnificent body. Oh my. She whispered, her breath catching as more of him was revealed. The knowledge that she would be his first partner of the night made her weak in the knees with anticipation and nerves. Once they had him fully undressed, Kushina guided him to recline on the large bed. Now then, she said with a knowing smile, I believe our sweet little wallflower here deserves the first taste. She gave shy Hinata an encouraging push forward. The timid girl approached the bed, her whole body flushed as she crawled toward him. Her traditional kimono rustled softly with each movement. Lord Shirou. She breathed, her pearl eyes wide with a mix of desire and uncertainty. Shirou reached for her with gentle hands, drawing her into his embrace. Don't worry, he murmured against her ear, making her shiver. I'll take good care of you. His fingers found the sash of her kimono as the other women watched with growing arousal. Shy Hinata gasped as he slowly began unwrapping her like a precious gift, each brush of his fingers against her skin sending electric tingles through her body. Her heart pounded so hard she thought it might burst. Bold Hinata squirmed impatiently beside Kushina. Look how wet she's getting already, she groaned. This is going to be so hot. Patience, Kushina chided, though her own eyes were gleaming with excitement. Let them savor this moment. Hikari simply observed with quiet intensity, already imagining when her turn would come. The night was still young, after all, and they each would have their chance to experience Shirou's passionate attention. Shirou's hands glided over Hinata's trembling form, her pale skin flushing a delicate pink under his touch. The shy kunoichi gasped as his fingers traced delicate patterns across her generous breasts, her hardened nipples betraying her arousal despite her bashful demeanor. Her lavender eyes fluttered shut as he claimed her lips in a deep, passionate kiss that left her breathless and wanting more. Look how wet she is already, Kushina purred, her fingers trailing teasingly along bold Hinata's inner thigh. Hinata-sama has that effect, doesn't he? The redhead's expert touch had bold Hinata squirming, her excitement building as she watched her counterpart being pleasured. Shirou's tongue traced lazy circles around shy Hinata's nipples before taking one into his mouth, sucking and nibbling until she cried out. His hand slipped between her thighs, finding her dripping wet. Such a good girl, he murmured against her breast. So responsive. His fingers worked her sensitive pearl skillfully, making her buck and writhe. Ah. Lord Shirou, she moaned, her voice high and desperate as her first orgasm crashed through her. Her inner walls clenched rhythmically around nothing, her body begging to be filled. Not wanting to wait any longer, Shirou positioned himself at her entrance. Ready, my sweet Hinata. At her sweet nod, he began pushing inside, groaning at how incredibly tight she was. Her maidenhead gave way with a sharp gasp from Hinata, tears leaking from her eyes even as she pulled him closer. So big, feels so full. She whimpered, adjusting to his size. Shirou kissed away her tears, praising her for taking him so well. Gradually her discomfort faded into pleasure as he began moving, starting with slow, deep strokes that had her mewling. Bold Hinata watched hungrily as her other self was thoroughly claimed, her pussy dripping as Kushina's skilled fingers worked her into a frenzy. The lewd sounds of flesh meeting flesh filled the room along with shy Hinata's increasingly desperate moans. Please, she begged, all traces of shyness gone as pleasure consumed her. Shirou obliged, pounding into her willing body as she screamed in ecstasy. Her tight channel rippled around him as she came again and again until she was nearly delirious with pleasure. When Shirou finally pulled out, his cock glistening with their combined juices, bold Hinata eagerly crawled over. She wrapped her lips around his length, moaning at the taste of her other self on him. Her tongue swirled expertly as she took him deep into her throat, desperate to please her Lord Shirou. The sight of the Hyuga heiress so eagerly pleasuring him while her counterpart lay in a satisfied heap pushed Shirou over the edge. He erupted in bold Hinata's eager mouth, watching with satisfaction as she swallowed every drop like it was the sweetest nectar. Good girls, he praised them both. But we're far from finished. His already hardening cock made it clear this would be a very long night of pleasure for all of them. Please, Lord Shirou, let me worship you properly, bold Hinata purred, guiding him to lie back against the plush pillows. Her lavender eyes sparkled with determination as she knelt between his legs alongside Kushina. Watch carefully, dear, Kushina instructed, demonstrating how to wrap her fingers around his thick shaft. Like this, now use your tongue right here. Bold Hinata followed eagerly, her soft tongue joining Kushina's in tracing hot patterns along his length. Their mouths worked in perfect synchronization, one sucking his tip while the other lapped at his base. You're a natural, Kushina praised as bold Hinata grew more confident, taking him deeper into her hot mouth. Now, let's show him what else we can do. The redhead guided her to press their generous breasts together, trapping his cock between two pairs of soft mounds. Fuck, that's perfect, Shirou groaned, reaching for shy Hinata. He pulled her into a deep, passionate kiss, swallowing her sweet moans as his hands kneaded her sensitive breasts. Her nipples hardened under his expert touch as she melted against him. Below, bold Hinata and Kushina moved their breasts in tandem, creating a heavenly tunnel of soft flesh around his throbbing member. Their tongues darted out to lick his tip whenever it emerged, making him buck involuntarily. Please, Lord Shirou, bold Hinata begged, her pussy dripping with anticipation as she felt him pulse between her breasts. I need you inside me. I want to give you everything. She straddled his hips, positioning herself above his cock that glistened with their saliva. Her virgin entrance brushed against his tip as she trembled with desire, ready to be claimed completely by her beloved Lord Shirou. Bold Hinata's eyes went wide as she sank down, a sharp gasp escaping her lips as Shirou's thick length claimed her virginity. Blood trickled down his shaft as her maidenhead gave way, marking the moment she truly became his. Despite the pain, her face showed pure ecstasy, finally being claimed by her beloved Lord Shirou. Ah. Lord Shirou. She moaned breathlessly, her inner walls clenching around him as she adjusted to his size. Kushina's skilled hands massaged her heavy breasts from behind, rolling her stiff nipples between experienced fingers to help ease the discomfort. That's it, take him nice and deep, Kushina purred in her ear. Show him how much you want to please him. Shirou's grip tightened on her waist as he thrust up suddenly, making her cry out in pleasure pain. His other hand continued teasing shy Hinata's sensitive peaks as he devoured her mouth, but his eyes remained fixed on bold Hinata's bouncing form. Following Kushina's guidance, bold Hinata began rolling her hips in a way that had Shirou groaning. Her tight pussy gripped him perfectly with each movement, her inner muscles massaging his length as she rode him with increasing confidence. NNNGH. Lord Shirou, she cried out as her first orgasm hit, her whole body trembling. But she didn't stop, determined to bring her Lord Shirou pleasure. Her movements grew more desperate as she felt him throbbing inside her. Please, please come inside me, she begged, her voice thick with desire. I want to bear your children, Lord Shirou. Fill me up. Her words drove Shirou wild. He gripped her hips with both hands now, slamming up into her as she bounced frantically on his cock. With a final deep thrust, he erupted inside her, painting her virgin walls with his hot seed. Yes. Bold Hinata threw her head back in ecstasy, feeling his cum flood her womb. Her pussy milked him greedily, determined to take every drop he had to offer. She collapsed against his chest in pure bliss, knowing she was now truly his in every way. Such a good girl, Shirou praised, stroking her sweat-dampened hair. But we're not done yet. His still hard length twitched inside her, making her shiver with anticipation of more pleasure to come. Shirou stood up and pulled Kushina into a deep, passionate kiss, his tongue dancing with hers as he showed his appreciation for his devoted wife. You always know exactly what I need, he growled against her lips, his hands roaming her curves. But let's give sweet Hikari her turn first, Kushina purred, guiding the eager girl onto all fours. But then she slid underneath, creating an erotic tableau that had Shirou's cock throbbing, their bodies aligned perfectly, Kushina's arms wrapping around Hikari as both their pussies were presented to him. Please, take me, Hikari whimpered, her entrance already dripping from watching the earlier deflowerings. Kushina's hands found her breasts, teasing her nipples as Shirou lined himself up. Ah. Hikari cried out as he claimed her virginity in one powerful thrust, her inner walls stretching to accommodate him. Shirou leaned forward to capture Kushina's mouth in a searing kiss as he began pounding into Hikari's tight channel. The two women moaned in harmony as Shirou alternated between their eager pussies, first driving deep into Hikari's virgin tightness, then sliding into Kushina's familiar warmth. His cock glistened with their combined juices as he switched between them, enjoying how each felt uniquely different around his length. Yes. Hikari begged as he slammed into her again, while Kushina's experienced walls rippled around him when he filled her next. The two Hinatas watched with glazed eyes as their Lord Shirou thoroughly claimed both women. Shirou's first release flooded Hikari's womb, marking her as his. After barely catching his breath, he buried himself in Kushina next, rewarding his devoted wife with a second load deep inside her. But Shirou was far from done. As the women caught their breath, he was already planning how to take them in every possible position throughout the long night ahead. His insatiable appetite would ensure none of them got much sleep. The next morning, a ray of sunlight streamed in through the window. Hinata-sama, how did it go last night? The shy Hinata doesn't seem as talented as our Hinata, or maybe her inherited bloodline has gone dormant again due to lack of stimulation. Fortunately, Hinata and she are almost like one person. Through genetic medicine, we can draw out the power in her that's about to fall asleep. Kushina said excitedly. Shirou nodded gently. This kind of ancestral bloodline, if it lacks enough stimulation, it'll either continue to evolve or go dormant again. Hinata from the other world may be like this due to her personality. Of course, judging from her constitution, her energy can't keep up, and the so-called ninja spirit and willpower aren't sufficiently stimulated, resulting in her being half asleep. But that's okay. Talking business, Shirou nodded seriously. If it were the previous Hyuga Hinata, he wouldn't have cared. But with this ancestral blood, her potential and talent are now no less than the protagonist's. Naturally, she's qualified to stand behind him. After all, they aren't his original wife. In his heart, his original wives are only Mikoto, Tsunade, and Kushina. Lord Shirou. The petite Hikari woke up as soon as he did and instantly grabbed his hand. Whether it's due to sealing techniques or something else, time seems unable to leave traces on Hikari's body. Hikari. He affectionately stroked Hikari's hair, and she squinted her eyes like a small pet, greedily enjoying the warmth. All right, it's about time. Just then, Shirou's expression changed, and then he suddenly understood something. So, the other world has already captured the 8 tails. It's just that the time flow in the two worlds is different. Shirou calmly got out of bed and leisurely changed into new clothes. Hikari, let's go. Upon hearing this, Hikari immediately smiled and nodded heavily. Lord Shirou, I'm ready, Hikari said after changing new clothes given by Kushina. Another ninja world. Cloud Village, Reikich's office. Damn it. Killer Bee. I'll avenge you. Akatsuki. Good, good, good. Fourth Reikage roared in rage, smashing the desk again. Mabui. Notify the other Kage immediately. I'm calling a 5 Kage summit. We can't let the Akatsuki survive any longer. Losing a tailed beast is as bad for Cloud Village as losing a strategic deterrence weapon. Beyond the terrifying combat power of Jinchuriki in battle, more importantly, ever since the ninja villages were founded, except for Konoha, every village fears a generational gap. For example, when there's a lack of new leaders before the next generation of Kage-level talents emerges, the old generation grows weak. At this time, having a strategic deterrent like a Jinchuriki is crucial. Just like after the Chunin exams, Sand Village only had the old Chiyo and Ebizo as Kage levels. But how much power do they have left? How many more years can they last? The new generation has no strong Kage levels, so Gaara was able to rise to Kazekage. Because a Jinchuriki's strategic deterrence is enough to silence all doubters. Lord Raikage, according to intelligence, the Akatsuki is currently capturing tailed beasts. Although the other villages haven't announced it, we are certainly not the only ones who lost a beast. At the very least, Sand has lost Shikaku, and Akatsuki has even been spotted in the Land of Water before. Mabui said coldly, holding her notepad. However, the enraged 4th Raikage didn't notice anything different about his capable assistant. I don't care. The Akatsuki are traitors to every village, especially this time. The one who took Killer Bee was Kisame Hashigaki, a rogue from Mist. This time, Mist must give me an explanation. The 4th Raikage roared furiously, becoming angrier as he thought, issuing orders one after another. Send word, the elite forces of Cloud must be ready for battle. If Killer Bee is found, deploy immediately to rescue him. Yes. All our spies in the ninja world must move. Find Akatsuki and Killer Bee at all costs. Yes. The whole Cloud village instantly went on high alert. The 4th Raikage was so furious that he couldn't stay in his office and went outside to vent, smashing through a wall. Meanwhile, Mabui's expression in the office was cold. Sister Mabui, what do we do next? Samui asked. Mabui looked at the darkness outside the large hole in the wall, showing a look of disgust. What's the rush? This is just the beginning. When the 5 Kage Summit is held, we'll stir up a few conflicts from the rear, and ignite the spirit and resistance of the White Kumo. Then we'll just wait quietly for Lord Shirou to launch the unification war. At this, Mabui's eyes flashed coldly with vengeance. Samui also smiled and nodded. Sister Mabui, your plan is brilliant. Once the ninja war breaks out, these evil Kumo will leave, and Cloud Village will be empty. Then we'll raise our banner and lead the White Kumo to rise. In the original world, the Black Kumo drove us out. In this world, we'll turn the tables. The Land of Lightning was always ours, these blacks are the outsiders. The two exchanged glances and smiled. When Yujito arrives, with her special physique, she can be shaped into the descendant of Cloud heroes Kinkaku and Kinkaku. Then she'll unite all White Kumo in Cloud and even the Land of Lightning. War isn't just about the front lines. Even out of the Land of Lightning, cutting off their retreat, and help Lord Shirou unify the ninja world. The two looked at each other with villainous smiles. You need a banner to rally behind, and Yujito's perfect control over her tailed beast is just right. Kinkaku and Kinkaku, the most feared rogue ninjas in Cloud's history, but also heroes to the White Kumo. Land of Iron. Killer Bee's screams echoed through the world, the pain of Amaterasu's flames left him rolling around in agony, even after plunging into a pond, he couldn't extinguish it. All right, that's enough. Don't try the same trick twice with these eyes. As the ice melted, the cold pool turned into a steaming hot spring, and Bee's screams slowly faded. The 8 tails surfaced. Slowly, the 8 tails body faded, revealing the unconscious Killer Bee. From afar, Sasuke watched and scoffed. Such a trick, using the pond and the tailed beast's tail division as cover. Just then, his Sharingan suddenly shuddered, the Mangekyo spinning into a swastika pattern. Shiro-sensei. A dark space portal opened, and Shiro and Hikari appeared above the pond. Sasuke bowed respectfully. Shiro-sensei, please wait a moment. The 8 tails Jinchuriki is still hiding deep in the pond. No need. Shiro nodded calmly, then softly spoke to Hikari beside him. Hikari, I'll leave this beast to you. Yes, Lord Shirou. Hikari's eyes shone with Mangekyo as she raised her head. Deep in the pond, Killer Bee hid nervously in the darkness. Damn. The Mangekyo is this strong. B. Mangekyo is our tailed beast's nemesis, and your lightning-style taijutsu and kenjutsu are no match. Even the 8 tails warned him, in every aspect, they were outmatched. As man and beast exchanged thoughts, suddenly a pair of Mangekyo eyes appeared in the water, stunning them both. Not good. Killer Bee, run. Damn. Genjutsu, Tsukuyomi. Under Hikari's Mangekyo, Killer Bee's pupils dilated and his body trembled, completely losing control. Bee's body floated to the surface, caught by Hikari's Mangekyo. P.S. Because of the time difference, I hope the bold Hinata was already at legal age for segs. Chapter 348, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 348. Amid wind and snow, Killer Bee's eyes turned white, his skin bulging with ferocious veins, and a massive amount of tailed beast chakra continuously surged out. It was as if an invisible black hole was greedily devouring everything. Forbidden Jutsu, Chimera Jutsu. With a rhombus-shaped mark emerging in his palm, Shirou's expression turned grave as the Eight Tails chakra kept pouring into his body. As expected of the Eight Tails, possessing such a huge chakra reserve. But unfortunately, I am no longer just an ordinary ninja. With the Mangekyo swirling in Shirou's pupils, his body was now developing toward the level of an Otsutsuki. Or, more accurately, he was becoming a new type of Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki plus the body of a local sage. This new fusion body, though still very weak and essentially newborn, needed to devour the power of these tailed beasts. The demonic statue of the outer path he had cultivated before had long since been completely absorbed, and now his body was fused with the divine tree. Although it was just a low-tier version he'd cultivated, the first step had been taken. Half a day passed. Only after night fell and the snowstorm raged was all of the Eight Tails chakra finally extracted, showing just how immense its reserves were. This is the feeling, I can sense every cell in my body is excited and cheering. Enjoying this wonderful sensation, Shirou smiled, glancing back at Hikari, who had been standing guard by his side. And Sasuke, who was keeping watch on the outskirts. All right, let's head back. We've been out long enough. Now that Akatsuki has captured the Eight Tails, it's time to start the operation to capture the Nine Tails. In this world, the Akatsuki would mobilize everyone to capture the Nine Tails. It wouldn't be like the original where only Pain's 6 paths were dispatched. After all, Konoha now openly had Mangekyo Uchiha Sasuke, who had defeated Uchiha Itachi, as well as Mokuton user Senju Shirou and Jiraiya. Currently, Akatsuki only has 6 members: Masked Man Obito, Pain's 6 paths, Konan, Kisame Hashigaki, Black Zetsu, and Daidara. Yes, Lord Shirou. Hikari nodded with a radiant smile. As long as she was with Shirou, she would never feel lonely no matter where they went. As for Sasuke, acting as the third wheel in the distance, he shook his head, but memories of Senju from another world surfaced in his mind. By the way, Sasuke, Konoha is safe now. Senju will come to visit for a while too. He nodded coldly, but when he turned, the tenderness in Sasuke's eyes could not be hidden. But this body shouldn't go to waste. As they were about to leave, Shirou looked down at Killer Bee, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki from the hidden cloud, who had lost all signs of life and smiled. I think Orochimaru could use such a strong Kage-level Jinchuriki body. By the way, don't waste these chakra swords either, they're precious treasures. Consider them your badge of honor, something for you and Senju child in the future. For the first time, Sasuke was at a loss for words at Shirou's teasing, but still nodded lightly. He summoned a giant snake, which swallowed Killer Bee's corpse whole, sending Orochimaru a valuable research specimen. At the same time, Sasuke also stored away Killer Bee's 7 chakra swords. The Akatsuki's open attack on the Cloud Village, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, and their capture of a Jinchuriki left the hidden cloud enraged. The 4th Raikage, furiously issued a wanted order and called for the entire ninja world to take action. Unlike other villages, who kept the loss of their tailed beast secret while quietly searching for clues, the hidden cloud tore away all pretense. The 4th Raikage even called for a 5 Kage summit. Though only envoys were sent, and the other villages hadn't agreed yet, the shockwaves were spreading throughout the ninja world. Konoha. Haha, welcome, Naruto. Take care, young Master Naruto. Isn't that Naruto? Our shop happens to have. In the Sunlit Village, Uzumaki Naruto was enjoying the happiest days of his life. Naruto was full of joy, gradually indulging in this feeling of vanity. As the son of the 4th Hokage, he was finally accepted by the villagers of Konoha. Walking down the street, he was no longer met with cold stares but with warm welcomes. However, lost in this sense of validation, Naruto didn't notice that his former companions were drifting away. The ones who had accepted him from the heart, his very first friends, were growing ever more distant. Or perhaps, in Naruto's mind now, he had already gained the acceptance of most of Konoha, and as for his old friends, it's fine. I think Shikamaru and the others will understand me. I'll go find them in a few days. With a naive smile, Naruto seemed to believe that whenever he went looking for his friends, they would drop everything. The world seemed to revolve around him. It had to be said, that under the influence of Asura's chakra, Naruto was becoming more and more stubborn. But what is everyone busy with right now? Wondering why his friends hadn't shown up lately, Naruto had a sudden urge to go find them. He wanted everyone to see that he was now accepted by the entire village. Yes. I'll find everyone tonight and treat them to ramen. With an excited grin, Naruto had made up his mind, what a great opportunity. He headed excitedly toward the hospital, unaware that his friends had all gone missing over the past 2 weeks. But in another world, this group of friends was preparing to return. In another world. Haha, cheers. Next time you visit our world, we'll treat you. Okay. Cheers, Kiba. Damn it, you have to take good care of Akamaru, promise me. The older Inuzuka Kiba's face was full of tears and reluctance as he watched this world's Kiba and Akamaru. This world's Kiba nodded firmly, "Don't worry, I'll protect Akamaru." The Konoha 12 of this world were more than a year younger, as time flowed differently in the two worlds. They had rented out the whole top floor of a barbecue restaurant for their gathering. Laughter filled the night sky. Those who came to this world were Niji Hyuga, Rock Lee, Tenten, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Abirame, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka. Of course, there were also Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, and Jiraiya. Shikamaru, I didn't expect this world's Naruto to treat everyone so well. Choji, eating barbecue, looked a little sad as he gazed at the sunny, smiling Namikaze Naruto inviting everyone to eat. This Namikaze Naruto was nothing like the Naruto from their world. He was mature, calm, and considerate. Even Shikamaru had to admit that, personality-wise, this world's Naruto was more mature and stable, and easier to accept. Yeah, they're like two different people. Shikamaru nodded lightly, and Ino snorted, "Our Naruto. We were so good to him, but what did he do? He hurt everyone." Here, this world's Sasuke was even shyer and gentler, and he and Namikaze Naruto were like twin stars, both smiling and welcoming everyone. And their counterparts in this world, they all looked at each other and smiled. "I'll come visit when I can." So troublesome. The two Shikamarus looked at each other, and the more mature one scratched his head, but couldn't hide his joy. "TCH, no matter which world, I'm always this pretty." The two Inos smiled at each other, admiring their beauty. The biggest difference was Hinata. This world's Hinata, though younger, was full of big sister energy. She firmly held the lead, even Namikaze Naruto and Sasuke were helpless before her. "Come on, little Hinata, don't be so shy, even if it's just juice, drink up. You're still young, no drinking." The two Hinatas together, with the big sister Hinata hugging her counterpart, looked delighted. Who would have thought this world could be so magical? Everyone marveled. This time, neither Sakura nor Naruto from their world had come. Naruto was because of his past mistakes, while Sakura's personality made everyone shake their heads. Only Ino sighed quietly. If Sakura didn't snap out of it soon, she might truly lose her friends. The friends from both worlds, full of laughter, and others from this world, like Karen, Kimimaro, and Yugo, were also present. After this training period, the two groups had forged deep friendships. Under the night sky, in a corner of the rooftop. "It's kind of weird, like I'm looking at myself." Kakashi scratched his head lazily, while the local Kakashi, full of energy, frowned and said, "You're too lazy. I can't believe how weak you are at your age. How does it feel to be roasted by yourself? By your younger self, no less." At this moment, Kakashi was speechless. He truly understood now. "But your world's village is weak, letting those old geezers control Konoha for so many years." Kakashi was speechless, but kept glancing at the sword on his counterpart's back. He realized this world's Kakashi hadn't given up his father's swordsmanship, and was even stronger for it. "Haha, that's youth. If there was anyone you couldn't tell apart, it had to be the blue beast of youth, Might Guy." The two guys, both in tears, hugged and shouted about youth, making it impossible for everyone to tell which was their teacher. The easiest to distinguish was Jiraiya. From the other world, he always had his unique marks. "Ow, we're about to part, do we need to fight?" Otherworld Jiraiya, face bruised, looked sadly at this world's Jiraiya. This world's Jiraiya raised his glass with a helpless look. Still searching for the child of destiny. Jiraiya's face turned green. He shook his head, "No. No. Never again. That's right. I went through the same thing. Even the sages of Mount Mayaboku were beaten every day. No matter your personality, you'll change after that. Who cares about the child of destiny? It's more important to live each day well." At these heartfelt words, tears welled up in this world's Jiraiya's eyes. Who could imagine what he'd been through back then? Whenever Uchiha Shirou was bored, he'd go to Mount Mayaboku and give him a beating. No matter what you asked, he never answered. Every single day. The old toads at Mount Mayaboku went from shock to anger, then frustration, until finally, they gave up. "Beat us however you want." For a whole 3 months, neither I nor the toads knew what we'd done to offend Lord Hoheage. Now, even the great toad sage doesn't dare mention the child of destiny, he just sleeps. The best way to counter talk no jutsu is to beat them up. Like Naruto, his most powerful talk no jutsu is after a beating, then he'll talk excitedly about his dreams, totally ignoring whether he can do it or keep his promises. Like promising Nagato to care for the hidden rain village, but even in Boruto it's still a mess. Those promises were just Naruto's excited words, confident he could do anything at the time, but never remembering them after. Can you blame him? If I'd known, I wouldn't have come. Jiraiya rubbed his bruised mouth, utterly miserable. In this world, he couldn't summon either of the two old toads, couldn't use sage mode, and could only take a beating. But his time here wasn't wasted, his sage jutsu had matured, and he was shocked by Konoha's strength in this world. It was the strongest in the ninja world, controlling half the world's power. If the order was given, they could start a war for unification. Truly terrifying military power. Wincing in pain, sipping sake, Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, I wondered too, but after all these years, I've seen a lot. The Jiraiya of this world spoke with a sigh, recounting what he'd witnessed. I saw 2 villages that were mortal enemies forced to live in peace under overwhelming strength. Maybe the older generation was full of hatred, but when they were forbidden to spread it, the younger generation began to get to know each other, marry. Eventually, with the birth of new life, the old grudges faded into memory. For them, their grandchildren's happiness replaced old hatred. With a drink, Jiraiya shook his head again. Look at Konoha now, ninjas from countless countries have joined, especially families from the Hidden Mist. During the First and Second Wars, we were enemies, but now everyone follows the will of fire. No one can shake this power, so people learn to accept, to live together. The new generation at the Ninja Academy is full of laughter, there's no more hatred. As this world's Jiraiya spoke, the other world Jiraiya fell silent. So this was Uchiha Shirou's vision of peace, unifying the ninja world. He'd already done it, showing everyone what the future could look like, proving his peace wasn't just an illusion. As long as he was around, as long as this power remained. As the old generation passed, old hatreds would vanish in history, just like when the ninja villages were first founded. Such an ambitious, daring, wild, but real, peace. In the end, the 2 Jiraiyas clinked glasses and smiled. They too had always pursued peace but had placed their hopes on the Child of Destiny. How was Uchiha Shirou's way any different from that of the Child of Destiny? So Jiraiya never changed, he always stuck to his ninja way. Uchiha Shirou was the Child of Destiny they'd been looking for. P.S. I guess bold Hinata was 15 to 16 years old when she did it with Shirou. Chapter 349, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 349. Here's the extra chapters. Well done guys. Next goal, 1500 PS. Equals. Konoha. With the spatial rift, although everyone spent over a year in another world, after returning, only about half a month had passed. This feeling of being apart for so long made everyone happy and eager to go home and see their familiar loved ones. The Hyuga clan. Father, this is. As they returned from the other dimension, Hinata Hyuga was extremely shy and awkwardly trying to introduce something, but the domineering big sister Hinata Hyuga next to her glared fiercely. Hey, old man, hurry up and prepare the most comfortable room for me. I want the best food, clothes, and everything else. Don't embarrass the Hyuga clan. And wipe that stern face off, who are you trying to impress? Don't think that just because you look the same in both worlds I'll call you father. That's impossible, old man. Hanabi Hyuga looked at this identical older sister in shock, almost thinking they were twins. But aside from her fiery outfit, what was even more striking was her boldness. How could she dare to speak to their father like that? Hayashi Hyuga was also visibly frustrated. How did the other worlds raise his precious daughter? How did a well-behaved girl turn into this? Hey, old man, remember, there must be red wine with dinner every day. You drink alcohol. Hayashi instantly became angry. Though he already knew about the other world's situation, he never expected his daughter there to be so audacious. So what? You got a problem. The bold Hinata raised her eyebrow domineeringly. A blue light flashed in her white eyes, and as terrifying chakra burst out. Hayashi broke into a cold sweat. This chakra. Looking at this daughter in red lipstick and eyeshadow, he realized something. He probably couldn't beat her. Old man. The bold Hinata raised her fist in a show of force and smirked. In my world's clan, I fought for dinner and drinks with these fists. If you have a problem, old man, I don't mind doing it again. Father, actually, big sister. The shy Hinata in this world tried to explain awkwardly, but it was clear, the bold Hinata had already intimidated Hayashi with her overwhelming chakra. Fine. In the end, Hayashi took a deep breath and swore to himself, if he ever had the chance, he'd visit the other world and ask himself there how he raised his daughter. But he didn't know, the Hayashi in the other world, upon seeing the gentle, shy Hinata, felt his heart melt, finally experiencing what it meant to have a sweet daughter. Let's go. The bold Hinata walked through the Hyuga clan, creating chaos wherever she went. In the end, 2 clan elders' houses were destroyed, several elite clan jonin were trampled, and from then on, everyone in the Hyuga clan knew. Their eldest young lady had a twin sister. Yamanaka clan, Ino's home. Mom, this is Ino from another world. Technically, I'm older, but she's much stronger. When the 2 graceful Inos appeared at home, Inoichi Yamanaka was stunned, even he couldn't immediately tell them apart. You're both so cute, my little Ino. Mothers, no matter the world, always love their children dearly. The two Inos' personalities weren't much different, almost like clones, even the curse marks on their necks were identical. Upon seeing the mark, Inoichi frowned in concern. Ino, the mark on your neck, isn't it like Orochimaru's? Oh, this. Ino said with a proud smile. Dad, don't worry, this is the Hokage's curse mark from another world. I'm super strong now. Soon, I'll be able to learn Sage Mode. The Ino from the other world nodded in agreement. Lord Shirou is like a god. This is a divine curse mark. Once you master it, you can become a famous jonin in the village. Regarding Uchiha Shirou, the other world's Ino's eyes were filled with fanaticism. This worship went beyond simple idolization, approaching religious fervor. Not many people came from the other world this time. Aside from the domineering Hinata and Ino, there was also Hatake Kakashi. And, of course, the one Sasuke longed for, Senjurei. Alright, so this is my home in this world. Hatake Kakashi, bringing his other self, scratched his white hair, clearly a bit embarrassed. After all, his home in the other world was luxurious, and their statuses in their respective worlds were completely different. You're weak, you know. After being teased by himself, Kakashi could only helplessly hold his forehead. His other self looked down on him. So he's a bit lazy and unmotivated, why harp on it? My reason for coming is simple, to learn about this world and act as a vanguard. This other world's Kakashi was stronger physically, and his expression was more determined. His tone carried the resolve to unite the Shinobi world in peace, a dream that couldn't be stopped, not even in another world. Don't worry, uniting the Shinobi world is the foundation of peace. This world's Kakashi glanced deeply in the direction of the Hokage building, sighing inwardly. Even Lady Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, agreed, and after all, merging the two worlds Konoha would only make them stronger. What's there to stop? There's no need to stop it. With his vision, he could see how weak Konoha had become. If war broke out, Konoha would suffer the most. In the hot springs. I didn't expect you to have a twin sister, Hinata. Since the other world was still a secret, most people didn't know about it. Sakura Haruno, rarely in the hot springs with everyone, was surprised to see an identical Hinata, especially after hearing recent rumors in the village. The two Hinata looked the same, even their bust sizes were almost identical, but it was easy to tell them apart. One was shy, wrapping herself in a white towel, embarrassed as if her heavy chest was a burden. The other was domineering, hair tied at an angle, walking confidently with her large breasts exposed in front of Sakura. Sakura, you're still as flat as a board. Sakura had invited Tenten, Ino, and Hinata out to chat, hoping to confide in them. But one comment from the bold Hinata left Sakura red-faced and instinctively diving into the water to hide her embarrassment. Ino. You too. Just then, the two Inos entered, and Sakura hurriedly changed the subject, looking shocked. But one of the Inos smiled, waving her hand. It's nothing, this is my cousin, she just looks like me. Didn't we have someone like this on a mission before? Yeah, people looking alike isn't strange. With this explanation, only Sakura was in the dark, but she soon lost interest in the topic and began to share her troubles. Everyone, Sasuke says he has a fiancé now, but I. Amidst the steam of the hot springs, Sakura brought up Sasuke sadly, clearly unable to let go. But now that everyone knew about Sasuke and Senjurei, Ino and Tenten exchanged awkward glances. The shy Hinata was silent, while the bold Hinata snorted in displeasure, clearly annoyed by this world's Sakura. What's the big deal? A capable man having several wives is normal, especially for nobles. If Sasuke wants to revive his clan and you love him, just be his mistress. The bold Hinata's words left everyone speechless and embarrassed. Sakura, shocked by these values, instinctively protested. No way. So you want to be the main wife? No. That's not the point, how can Sasuke have two women? If two aren't enough, just get more. You. Their worldviews completely clashed. Sakura was very unhappy with Hinata's domineering attitude and suppressed her anger. How can a woman think like you? If we're talking about Sasuke, he's from a great clan, has immense power, and for the sake of the bloodline, he must contribute. For strong ninjas or even rich merchants, having multiple women is normal. The bold Hinata snorted coldly in annoyance. She despised people who pretended to be ignorant of the truth. Anyone with power or wealth lives like this. It's simply how the strong live. She knew clearly that if she didn't have special bloodline powers, she wouldn't have caught Lord Shirou's eye. She never hid her true feelings. No, I mean Sasuke. Sakura was frustrated, unable to explain herself. She couldn't let go, but also couldn't accept Hinata's idea of being a mistress. In her eyes, marriage was between two people, even if she knew about the great clans, but she just couldn't accept it. Then keep scratching your head. When Sasuke and Rei have kids, you won't even have the chance to be a mistress. With a snort, Hinata coldly sized up Sakura. She had nothing and refused to give in, yet couldn't let go. Hinata hated such indecisive people most. Let's go. A soak is enough, time for a drink. With Hinata's laughter, Sakura could only shake her head. She'd hoped for advice, but this was the result. Hokage's office. Lady Tsunade, according to ANBU's investigation, Sarutobi Konohamaru disappeared without a trace after escaping the forest of death. There's no scent or trace, he simply vanished. Shizun reported gravely, especially since ANBU had checked several times and found nothing within 100 miles. Vanished into thin air. The fifth Hokage Tsunade's eyes flashed coldly. It must be that one-eyed time-space jutsu user from the Akatsuki. Their tailed beast hunt is almost done, so targeting Konoha is normal. Otherwise, how could a mere Chunin-level brat escape our pursuit? Looking at the intel on the desk, Tsunade was frustrated. Despite Naruto's disruption that night, how could someone like Konohamaru escape Konoha's pursuit? But there were no clues. He simply vanished. With the current intel, the only explanation was the masked man, the real culprit behind the Ninetales Knight, with his time-space jutsu and Akatsuki identity. He was after the Ninetales and just took Konohamaru, it all made sense. That would explain Konohamaru's disappearance. Sarutobi Konohamaru. Looks like the enemy wants to use this kid for something bad. Shizun, seeing Tsunade's frustration, also looked serious. Time-space jutsu, huh? Lady Tsunade, should we ask for help from the other world's Konoha? After all, according to intel, the 8 tails in the Cloud Village have been captured, and now only our 9 tails are left. No need. Tsunade slammed her hand down, snorting coldly. Now that Uchiha Shirou has returned, all the strongest from the other Konoha are here, why ask for help? Order ANBU and all Jonin in the village to be ready for battle. The Akatsuki are getting bolder. When they come for the 9 tails, it'll be another Night of the 9 tails. Yes, Lady Tsunade. By the way, what's Naruto been up to lately? Tsunade frowned, her feelings for Naruto had dropped to a freezing point. Naruto. Shizun looked embarrassed but lowered her voice. Ever since he revealed his identity as the son of the 4th Hokage, Naruto has been enjoying the attention around the village every day. Useless. Tsunade's anger exploded as she slammed her desk. Is Naruto an idiot? Are the villagers recognizing him? They're recognizing the hero's son, not him. Instead of training, he's basking in that glory every day, what's wrong with him? Tsunade was furious. She'd revealed Naruto's identity as a punishment for ruining her plan and letting Konohamaru escape, so no one could object. She'd also become disappointed, revealing his hero's son status so she wouldn't have to bother anymore. But Naruto ended up like this. Chapter 350, Naruto, I am Uchiha Shirou, 350. Under the night of Konoha. On the bustling streets, people came and went, the atmosphere lively as ever. Those who had just come out of the hot springs, including the group, were out for a walk. Just as Sakura sighed helplessly and was about to suggest going home, Tenten suddenly cried out in surprise and dragged her back. Look. Isn't that Sasuke? On the lively street, Uchiha Sasuke, who usually kept a cold face, actually looked somewhat relaxed, showing a rare gentle expression. Beside him was a woman with kind features, dressed properly and elegantly, and the two were even holding hands. Sasuke, you've worked hard training all day. Why don't we go home and rest early? Facing Rei's considerate concern, Sasuke responded indifferently but didn't refuse. Though he agreed verbally, his body didn't comply. Instead, he continued shopping with Rei. Seeing this, Rei smiled gently. Sasuke, you're still so gentle, after all. At this teasing, Sasuke's face showed a hint of blush. Gentle? Rei, I've noticed you've worn this for a long time. Here, this new one is for you. From afar, Sakura and her group happened to witness this scene. On Sasuke's face was a gentleness never seen before, as he slowly placed a hairpin into Rei's long hair. Although Rei didn't turn around, the blush on her face had already spread to her ears. This is Sasuke. Tenten and Ino watched in shock, and Sakura's heart shattered upon seeing this. Her eyes brimmed with tears, Sasuke. He was personally giving another woman a gift, and so gently, too. Sasuke, stop right there. At this tender moment, Uzumaki Naruto appeared, pointing angrily at Sasuke, especially after noticing Sakura's tears from afar. Naruto. Seeing Naruto, Sasuke frowned and said coldly. Naruto, step aside. I don't have time to deal with you right now. Damn it, Sasuke, you made Sakura cry. Naruto shouted, not caring about the scene, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Sasuke, look, Sakura is crying. After all she's done for you over the years, you. Naruto, convinced of Sakura's feelings for Sasuke, could see nothing else and began angrily berating Sasuke in public. This made Ino and the others extremely embarrassed. Naruto was being unreasonable. Naruto. Sasuke was getting annoyed. He finally had time to accompany Rei, and Naruto just had to ruin it. At this moment, Rei stepped forward, apologizing with a smile to Naruto, Sakura, and everyone else. "I'm sorry, everyone. Sasuke's been training all day, and I dragged him out shopping with me." By saying this, Rei took all the blame on herself. She then looked at Naruto and nodded apologetically. "Naruto-kun, if I did anything wrong, please forgive me. I apologize." Rei tried to de-escalate things and pulled Sasuke to a quieter place, hoping to save everyone some face. Unfortunately, this time she was dealing with Destiny's Child, Uzumaki Naruto, whose mind had already been corrupted by Asura's chakra, someone who could even forgive his own parents' murderer. "Damn it. You're the woman who seduced Sasuke. Fiancé. I, Uzumaki Naruto, absolutely do not approve." Naruto shouted furiously in front of everyone and pointed at Senju. Even Sakura hurriedly stepped forward to stop the impending chaos. Naruto. Just as Sakura tried to stop him, the expression on Rei's face changed slightly, her gentle smile fading to indifference. "Rei. Let me handle this." At this moment, a hand landed on Rei's shoulder. Sasuke's face was dark as he spoke. Naruto had gone too far this time. "Uzumaki Naruto. This is my fiancé, Senju. Since when did I need your approval? Damn it, Sakura, don't stop me. Sasuke, we're teammates. I'll never acknowledge this woman of unknown origin. Sakura is our teammate." Naruto shouted, acting irrationally. To him, if you're a teammate, your business is his business, and he has to meddle in anything he doesn't agree with. Just like in the original story, Sasuke wanted revenge, but Naruto didn't approve and insisted on bringing him back, even after all of Sasuke's enemies were exposed, including the corrupt Konoha's elder. Simply put, he only wanted to bring Sasuke back, but ignored Sasuke's hatred and anger, acting only according to his ideas. If only Naruto had said, "We're teammates, I'll help you get revenge," it would have been something else. But he never did. Similarly, once Naruto acknowledged someone as a teammate, even if that person killed his friend Neji, or was once his parents' killer, he could still turn around and glare at others, saying, "Don't mock Obito. Uzumaki Naruto. You're annoying me now." Sasuke showed his irritation. He finally understood how he felt about Naruto. Annoyed. Fed up. This self-centered attitude, forcing his will on others, if your will differs, he gets angry and wants to fight. "Let's go." Rei took a deep breath, grabbed Sasuke's hand, and didn't want this person to ruin their night. In an instant, the two leaped onto the rooftops and sped into the distance, with Naruto angrily chasing after them. "Damn woman, let Sasuke go." To Naruto, Senju was just a suddenly appearing stranger who tore apart Team 7's bonds, completely unreasonable. Under the night sky, Rei and Sasuke kept leaping away while Naruto shouted and chased them. Jiraiya, witnessing this, looked on, puzzled. But this endless chase was wearing on even the gentle Rei. "Rei. Don't worry, Sasuke. I won't hurt your friend." They ran toward the outskirts of Konoha. From afar, Jiraiya noticed, they were luring Naruto toward the forest of death. "Look, it's Naruto and the others." In the village, many people saw what was happening. Hot-blooded Lee watched the chase, but for some reason, the passion in his eyes diminished. "Lee, let's go. I'll train with you tonight." Neji, after seeing this, frowned and then calmly called Lee back. Lee nodded heavily. "Okay, Neji." The two of them headed for the training ground. It seemed they had moved on from their old bonds with Naruto. Or perhaps, to them, Naruto was now just another ordinary Konoha ninja. "Naruto, don't be reckless." As she chased after them, Sakura finally came to her senses and shouted to warn Naruto. "Naruto, what are you doing?" Just then, the figures running in the distance suddenly stopped. Sakura, sharp-eyed, saw someone forming hand seals and cried out. "Naruto. Be careful. With style, great forest technique." Suddenly, several wooden stakes shot out from a distance, coming alive and charging at Naruto. The onlookers gasped. "With style. Damn. I knew this woman approached Sasuke with a purpose." Seeing this, Naruto became furious and immediately formed a Rasengan in his hand. In an instant, the Rasengan's power shredded the vines. With style, wood locking wall. A wooden defense blocked Naruto's Rasengan. As he yelled, the surrounding forest suddenly came alive. With style, tree binding eternal burial. Countless vines swiftly sprouted, surrounding Naruto in an instant. Naruto, furious, made hand seals. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. In a flash, hundreds of Narutos appeared. Jiraiya, watching from a distance, shook his head. Naruto is too impulsive, but this girl's timing with wood style is genius. She's a prodigy. Jiraiya couldn't help but marvel. Just as he thought, first she feinted with wood style, then used a defensive wall as a distraction, and finally used tree binding as a finishing move. She didn't give Naruto any chance to use his clones with Rei's non. Countless shadow clones quickly dissipated into smoke. In just a moment, only the original Naruto remained, tightly bound by vines. Naruto. Sakura rushed over. Seeing Naruto trapped but unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, you a woman of unknown origin, let Sasuke go. If you have the guts, fight me fair and square. Naruto shouted when suddenly a cold flash appeared. Sakura cried out in shock. Sasuke, no. Sasuke, you. Naruto's pupils shrank as he saw Sasuke's cold face appear before him. Sasuke's hand was already on his Kusanagi sword. His cold expression reminded Naruto and Sakura of the first time they saw Sasuke at Orochimaru's base. So distant. It was the same now. Sasuke's cold eyes looked at Naruto, full of unfamiliarity. Uzumaki Naruto, Genin. Show some respect. Don't harass us, this is my wife, Senju Rei, not some mysterious woman. Sasuke. We're Team 7. Naruto was shocked in disbelief, never expecting Sasuke to treat him this way over a woman. Teammates. Hearing that, Sasuke's mouth curved in a mocking smile. If we're teammates, what you should do is bless me, not harass or slander my wife, or try to bind us with your will. And Team 7 is in the past. At those words, Naruto's face turned pale and he blurted out, Sasuke, you. Uzumaki Naruto, Genin, I am now a Jonin, Sakura is a Chunin. Team 7 is now just you, or you should find new Genin teammates for your missions. At this moment, Sasuke was thoroughly disgusted with Naruto. No matter what he wanted to do, Naruto always had to interfere. And always acted like it was out of concern. At this moment, Naruto was left speechless. Only now did he realize even Sakura was a Chunin. Only he remained a Genin. In Konoha, Chunin can already lead teams, while Genin must stay in their original squads. We're teammates. So, just because you say we're teammates, does that mean you can ignore Konoha's rules? Are all Konoha ninjas supposed to be like you, never growing up, always selfish? Ninjas are the village's great treasure. Chunin and Jonin have their missions. They're not here to always accompany you. With a cold flash of the Kusanagi sword, the surrounding vines broke. Naruto freed, watched as Sasuke sheathed his sword. Sasuke. Rei stepped forward, facing the crowd and Naruto. She took a deep breath and said seriously. Uzumaki Naruto, Genin, you need to understand something. Konoha was founded by the Senju and Uchiha together, so the Senju are never mysterious strangers. If you still don't understand, ask your Jonin instructor. Also, this is our personal matter, no one in Konoha has a right to interfere. When Rei revealed her wood style, Sakura was left in utter despair. She had believed that her medical ninjutsu and her status as Lady Tsunade's disciple were enough. But now, it seemed nothing could compare to a surname and a wood style. Uchiha plus Senju. Sharingan plus wood style. Sakura smiled bitterly, stepped forward, and apologized to Sasuke and Rei. I'm sorry, Naruto was just too impulsive. He's not usually like this. As Sakura apologized in Naruto's place, Sasuke stepped up and held Rei's hand. Then, the two raised their tightly held hands, showing their engagement rings. Sasuke nodded calmly to Sakura and their other friends. Rei and I are engaged. Once we fix up the abandoned clan compound, we'll get married. We'll send out invitations then. At this, Sasuke looked at Naruto and spoke solemnly. Naruto, I hope you can use your head a bit, don't always be so self-righteous. This is my wife, Senju Rei, now and always. If you still consider me a teammate, you're welcome to our wedding. Finishing, Sasuke protectively embraced Rei and headed toward the clan compound. This scene left Sakura heartbroken, and Naruto lost, not knowing where he went wrong. From a distance, Jiraiya shook his head helplessly. Naruto's too impulsive. Doesn't he know that only after Sasuke gets married will he have a chance with Sakura? Under the moonlight, this Konoha farce didn't cause much stir, but it seemed that Naruto was gradually drifting apart from his old teammates. At the same time, several Akatsuki members in black cloaks with red clouds were heading toward Konoha from the land of rain. P.S. My childhood hero is getting clown feels weird, lol.